Chapter 1. The only thing you can do is to eat brains. Brains? Give me brains. I'm hungry. I want to eat brains. The author doesn't have brains either. I wonder if I can pick up a few here. East China Sea. The sea breeze blows gently, and the waves ripple. At this time, a young man woke up slowly in the middle of an island. This person is our protagonist Qikong. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The lush green and blue were intertwined. The unfamiliar scene made him confused. Am I dead? Qikong clearly remembered that he was hit by a car when he was saving a child. Is this heaven? This is both heaven and not heaven, perhaps it is a paradise for fishermen. Suddenly, a voice suddenly appeared in Qikong's mind. What the hell? I am the heaven system. What you did before your death caught my attention, so I brought you to this world. System? Traveled through time. Haven't you imagined this kind of thing countless times? Qikong didn't expect that 1 second before his death, he was still complaining about whether this way of death could allow him to travel through time, but the next second he really traveled through time. The novel really doesn't lie to me. What world is this? This is the world of One Piece, and the protagonist is Monkey D. Luffy. The world of One Piece Luffy. Qikong didn't expect to come to the world he once imagined. There is nothing to be unacceptable about this, anyway, the character setting is an orphan and a social animal. Now there is another system added to it, isn't this directly invincible in another world? Then let's not waste any more words. Since it is my plug-in, tell me about your abilities. This system is omnipotent, but it does not belong to you, don't think too much. Your system is quite unique. Wait. What did you say? It doesn't belong to me. You brought me here, and you want to just walk away. Don't worry. This heaven system will randomly extract 3 abilities related to your hobbies and integrate them to meet your survival needs in the pirate world. 3 abilities? That's it. This system still has a lot of things to do, and there's no time to talk nonsense with you. Do you want it? What abilities? It's related to your hobbies. Random integration. Including your coming to this world is also random, are you fucking listening? Qikong. This system can make people angry. Open it. Start extracting abilities. Gold, gold, golden legend. 3 cards were extracted from his mind. In an instant, golden light overflowed, almost blinding Qikong's eyes, and he even wondered if this extraction function was just a formality. Congratulations on getting the profession, Fisherman. You get a companion Supreme Big Fast Rod. Multifunctional Supreme Big Fast Rod, Special Energy Converter. It is flexible. Never wear out. You can take it out and enjoy it anytime, anywhere, don't lose it. Congratulations on getting the template of Naruto, Uchiha Itachi. His eyes are filled with everlasting black flames, Amaterasu. That man is here. P.S. Don't say you are from Wano country, it's embarrassing. Congratulations on getting an unknown Pokemon. It's reasonable for the heaven system to give you a Pokemon, right? Ability acquisition completed, resources integration in progress. Integration completed. The fisherman profession can practice fishing with the Supreme Big Fast Rod to improve physical fitness. This is your only way to practice. The limiter has been removed. Just keep fishing every day. There is no upper limit to your growth. By the way, I also arranged a certain bald cape man. You have all the ninjutsu and blood limit mastered by Uchiha Itachi. The initial template is 10% of Itachi's ability. There is no limiter either. You can perfectly control it if your physical fitness meets the standard. In order to prevent you from being too ambitious, some of your memories will be sealed. When your quality meets the standard, some of the memory seals will be removed, so start your practice quickly. Congratulations on getting the summoning beast, Pokemon, Merc Crow. Merc Crow produces 10 special baits every day. Using the Supreme Big Rod and special baits, you can catch magical fish in the sea and increase the speed of practice. Increasing the favorability can get more baits, so hurry up and build a good relationship with Merc Crow. Chi Kong held a black spotted egg in his left hand and a handful of. The multifunctional fishing rod is retractable like an antenna, and the body feels dizzy at the same time. Resource integration is complete. Goodbye, time traveler. Boom. After that, the heaven system exploded, as if it didn't want to stay for a second. Then Chi Kong was left with a confused face, and a seemingly powerful ability that he didn't know how to complain about. It exploded just like that? What the hell is this? Others practice fishing while I do. Not even an introduction? What's going on? What about the Air Force? No matter how Chi Kong complained, there was no response in his heart. Chi Kong looked at the sky, took back the tears that didn't exist, and said in a trembling voice, "I will cherish what you left in my body." Chi Kong felt the amount of chakra in his body, and checked the extra ninjutsu in his mind. Suddenly, the egg in his hand began to shake, and the treasure in his hand was about to break. Ding! 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 Chi Kong made the sound of Pokemon hatching eggs in his memory. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it. As the eggshell cracked, dum, dum, a crow-like creature appeared, with feathers on its head that looked like a wizard's hat and a tail that looked like a broom. This is the image of Merc Crow in Pokemon. This guy has a big head since birth and seems to be very spiritual. Don't ask why Chi Kong knows. The answer is that it is standing on Chi Kang's head and stepping on Chi Kang's head with disgust. Please teach me, Merc Crow. I am your trainer, use wings to attack. Dum, dum. Merc Crow had no reaction. I don't understand. How about you show me? Chi Kong couldn't understand, but he didn't forget the reminder of the heaven system to build a good relationship with it. Yay, yay. Okay. I got it. Let's go fishing first. Yay, yay. Okay. Okay. I'll take you to find the female crow later. Chi Kong couldn't tell the call of the Merc Crow, nor could he tell whether it was male or female, so he could only perfunctorily answer. Where's my special bait today? Give it to me. Yay, yay. Okay. Okay. I got it. Chi Kong was helpless. It felt like a chicken talking to a duck, and communication was difficult. While interacting with Merc Crow, Chi Kong walked casually, preparing to go fishing at the beach. He came to the shore as if nothing had happened and cast the fishing rod skillfully. After casting the supreme big rod, Chi Kong was like an old monk in meditation. His practice began. He didn't notice at all that there was a swan head and a pirate flag with a skull and a heart fusion parked on the shore of the island. Who are you? Why are you on the island? Chi Kong came back to his senses, looked at the pirates surrounding him and said, I said I came here to fish, do you believe me? What Chi Kong said was met with swords from the pirates. A pirate looked at Chi Kong with a smile. Fishing in our territory? You look a lot like a certain guy. You will be a slave with that guy from now on. Chapter 2. At this time, Chi Kang's fishing rod suddenly shook, which made him very excited. Fishermen never come back empty-handed. However, this scene made the pirates next to him a little unhappy. Hey! You are a slave now. Why are you still fishing? Chi Kong ignored him and collected the rod handsomely. Fuck! It's actually water grass. Chi Kong looked at the items he caught, and his face was as ugly as if he had eaten a devil fruit. Supreme Fast Rod. How can such a domineering name be so useless? It can't be a problem with my fishing skills. The problem must be in this sea area. Chi Kong thought. Fishing can slowly improve your quality. After catching something, his physical quality has been directly improved a little bit. This training method is really weird. How to make special bait. Chi Kong caught Mer Crow, and the man and the crow looked at each other. This time Mer Crow pointed to his mouth. Is your throat uncomfortable? No wonder you are croaking. Croak. 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 Chi Kong put Mer Crow back and continued to cast the rod. At this time, a pirate couldn't stand it anymore. I'm talking to you. Boy. Are you looking for death? I gave you a chance to live. If Captain Alrita finds out, you're dead. The corners of the pirates' mouths twitched violently, and they looked at Chi Kong with some admiration. This is fishing even if you die. Chi Kong heard the familiar name, and instantly came back to his senses, put away the fishing rod, and seemed to be recalling. Alrita? Could it be? At this time? Ha! It seems that I survived. A clear voice suddenly appeared in the cabin next to him. This subtle sound attracted Chi Kang's attention. Is it him? This is where the dream begins. Chien Kong rushed to the direction where the voice came from. Regardless of anything. Hey! Boy! Don't run! The pirates chased after him. Chi Kong suddenly teleported away from the pirates and appeared on the deck. One of the basic ninjutsu of ninja. Instant body technique. By condensing chakra and exploding under the feet, the effect of rapid displacement is achieved. Chi Kong already has the template of Uchiha Itaki, and he is very good at ninjutsu, but there is still a limit on the amount of chakra, so he still can't move for a long time. It's just that Chi Kong is too excited. At this time, in the storage room, a boy emerged from the barrel. He wore a straw hat, a red vest, blue denim shorts, a pair of slippers on his feet, and a signature smile on his face. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King. As soon as these words came out, the storage room and the outside were actually in a weird embarrassment. After a moment, ha 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 ha, where did this madman come from? He actually wants to be the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, if you are the Pirate King, I will be the Admiral of the Navy, ha ha ha. After a short silence, the pirates watching laughed at the same time, as if they had heard some big joke. At the end of the laugh, they even covered their stomachs and pounded the floor crazily. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Luffy didn't have much expression. He adjusted his straw hat. For such a guy who casually laughed at other people's dreams, it was not worth him to explain even a word. Excuse me, are you going to the Grand Line to find the one piece left by Roger? At this moment, a cautious voice sounded. Yes. Luffy nodded and smiled. Stop kidding. The Grand Line is known as the graveyard of pirates. One piece is what pirates all over the world are looking for. You can't achieve it. You will definitely die. Kobe quickly denied Luffy and asked him to return to reality, but Luffy quickly scolded him. Shut up. Stop talking. I'm not afraid of death. What's the difference between having no dreams and being a salted fish? Luffy punched Kobe away, raised his hands, and shouted with a serious face. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King, and I will be the Pirate King even if I die. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will be the Pirate King. Luffy's voice was sonorous and powerful, louder and louder, making Kobe, who was still excited just now, stunned in place. Looking at Luffy's confident look, Kobe couldn't help but collapse on the ground. He wiped his tears and muttered to himself. If I am not afraid of death either, then can I also realize my dream? People like me can also become the Navy of Justice? Mr. Luffy. Although I will become your enemy, joining the Navy has been my dream since I was a child. I want to catch all the bad guys, including Miss Alrita. Kobe asked Luffy with tears on his face, as if he wanted to seek his affirmation. Luffy's reaction to Kobe's emotional statement of his dream was, who knows? Kobe, _. Isn't it just against you? So cold. Luffy tilted his head, then grinned and showed a bright smile. I believe you will succeed, ha ha ha. As the Sea of Dreams East China Sea, everyone's dream is worthy of affirmation. But at this time, the annoying voice sounded again. Hey, hey, hey. I can't pretend that I didn't hear this, Kobe actually wants to be a navy. Are you as crazy as that straw hat kid? Kobe. Are you going to betray the captain? The pirates drew their sabers and walked towards the two men step by step. You will die here today. Just as they raised their swords to chop, Luffy was also ready to attack. Pirate King. It is indeed the place where dreams begin. I believe in you. Luffy. Dumb. Dumb. Two voices, one man and one crow, rang out in the room, interrupting the tense atmosphere. The pirates who were watching looked in the direction of the sound, and a guy holding a fishing rod appeared at the door with an excited expression on his face. The pirates were a little stunned for a moment. Why is there another madman? This man has a funny black crow on his head, and he doesn't look like a serious person at all. This is a group of fools. Hurry up, otherwise the captain will be uncomfortable. After a long-haired pirate finished speaking, he raised his knife and attacked Chi-Kong, but Chi-Kong did not move a step. Hey! Be careful! Luffy shouted. Luffy had a good impression of the guy who affirmed him. Just when the scimitar hit Chi-Kong. Bang! A piece of wood replaced Chi-Kang's position. What? The pirate's eyes were about to pop out. This is one of the ninjutsu that Chi-Kong mastered. Substitution technique. Chi-Kong appeared from the corner of the storage room, with pretentious words, with this kind of attack, you still need 100 years to hit me. Playing tricks? Go to hell. Soon, the nearest pirate slashed at Chi-Kong again. This time the attack passed through Chi-Kang's body. Then this Chi-Kong instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. What's going on? What the hell? The long-haired pirate sweated on his forehead, with fear of the unknown on his face. I told you, this kind of attack is useless. At this time, another Chi-Kong appeared from the corner. He had just used the basic ninjutsu double body technique, and the one who was hit was just a phantom. He coughed twice and began to introduce himself. Cough. At least introduce yourself before you start. I am Cool D Chi-Kong. I am a peace-loving and reasonable fisherman. Of course. If someone doesn't understand the reason, I also know a little bit of ninjutsu. Dumb. Dumb. Dumb dumb. Merc Crow also interrupted to show his presence. Seeing Chi-Kang's performance, Luffy's arms stretched strangely and his body bounced towards Chi-Kong. A magician. A monster. What's going on today? The long-haired pirate trembled when he saw this scene. This. Ghost. There is a ghost. Mom, I will never be a pirate again. He shouted and ran out of the door. Go find Captain Alrita. At this time, the other pirates were also scared by the abilities displayed by the two. Chapter 3. The two little stars appeared in Luffy's eyes. He kept shaking Chi-Kong. Ninjutsu. So awesome. Become my crew member. Chi-Kong. Luffy grabbed Chi-Kang's shoulders and seemed not to let go unless he agreed. Chi-Kong smiled knowingly. This is my dream. Luffy. Chi-Kong nodded frantically. That's what I've been waiting for, Captain. I'm a fisherman. My dream now is to catch rare fishes all over the world. Fishing on the boat will be left to me in the future. Luffy, hey? Aren't you a ninja? Chien-Kong, I'm a fisherman, I just know a little bit about ninjutsu. Luffy waved his hand with a look of disdain, but I want a ninja, not a fisherman. Chien-Kong was silent for a while, thought a little, and said with difficulty, now I'm a ninja who knows a little about fishing. Please give me more advice. In the end, King chose to change his title to communicate with Luffy. After all, people like Luffy must be stroked smoothly. Luffy laughed after hearing this. Ninja. Ninja. Great. King. You are my first crew member. There are ninjas on my boat. The two were in love. At this time, a rough black shadow appeared at the door. Alrita carried her iconic mace and looked back and forth at the two. You two are the bounty hunters who came to kill me? I thought it was Roronoa Zoro. Seeing Luffy and Chi-Kong, and finding that neither of them had green algae hair, Alrita couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You actually came to the ship of the most beautiful woman on the sea. Do you think I, Alrita, am a vegetarian? Then Alrita pointed at Kobe and threatened. Kobe, tell them who is the most beautiful woman on the sea. This is Alrita's catchphrase. Because she is ugly, she seeks affirmation from others out of inferiority. It's Captain Alrita. Kobe's face straightened, and he replied without thinking. He threw the dream oath just now into the clouds. Luffy next to him picked his nose and asked indifferently. Kobe. Who is this wild ant? Luffy's words successfully shocked everyone. Take back your words. Luffy, she is the most beautiful woman in this sea. Kobe grabbed Luffy and was about to speak. Suddenly, Luffy's oath for his dream appeared in Kobe's mind again, directly breaking through his cowardice. The most barbaric and hateful ant. The ugliest old woman. Kobe said it with tears in his eyes. At this time, Alrita's veins bulged, and the extreme anger was calm. You are all looking for death. So, what about you? The guy with the bird on his head, am I the most beautiful woman in the world? Alrita looked at Chi-Kong. At this time, Chi-Kong was vomiting wildly in front of the window. It was the first time he saw the real Alrita, and he was a little overwhelmed at just one glance. No wonder Alrita is so strong, her appearance can make people lose their fighting power directly. Chi-Kong said without turning his head. Miss Alrita is one of the few beauties in the world. If possible, I would like to. Ugh. In short, you are the most beautiful goddess in my mind. Alrita swung her mace, and a big hole appeared on the deck. She shouted, I am satisfied with the answer. But you look at me first. No, no. Next time for sure. Chi-Kong shook his head and denied it repeatedly. Alrita turned into a shark mouth. You really lied to me. You dare not look at me. Turn back. Bastard. Chi-Kong trembled all over, trying to get rid of the image in his mind, but the picture kept appearing. Ha ha. Ha ha. Good. Very good. Alrita suddenly laughed crazily. You all go to hell. Alrita's voice was low, and in her eyes, the three guys who mocked her were going to hell to repent. Bang! Luffy was hit by Alrita's stick, but he was unharmed. I am a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Qiankong turned around and glanced at Luffy, who was foolishly showing off his ability, thinking, what you ate is not the rubber fruit, but the legendary existence. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched the fat Alrita and flew away. While flying away, King turned around and said to Alrita in the air. Alrita, don't care about other people's opinions. Every fat person has potential. You don't have to always seek other people's affirmation. You are the most beautiful woman in my heart. Come on. I'll wait for you to come back. _. After saying that, Chi-Kong started to dry heave again. It took him a lot of courage to say this. You wait for me. Ding. Finally, Alrita turned into a shining star and disappeared in the sky. Captain Alrita, lost. The pirates around seemed to be unable to believe their eyes. You give Kobe a ship. At this time, silly Luffy was about to say something to the other pirates. Chi-Kong just wanted to try the attack ninjutsu that he could use now, so he took the lead. Water escape iron bubble bullet. After the seal was completed, a huge water bullet was spit out from his mouth, sweeping the pirates on the deck. The pirates were swept by the huge water bombs and were in a state of panic. Most of the affected pirates lost their ability to fight, which made Chi Kong know his approximate strength. The reason why Chi Kong did not use the most skilled fireball was because the flame was not easy to extinguish. Since he chose to follow the ship flow, the first sum of money came from here. Chi Kong felt the remaining chakra, and suddenly his eyes turned into patterns, and the blood limit, Sharingan. He instantly appeared in front of a pirate. The pirate's attack was like a turtle crawling, and all his movements were seen through by the Sharingan. Chi Kong shuttled through the battlefield like an elegant god of war, and the pirates fell to the ground one after another. As time went on, Chi Kong quickly adapted to the battle. After all, he had the template of attacker, and his physical skills were still good. Be careful behind you, Chi Kong. Kabi's voice came anxiously. Chi Kong turned around, and his Sharingan faced the pirate who attacked him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to dance too? When the pirate met Chi Kang's eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat, tremblingly threw away his scimitar and surrendered on the spot. So, the others followed suit. On the side, Kobe was already stunned. Luffy beside him couldn't help but raise his mouth. He covered his hat and laughed twice and said, I didn't expect to meet such a strong guy just after going out to sea. What a good luck! I will be the Pirate King. After a while, a bonfire was lit on the ship, and all kinds of food and drinks were placed on the deck. Let's have a party! With Luffy shouting excitedly. The three of them had a party like this. As for the pirates on the ship, after preparing the party, they were locked up by Kobe. Dumb! 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 Seeing the food, the weak Merc Crow finally got some energy and quickly pounced on the food. Merc Crow felt bitter, and the dog's master finally found food. Merc Crow was not picky about meat or vegetables. After eating a lot of food that was several times larger than its own size, it flew to Chi Kong with a feeling of unsatisfied desire and sat on Chi Kang's head like a master. Your pet is really special. Kobe wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been observing Merc Crow, fearing that the little guy would die of overeating. Chi Kong looked at the round substance thrown from behind Merc Crow. It was still wet and warm, and had a special smell. Chi Kong held it in his hand and was silent for a while. Chapter 4. The two of them were so busy that they had to eat. Hey! Luffy! What should we do next? Luffy's mouth was stuffed with food, and he slapped his lips when he heard what Chi Kong said. Gudong! Chi Kong clearly saw the food in Luffy's mouth swallowed and fell into his stomach. Ah, of course, I have to find a partner. I have to find someone as interesting as Chi Kong. It's better to be powerful. And Kobe, who was standing by, couldn't help but interrupt when he heard the conversation between the two. If Mr. Luffy needs to find a powerful partner, I may know someone. Really? Who is that person? Luffy asked. A very powerful bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro, is the guy that Miss Alrita fears the most. Kobe began to talk about Zoro's deeds. Is he called a pirate hunter? After listening to Kobe's story about Zoro, Luffy couldn't help but become interested. Seems like a good partner. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and made a decision. Okay, let's go find this pirate hunter next stop. If he is really a good person, let him become our partner. After hearing this, Chi Kong affirmed, he must be a very good partner. Zoro was once considered by the fans of the Straw Hat Pirates as the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. It is enough to see that Zoro's status in the Straw Hat Pirates is almost perfect except for a certain problem that is criticized. Now that the target has been determined, Chi Kong puts on a special bait, throws out the fishing rod, and starts fishing. Luffy, Chien Kong. What are you doing? Do you smell anything? Chien Kong, go away, don't disturb me fishing." Luffy insisted, "Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Show me a clone technique." Bang! A piece of wood fell to the ground, and Kikang disappeared. "Wow! Kikang! Where is Kikang?" Luffy was having fun all over the boat and began to look for Kikang. "Hey, Kobe! Why are you fishing?" Luffy was surprised, he just saw Kobe eating. "By the way, Kobe, did you see Kikang?" Kobe adjusted his glasses and replied without raising his head. "It seems that Lord Kikang went to the warehouse to steal food. Go look over there." "Ah! Is Kikang so fast? Meet! Here I come." Luffy was filled with sparks and lightning, and he kept muttering, "Qiankong! Kikang! Ninjutsu! Ninjutsu!" After Luffy left, bang! Qiankong released his transformation and yawned. 5 minutes later. A fisherman never comes back empty-handed. But when Qiankong saw the catch, his excited expression suddenly collapsed. "Don't you know that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility? A wine bottle. It's actually a wine bottle. Is this special bait too fresh? The smell is too strong. Dumb. Dumb." But Qiankong soon felt relieved again. He felt the tenfold improvement speed. This special bait is really reliable. The Straw Hat Pirate's strength is improving too fast. With the blessing of fishing rods and bait, they should be able to keep up with them. I don't know if the improvement is much after catching fish. The next day, morning. Luffy and Kobe are still sleeping soundly. Qiankong opened his eyes. Before the reliable guys joined, he had to be a babysitter. Bang! Sigma _. Qiankong suddenly retched and squeezed into the place where the pirates were imprisoned. He looked at the pirates in front of him and smiled. But in the eyes of these pirates, Qiankong looked even more terrifying than a devil. Qiankong used the transformation technique to become Alrita. "Tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" "It's Captain Alrita." Several people responded instinctively. "Not bad. I'll give you some rewards." Qiankong threw a wink. Sigma _. Several pirates didn't eat all night, but they still couldn't help vomiting. "You. Not Captain Alrita. You are a devil. Stop it." "Ah. My eyes." Qiankong continued to put psychological pressure on several people. She gently took off her collar and twisted her fat waist. "Don't be nervous. I came here to ask you for something. Because my captain wants to go to the nearest naval base, can you help me drive the boat and take us there?" Looking at Alrita with narrowed eyes and brilliant red lips, several pirates instinctively felt as if they were falling into an ice cave, and were terrified. They nodded and bowed hurriedly. Regardless of the ropes tied around him, he tried to make a gesture. "Master Qiankong, please. We promise to send you to your destination as quickly as possible. Just can you change back?" Bang! The transformation technique was lifted. Qiankong looked at the few people and said coldly, "The fastest speed. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience the power of pressing F." The long-haired pirate in front was the guy who was scared at first. He lowered his head. Although he didn't understand what F meant, he kept nodding. "Master Qiankong, leave the things on the ship to us. We will reach the base as quickly as possible, and then surrender." The long-haired pirate's words made the pirates behind look at each other in bewilderment. What does it mean? Surrender? Stop being a pirate? They looked at Qiankong cautiously and shuddered. "We are the same." Listening to everyone's promise, Qiankong nodded with satisfaction, untied the rope and turned away. After walking to the deck, Qiankong turned into a fisherman. Dumb. Dumb. After breakfast, Merc Crow kept dropping special bait from the back, and stopped after 5 or 6. You ate so much, and you only give me this today. Chi Kong accused Merc Crow dissatisfiedly. Dumb! Dumb! Merc Crow yelled at Chi Kong, but they couldn't communicate in the same language, so they talked about their own things in the end. Enduring the uncomfortable taste, Chi Kong hooked the hook directly and threw it in one go. Salted fish begins. Chi Kang's training last night made him taste the marrow and taste the taste. After using the special bait to catch a fish creature, his physique was directly improved. It's just that this special bait is a bit unbearable to look at. If you can catch fish, you can just bully the ignorance of the fish. Starfish. It's actually a starfish. Awesome! Chi Kong. This is a special fish that only appears in the East China Sea at night. Luffy and Kobe, 2 children, screamed loudly at the fish tank on the boat. Chi Kong replied disdainfully, "You don't understand, I don't even need to make a nest, this is only part of my strength." What Chi Kong didn't say was that last night, except for this fish, the others were water plants, stones, wine bottles, fish bones and the like. Although they can also increase physical fitness, they are far inferior to fish. Don't ask. We don't know why fishing can catch stones and fish bones. Chi Kong. I want to fish too. I want to fish too. As he said, Luffy was about to snatch Chi Kang's fishing rod. This action almost scared Chi Kong. Because of Luffy's rough action, the supreme fast rod almost slipped out of his hand and fell into the sea. Chi Kong couldn't imagine what he would do without the supreme fast rod. But the heaven system said that this was the only way for him to improve his strength. Get out of my way! Luffy! Luffy was stunned. Chi Kong was angry. Chi Kong grabbed Luffy's wrist with tension and seriousness in his strength. Listen Luffy, this is not an ordinary fishing rod. It is the supreme fast rod. It is something very important to me. It was left to me by a special being. For me, every time I go fishing, I am practicing something special. Luffy obviously didn't understand, so Chi Kong could only explain it in another way. You may not understand, but this fishing rod is as important to me as your straw hat. Your straw hat symbolizes your beliefs and dreams, and my supreme fast rod carries the way I keep getting stronger. Luffy's eyes flashed with seriousness when he heard this. Is it the same as my straw hat? He slowly loosened his hand, and obviously began to understand why Chi Kong cared so much about this fishing rod. He took a step back, adjusted his straw hat, and patted his chest and said seriously, I understand, Chi Kong. I won't move around. I know the importance of this thing. This is something that needs to be protected with life. Chapter 5. The boat was full of fish, and the boat was full of fish. Masters, this is the town of Shulzi, the headquarters of the 153rd branch. The long-haired pirate informed the 2 big guys with a flattering look on his face. Great! Is this the naval base? Luffy stood on the bow and was very excited. Seeing his excitement, who would have thought that he was a pirate? Those who didn't know would think that he had a Navy relative who came to visit the Navy base. Chi Kong took back the fishing rod and looked at Kobe. We are a pirate ship, and the Navy will soon surround us. At that time, will Kobe leave directly with us, or have a farewell dinner? Kobe hesitated and left directly with the Navy. He, Luffy and Chi Kong might belong to different camps. Kobe, let's go eat. I'm starving. Chi Kong, hurry up too. Luffy didn't care about Kobe's change of heart, and directly grabbed Kobe and ran to the town. The 2 of them must have a free meal this time. As a for-good youth in the 21st century, Chi Kong thought he couldn't do it. Chi Kong carried a fish bucket and shouted from the back. You go first. I'll get some money and go over. The Alrita pirates are also extremely vicious in the East China Sea. Although Alrita was beaten by Luffy, the others and the car are still worth some money. Soon a team of Navy rushed to the port. Although their eyes were dull, they were very determined. Chi Kong raised his hands. I am a bounty hunter, Cool D Chi Kong. Is it okay to exchange the crew of the Alrita pirates for the bounty? When the Navy saw the pirates on the deck, they were also surprised. Chi Kong was invited into the naval base by the Navy. Bounty hunter Chi Kong. Please stop what you are doing. This is a feng shui fish. The leading Navy officer said seriously. Chi Kong coughed twice and retracted the fishing line that was stretched into the fish tank. I can't help it, I can't help it. The Navy Lieutenant Colonel breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chi Kong retract the fishing rod. What kind of person is this? He fished in someone else's fish tank. Alrita escaped, but the identities of the other members of Alrita's pirate group have been confirmed, and their bounties total 1.36 million Baileys. It's cheaper to recycle the pirate ship. We can pay a total of 7 million Baileys. Do you think it's okay? We don't have any more money. The lieutenant colonel seemed a little embarrassed to say it. The money was too little and they were embarrassed. However, Chi Kong was very satisfied. He was a little nervous at first. The town of Shulza had been almost ruined by Monka. It was good to have nearly 10 million Baileys. He was really worried that the naval base would be so poor that it would not even pay the bounty. Fortunately, although Monka was conceited, he did not dare to touch the funds of the naval headquarters openly. Enough. Chi Kong took the money and was about to leave. The lieutenant colonel said. If there is nothing else, you'd better leave the town early. Because. In the end, this righteous Navy didn't know what reason to persuade. Chi Kong smiled. Nothing else? How is it possible? He said, in fact, we can make another deal. After going out. Dumb. Dark Crow stepped hard on Chi Kang's head and made a sound. Hungry? Or what? Chi Kong tried to ask, following Mercrow's gaze. At this time, two familiar guys were lying on the wall of the naval base, constantly looking inside and pointing. Is this guy Zoro? He's not that strong. He was caught. How embarrassing. Chi Kong covered his face. Did he start to act up just after he finished speaking? Is it okay to climb the wall like this? The key is that no one has found it yet. Is this reasonable? Hey! Luffy! Have you eaten? Aren't you going to eat without waiting for me? I haven't eaten yet. Luffy found Chi Kong coming out of the naval base and didn't feel anything wrong. Ah! Chi Kong, haven't you eaten yet? Come and see. The pirate hunter is here. Let's go recruit this guy. Chien Kong appeared on the wall instantly. He was really curious about what Zoro looked like in real life. Watching from the front row. In the middle of the playground, a guy in a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and a black headscarf was tied to a wooden stake, looking like he was caught in combat mode. Although Kikeng admired Zoro, a real man, he couldn't help but complain. Boys wearing earrings are either gangsters or gays. But he is very strong. How do you say? Captain. Luffy thought about it and tilted his head. Ah. What did you say, Gagei? Anyway, let's help him untie the rope and ask him if he is willing to be our partner. At this time, a trembling voice sounded. Mr. Luffy, Lord Bayet, if you really want this guy as a partner, it's very dangerous. The timid Kobe has been frightened by Zoro's beast-like eyes, fearing that after releasing Zoro, he will chop everyone. Get out of my way. Do you think I'm a monkey? Don't get in the way. At this time, Zoro's weak voice came, obviously not in a good state. Just as the three continued to watch the monkey, a ladder appeared on the wall. Yes. That's right. It appeared suddenly. A little girl glared at Chi Kong and made a hush gesture to warn. Then she swiftly climbed over the wall, jumped into the naval base, and rushed towards Zoro. Big brother. I made rice balls for you. Eat them quickly. Zoro opened his eyes and shouted angrily, are you looking for death? Little girl. Get out of here. The little girl smiled and didn't care, holding the rice ball by herself. This is my first time making it, I don't know if it tastes good. And Zoro continued to roar in an angry voice, you don't understand. Little devil. I told you to get out of here. In fact, Zoro was doing this to protect the little girl, because the second-generation official was already walking towards him with duck steps. Tisk tisk tisk. It's wrong to bully little girls, Roronoa Zoro. As a frivolous voice came, Monka's son Barameber almost wrote the words second-generation ancestor on his face. Is this a rice ball to comfort the navy? Mine. Barameber wanted to snatch the rice ball. Chi Kong was speechless. There were 3 people standing on the wall. Didn't this guy notice it? He remembered that this guy later turned over a new leaf and seemed to be wearing an eye patch. It's really blind. Chi Kong couldn't stand the bullying of the little girl, and appeared in front of the little girl in a flash. Hey! Bellemere! Look at me! Hey! Do you know me? Bellemere looked at Chi Kong. Chi Kang's Sharingan spun, and Bellemere suddenly trembled, his eyes reflecting Chi Kang's double Megatama Sharingan. At this time, Bellemere was like a puppet, letting his master send him. Dad! Dad! You are my dad! Chi Kong used the Sharingan to control others for the first time. Fortunately, Bellemere's mental will was very poor and he was easily controlled. The 2 navy officers behind Bellemere were stunned. Why did the young master call this guy with a bird on his head dad? Is it a story that he had to tell with the colonel's wife? But soon, they found that Bellemere seemed to be wrong. With a mocking expression, Bellemere told Zoro next to him. What's wrong with my pet? I am Monka's son, and no pirate hunter dares to beat me. Although he is very strong. Still under my threat, he was willing to give up resistance. Haha. I didn't want to let this pariah go at all, he was so stupid that he believed I would let him go. Ha ha ha. I want to see him suffer from the wind and sun, and starve to death in front of me. If he doesn't die. When he has no power to resist, I will execute him. It shouldn't be long, right? Ha ha ha. After listening to Barumber's words, Zoro's face became more and more gloomy. His eyes were devouring people. Kyun Kang's actions made Zoro deeply realize his own naivety and ridiculousness. He felt like a clown. Chapter 6. The battle was over. What did you do to Master Bellemere? The navy guard raised his musket and questioned Chi Kong. Chi Kong held the little girl and hid behind Bellemere. Wait for our captain to speak, wait quietly, I will keep him safe, how about that? At this time, Luffy was already standing in front of Zoro, and he was looking at Zoro. Zoro shouted anxiously, Hey! Aren't you afraid of the father of this second-generation ancestor? He is a navy colonel. No. Luffy picked his nose and replied. I'm looking for a partner to go to sea as a pirate, you seem good. Zoro's mouth twitched wildly after hearing what Luffy said. Let the pirate hunter be a pirate? How can you say that? You are such self-degrading guys. I refuse. Luffy insisted, I will help you untie the rope, and you will be my crew member. Zoro said angrily, don't you understand? I refuse. Luffy said childishly, I don't care. I already treat you as a crew member. Shark mouth Zoro, don't act on your own. Luffy seemed to have thought of something. Hey! Aren't you a swordsman? Where is your sword? Zoro's face was gloomy, that is something that is as important as my life, and they took it away. Luffy's eyes lit up and he touched his straw hat. Since it is such an important thing, I will help you get it back. You will be my crew member. Zoro's mouth twitched, you are such a despicable guy. This time, Zoro did not refuse or agree, but gave an ambiguous answer. Luffy laughed and ran to the naval base, leaving a sentence. Qiankong, Kobe, don't move here, I'll be back soon. Qiankong looked at Luffy's back and tilted his head. Why does Luffy's words sound so familiar? This little girl is called Lika, and Zoro ended up like this just because he saved her. Now Lika is feeding Zoro rice balls. And Zoro blushed and was embarrassed. Lowly killer. Damn it. Kikeng held Barameber as a meat shield, guarding Lika and Kobe, and confronted them dutifully. The rice balls are delicious, thank you Lika. You should leave quickly. Kikeng felt that the time was almost up, and looked at the two Navy officers, and didn't want to embarrass them. Take Barameber back. You can also report to the task. Don't come over here. Kikeng returned the second-generation ancestor to the Navy, and threw Kobe and Lika out with a flash. It's time to clear the field. Zoro looked up at Chi-Kong. Hey! Can you untie my rope? Chi-Kong replied with a look of disgust, I refuse. Zoro, you. I will give you all the bounties of pirates I catch in the future, okay? Chi-Kong, it has nothing to do with this. How many days has it been? Zoro was stunned, 9 days. Chi-Kong kept looking at Zoro's crotch. Can you bear it? I don't believe it. Let's wait for the captain, anyway, you haven't chosen to join yet. Zoro suddenly thought of what Chi-Kong said, and turned into a shark tooth. He said angrily, I will kill you. I will kill you. Chi-Kong whistled and sat on the wall, throwing out the fishing rod, and the hook fell into the drainage ditch next to Zoro. What are you doing? Zoro twisted his lower body, very puzzled. Chi-Kong looked at the green algae head like an idiot. Fishing, can't you see? Zoro just wanted to join this pirate group half-heartedly, but now it seems that these guys are all freaks. A captain who robs people like a human trafficker, and a weird crew member who fishes in the sewer. Then what am I, a three-sword clown? At this time, Chi-Kong suddenly pointed at the naval base. Oh my god! Zoro! Look! Is the statue going to fall down? Zoro took a look, and his blood pressure soared instantly, his muscles knotted and bulged, and he said puzzledly. Isn't it just to get a knife? How did the Navy find out? Damn it! In Zoro's eyes, Luffy is basically dead if he is found out, not to mention the rain of bullets. After all, they are all mortals, and some people may die if they fall. Hey! Fisherman, aren't you going to help? Your captain seems to be in trouble. Qiankong fished calmly, curled his lips and said. If Luffy dies, the whole show will end. Don't underestimate him. Suddenly Kikeng felt the fishing rod shake. He pulled the rod perfectly, and a black fish was pulled out. Fuck! Is this possible? Zoro's voice came. Seeing Kikeng catch the fish, Zoro's eyes almost popped out. Very puzzled. This fish. Eat shit? Can people survive by eating shit? Zoro racked his brains to think, but he couldn't figure it out. Dumb. 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 The mercrow was screaming on Chi-Kang's head. Every time Chi-Kong caught a fish, the mercrow on his head would scream like this. Anyway, he couldn't understand it, so he was used to it. However, this also reminded Chi-Kong of this burden. I almost forgot about you, the summoning technique. As the curse seal appeared, with a bang, the mercrow disappeared instantly. After all, the mercrow has just hatched, and it can't be commanded, so it's still necessary to protect it well. At this time, dense footsteps came. Hey! The Navy is coming. Your captain may be dead, why don't you run? Zoro reminded. Don't underestimate our captain, he is not an ordinary person. Chi-Kong retracted the rod and jumped down. He found a group of Navy running out of the naval base, including a tall and cold guy, who Chi-Kong recognized. Kill these invaders, shoot. A cold voice came from this man's mouth. The dark muzzle of the Marines aimed at Chi Kong and Zoro. Zoro was sweating profusely and questioned. Why am I also in the shooting range? I'm a prisoner. Not an invader. But no one paid attention to Zoro's words. Am I going to die? We have an agreement. Kuina. No. No. I can't die. Zoro screamed hysterically, pirates. Save me. I promised you. I can be a pirate. After hearing this, Chi Kang's mouth curled up, and the arrogant Zoro was finally afraid. But he was not afraid of death, but afraid of not being able to realize his dream. Chi Kong instantly appeared in front of Zoro, made a seal with super fast hand speed, and clapped his hands. Water escape water array wall. A narrow water wall covering the two people appeared around, and the rising water blocked all the bullets. Seeing this scene, Zoro's surprised expression changed. As the water wall disappeared, Zoro was even more surprised. This time, two Chi Kangs appeared. Magic? This? What on earth is going on? Zoro didn't understand what was going on. And Chi Kang's words echoed throughout the square. Reintroduce me. Cool D Chi Kong, a peace-loving and reasonable fisherman. The other Chi Kong continued. Of course. If reason doesn't make sense, I also know a little bit of ninjutsu. The one who spoke was Chi Kong and the water clone. In line with the principle of saving water, he summoned a water clone that consumed less water. Playing tricks? Keep shooting. The voice behind was even more violent. But Chi Kang's body turned into a residual shadow and escaped from the attack range, leaving a water clone on the spot for Zoro to untie. After another round of shooting by the Navy, Zoro's rope was just half untied, and Chi Kang's clone was too seriously injured and turned into a pool of water and disappeared. However, Chi Kong has seen a guy who turned into wind returning. Luffy depends on you. Whether you can completely defeat Zoro or not, this is the only wave. The meat shield is gone. Zoro has no time to break free. The subsequent lead bullets have gradually been reflected in his pupils. He is also a flesh and blood body, such intensive attacks. Could it be? Is it still not possible? If I had known, I would not have been so stubborn. Kuina. Zoro began to recall again, and suddenly his eyes flashed. A guy wearing a straw hat and holding 3 long swords in his hands appeared in front of him. Chapter 7. The enemy was in a state of panic, and the enemy was in a state of panic. Puff, puff, puff. The dense bullets all hit Luffy, and Zoro, who recalled his childhood again, was stunned again. It's useless. Ha! Luffy's body suddenly stretched out, and all the bullets returned to the original path. The navy fell one after another, and the people and horses fell. What kind of monster are you again? Zoro used again unconsciously. Luffy turned around and showed his white teeth. I am the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who wants to be the pirate king. Luffy swung his sword across the rope to save Zoro, and said, I found 3 swords, I don't know which one is yours, so I took them all. They are all mine, give them to me. I am a 3-sword swordsman. Zoro struggled on the line of life and death for 2 times, and he saw through it. Some things are indeed more precious than life. Hey! Instead of waiting to die here, I might as well join you. Just a pirate. Notoriety is also a name. I will still let Roronoa Zoro's name resound throughout the heavens. Zoro said with a firm look in his eyes. On the other side. Did you see that? That man turned into water. What kind of monster is that man? He bounced all the bullets back. The ordinary navy was frightened by the weirdness of Chi Kong and Luffy. In the chaos and panic, the crowd behind automatically split to both sides, revealing a sturdy man holding a giant axe and a steel-cast jamanka. He dragged the iconic axe and scolded. Idiot! It's just the power of the devil fruit. Axe King Monka was well informed and had heard of the secret treasures of the sea. He told the truth in an instant, but he didn't know that Chi Kong was an outlier. Monka's veins popped out, and the giant axe in his hand pointed straight ahead. A bunch of trash. If the musket doesn't work, use the sword. Go for it. Otherwise you will all die. Faced with the order of Chief Monka, the navy didn't dare to hesitate at all, and could only raise the knife and bite the bullet. Zoro bit the Godo Ikimonji and his eyes changed instantly. As his wrist turned, 3 sword lights flashed and staggered, and he easily clamped 7 or 8 blades that were slashing at him. Don't move, or you will die. The navy was intimidated by Zoro's eyes and sweated coldly. Zoro's beast-like voice came. I owe you a life. But remember, if you block my path to becoming the world's strongest swordsman, I will kill you. And then commit seppuku. Luffy smiled carelessly. The Pirate King and the world's greatest swordsman are a good match. Isn't it, Chi Kong? Chi Kong nodded in agreement. At this time, Chi Kong finally understood where Zoro's beast-like voice came from. It turned out that it was because Zoro bit his knife, spoke unclearly, and made a humming sound. What are you standing there for? Monka roared. The navy that rushed up was shocked by Zoro alone. The furious Monka swung his axe and killed a soldier on the spot. Shoot! Kill those trash too! Although the order was outrageous, Monka had accumulated prestige for a long time, and the navy soldiers raised their weapons without hesitation and aimed at everyone in front. Next, I'm going to use my best ninjutsu. Chi Kong began to seal and remind his teammates. Fire escape fried rotten tomatoes. Let's compete. 3 swords tiger hunting. Haha. Rubber balloon. The 3 used their signature skills, and they killed one person to one side in tacit understanding. Although they had never cooperated before, they had unexpected tacit understanding. A huge ball of flame spurted out of Chi Kang's mouth in a spherical shape. This time, in order to ensure the lethality, he used his best fire escape. Hot! So hot! Breathing fire! Ordinary people had never seen such fire control ability, and they threw away their armor in despair. As a series of screams came, there were also the sounds of various weapons falling to the ground, and the number of navy shooting dropped rapidly. Judging from the effect, Chi Kong was still very satisfied with the power of his ninjutsu. Don't underestimate others. Colonel Monka. The flames went out, and Chi Kang's voice came through the smoke. I don't mind if you kill your own people. But I don't agree with you attacking my companions. The smoke dissipated, and Monka looked down at Chi Kong and said arrogantly, ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. Trash can die. I am the only great one, Monka. Chi Kong saw that he had successfully attracted Monka's attention, and his Sharingan rotated at high speed. Illusion Jaghang technique. Instantly, Monka's veins bulged, as if he was struggling with something. At this time, Chi Kong felt that his chakra was about to run out. Only 2 seconds. In the spiritual world constructed by Chi Kong, Monka's limbs were driven into wedges, and the freedom of his body was completely lost, accompanied by the illusion of physical pain. Although Zoro didn't know what happened to Monka, he knew that it was related to Chi Kong. This man is mine. 3 swords flow demon slash. Zoro used 3 swords like his arms and fingers, attacking Monka in the air. At this time, another high-speed figure passed by sideways. Asshole! This opponent is mine. Rubber machine gun. Monka was attacked from the front and back by the 2 strongest combat forces of the Straw Hat group. After a violent storm, he vomited blood in a few seconds, his eyes rolled back and fell to the ground. So you also ate some devil fruit? You can even control fire, your attack method is really special. Zoro wiped the knife to express his approval of Chi Kong. However, Zoro's words made Luffy unhappy. Chien Kong is a ninja. A ninja. Ninja? Is this what a ninja is like? Zoro frowned. Kikeng was panting at this time, and he had no strength to speak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. It was hard to control a novice monster. I want to go fishing. I want to catch a lot of fish. Kikeng is now thinking about fishing. Zoro sheathed his sword and said, "Should we leave, Captain?" "Okay. Since you agreed to be my crew, there is no need to stay here." Then Luffy clapped his hands. Suddenly Kikeng had a bad premonition. Hey! Hey! Luffy! I can walk by myself. Rubber entanglement. Kikeng and Zoro were directly entangled by Luffy's outstretched arms, and Luffy pulled the two of them up like a corpse. "Let's go eat." Haha! After the invader disappeared, Monka is defeated. Liberated. The still living Marines cheered. It seemed that Monka's status was even lower than that of pirates. At the same time, many Marines who did not participate in the war poured out of the Navy headquarters, led by the Lieutenant Colonel who gave Chi Kong the bounty. He walked in front of Monka and pronounced the verdict. "Colonel Monka, no. Monka, I officially announce here that you are arrested." Monka tried to open his eyes, looked at the blue sky, and murmured, "Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Crow, I remember everything. What have I done all these years?" As he spoke, Monka shed tears. "I'm sorry. My colleagues. I admit that I am guilty." Woo woo woo. This scene made the other Marines a little unbelievable. The always cruel Colonel Monka actually shed tears. At this moment, Monka's mind was clear, as if he had returned to the original passionate navy. In the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Kuro faked his death, and Monka was hypnotized by his crew member Zhang Jiao and became violent and arrogant. Because of Chi Kang's illusion, his hypnotic effect was broken. Monka recovered and remembered everything completely. Chapter 8. The shop is full of food. In the store of Lugia and her daughter. "Meat. Meat. This is Luffy. Do you have any wine? This is Zoro. Hey! Do you have money? This is a 21st century young man with quality." Zoro was shocked when he saw Luffy eating and drinking. "Hey! Luffy! Who is the one who has been hungry for 9 days? You bastard! You even snatched my food! Brother Zoro! Give you my rice ball!" Seeing Zoro being humiliated, Lugia trotted over to offer warmth. "Oh! Thank you Lugia, brother is full." Zoro shook his head awkwardly. Chi Kong was just sighing that the quality of the people in the world of One Piece is really strong, and it seems that everyone returns with life after the war. After seeing this scene, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! How can I repair it? Zoro, you are a sister con. You have a poor sense of direction." Zoro was angry. "Who are you talking about? Do you have evidence? Chienkong, didn't you say that you became a bounty hunter because you couldn't find your way home? Do you want to fight? Can a swordsman's work be called getting lost? That's traveling." There was a burst of noise from the restaurant. At the same time, the residents of the town had learned that Monka had been defeated, so they fell into a carnival. You really defeated Monka?" Kobe couldn't believe it. Kikanghu touched Kobe's head and teased, "Why? Seeing such a scene, are you still a navy?" Kobe shook his head and seemed very entangled. "I want to be a righteous navy. This is my dream. I won't give up. It's just that I'm a little confused." But soon Kobe's entanglement and confusion were cured by Luffy. "Let's have a banquet." It turned out that Lugia and her daughter had joined forces with the women in the town to prepare a large table of delicious food. "Please let us see you off. Heroes. All the food is free. This is something we can offer." Luffy laughed. This is his favorite activity. And the more people there are, the more excited Luffy is, and he performs the chopsticks in nostrils trick with amazing skill. Luffy wants the two to try it, but he is pressed to the ground by Chi Kong and Zoro. Chi Kong shook his head. Luffy is also careless, how can the residents of this town have money? But fortunately, he exchanged some bounties, and he will keep some of them when the time comes. Chi Kong raised his glass to Zoro, who was out of tune with him. Zoro, welcome to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro curled his lips, with such an unreliable captain, are we really pirates? Chi Kong chuckled, who knows? Don't worry too much, you will know in the future, we are very reliable. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Since we are pirates, what about the others? Chi Kong coughed, for the time being, there are only 3 of us. Zoro was sweating profusely, where is the ship? There must be one, right? Chi Kong pointed outside. The original one was sold. I changed it to another one, I think it should be enough. Zoro looked at the dock. There was a 360 degrees panoramic sunroof and a luxurious wooden boat parked there. The key is that there was still a Navy logo on the wooden boat. Are you kidding? Zoro didn't seem to want to admit that he had joined a weird pirate group, but he had to finish the road he chose even if he cried. Do you smell anything, Saiken? Zoro drank the whole glass and suddenly said. Then he was full of black lines, hey! Why is your fishing rod in the barrel? I remember your fishing rod. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Saiken! Zoro swung the sword and chopped Saiken's body. 1 sword and 12 cuts, each cut was a critical hit. So, Saiken ran away, explaining as he ran. Zoro, I can't help it. You know I want to fish when I see water. Haha. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Luffy's voice resounded through the sky. It seems that he is introducing himself again. At noon on the 2nd day. It's time to say goodbye to Kobe. We are going to the Grand Line. Luffy smiled at Kobe while picking his teeth. Kobe cried, are you guys really going to the Grand Line? Can we not be friends anymore? Kobe has no friends since he was a child because of his cowardly personality. He finally met a friend he can confide in, and he was reluctant to leave. At this time, the Navy Lieutenant Colonel came with a group of Navy. Although Luffy only called himself a pirate, he actually had no ship or flag, and Chi Kong was smarter and now called himself a reward. Gold Hunter. The Lieutenant Colonel also knew about Luffy's situation. At first, he just turned a blind eye, but Luffy said everywhere that he wanted to become the Pirate King. He was also helpless. He first told the fact that the Navy was walking on thin ice under the tyranny of Monka, and thanked Luffy for saving the town of Shields. After the Navy's painful narration, Kobe seemed to have restored his previous dream. Great! Not all Navy members recognize guys like Monka. They are also good and bad, right? Kobe. Luffy seemed to be more excited than Kobe. The Lieutenant Colonel suddenly pressed his hat and said in a deep voice. You shouldn't say you are a pirate everywhere, then you are still heroes, but now please leave this town. The Navy and pirates will never reconcile. Seeing this, Chi Kong knew that it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time, and everyone was going to leave anyway. He grabbed the little Kobe and kicked him at the Navy. We picked this guy up on Alrida's ship. We don't need him anymore, so let's give him back to you. Luffy also pointed at Kobe and laughed. This guy used to work as a pirate handyman under a fat and ugly old woman. He was so timid that he stayed there for 2 years. It's really hilarious. Why are you? Why? Stop talking. Stop talking. Luffy's words made Kobe blush. If the Navy knew that he had been with pirates, he might not be able to become a Navy because he would not pass the political review. Woo! I hate you. Stop talking. Kobe suddenly fought with Luffy. With a divine assist. The Navy Lieutenant Colonel made an exception and agreed to Kobe's application to join the Navy. And Chi Kong had the quality to leave 5 million baileys as banquet expenses and packed a lot of food. Before Nami, the journey behind would not be easy. At this time, the port of Shelt's town was surrounded by water. Accompanied by her mother, Li Jia came to the boat and took out another rice ball. "Big brother! For you, I made it myself. Your help to us mother and daughter will be unforgettable, thank you." Li Jia's mother also bowed and thanked the pirate hunter who was willing to surrender for them. Zoro took the rice ball, stuffed it into his mouth without disdain. "Delicious! Delicious!" Then he turned and left, not looking back, because he was afraid of being laughed at. Li Jia, who was pouting, was left with reluctance. Sister control. Swordsman with poor sense of direction. Chi Kong came just in time with the supplies and saw this scene. As the large and small bags were thrown onto the boat, Chi Kong looked at the lieutenant colonel. The lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth and said, "The sea chart is gone. Only a card is left." Chi Kong took the card thoughtfully. On it was a pirate pattern with a clown skull, and a sentence, "Sea chart, I accept it," with a smile. Bounty 15 million baileys, 1,000 ryasho, Buggy the Clown. Chien Kong sighed. The person he least wanted to meet in the early stage was Buggy the Clown, the good brother of Red Hair and the former trainee crew member of One Piece. He has tried to change a little, but some things seem to be unavoidable. Kikeng sat in the center position and took out the fishing rod. "Finally I can fish leisurely. I will fight until dawn." "Hey, boring." Zoro rested his head on the side, looking at the crowded boat with some disdain. "Take care, Luffy-san." Kobe wiped his tears while saying, and Luffy kept smiling. "From today on, we are enemies. I will train hard and catch all the pirates in one fell swoop, including you." Luffy smiled and said, "Ha, I won't stop until I become the Pirate King. See you on the sea, Kobe." Luffy stood at the bow and waved his hand. "Set sail. Target Buggy the Clown." This action instantly caused dissatisfaction among Chi Kong and Zoro. "You want to row the boat too? Hey! ×2. Chapter 9. The fisherman was so busy that he was not able to catch fish. "I just fished for a day, and you told me that this is all the food I have? I clearly prepared 2 weeks' worth." Luffy's amount. Chi Kong was holding the fish bucket, looking at the shrunken package, and was shocked beyond words. Luffy covered his big belly and said dissatisfiedly, "But there is nothing else to do except eating." Zoro, who was constantly drinking, also replied casually, "Don't you know how to fish? Can't these fish be eaten?" Chi Kong said angrily, "Can you cook?" Zoro thought for a while and said, "If there is fire, you can try it." A few days later. "As expected, I knew it. Where are we now? I just fished for a while, but I don't recognize this sea. We are all idiots. Why are you two so calm?" Chien Kong looked through the East China Sea chart, but he couldn't understand it at all. "We need a navigator. Luffy." At this time, Luffy stared at Murkrow with a bad look, drooling, and muttered, "I think the chef is also very important." "What are you going to do, Luffy?" Spiritual summoning technique resolve. Luffy, hungry. So hungry. Give me some meat, please. I refuse. ×2. I'm the captain. Luffy crossed his arms and was a little dissatisfied. Humph. I don't believe you won't eat it. Chien Kang's eyes turned, "Do you want another grilled fish? Black Knight armored fish?" "Yes." Luffy's eyes lit up. He had eaten this fish when he was a child. The scales were very hard, but the fish tasted very good. So, Luffy looked at the black fish in his hand, and the taste had been covered by the charcoal grilling. Could this be? Zoro seemed a little surprised. The fish could no longer be seen in any shape, and Luffy shook his head. "This doesn't look like Zoro made it, it should be Kikeng's craftsmanship." After watching the color, aroma, and taste, Luffy swallowed it in one gulp. As the food entered his stomach, it tastes so strange. Ugh! Black smoke came out of Luffy's mouth, his eyes turned white, and he fainted. While Luffy fainted, Kikeng and Zoro took out the food and quickly replenished it. A few more days. The three of them were already lost in the sea, and there was only a little bit of key food. Now they really need the protagonist's halo. Meat, meat. Did Kikeng catch any fish? I feel like I'm starving to death. Hearing Luffy's nagging, Kikeng pointed to the water plants and stones next to him. Zoro and Luffy picked up the water plants and stuffed them into their mouths, and Luffy even stared at the stones. But in the end he held back, he begged. I want to eat meat. Chi-Kong, this won't fill you up. It's time to eat the reserve food. I want to eat roasted bird meat. That's my baby. Don't even think about it. There are so many birds in the sky, can't you catch them yourself? Chi-Kong was concentrating on holding the fishing rod. Because he hadn't fed Murkrow, he hadn't received special bait for 3 days, and his physical fitness improved too slowly. Rubber rocket. Swoosh, a gust of wind blew, and the boat shook. Fuck. Luffy. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Zoro was so hungry that he didn't want to move, but he couldn't help but screamed. It's stuck. Help! Zoro! Help! Chi-Kong! Chi-Kong looked in the direction of the sound and took a deep breath. He saw Luffy being held by a big bird, gradually going farther and farther away. This is a gift of thousands of miles, the gift is small but the affection is heavy. Are you an idiot? ×2. The user of the devil fruit ability is cursed by the sea, and falling into the sea is no different from death. If this falls, the whole play will end. Zoro! You come to row the boat. Qiankong jumped out, chakra attached to his feet, stepped on the water, and ran at high speed to chase Luffy. You guys! I don't know the way. Zoro's face was red and his neck was thick. I'm so stupid. Really? Qiankong ran a few steps, looked at Luffy who was getting farther and farther away, and looked back at the swordsman who was lost in the way, and couldn't help turning into Xianglin Sao. He didn't want to be a nanny, he just wanted to fish quietly. These two idiot teammates in the early stage were really deadly. I want Nami. I want Robin. Luffy is the protagonist. Luffy is the protagonist. Qiankong could only keep hinting to himself, although he was not sure whether his arrival had a butterfly effect, and now he could only take one step at a time. If Luffy is gone, I will be the fishing king. Saiken thought fiercely. Paddle faster. Saiken. Luffy is almost gone. Don't bother me, lost swordsman. I'm already fast. Let's row the oars. Land. I see land. Zoro. Don't open your eyes, row with your eyes closed. Such a noise. You're so long-winded. Zoro replied dissatisfiedly. After unremitting efforts, the two landed on the island. This town is so quiet. Something is wrong. Zoro frowned. Why bother so much? Eat first. Chi-Kong was very calm. Without a sea chart, they could not enter the Grand Line. The gears of fate made them find buggy. The two did not look for Luffy first, but found a restaurant to eat. What they didn't know was that not long ago, Nami and Luffy sat opposite each other here. You and your partners separated? How strong are they? Nami asked. Well, my partners are Saiken and Zoro, a ninja and a swordsman, both are very strong. What about them? How did you separate? I don't know where they are either. I was taken away by a bird. Nami, *****. After being shocked, Nami rubbed her chin. This straw hat is very strong, but there seems to be something wrong with his brain. Are all pirates like this? That Buggy doesn't seem to be mentally normal either. However, this guy is just right. So, Nami spread out the sea chart and said. Then let's talk about something serious. I have a nautical chart of the Grand Line. With it, we can cooperate to enter the Grand Line. It is said that the pirates there are very rich. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? Hey! Do you know how to sail? The silly Luffy didn't listen to anything else, but instantly grasped a certain point. It must be said that this character is very similar to Zhang Fei. Nami looked confident, sailing, I am a professional. How about it? Whether you want to cooperate or not, 20 to 80 is not impossible. Luffy shouted excitedly, great! We are going to the Grand Line. You can be our navigator. Really? Nami also got excited. Luffy nodded. Our pirate group is definitely the best in the world. Ah! After all this time, you turned out to be a pirate, boring. As soon as Luffy said this, Nami's face changed immediately, and she turned around and walked away with a look of disgust. Why? Luffy looked puzzled, she was fine just now. Nami slammed the table with both hands, and said angrily. Listen. In this world, what I hate most is pirates. I like money and oranges. I'm going to die. Die outside. Jump off from here. I will never get on your ship. After Nami finished speaking, she wanted to leave and escape from the island. She was surprised to find through the window that a group of pirate minions were looking for her all over the map. She looked at Luffy, and thought of the stupid Buggy, and she had a plan in her mind. Ahem! Straw Hat brother, what's your name? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Okay. Luffy, listen carefully, if you agree to one of my requests, I can consider your suggestion. Chapter 10. The fish was full, and the fish was full. Hey! I'm so full. Mute. Mute. Chi Kong took out a cloth bag and caught the special baits. Hey! Don't do this while I'm eating, okay? Zoro turned into a shark mouth, and drew his sword angrily and wanted to chop Chi Kong. Don't worry about these details, let's go. I'm full, it's time to fight. Chi Kong left 50,000 Baileys and left the empty tavern with Zoro. After beating up a few pirates along the way, the two found the base camp of Buggy the Clown, the tallest building in the town. At this time, Buggy was having a banquet because the lost nautical chart was recovered, and he also welcomed his new partner, Nami. Guys! Let's go back to the Grand Line tomorrow, cheer and eat as much as you want. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Nami kept peeking at Luffy, the guy who was so hungry that he was eating iron. She felt mixed emotions, including regret for betrayal and pity for his stupidity. Nami secretly threw a piece of meat to Luffy. Buggy noticed this and asked. Hey! Nami! What are you doing? Nami panicked and quickly replied. No. Nothing. Luffy, the stupid one, laughed and said, Nami! You're such a good person for giving me meat. Be my navigator. The clown Buggy walked over with a figure-8 step, exuding a fierce momentum as he walked, and he was intimidating without anger. Straw Hat! Do you know your fate? Idiot! You will either be sold as a slave by me, dig to death, or I will chop you into pieces for my crew to enjoy. Do you think pirates are just playing house? Bakey stared at Luffy's straw hat and asked a soul-searching question. This scene made Buggy's younger brother stunned, and at the same time made Nami, who thought Buggy was a fool, stand there with her legs shaking. He felt the same desperate breath from Buggy as Arlong. This red-nosed uncle, do you know me? Luffy asked in confusion, always feeling that Buggy's eyes looking at him were strange. Red nose. He said red nose. The pirates were terrified. Clown Buggy said with a gloomy face. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Interesting. You succeeded in provoking me. Come on. Bring me the bakey bullet. Soon the smoothbore cannon was pushed up, and a cannonball with a clown's appearance was loaded. After handing a torch to Nami, Buggy pointed at Luffy in the cage and said to Nami, "Kill him. Or you die. It depends on your determination. Little thief." After that, Buggy turned and left. Nami's legs kept shaking. Buggy's momentum just now completely shocked her. "You are afraid, Nami," Luffy said, but he showed a confident smile and looked at the girl who controlled his life and death. "It's not okay to deal with pirates without enough determination." Hearing this, Nami was furious and thought, "It's all because of you, you bastard." She asked angrily, "What determination?" "The determination to kill people casually." Luffy smiled heartily and replied sincerely, "Wrong. It's the determination to risk my life." As soon as Luffy said this, Nami stopped shaking. She was shocked by Luffy's words and was fighting strongly in her heart. At this time, a fat minion rushed in a hurry. "Boss, it's bad. A master is here." Bakey turned back to his silly look and said with a bad face, "What master? How many floors high?" Seeing that Buggy's face was not right, the pirate said tremblingly, "Big, about 4 or 5 floors high, anyway, we can't stop it." Something was faintly heard outside, "The knife cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul," and other dirty words. Luffy grinned in the cage, "It must be Chi Kong and Zoro. They found me. Haha." The clown Buggy heard it and laughed. "Then I'll blow you up first. Nami. Hurry up. Blow him up for me. Blow him up. Kill him." People kept making noises. But Nami didn't react. "Newbie. Can't you even light a fire?" At this time, a pirate couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the torch. Lighted it skillfully. Bang! Nami took out a stick from somewhere and knocked him to the ground. "Oh no! I was careless." Nami didn't expect that she would react like this, and she was sweating. Luffy also. A little confused, she smiled and said, "After all, you still want to be my partner." "Shut up, idiot." Nami had had enough of this fool. Nami turned her back to the iron cage and made her own vow. I don't want to become like you pirates who trample on life. What's the difference between me and you guys who killed my most important people?" Clown Buggy laughed instead of getting angry, "So that's it. The guys who fooled me, Captain Buggy. All are going to die. Guys. Come on." Facing the surging pirates, Nami looked desperate. After all, she was just a thief. Is she going to die? Damn it! Nami! Run! Luffy's veins popped up, and he kept struggling, twisting into rubber, but unfortunately he was trapped by the rope and the iron cage and had no way out. At this time, the fat guy who rushed in just now suddenly appeared in front of Nami. Seal in seconds. Fire style, great fireball technique. The flames burned, and the pirates were directly engulfed by the fire. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, and the fireball was more powerful this time. Ah! Water! 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 What's going on? What are you doing, fatty? As the flames died down, the fat pirate looked at Nami with tears in his eyes. This high-spirited look, this money-loving look, and the iconic orange hair. Chi Kong recognized this guy at once. He just held back and didn't recognize him. Bang! Chi Kong lifted the transformation, revealing a more aggrieved expression. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, hugged Nami, and cried bitterly. Nami! Nami! I finally met you! You don't know how miserable I have been during this period. How can I live without you? Without Nami's domineering fist, the Straw Hat Pirates are incomplete. No one can suppress this group of pitfalls, let alone go to the Grand Line. Ha! Is that so? Nami was confused and didn't know what to say. He was saved from death, but this guy was still acting strangely. Is he sick? And Luffy seemed to suddenly realize, it turned out to be Chi Kong. I was wondering what was going on. Chi Kong turned his head. Shut up. Idiot Luffy. Do you think I, the clown Buggy, am a vegetarian? Buggy felt ignored and was about to get angry. Three-sword style demon slash. Zoro's pretentious slash directly dismembered Buggy, and then he didn't stop and fell directly in front of the two. He looked back at Buggy, who fell to the ground, and was very curious. Zoro had learned about this guy's fruit ability from Chi Kong. But he still wanted to chop him. He didn't believe there was really a guy who couldn't be killed. Chi Kong complained, "Idiot number 2. He didn't get lost. How rare." Zoro turned into a shark tooth. Asshole. How could you get lost in just a few steps? He turned to look at Luffy again, showing a sneer. Hey! Luffy! Why are you so lame? Luffy was stunned, and seemed to react. Hey! That's right! Zoro! Chi Kong! Let me out! Chapter 11. The broken body of Buggy the Clown kept floating and reassembling, with a mocking smile on his face. A rookie who doesn't even know what a pirate is actually fantasizes about becoming the Pirate King. It's really funny. Watching Buggy recover, Zoro and Nami couldn't help sweating on their faces. A guy whose swordsmanship is completely ineffective. If he learns swordsmanship, how can I beat him? Zoro fell into confusion. Red Nose. I'm going to beat you. You dare to attack my navigator? Luffy said domineeringly out of the cage. However. Bang. The iron fist that Nami loves responded to her. Asshole. Who told you to act on your own? I didn't say I wanted to join. Nami punched the straw hat idiot she had just rescued, and a big bump appeared on Luffy's head as a rubber man. Chi Kong covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Finally, someone controlled Luffy. Ouch! It hurts. Nami. Luffy covered his head and pointed at Buggy. Then I'll beat him up, and you'll be my navigator, okay? Nami said angrily, why did you act on your own? Don't you understand what people say? I won't associate with pirates. I've been using you. Familiar formula, familiar taste. This made Zoro look at Nami with a little more pity. Damn it! You actually ignored me. Baki was furious and roared. Let them see what a real pirate is. Machi, Kabeji. Okay. Captain Buggy. ×2. As Buggy gave the order, a guy wearing a lion mask stood up, but after he stood up, he immediately cast a shadow. He had a big lion under his crotch. Lions are like elephants, but with shorter noses. The pirates of Buggy the Clown are basically like circus members, so it makes sense to ride a lion to fight, right? The other guy was riding a unicycle. Kabeji stepped hard on the unicycle, jumped out of the pirate's scimitar, and rushed out at high speed. The two cotters attacked Luffy. Leave that red nose to me. After Luffy finished speaking, he began to warm up, completely ignoring the two cotters. Ding! Since you are a swordsman, your opponent is me. Zoro stopped Kabeji, his eyes full of desire for victory. On the other side, Chi Kong appeared behind Machi with a flash technique and quickly formed a seal. Water escape technique, water prison technique. Wait. Gurgle. A water ball directly wrapped around Machi, and Chi Kong carried Machi away from the battlefield quickly. Machi's pet, the lion called Leaky, realized that his master was missing, and chased after him with a roar, as if saying, "Don't run! Give me back my syrup!" After getting away from the main battlefield of Buggy and Luffy, Chi Kong turned around and looked at the huge lion, holding up Machi and making a stop gesture. Stop! Lion Leaky braked suddenly, leaving behind a burst of smoke. Roar! Chi Kong released the water prison and threw Machi back. Machi gasped heavily. Fortunately he was good at swimming and held his breath long enough, otherwise he would have drowned. Except for Kabeji who competed with me for power, you are the first guy who made me so embarrassed. Since you didn't kill me, you will regret it. I will let Leaky tear you apart. Chi Kong rolled his eyes at Machi who was speaking harshly. He wondered where this guy got the courage from. Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a Pokemon duel. Machi was stunned. What is Pokemon? Chi Kong made a seal and slapped the ground. The seals spread all around. Summoning technique. Dum. Dum. The Merc Crow appeared, first looked around, and then flew to Chi Kang's head. Dark Crow, today is your first battle. As your trainer, I will start to train you. Dum. Dum. Machi stared blankly at Chi Kong summoning a strange crow, and then realized what Chi Kong meant. You want to use this little thing to challenge my niche? Ha ha ha. The man and the lion rolled on the ground, laughing brightly. Chi Kang's face was gloomy. It seems that this guy doesn't know why the flowers are so red. He appeared behind Machi with a flash of his body. Machi was shocked. It's the same trick again. Before the lion Li Ji could react, Chi Kong moved his master more than 10 meters away and beat him up. Then Chi Kong said coldly. I'm telling you the rules now, do you want to listen? Ha! Listen! Machi nodded with a bruised face, and he dared not pretend anymore. I am the fish, and I have to listen. Machi in the distance was commanding the lion. Leaky uses roar. Roar! A veritable lion roar came with a gust of fishy wind towards Mer Crow, and even Chi Kong, who was watching the show, covered his ears instinctively. But after the roar, Machi fell into deep thought. The rules say that you can't hit people, but how can Leaky attack Mer Crow that can fly? Just when Machi was thinking deeply, Chi Kang's voice came. You learn quickly. I won't lose. Mer Crow uses tailwind. Stacking buff at the beginning is basic common sense in battle. Machi also looked serious, wanting to see what kind of attack Mer Crow would use. Silent? Silent. The Mer Crow flapped its wings and tilted its head. For some reason, Chi Kong suddenly understood what Mer Crow meant. It said I can't do it. Then, Mer Crow uses storm. No. Use call. Dumb. Dumb. Use smoke. The Mer Crow's eyes lit up, and a cloud of black smoke was sprayed out, directly covering the venue. The big lion was obviously panicked, and looked at the black fog around him vigilantly. Li Ji, don't panic, use blow. Blow away the smoke. Roar. Cough cough cough. Who? Cough cough. Cough cough. Li Ji took great pains to blow away the smoke, and his body was almost poisoned due to inhaling too much smoke. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Use strange light. Dumb. Dumb. When Chi Kong heard the cry, he knew something was going to happen. The Mer Crow flashed with white light and emitted a flickering light. When Li Ji saw the light, his feline instinct made him pounce. The light hit. Li Ji immediately fell into confusion, attacking and biting around randomly, as if drunk. And Machi on the side gnashed his teeth. What a weird ability, what a despicable guy. He even knows Li Ji's hobby. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Well done, Mer Crow. Use wings to attack. Chi Kong praised Mer Crow. Dumb. Mer Crow immediately flew towards Lion Li Ji, ready to slap him hard. Lightning flash. Wing attack. Peck. Claw attack. Chi Kong kept commanding Mer Crow to attack. And the confused Leaky didn't even know which direction the attack came from. He could only passively take the beating. Finally, it looked at its anxious master, with madness in its eyes. Machi panicked when he saw this. Wake up! Leaky! Don't forget our bond! I'm Machi! Your good master! Maybe Machi's voice was familiar, or maybe the skill effect was over. The lion Leaky's claws didn't fall down, and finally stopped in the air. Leaky woke up. Leaky! Good job! Now! Used here! Not good! Murkrow uses Swallow Return plus Lightning Flash to escape. Mute! Roar! When Murkrow heard about escaping, he immediately raised his position, but was still hit by Leaky's claws and flew backwards instantly. Damn it! Murkrow! Chi-Kong hugged Murkrow, full of heartache. Is the level difference really too big? Haha! It will take 100 years for your stinky crow to beat my Leaky. Machi laughed with his hands on his hips. Really? Just when Machi was proud, Chi-Kang's voice came from behind. Wind style, big breakthrough. Itaka's template has 3 chakra attributes of fire, water, and wind. Chi-Kong used the unskilled wind attribute ninjutsu for the first time. After all, he had a lot of fun today. A violent storm swept, and the man and the lion were swept into the sky by the strong wind and swept away. Haha! Leaky! We won! Roar! Although they were defeated by Chi-Kong, the man and the lion in the air hugged each other affectionately. Immersed in the victory of the battle. Chapter 12. The battle was over. In addition to Chi-Kong, Zoro also ended the battle early. In the original work, Zoro could kill Kabaji in seconds even with injuries, not to mention that he is intact now. But Zoro kept frowning while watching the battle between Luffy and Buggy, as if thinking about some major event in his life. As for Luffy's battlefield, Chi-Kong didn't think about it. Whether Buggy really has a special lucky color, or if he takes off his gloves and performs a world torn apart or something like that. In short, this guy with various perverted titles should be left to Luffy. After all, the battles of the 4 emperors are just enough. Chi-Kong walked towards Zoro and watched the show with him. Chi-Kong, do you think there is a kind of ability that can let me cut this kind of enemy that cannot be cut by a knife? Zoro asked. Haki. Chi-Kong thought without hesitation. Haki? What is that? Zoro heard this word for the first time. Chi-Kong continued. There are many kinds of haki. Armament haki should represent will, observation haki represents perception, and conqueror haki represents fate. Ahem. Listen to Jeer, anyway, the power you are talking about is armament haki. Let me tell you what you want to hear first. Armament haki is said to be an attack similar to energy attachment, which is probably to attach the spirit to the object, and the attack contains faith. I don't know the details, but I know that this thing can break the ability of most fruits. Chi-Kong thought for a while. But for an enemy like Buggy, even haki may not be useful. I think it will be useless even if the strongest swordsman comes. This fruit seems to be invincible against slashing, but you can use non-slashing moves. Zoro was upset. After talking for a long time, he still couldn't solve the problem of Buggy learning swordsmanship. But he was very interested in haki and asked. Do you know how to learn haki? This, I don't know, I'm just a fisherman. Chi-Kong thought for a while and found that he really didn't know. Zoro looked at Chi-Kong with disdain. It sounds like the truth. Who can't talk? Bragging. What do you mean by this look? Do you want to fight? Swordsman with a poor sense of direction. Who's afraid of who? Dead fisherman. Nami looked at Luffy and Buggy, and then at Chi-Kong and Zoro. She covered her face and murmured, are these guys really pirates? Ah! What am I doing? I was too fascinated by what I saw. Nami suddenly woke up and realized what she was going to do. Chi-Kong saw Nami disappear and used a substitute technique, leaving Zoro with a confused face. All the treasures are mine. You guys, just fight slowly. Just as Nami was counting small coins, Chi Kong stretched out his evil hand, and Nami dodged instantly. The money-loving Nami actually had a bonus to her agility attribute when she was holding a treasure chest. Nami protected her chest, and when she got up, she found that it was Chi Kong who was behaving strangely, and she immediately let down her guard. "You bastard! Where are you touching? 100,000 Baileys. Otherwise, I'll make you look good." Chi Kong looked at his hand, then looked at Nami's airport, and fell into deep thought. He took out 100,000 Baileys from his pocket and threw them to Nami. Nami took the Baileys and was stunned. "So upright?" Chi Kong put away the remaining banknotes and pointed at the treasure in Nami's hand. The meaning was self-evident. "This is my treasure. What do you want to do?" Nami protected the treasure chest like an old hen. Chi Kong looked at Nami with a smile and said, "Hey, Nami. This should be our spoils of war. What does it have to do with you? You are not our navigator." Nami fully demonstrated the characteristic of money over life. Even though she knew Chi Kong was very strong, she held the treasure chest and refused to let go. "I don't care. What I stole is mine. You want to find it yourself." Chi Kong was speechless after hearing this. "Is there any law?" "Oh. A pirate and a thief, that's fine. Then I'll kill you and the treasure will be mine." Chi Kong threatened. Nami disagreed. "You won't kill me, your eyes are wrong. And. Nami was also panicked and stuttered. She had seen the fickleness of pirates and was unsure. The wealth in her hands was worth 10 million Baileys, plus the money she had saved over the years. It was not far from buying the village. She didn't want to give up this piece of meat. She had waited too long for this day. "Nami, why don't you join our pirate group? Our money will be. You are in charge of everything." Chi Kong made an invitation for Luffy. "Who wants to be a pirate?" Nami rolled her eyes and said, "I told your captain that what I hate most is pirates. But we are not that kind of pirates." Chi Kong interrupted Nami and said seriously, "You can understand that we are an adventure group formed for dreams. Think about it, compared with pirates like us, aren't some navy darker? The darkness of the navy." Nami certainly knew that if Colonel Mouse and the dragon pirates hadn't colluded with each other, her village would not have become like this, and her adoptive mother would not have died. Chi Kong continued. "We guarantee with our lives that we will help you solve a problem, so that you can be our navigator. Is that okay?" "Solve the problem? With your life?" Nami instantly thought of the dragon pirates. But she shook her head soon. In her heart, the fishmen were invincible. The fishman's physique is 10 times that of humans, and it can reach 20 times in the water. How could they possibly beat them? Are they going to die? But sincerity is always the ultimate move. Chi Kang's words made Nami feel the difference of the Straw Hat Pirates, and her eyes rolled around. "Okay. I'll join you. This money is the hiring fee, do you have any objections?" After hearing this, Chi Kong knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. "Finally I've waited for you, and I'm glad I didn't give up. I don't have to be their babysitter anymore. Finally someone is taking care of these idiots. I can fish with peace of mind. I won't get lost again. Someone is cooking. God has mercy on me. Woo woo woo." Nami. Nami looked at this scene, her head full of black lines. How could this guy change so quickly? Just now he was so serious, now he looks like this. She murmured, "What is this? A bunch of brainless guys." In the end, she chose to pretend to be submissive and quietly slip away when the time was right. As for what would happen to the Straw Hat Pirates, she could only say sorry. "Rubber Rocket! You wait for me." Buggy made a bold statement and disappeared into the sky. After defeating Buggy, the whole town held a grand banquet for the Straw Hat Pirates. "Let's have a banquet." Luffy laughed and said. You are really good people. I've decided. I will leave half of my wealth to help you rebuild your home. Nami turned into fangs. What? Are you crazy? Luffy. I don't agree. This is my money. Luffy twisted his mouth and raised his hands high. I am the captain. You must listen to me. Nami turned her head to look at Zoro, who was sleeping, and then shouted to Chi Kong. Fisherman. Stop Luffy. Chi Kong raised his fishing rod. Fisherman never come back empty-handed. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, Wow! It's a dogfish! Chi Kong! You are so awesome! However, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and Nami raised her fist and burst into anger. You bastards! Ding! 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 Luffy and Chi Kong fell to the ground. Zoro was drunk, turned over and continued to sleep, completely unaware that he had a big bump on his head inexplicably. Perhaps thinking of her hometown, Nami finally left 5 million Baileys. Damn! Are you pirates or not? This was Nami's angry voice. Chapter 13. The two of them were very happy. Goodbye, Luffy. Goodbye, Straw Hat Pirates. With this affectionate farewell, the people of Orange Town gathered on the shore to see off the 4 warriors who were about to set sail. At this time, Buggy's vehicle, the Bikudopu, had been temporarily requisitioned by the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, the former bounty hunter, was tying up a group of captured pirate minions like dumplings with his unique and skilled techniques. He was already familiar with this job. Chi Kong pointed at the pirates and assured Nami. These pirates should be worth a lot of money after they are sold. It's enough to make up for your loss. Nami frowned when she heard this, and she raised doubts. But without them, how can we drive this ship? Faced with Nami's question, Chi Kong smiled mysteriously and turned his eyes to Luffy, who was laughing foolishly. Luffy, look at it. My clone technique is extraordinary, but it is a secret skill. Since Nami is also one of us, I will show it a little bit. Before he finished speaking, Chi Kong threw his sleeves and jumped into the sea, and began to make hand seals. Luffy's eyes were shining, and he said, Ninjutsu. Is ninjutsu coming? It's the clone technique. As Luffy shouted. Water escape technique, water clone technique. In order to last longer, Chi Kong directly divided 1/5 of his chakra and summoned 2 clones. Each water clone can invest 1/10 of the chakra of the main body and has 1/10 of the strength of the main body. This is the limitation of the technique. After all, the water clone is only a sea-level ninjutsu. The water on the sea surface surged and gradually turned into 2 water people. As the water condensed, it finally turned into 2 figures that were almost the same as Chi Kong. They rose from the waves and landed steadily on the deck of the Bikudopu. Although the water clone has many shortcomings, on the sea, the chakra consumption of the water clone is smaller, and the combat power is not weaker than the shadow clone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chi Kong nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the manpower problem is temporarily solved. Chi Kong smiled, returned to the sea position, and started to cast the rod. Awesome! Awesome! Clone technique! This is the clone technique! Luffy shouted, jumping around on the boat like a monkey. His excitement was beyond words. Ninjas are really scary. But is this really a ninjutsu? Although Zoro was not seeing it for the first time, he still doubted that Chi Kang's ability was called ninjutsu. This. Nami hesitated. The strength of this group of pirates is really weird, but compared with the fishmen. 2 days later, Chi Kong, who was fishing on the deck, found a familiar scene. We have arrived at the town of Shelts. Nami is really reliable. Of course. Ha ha ha. Luffy was drinking juice, and those who didn't know thought he was praising him. Don't go, Nami, and I will do it this time. But before that, I have to do some ideological work for these guys. Chi Kong said, his eyes swept over the Tide pirates, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ugh! I agree. I agree. Ah! My eyes! I want to surrender. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Me too. A group of pirates ran to the deck like crazy, waiting for the ship to dock. It is hard to imagine that this is a group of vicious pirates. Chi Kong lifted the transformation effect of Alrita. He was very satisfied with the psychological construction this time. Chi Kong has already memorized the transformation of Alrita's image. Every expression and every detail of Alrita's body are lingering in Chi Kang's mind. This time he didn't even retch, and he was still a little reluctant to leave. Humans' adaptability is really terrible. Then, Chi Kong changed into Kobe and came to the 153rd branch with Nami. Nami is no longer surprised by Chi Kang's ability. Hey! You won't turn into my appearance and do something weird, right? After hearing this, Chi Kong said righteously, how is it possible? I am an upright young man. What are you thinking? The transformation technique is just a chakra simulation technique. It will be directly cancelled by external force or the use of ninjutsu. What you said is impossible. Chi Kong explained. But Nami didn't believe this. You lied to me. Your eyes are wrong. Nami changed the subject. Actually, that's not impossible. I only charge 100,000 Baileys for changing my image once. You are the devil. Nami. You are worse than a freeloader. Chi Kong didn't expect someone to be so shameless. People whore themselves and charge for it. The two came to the naval base while bickering with each other. The lieutenant colonel of the 153rd branch twitched his mouth when he saw Kibi. He recognized that it was Chi Kong. Because that's a feng shui fish, Kibi. Oh? Sorry, you know me, I can't help myself when I see water. Chi Kong took back the fishing rod angrily. There are only 5 million Baileys in the branch now, is that okay? The lieutenant colonel tried to ask. When Nami heard Bailey, her eyes turned into the shape of money. After a round of bargaining, the lieutenant colonel turned into a pig liver face, which was more uncomfortable than eating shit. In the end, Nami left happily with 5.156 million Baileys. Chi Kong stayed and talked with the lieutenant colonel for a while, about Colonel Monka and the Black Cat pirates. So many pirates are only given so little money, the navy is really black-hearted. Nami said indignantly. They went to the town to purchase some supplies. This time, Nami carried a lot of bags and even refused Chi Kang's help. This made Chi Kong have a bad feeling. Nami took out the supplies and placed them neatly on the shelves in the cabin. After doing everything, Nami said, "You pirates are really interesting. You don't want such a big ship, but you have to make your own ship. Then where are we going to get a ship? That's the guy who denied Shanks. I don't want his ship. But I think it's better to find a chef first," Luffy said while eating fried rice. Bang! Luffy. Do you mean that the orange fried rice I made is not delicious? Only 5,000 Baileys per serving. Nami said, and made accounts in a small notebook. Luffy's remaining funds, 530,000. Luffy covered his head, but it tastes really weird. Zoro said on the side, Nami. Bring me a bottle of wine. Nami looked like a money grubber and flattered, 10,000 Baileys. Zoro's remaining funds, 570,000. You opened a canteen in the pirate group, isn't that too much? Nami. Chi Kong said dissatisfiedly while swinging his fishing rod. Eating and drinking cost money, and he was speechless. Or you can eat your own grilled fish. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. Nami took Bailey out of the public funds treasure chest and put it in the private treasure chest. She looked like a money grubber and thoughtfully locked the canteen. I'm just a navigator. There is no charge for sailing because you have paid. The others are additional items, just a small business. We need a chef. ×3. Chapter 14. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two sides of the river were in a state of panic. East China Sea, Ziluabia village, near the sea. Is this the place where Buggy said there are rich people? This is Luffy, his tone is heavy. How can you agree to trade a big ship for a small one? Only you would think of such a deal. Luffy. Zoro's voice is also very deep. Luffy and Zoro are communicating on the deck, looking very serious, and it feels like the style of the painting has changed. However, the quarrel behind them made them sweat profusely. Luffy. Zoro. How much food did you eat? Why do I owe you 500,000 berries now? If you don't have money, don't put it on my account. And Nami. Why should I care about their food expenses? Anyway. If you don't have 500,000 berries, you'll die. If you agree, I'll kill you immediately. Qian Kong was holding a fish bucket, furious. He had given all the money to Nami, but he still squeezed other people's pocket money. Nami looked at the water clone, her face darkened. You want to default on your debt? You are the only one with money here, who else should I go to? Isn't it easy for me to do some business after working so hard? Then Nami's tone changed, and her momentum became stronger. If you don't have enough money, you can sell fish. Didn't you catch the golden koi king? Pawn it to me. We'll write it off. Nami. Don't even think about it. I want to raise this fish. This is my trophy. Qian Kong Bang turned into Alrita, sitting on the deck and letting Nami verbally attack him, as steady as an old dog. West Rob village, on the hillside facing the sea. As Nami paid back the money, several people boarded the island. Great! What a big ship! Look! Those guys are so vicious. That woman is so scary. Is it a pirate? What should I do? Captain Usopp. The boy called Captain Usopp by the three children is a boy with a long nose, curly hair, and dungarees. He looked at the huge pirate ship below, and the whole person crawled back in trembling. I suddenly remembered that it's nap time now, and I have a disease that says I will die if I don't take a nap. There is no such disease at all. ×3. You are the great Captain Usopp, how can you be afraid of a mere pirate? The three children roared in dissatisfaction. Who is there? Zoro looked at the cliff above and said. Usopp had no choice but to stand trembling on the cliff, facing the four people below, pointing at himself and threatening. Hey! You guys! This is Captain Usopp's territory. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, my 80 million subordinates will not stand idly by. What? Is this true? It's amazing. Are you a big pirate? Luffy was shocked by Usopp's words. However, Luffy soon thought of something, turned into a cannonball like crazy, rushed towards Usopp, drooling. You should be rich. Give me the meat. Luffy hasn't eaten for a day. Now his mind is full of meat. And money is equal to meat. Hey? Meat? Do you eat? Usopp was stunned, showing an exaggerated face of horror, and shouted to his younger brother. Run! Green pepper head, onion head. Hey, you guys! Usopp found that the three little ones had run far away. Where is your treasure? Luffy grabbed Usopp and asked. Idiot! This is fake no matter how you look at it. Zoro complained disdainfully. Luffy looked at the top of the mountain, curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly, What? It turns out to be fake. For a moment, the three people below didn't know how to complain. Luffy pointed at Usopp and said angrily, Hey! You guy! Why did you lie to me? Chi Kong used a body flash technique to separate the two. Okay. Luffy. Stop it. Chi Kong knew that Usopp was a future crew member, and whether he could get a good ship depended on his mood. Chi Kong stepped forward, Captain Usopp, I've heard of you for a long time. Usopp's legs were still shaking, and he stammered, "Hey! Do you know me? It is said that Captain Usopp has 30 million Baileys when he goes out to sea. He is a famous pirate in the East China Sea. It is rare for someone to cooperate with him in bragging." Usopp curled his nose and said, "That's in the past. Now my bounty is close to 1 billion. In fact, my most proud record is shooting through the enemy's flag from a super long distance, which makes the world terrified." Usopp spoke without hesitation, but this made Chi Kong stunned. Is this mouth blessed? No wonder the fans in the previous life said that Usopp's boasting to Kaya was all realized. Is this the prediction of the future by the observation Haki? Maybe it can be a causal weapon. Usopp put his hands on his hips and showed a cold momentum. Why are you scared? Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you leave? I don't want to leave. Luffy shouted on the side. Usopp narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want to do? Do you want to make the great Captain Usopp angry? I won't leave until I get the ship. Luffy said firmly. What ship? What are you doing here? Usopp said puzzled. Ahem. Captain Usopp, we are also pirates. Now we want to find a rich man in your village to exchange for a ship. We can exchange a big one for a small one. Chien Kong pointed to the ship behind him and stated the purpose of this trip. You pirates are here to find Kaya. No. Usopp heard the words and immediately took out his slingshot. Too tough. At this time, Luffy's cold tone came. Hey! The battle between pirates is a life-or-death battle. Although you are interesting. But I won't allow you to attack my partner. Luffy's momentum suffocated Usopp, and he had a further understanding of pirates. I actually have a disease that says I will die in a duel. Ah! Usopp fell to the ground instantly, hit the stone, and bled profusely. Actually it was tomato juice. Luffy was shocked. Ah! Is there such a disease? What should I do? Chi Kong. He is foaming at the mouth. Zoro shook his head and sighed, people are so fragile, another one fell to death. Nami took the first aid kit and hurried over to check. Chi Kang's mouth twitched. Usopp's ability to pretend to be dead was really strong, and he fooled everyone else. Captain Usopp! Don't eat Captain Usopp! The three little ones who came back and went back cried and blocked the way. They thought Nami was going to murder Usopp. What's the point of eating or not? I'm saving him. Nami was speechless. Nonsense! You were clearly going to eat Captain Usopp just now. That's right. You vicious woman, I don't believe you. We are not afraid of you, old lady. Female demon. ×3. Nami raised her fist, furious. Old lady? Female demon? What nonsense are you talking about? Bang bang bang. After 3 sounds, the 3 little ones collapsed to the ground, and the Usopp pirates were wiped out. Okay. Usopp, get up. We are not bad guys. Tears are flowing. Are you moved? Chi Kong said speechlessly. After some explanation, especially when Luffy mentioned his father, the few people immediately became familiar with each other. Let's go. Let's eat. I haven't eaten for a long time. Okay, okay. I'll treat you today. If you mention my name Usopp in the future, you can get a 20% discount. As he said that, Luffy and Usopp walked towards the village side by side, looking like good friends. Chapter 15. The two of them were eating together. Ziluabya Village, restaurant. How about it? If you want to recruit people, I can do it too. Usopp pointed at himself. I can be your captain. No. ×3. Hey. Zoro. Why don't you refuse? Luffy pouted. Zoro has developed a habit now. Don't talk while eating, just eat quickly. Hey! Don't you think about it? Do you think I'm a coward? Usopp asked. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to it suddenly. Because of Zoro's example, others also started to eat seriously. No. I think you are very brave. If it were me. If I met an enemy I couldn't defeat, I would run away decisively. But you stood up and boasted so much that even Luffy believed it. Qiankong raised his head and replied seriously. To be fair, he really admired Usopp. He had led the Straw Hat Pirates out of danger many times. However, after Qiankong finished speaking, he looked at the empty plate and burst into anger. Idiot Luffy! This is my food! Qiankong also started to eat in silence. Protect the food and stay away from Luffy. It is yours only when it is in your stomach. After hearing Qiankong's words, Usopp put his hands on his waist and looked like he was so awesome. Humph! Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Suddenly Usopp looked at the watch. By the way, it's time. I'm still cooking whales at home. Goodbye everyone. After saying that, Usopp ran away. Woo! Goodbye, Usopp. Thank you for treating me to dinner. You are a good person. Luffy, with his mouth full of oil, held out a fork and waved. After eating and drinking, Luffy announced loudly, "Let's go. The eldest lady's house. Trade ships." Everyone stood up, but was stopped by the boss. "Dear guests, you haven't paid yet." Luffy was stunned and asked in confusion, "Did Usopp forget to pay?" The boss looked at him like a fool and wanted to say, "You actually believe in a bragging king?" Helplessly, everyone looked at Nami. "You still owe me money. Bastard." So, Nami took out a bucket from the treasure chest she carried with her. Suddenly, golden light shone everywhere. "This golden koi king is for you. The market price is 3 million Baileys, and you can pay the rest of the money as you see fit." Nami looked at the boss with a money-grubbing look, ready to spend more time talking. "What? When? No. Don't do it. Nami. Please." Qiankong panicked. How did Xiaojin end up in Nami's hands? Luffy. Zoro. We agreed. Why don't you do it? Do you have money? At this moment, Nami turned into a devil. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Zoro held Qiankong on the left and right and ran out. "I'm sorry. Qiankong. ×2. Xiaojin. How can I live without you?" Qiankong screamed in pain. The sound gradually faded away. Not long after, the three of them brought Qiankong to a mansion. Luffy and his men broke into the house without permission. Qiankong took out his fishing rod and threw it out in anger. Usopp was very surprised by the arrival of everyone. At this time, a butler wearing glasses appeared after hearing the sound. After knowing the cause and effect, the butler angrily scolded Usopp. The general meaning is, "My lady is of noble status, and you are the son of a pirate, are you worthy? Take the money and get out." Usopp was furious. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Oops, this is a mess. Under the instigation of the butler, Usopp couldn't help but punch the butler, and his image in Kaya's heart has been greatly reduced since then. "Please leave. And friends over there, this is a private lake, no fishing is allowed," Kuro said coldly. "Let's go. My friends. I've made a fool of myself." Usopp's face was gloomy, and he left the scene angrily. After walking a few steps, he found that Luffy and the others didn't follow him. He turned around and saw that they didn't move. "Hey! What are you doing? Let's talk about the boat later." "Okay. I'll find a way." Qiankong, who was fishing, took out a yellowed wanted poster and slowly opened it. "Does this person look familiar?" Usopp looked at the portrait that appeared on the wanted poster and was stunned for a while. Isn't this the housekeeper Crabadle? Chi Kong looked at CLO with a smile on his face. By GCLO. The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, cunning, ruthless, and unscrupulous. He has killed the navy and massacred the village. It is even said that he has a homosexual relationship and is a pedophile. He doesn't even let the pigs in the village go. After hearing this, CLO was expressionless. As if he was not talking about him. Chi Kong was speechless. How good is his psychological quality? He didn't get angry? Helplessly continued. It is said that he was arrested and executed by the Navy 3 years ago, and the guy who executed him was the colonel of Shilza Town Monka. What a coincidence, Monka's hypnosis was accidentally broken by me. I also know that Captain CLO faked his death to escape. After Chi Kong finished speaking, he looked at Kaya. 3 years ago. Kaya covered her mouth and seemed to be unbelievable. Impossible. Crabbater can't be this vicious pirate. Kaya looked at Kalo. Butler Crabbater. Tell me. This is not true. 3 years ago. Is there really such a coincidence? It was 3 years ago that the butler was attacked by pirates and came to Kaya's house. In these 3 years of getting along, Kaya thought she knew the butler very well, conscientious, sunny and handsome. Now they actually told me that this kind housekeeper is a pirate. Is their love and concern for me all fake? In response to Miss Kaya's questioning, Chloe was silent for a short time, and his glasses reflected the light, making it impossible to see his expression. After a moment, he held up his glasses with a strange gesture. Usopp, there should be a limit to lying. Don't think that you can make up rumors just because you used your artistic cells to draw a picture of my bounty. If you want to forge this kind of thing, I can do it at any time. Get out of the manor with your friends. This way I can let bygones be bygones. Chloe cleared the relationship with a few words, and even turned the tables. Chloe looked at Chi Kong jokingly. Usopp's character could not be cleared here. This made Chi Kong not know how to refute for a while. In addition to bragging, Usopp also has 3 good skills: drawing, shooting, and manufacturing. Isn't this just being used? It's normal that this bounty is considered to be drawn. Chi Kong was determined to do it. His eyes turned into Sharingan, and his 2 Megatama rotated at high speed, and the hypnotic eye ability was activated. Magic Naraku Vision Technique. Kuro is not Bellemere, and it is difficult for him to control this guy with Sharingan, so he chose an illusion that breaks people's defense. It's hypnosis. Kuro's subordinate Zongjao is also a hypnotist. He instantly realized Chi Kang's method. Immediately keep your mind focused. He said disdainfully, you want to hypnotize me? Dream on. In the illusion space, Kuro was being questioned by Kaya, Meili, and others at this time. They discovered Kuro's true identity. This is what Kuro fears the most. And Kuro sat on the lawn, constantly pushing his glasses, but sweat oozed from his forehead. His psychological activities at this time were very intense. What's going on? How did I get discovered all of a sudden? No. I was hypnotized just now. Even though Kuro had seen a lot of storms, he was shocked by the real picture. Compared with Zongjao's hypnosis, this is something completely different. My dream is about to come true. How could my plan fail? Fake. Fake. Break it. Kuro's veins popped up. The powerful mental will directly caused the space to vibrate, but the NPCs around him who were constructed by illusions were completely unaware. In reality, Chi Kang's forehead was sweating. Sure enough. He's still too weak. Chi Kong had expected it, but he was still shocked. Kuro broke free from the illusion with his will alone. Is this the strength of a great pirate? The collision of 2 power systems. Sparks flew, and in the end, Chi Kang's strength was slightly inferior and he failed. Chapter 16. Although Kuro stayed in the illusion for a long time, it was less than a second in reality. Kuro licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and after coming back to his senses, he slowly approached Kaya as if nothing had happened. He pointed at Zoro and Chi Kong and said, "Miss Kaya, please allow me to ask someone to drive them away. Usopp's friends may be a group of unforgivable villains." At this time, Kaya also reacted. How could she believe this big talker without knowing it? "Usopp, although your wild stories are fun, but it's wrong to slander others. You are so bad. Apologize to Butler Crabadle quickly." At this time, Luffy on the side said dissatisfiedly, "No. This bounty was obtained by Chi Kong from the Navy. How could it be a lie?" "Yes. Kaya. I saw Chi Kong take it out from the Navy base with my own eyes. We also heard him tell the story of Kuro and Monka." Nami also echoed. Nami couldn't bear to see this poor lady being kept in the dark. "In fact, it's very simple to prove it. Let me chop it. If it doesn't die, it's Kuro." Zoro leaned against the tree, ruthless and not talkative. Kuro said slowly, chopping people at every turn. "You are pirates, right?" "Sure enough. The son of a pirate will definitely be with pirates." Kuro looked at Usopp with a slightly narrowed eye. "How can you expect Miss to believe you when you ask a group of ill-intentioned guys to give false testimony?" After saying that, Kuro's patience seemed to run out, and he shouted, "Guard! Protect Miss Kaya! Get them out!" Luffy clapped his fists and smiled. "Very good. Wouldn't it be better if I did this earlier? I'm going to beat you up, Kuro." Everyone was on the verge of a fight, and it seemed that a war was about to break out. "Stop!" Kaya yelled, and she almost collapsed to the ground because she was already in poor health. "Miss, are you okay?" Kuro immediately supported Kaya when he saw this. His face was full of concern. Kaya covered her chest and gasped. Usopp! Take your friends away. I don't want to see you again." Usopp stuttered. Seeing Usopp was hesitating, she shouted again. "Let's go." Usopp looked at Crabit or Kuro, and now he didn't know whether he should believe Luffy and Chi Kong, but he instinctively felt that Chi Kong and the others would not lie. "Luffy! Everyone, let's go!" Usopp said to everyone seriously, his eyes full of pleading. After hearing this, Zoro walked towards the door without looking back. He looked very cool, but some people walked crookedly. But what about this big bad guy? Luffy was very unhappy, but he was stupid, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Usopp. Nami patted Luffy. "Let's leave first. Maybe Chi Kong is really wrong. It's possible that they just look alike." Nami said this, and Chi Kong tacitly did not deny it, just a delaying tactic. Chi Kong wanted to take action, but Kuro was very close to Kaya, and there was a hint of threat. "Damn it! I'm so angry. I could just beat him up." Luffy collapsed on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. "Hey! Kikang, did you just use ninja methods? I see that both you and the butler look wrong." As a woman, Nami is very observant. Kikang nodded and did not deny it. "That's right. He is very strong. He broke my illusion. Maybe I can't beat him. Is he so strong?" When Nami heard this, she panicked instantly. She followed the Straw Hat Pirates just to make money, but she didn't want to lose her life. Luffy got up from the ground and said to Nami solemnly, "No matter how powerful the enemy is, I will beat him up with one punch. Nami, don't worry. Leave the fighting to me." "Hey! Kikang! Is the butler crabbird really Crow?" Usopp on the side still seemed to be unconvinced. "That's right," Kikang said affirmatively. "Didn't you find his glasses holding gesture strange?" he said, and then he made a gesture of pushing up his glasses. "Doesn't this gesture look like?" After Chi Kong presented another round of evidence, Usopp no longer had any doubts. Then what should we do? In this case, Kaya's situation is not very dangerous. Damn! No one believes me now. Usopp was a little distressed. He had been playing the game of crying wolf and finally got his retribution. Zoro on the side was disdainful. Can't we just kill him directly? We are pirates, not the navy. Why think so much? What does other people's opinions matter? He felt that he was the only one who had brought himself into the role of a pirate. I agree. The swordsman with poor sense of direction is right. Chi Kong also agreed. He thought so too, and he had to turn the passive into the active. But we have to ensure the safety of Usopp's fiancée. Chi Kang's words made Usopp blush instantly. Fiancé? Hey? Do you think so too? Hate. We haven't reached this point yet. Ignoring Usopp's hypocrisy, Chi Kong continued. Then, in order to prevent Kuro from jumping off the wall, let me follow Usopp to the villa and take Kaya away without anyone noticing. I am a professional at this job. Then you all rush up. Direct KO. How about it? Chi Kong told his plan. Luffy's eyes lit up. Kidnapping? I want to go too. I haven't tried it yet. Luffy's focus is always weird. Bang. Shut up, Luffy. You're not a ninja. Nami directly launched the Iron Fist of Love. After punishing Luffy, Nami stroked her chin and began to express her own suggestions. Then Kaya's villa will probably be gone. I think we can do this. Everyone discussed the plan. Usopp suddenly knelt down in front of everyone. Thank you, Luffy. Everyone. We must get rid of Kuro. This guy will definitely bring disaster to Kaya and the village. The next morning, Kaya's villa. It was dark and windy, and two figures quietly entered. You don't really want money, right? Why do I always feel that Nami's eyes are wrong when she makes suggestions? Usopp crawled while diverting his attention. He was thinking that it was just one day, and he believed a group of strangers who had not yet sent messages, right? By the way, Chi Kong, can you climb a tree? If not, I'll go up first. Then I'll help you. No, I know a little bit. Chi Kang's voice came to Usopp's ear. Usopp looked at the wall next to him, his eyes wide open. At this time, Chi Kong was walking directly on the wall in an extremely unscientific way. Newton shook his head when he saw it. Chi Kong, are you selling these shoes? Chi Kong complained, this is obviously not a problem with the shoes. And you can't invent one yourself. No. What are you focusing on? Do your business first. Asshole. I gave up my precious fishing time to accompany you to save people. Chi Kong said unhappily again. Usopp slapped his head. Why didn't I think of inventing a prop that can walk on the wall? This seems to be very interesting. Hurry up and work. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Chi Kang's voice came from the window. Usopp knew that he couldn't drag it down, so he knocked on the window and door helplessly. Ding! Ding! Kaya! The bragging Usopp is here. Kaya! It's me. Usopp! Wake up! Open the window! A series of familiar voices woke the half-asleep girl up. Usopp! Kaya was happy at first, but then she became worried. Saying that housekeeper Crabate is a pirate, slandering others out of thin air, Usopp is so bad. But I am happy chatting with Usopp. Should I pay attention to him? Kaya got up and leaned against the head of the bed, struggling. Well, if Usopp is willing to apologize to Crabate, I will forgive him. Kaya put on her coat and moved closer to the window. Chapter 17. As the window opened. Humph. Usopp. I know you and Crabate'll have a bad relationship, but... Before Kaya finished speaking, a figure quietly appeared behind Kaya. "Miss Kaya, please don't make a sound. I'm Cool D Kakang, a pirate. Cooperate with me. Now is kidnapping time." Kaya wanted to scream, but Kakang covered her mouth directly. She looked at Usopp in horror, full of disbelief. Her eyes seemed to say, "Why? Usopp?" Seeing this, Usopp gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry. Kaya. You will understand my difficulties." Not long after, in Clo's room, Crow lifted his glasses and tidied up his dusty suitcase. "I wanted to wait a few more days. A bunch of brats, are you brave or are you ignorant of life and death?" As a senior, Crow has experienced countless life and death and battles, and he looks down on Luffy and his friends from the bottom of his heart. Of course, except for Chi Kang's magical hypnosis. Crow gloomy, muttered, "Great! Don't let me down." He has prepared everything, but the plan can't keep up with the changes. The sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates made him lose his sense of proportion, so he had to advance the plan. At this time, a sheep-headed monster broke into Crow's room. "This is another housekeeper of Kaya's family, Mary. Oh no! Crabaddle! Usopp and the pirates kidnapped Miss Kaya." At this time, Mary held a note and hurried to find Crow. There were crooked words written on it. "One day, East Suburb Forest. 100 million Baileys. One ship. Don't call the police, you don't want Miss Kaya to lose some parts, right?" There was also a lifelike skull flag of the Usopp pirates behind it. "I didn't expect Usopp to be such a person. I really misjudged him. Pirates are really a group of greedy and cunning bastards." Mary talked to herself, not noticing Crow's gloomy face, and continued to urge. "Crabaddle, don't be stunned. We need to raise funds quickly to save Miss Kaya first." Puff! Before the sheep housekeeper finished speaking, a cold light flashed. Mary covered her chest and looked at Crow with surprise in her eyes. It turned out that Crow had put on the weapons in the suitcase without knowing when. The gloves made of 10 slender scimitars were the famous weapons of the Black Cat Pirates, Captain Crow, 10 blades cat claws. "That's my money. Why would you use it to save that dying man?" Mary fell to the ground with blood gushing out of her chest after hearing such cold words. Before falling to the ground, he completely understood everything. Usopp didn't lie. Kuro carried a suitcase and greeted the villagers in a gentlemanly manner. This scene has become a permanent scene in his life. Whenever he saw those familiar faces, the waves in his heart would gradually calm down. 3 years ago, he was tired of the pirate life and longed to return to the ordinary, hoping to spend the rest of his life in the peaceful West Rob village. But pirates are pirates. Since he embarked on the pirate career, he had no way back. For this reason, Kuro did not hesitate to operate for 3 years, change his appearance, and hide his heart and himself all the time. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. The villagers of West Rob had no idea that Kuro had just sacrificed a teammate to the sky. After entering the suburbs, Kuro's face suddenly became gloomy. "After today, we can live peacefully, right? I will never allow the plan to be ruined. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Beside a quiet lake in the east suburbs forest, Kaya was tied up by Usopp, with tape on her mouth. She was not afraid, but a little heartbroken. Usopp couldn't raise his head with this look. "Kaya. I'm sorry. I'll prove it, I'm doing this for your own good. Woo. At you in %. Kaya whimpered angrily. It seemed to be saying, "Please. Don't do this for my own good. Damn scumbag. Still want to poo me." Chi Kong was fishing by the lake, and the fish bucket next to him was filled with water plants and stones. "Miss Kaya. Being too excited is not good for your body. Calm down. Don't be afraid, this is just an ordinary kidnapping." How could Kaya not be excited? Look around. At this time, Luffy had a scar sticker on him, Nami was wearing a one-eye patch, and Zoro was constantly cleaning his knife. The vicious pirate aura was overwhelming. Ms. Kaya. I just want 100 million berries. Once the ransom arrives, I will naturally let you go. This is the money-grubbing Nami. I want a ship that belongs to my own pirate group. If I have it, I will let you go. This is Luffy. Then I want a famous sword. Zoro thought it was a wishing machine and also interjected. You bastards! Don't make a show of it real. Usopp yelled on the side. As soon as this group of people spoke, the serious atmosphere disappeared. Usopp! Did you fish all the fish in this lake? After you ate the fish, can you please not throw away the fish bones? Chi Kong took out a piece of black substance from his hair, said with disgust, and swung the rod wildly. Not long after, Chi Kang's reconnaissance ninjutsu was triggered. Friends! He's coming! Kuro held the suitcase and adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the frightening cold light. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to continue to live a stable life. Killing you here will just complete the closed loop of my plan. Kuro said this sincerely. If he took action in the villa or the village, his personality would most likely collapse. In this wilderness, he could just blame the pirates for his death. Hey! You are so polite, this is really unnecessary. It is also Usopp's request to kill you here. The idiot Luffy also replied politely. Kuro's veins bulged, and he was a little angry and embarrassed by Luffy's sincere answer. What a stupid guy! So are you ready to die? As he said, Kuro put on his weapon slowly and roared murderously, everyone here must die today. Woo! Why? Crabaddle! A delicate voice broke the silence, coming from Kaya who was untied by Usopp. Kuro looked at Kaya, adjusted his glasses and responded indifferently. Miss Kaya, don't you understand? I am the vicious pirate Kuro, not the Crabaddle you know. No. I don't believe it. It's all fake, fake. Kaya's tears fell like pearls. This guy who accompanied her in laughter, pain, took care of her, and treated her like a family member, actually kept lying to her. You bastard! Usopp raised his slingshot angrily. Kuro shook his head disdainfully and looked at his watch. Don't be sad, miss. You can reunite with your poor parents in a while. It's almost time. The village will know about the pirates' attack soon, ha ha ha. Kaya looked at Kuro in disbelief when she heard it, and her breathing became sluggish. Could it be that her parents are also? Don't provoke Kaya anymore. Damn it! Usopp fired a lead bullet, but it was blocked by an outstretched arm. Chapter 18. The bullet was stopped by Luffy. At this time, his face was terribly gloomy, as if on the verge of exploding. Usopp, take Kaya away. I want to beat this guy myself. I object. This is different from what we agreed on. Luffy. Didn't we agree on a siege? Nami objected immediately. Luffy ignored her and stared at Kuro. Then I'll go fishing at the beach. There's something wrong with this fishing spot. Chien Kong ran away with a bucket. Even Garp couldn't pull back what Luffy decided. I've wiped the knife several times, and this is the result. Come on, Luffy. After saying that, Zoro was ready to go back to the village and find a tavern to drink. Kuro was furious. A group of new pirates ignored him. What do you think of me? Has the sea forgotten me? What did I say? No one can leave here alive. Kuro directly chose to sneak attack Chi Kong who was running away with a bucket. So fast. Be careful. Chi Kong. Nami, who was still supporting Kaya, exclaimed and reminded. Chi Kong walked calmly without looking back. He had a partner who could be absolutely trusted. Just as Chi Kong thought. Hey! Your opponent is me. Kuro was stopped by Luffy. If you want to attack my companion, defeat me first." While Luffy and Kuro were fighting fiercely, the three little ones came to the forest in a hurry. "Oh no! Captain Usopp!" A cat-faced pirate ship appeared on the coastline. "Go and have a look!" they shouted breathlessly. "What could it be? No way!" Usopp's face changed suddenly when he heard this. He thought of Kuro's words. He looked around. Zoro and Chi-Kong had long disappeared, and there was only Nami, whom he despised, next to him. "Kaya! Listen to me. I'm going to protect the village. You find a place to hide. Their target must be you." Usopp ordered his younger brother again. "Onion Head, you take Nami and Kaya to our secret base. Protect them. Nami. Kaya is in your hands." Before she finished speaking, Nami's devilish voice came, "If you want me to take care of these three little rascals and a sickly girl, 1,000,000 Baileys, otherwise no deal." "Ah. Okay. This little money is not worth mentioning to me," Usopp also said without hesitation. "Usopp? Are you really going?" Kaya asked in panic. Usopp was very determined. "Well, as a man, I have to protect the village, and I have to fight. I am the bravest warrior on the sea." If his legs were not shaking, his words would be really convincing. "Usopp, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." Kaya apologized with some guilt. "Now is not the time to talk about this. I will tell you the story of Captain Usopp fighting 1,000,000,000 pirates later." After that, Usopp left without looking back. "Sister Kaya, Nami, come with us. ×3. Dong. 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 Who are you saying is Obesan? Do you want to die, kid?" After punishing the kid, Nami complained. "Damn! How can those two guys run so fast?" On the north shore, a fashionable man stepped on the bow. He wore a long windbreaker, heart-shaped sunglasses, and a mustache. He looked a bit like Michael Jackson and was a master dancer at first glance. "This is the deputy captain of the Black Cat Pirates, hypnotist Zhang Jiao. Hurry up! If Captain Crow's order is not completed, we will die." Zhang Jiao's forehead was sweating as he commanded the crew. The plan changed at any time, and the captain did not give him time to prepare. "I also want to fake my death to get away. Whoever wants to be a pirate can be a pirate." Zhang Jiao thought to himself. "But what should I do in the future? What can hypnosis do?" "Captain Zhang Jiao. A fisherman was found on the shore. Should we fire?" The lookout conveyed the information he saw. "Hey? Didn't he run away after seeing the pirate ship?" Zhang Jiao also found a black spot on the cliff at the north shore at the bow. If it weren't for the sharp-eyed lookout, no one would have noticed this position. "I think that person didn't seem to notice us." The lookout replied again, immersed in the handsome fishing scene of Chi-Kong. "In that case, let's go to the shore first. It's just a dead man." Zhang Jiao saw this and did not choose to fire to alert the enemy. After all, it was a robbery, and too much noise would not be good. Just heard the lookout exclaiming. "Wow! Sam, come and see. This guy actually caught a golden cat-scale fish. So amazing! New fishing spot." Chi-Kong was holding a fish covered with golden cat scales, and the fish was shaking constantly. With the improvement of his physical fitness and no empty air force, he felt unprecedented satisfaction. The fish in this world are really novel. It's another new collection. "I won't eat you. You should have Xiao Wen." "Xiao Wen, thank you so much." Around Chi-Kong, there were some common fish on a grill, and the sound of sizzling oil came. Caught and grilled, what a fresh feast! Suddenly Chi-Kong thought of Nami and shuddered. "I hope you are not worth much. Without Xiao Jin, I must keep you well. Go. Stay in the bucket for a while, and take you home later." Chi Kong threw it and continued fishing. At this time, a figure shuttled through. He stretched out his cat claws in front of Chi Kong. "Hey! Give me the golden cat scale fish. I can leave you with an intact body." The person who came was Sam, a fighter of the Black Cat Pirates, one of the Thin Cat brothers, with a bounty of 7 million Baileys. In addition to liking to tear enemies to pieces with his claws, his other hobby is to raise all kinds of fish. Fishing. Freshly grilled. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Sam walked to the grill as if no one was around, completely ignoring Chi Kong, picked up a grilled mabia fish and started eating. "Pa! It's so unpalatable. The grilled one is not as good as mine." After taking a bite, he threw it on the ground in disgust. He didn't know that Chi Kang's face had turned pale. Chi Kong reluctantly put the supreme big fast rod into his sleeve, and said coldly to Sam. "The thin man from the Black Cat Pirates, right? I know you. You ate my fish. And interrupted my fishing. And you still want to ask for my spoils. You have violated all the taboos of the fisherman." Sam laughed while holding his stomach. "Hey! Are you too obsessed with fishing? Can't you see what's going on below?" Chi Kong picked up the bucket and glanced down. "I don't know when a pirate group has stopped below. Cat-faced skull, you don't need to think about which pirate group it is." At this time, nearly 100 pirates were coming down from the ship aggressively. "I thought it would be enough to deal with CLO this time, but I didn't expect you to come again." Sam saw Chi Kong looking down, licked his lips, and the cat's claws with a cold light approached at high speed to launch a sneak attack. "Got it! Idiot!" The moment the cat's claws passed, bang! A piece of wood was left in place. "Nanny! Where are the people?" Chapter 19. The enemy was in a hurry. "Go! Loot this village! I want women! I haven't touched a woman for a long time." When the pirates were rushing up the steep slope, Chi Kang's figure suddenly appeared on the hillside. The fastest pirate was stunned. "Hey! Where did this guy come from?" He just blinked his eyes. "Why is there one more person?" Chi Kong calmly put down the fish bucket and made a seal at high speed. Fire escape Phoenix fire technique. Chi Kong spit out fireballs from his mouth, and the fireballs bloomed like the fruits of impatience. "Hide! This is the enemy. He can actually spit fire. Ah! Water! Give me water! Ah! My face!" The pirates at the front were bombarded by fireballs. Each fireball seemed to have eyes. No matter how the pirates tried to dodge, they would hit perfectly. For a while, the pirates rolled and crawled back, and some people kept jumping into the sea because of the fire. Phoenix fire technique is one of the fire-related ninjutsu commonly used by Uchiha Itachi. The trajectory of the fireball can be controlled by chakra. However, controlling so many fireballs to attack the enemy still requires a high level of chakra and analytical ability. Chi Kong spit out a burst of black smoke, and this attack stopped a wave of charges. "I promised Usopp to help him solve the problem. You came at the wrong time." The pirates were sweating profusely and were shocked by Chi Kang's strange ability. "Don't pirates use knives and guns? Is this cheating? The god of fire Gatling is invited out?" At this time, Zhang Jiao stood up from the back. Roaring. "If this goes on, Captain Crow might be angry." All the pirates trembled when they heard Crow's name. "Go!" someone shouted, and the remaining pirates rushed forward. Chi Kong sighed and closed his eyes. It seems that his deterrence is not as strong as Crow's. "Go to hell!" A pirate raised a scimitar and launched a sneak attack while Chi Kong closed his eyes. Sharingan open. When Chi Kang's eyes reopened, they had turned into blood-red double jade blood-red eyes. At the moment when the Sharingan was activated, the ability of the inside eye was activated, and the details of the pirate's movements were captured vividly by him. He used this extraordinary insight to twist the pirate's wrist and snatch the scimitar from his hand. With a backhand knife, he stabbed a pirate's neck directly. He jumped and came to the cliff, making seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang! After a puff of smoke, half of the chakra of the main body was separated, and a shadow clone appeared. If there are no teammates, then make your own teammates. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Why are there two enemies? Captain Zongjao. Are you hypnotizing us? Just as the pirates were in chaos, Qi Kong ×2 flashed into the crowd. With basic ninjutsu and Sharingan, Qi Kong ×2 was like a wolf entering a sheep's mouth, and the scimitar in his hand drew sharp trajectories in the air, turning into countless deadly sword shadows. The pirates were terrified. They had never seen such a sharp and strange sword technique. They could only instinctively wave their weapons to resist, but in front of Qi Kang's agile figure, these resistances seemed so powerless. With the flashing of the knife, wailing everywhere, the pirates fell down like cutting melons and vegetables. Either hit in the heart or cut in the neck, the pirates killed by physical skills were all deadly. Unlike Zoro, the poet with a lot of fancy words, Qi Kong showed the ninja killing technique, which was simple and brutal, and killed with one blow. As more and more pirates came up, Qi Kong ×2 dodged and retreated, quickly forming seals. One on the left and one on the right launched their own ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind helped the fire, and the two ninjutsu echoed each other, forming a power no less than great fire extinction. Zongjao was shocked when he saw this. This attack was impossible. He knew the consequences if he didn't stop Qi Kong immediately. Damn it! Buzzy, where is your brother? We are finished if this goes on. Captain CLO will kill us. Buzzy is the fat man of the cat brothers, known as the leopard cat. His fat body gives him a strong ability to withstand blows. He and the Siamese cat Sam are the strongest when combined. I'm here. Captain Zongjao, this guy is so weird, what should we do? Sam's forehead was sweating. Just now he wanted to steal Qi Kang's treasure, but now he was scared. I can only use that trick, you watch me. Zongjao took out the hypnosis ring and pressed his hat. You can't feel the pain, the strength. He is as powerful as a rotten wood and as agile as lightning. 1, 2, Zongjao. Ouch, damn it. Zongjao was blown away by the momentum of the two. Roar. The cat brothers rolled their eyes and roared like beasts. At this time, they fell into deep hypnosis, which stimulated the potential of their bodies, but the price was their lives. The cat brothers pounced on Qi Kong ×2 from the left and right. Sam's speed was very fast, and he was close to Qi Kang's shadow clone. What a fast speed! The clone Qi Kang's Sharingan swayed left and right. He could see Sam's movements clearly, but the body composed of chakra could not keep up with the continuous fighting. Sam's claws continued to tear at the clone Qi Kong, and the clone Qi Kong slashed at Sam's neck with a knife, ready to fight for his life. Swish! Bang! In just 1 second, the shadow clone was caught and exploded, and Sam's neck was bleeding, but he did not react. Hypnosis. The information sent back by the shadow clone made Qi Kong instantly understand the cause and effect. He did not dare to take the attack of the power-type Buzzy head-on, and quickly formed a seal. Substitution technique. The moment the attack fell, Qi Kong instantly reached the top of the hillside, panting. The hypnotic eye ability of the Sharingan can cover Zongjao's hypnosis, but what about the other one? Qi Kong fell into deep thought. Hey! You seem to be in trouble. At this time, a voice sounded behind him. Hearing this, Qi Kong smiled. The only one who can appear behind him without alerting the ninja is the most trusted teammate. And now, the only one who appeared here at this time is Zoro, who went to the village to drink. Fortunately, you got lost here, these guys are in trouble. Zoro blushed and said, asshole. How could I be lost? I just felt the call of the battlefield. Ah. Right, right, right. Chi Kong showed an expression that you are right. Asshole. Fisherman. Do you want to fight? Zoro drew his knife and wanted to chop Chi Kong. Stop it. Leave the thin guy to me. Leave the fat guy to you. Their strength should not be underestimated. Since Chi Kong said so, Zoro also became serious. I'll try first. Zoro took a deep breath and rushed out in an instant, facing the fastest Sam. Idiot! You don't believe me? Chi Kong stared at Sam with his Sharingan, his eyes moving rapidly. Three-sword style tiger hunting. Sam jumped up on the back of Zoro's knife and easily came behind him. So fast. Zoro was sweating. Don't be distracted, pay attention to the front. Magic jag hang technique. Zoro heard what Chi Kong said, and he ignored Sam. He put his three swords together to block Bushy's fat claws. Boom! The ground beneath Zoro collapsed. He was actually pushed down a gear by the huge force. Zoro's gums were bitten to bleed. What kind of power is this? Is this a human? Chapter 20. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two were in a state of panic. After performing the illusion, Chi Kong successfully immobilized Sam, one of the cat brothers, with the immobilization technique. And the fat cat Buzzy was quickly restrained by Soran. As Sam woke up from hypnosis, accompanied by bursts of screams, his reason gradually returned, but he fell into another kind of hypnosis and his body could not move. Chi Kang's right hand shook lightly, and a fishing line suddenly sprang out of his sleeves, tightly wrapped around Sam's body like a maggot attached to his bones. As the fishing line tightened, Sam was tied up firmly. You can actually hypnotize. Hey? What is this? The bound Siamese cat Sam struggled hard, but the fishing line didn't move at all, and he had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Don't waste your energy, you can't break free from this fishing line. From the moment you interrupted my fishing, your fate has been anchored. Fire escape dragon fire technique. After the seal, Chi Kong sprayed out flames, which were transmitted at high speed on the fishing line, like fireworks with a ignited fuse, and shot towards Sam in an instant. No. Not good. The Siamese cat Sam kept struggling. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that the flames couldn't hit him. Unfortunately, the flames reflected his pupils, and despair appeared on his face. As the flames burned his body, Sam, who was trapped like a dumpling, was swept by the flames, and his body exploded violently. Boom! The fierce wind swept, smoke and dust rose, and earth and rocks flew. This power is so terrifying. Chi Kong panted and declared the winner. This is the result of violating the fisherman's taboo. Remember not to disturb the fisherman fishing in the next life. After killing Sam, Chi Kong felt relieved. Zhang Jiao saw that Sam, who was in a hypnotic state, was defeated, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at the scene in disbelief. He lowered the brim of his hat and shouted, "All the guys who haven't fallen yet, come here." The pirates who didn't die began to gather after hearing Zhang Jiao's order. You are not injured. You are extremely powerful. 1, 2, Zhang Jiao. Ah! Roar! Captain Zhang Jiao! I feel the power. Kill them all. Go! The entire Black Cat pirates roared inhumanly as if they were injected with chicken blood. These roars attracted Chi Kang's attention. Full HP revived? Are you guys cheating? Isn't the effect of this hypnosis a bit abnormal? Can it also buff a group? Isn't this a nerf? Chi Kong complained helplessly in his heart. While resting, he extracted chakra. After finally dealing with most of the pirates, now there is another batch of strengthened ones. Now Zoro can only hold on for a while. Sure kill, fire oil star. Chi Kong was about to retreat when a resolute voice sounded, and then several oil barrels rolled down the hillside. The timid Usopp came late. Because he went to prepare props. Time was too tight, and he only thought of this method in a hurry. As the oil barrels rolled down, the only ramp into the village was covered with slippery tung oil, which directly made a group of fast-running pirates stagger. Well done, Usopp. Chi Kong praised, this guy came just in time. Asshole. Usopp. What are you doing? Zoro's roar came. He and his Catman brother, Buji, were fighting fiercely, but Usopp's bucket of oil extinguished their enthusiasm. He was about to start reciting poetry. Chi Kong attached Chakra to his feet, ran a few steps quickly, and saved Zoro from the water and fire with a flash. Damn it! Go! Go over even if you step on the corpses of your teammates. Think about the horror of Captain Crow. Zango has gone crazy, and something unexpected has happened again. He suspected that Crow wanted to kill him. Chi Kong took Zoro and flashed a few times, and came to Usopp, who was pale but had a firm look in his eyes. And the pirates below were crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, either using corpses to build a bridge or using earth and stones to pave the way. Usopp said loudly, I will never allow you to attack the village I am protecting. As he said that, he raised his slingshot. At this moment, the ramp covered with tung oil would turn into a sea of fire with just a spark. Sure kill, gunpowder star. As Usopp detonated, the raging fire instantly ignited the tung oil, forming a wall of fire that continued to burn. Chi Kong saw the pirates stepping on the body and the gap, charging into the sea of fire without thinking, and his fearless appearance made him swallow his saliva. He formed a seal with both hands and slapped the ground. Summoning technique, Dark Crow. Mute. Mute. Chi Kong stopped Crow from running towards his head and grabbed it in his arms for a while. He was racking his brains to recall the skills of Pokémon that could deal with the current situation. Chi Kong grabbed a handful of hair. My hair has been falling out a lot recently. Chi Kong sighed and asked. Crow. Can you do illusion or night shadow? Mute. Mute. It is highly likely that this call will not. Crow, can you do black fog? The black fog skill is different from the ordinary smoke skill. Smoke can only produce thick smoke to confuse the opponent and reduce its hit rate, while black fog is more special and can eliminate various skill effects on the field, including buff effects, smoke, etc. Chi Kong thinks this skill may be useful for hypnosis. Mute. Mute. Crow called twice. There is hope. Change the venue behind the fire wall. Use black fog. As the trainer commanded, Crow continued to spray light black mist from his mouth. The black mist gathered into a ball behind the fire wall and stopped spreading, coexisting peacefully with the fire wall. Every pirate who passed through the sea of fire, after passing through the black fog, immediately disintegrated. His fierce appearance, instantly collapsed, and became shaky, as if drained. Roar! Roar! Zoro, are you scared? I'm going to tear you apart. Leopard cats are invincible. Hey! Why am I here? The cat brother Buzzy, who had just passed through the sea of fire, had a distorted fat face. Ah! It hurts. It's so hot. My hand. My body. Give me water. Zongjao, you bastard. Zongjao in front of the sea of fire was stunned. What happened in front? Why are you scolding me? And Zoro's face was gloomy. He had just fought with such an idiot for a long time, and he was too lazy to even recite a poem. 3 swords style, demon slash. 3 cold lights flashed, and Buzzy fell to the ground and fainted. Ugh! It hurts. Captain Zongjao. Hypnosis seems to have failed. A pirate confidant said to Zongjao anxiously. At this time, Zhang Jiao came late under the crowd. He stepped on the chubby Buzzy, who seemed to have fainted, and looked at the three fierce men. There was only one thought. It's over. The meat shield is gone. Zhang Jiao thought unconsciously. Thinking of CLO's silent killing technique, Zhang Jiao couldn't help but grit his teeth. He lowered his hat, ignored the oil fire on his body, and rushed over with his little fists. Zhang Jiao was ready to die. It's better to be defeated here than to be chopped to death by the boss's claws. I'll fight you. 1, 2. But before he finished speaking, the hypnosis ring in Zhang Jiao's hand fell to the ground, and his eyes almost popped out. Because the scene in front of him was too horrifying. KKKK boss. The invincible Captain KK. Chapter 21. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Oh my god! You're here? Don't let it happen here. Qiankong Murphy. Kuro was knocked down from a height by Luffy and fell to the ground on the slope. Kikeng and the other two scattered. Luffy's subsequent rubber fist swept like a storm. In a moment, the rocks collapsed, smoke and dust rose, and the terrain was severely damaged. According to the law of smoke without injury, Kuro will definitely be able to get up. Summoning Jutsu Resolve. Damn idiot Luffy. Slip, slip. Zoro, I'll leave it to you. I need to replenish it. Qiankong picked up the fish bucket and ran away. He had no chakra left. If Crow used an infinite shaving spoon, he would not be able to withstand it. Crow was much faster than Skinny Sam. He would not be able to dodge without the Sharingan. You are too short-lived. Leave it to me. Zoro did not even turn his head, made an okay gesture, and took the opportunity to complain. Ah! Qi-Kong! This! Usopp saw Qi-Kong running away, and he hesitated for a moment. Zoro, I leave this to you. Captain Usopp will go prepare some props. Hurry up! Hurry up! Zoro waved his hand like he was chasing away flies. Usopp turned around, bringing up a cloud of dust. Qi-Kong watched Usopp catch up with him at a shocking speed, and fell into a long contemplation. The secret base of the Usopp pirates. Qi-Kong flashed into the hole under the tree, and began to extract chakra with hand seals. Nami asked anxiously, Hey! Qi-Kong! How is the battle going? Not a big problem. Kuro is seriously injured, the Black Cat pirates are almost wiped out, and now Zoro and Luffy are finishing up. Qi-Kong said. He looked around and found that one person was missing. By the way, where's Usopp? He should be faster than me. I'm here. Who set the trap? Usopp arrived with a bruised face and bruises all over his body. Qi-Kong almost burst out laughing, fortunately this guy ran fast. Onion Head, are you guys? It's so abominable. You set the trap without notifying me. Of course this is for Miss Kaya. And Miss Nami. Onion Head explained. Usopp looked badly injured, but in fact, these were just superficial injuries, just a child's prank, but the pranks in this world were a little rough. Ah! Usopp! Are you okay? Kaya anxiously checked Usopp's injuries and bandaged him considerately. With a wave of dog food, Qi-Kong and Nami were full. Can Luffy really beat Crow? He's a 17 million pirate. Nami was a little worried, but also a little expectant. Qi-Kong affirmed, of course he can. Luffy wants to be the pirate king. How can he stop here? Nami suddenly got angry for some reason. You really believe in him, I don't know where you get the courage. A bunch of hopeless guys. Qi-Kong stopped talking, it was unreasonable for women at this time, after all, there are always 2 or 3 days every month. Not long after. Well. Are Luffy and Zoro idiots? Qi-Kong suddenly felt that the perception ninjutsu was triggered. Hush! Be quiet! Qian Kong immediately warned, and Nami and Usopp covered their mouths instantly. Nami's eyes seemed to say, "Didn't we say it was solved just now? How could this happen?" Outside at this time, Zhang Jiao and several confidants were searching everywhere. They somehow broke through Luffy and Zoro's defenses. "Little darlings, where are you? Come out! I know you are here." After searching back and forth without success, Zhang Jiao kicked the pirate confidant next to him in dissatisfaction. "Hey! Mondog, are you sure they are here?" "Woof woof woof." Mondog's behavior is very strange now, rolling his eyes, sticking out his tongue, looking like a dog. "I almost forgot." Zhang Jiao lowered his body, lowered his hat, and waved the hypnosis ring. "You can speak human language, you can speak human language, 1, 2, Zhang Jiao." After a moment, Mondog organized his language. "Captain Zhang Jiao." "Woof. If my nose is not wrong, the young lady must be here." "Woof. Unless the clothes Captain Clo gave last time are wrong." "Woof." Zhang Jiao thought for a while and ordered, "Spread out a little, and make a sound immediately if there is any situation. They must be hiding somewhere." "Yes. Captain Zhang Jiao." "Woof woof woof." Qi Kong was shocked. Zhang Jiao urged, "Isn't the hypnosis technique too powerful? This TMD works? Directly hypnotize people into dogs? Could this guy be the owner of the hypnosis fruit?" Qi Kong couldn't help but feel a little depressed. His Sharingan didn't seem to have this ability, right? This ability is so buggy. I want what's the use of this eye? I want what's the use of this illusion? At this time, Nami next to him signaled Qi Kong with her eyes, interrupting Qi Kang's self-pity. Her eyes seemed to say, "What should I do?" Qi Kong waved his hand to signal him to rest assured. His chakra was restored to 1/3, enough for him to assassinate. Ninjas are not only good at fighting head-on. This time, I won't give you the opportunity to hypnotize. At this time, Mondog was sniffing at a stone like a dog, and he was very confused. "Woof! How come there is the smell of that young lady here? It's so strange." "Woof! Never mind, let's pee first and mark it. Tell the captain." Just as he raised his leg, he found that the stone was shaking. Yes. That's right, it was trembling. Bang! A puff of smoke. A sharp blade flashed, and his little brother was gone. He was about to scream when he met a pair of red eyes. And then there was nothing else. Solved. Don't come out. The scene changed. Dum. Dum. A strange crow flew across the sky. Hey! Isn't this the magician's pet? The pirate looked up at the sky, a little confused. Puff! The pirate was still looking at the sky in the last second, and the next second he saw a black shadow pulling a thin line and pressing a headless corpse. His last consciousness was, "Is this, my body?" Another scene. Hey! What's wrong with you, Finch? A pirate saw his teammate squatting on the ground and asked in confusion. Farlan, there is a tree hole here, should we go in and take a look? The pirate named Farlan squatted down and looked at the hole that was less than 10 centimeters wide, and his mouth twitched. Are you stupid, at? Suddenly his mouth was covered. He looked at Finch with his eyes wide open, and saw the true face of Finch. Someone can actually become one of his own. Then with a puff, his throat was cut. Hey? Where are the people? Zhang Jiao looked at the dark jungle and was very surprised. Gather all. No one responded. At this time, Zhang Jiao suddenly felt a chill on his back. How could the forest, which was obviously full of people just now, suddenly become quiet? Mondog. Farlan. Finch. Zhang Jiao called out the names one by one. Beatty. When Zhang Jiao called Beatty, there was finally a response. Hey! Captain Zongjao, what's wrong? Zongjao was relieved to see his confidant appear and asked. Where are the others? Ah? Didn't everyone search separately? I haven't found anything strange yet. Zongjao looked around again and said nonsense. There is something strange in this forest. After hearing this, Beatty was sweating all over. He couldn't stop shaking. What's wrong? Captain Zongjao, don't scare me. Is there a ghost here? At this time, Beatty saw a horrified scene. Captain Zongjao, be careful behind you. At this time, Qi Kong suddenly appeared behind Zongjao and was about to chop him down with a knife. Zongjao seemed to have noticed something, and turned around to hit two flywheels. One flywheel bounced off the scimitar, and the other flywheel accurately crossed Qi Kong's neck. Dum! Dum! Qi Kong suddenly turned into a dark crow covered in smoke. Oh no! Zongjao was sweating all over. Trembling non-stop. Excuse me. This is a clone. A cold voice came from behind. Bai Di was transformed by Qi Kong using the transformation technique. Chapter 22. The old man was so angry that he was beaten. You said you are not a devil fruit user. Dumb. Dumb. At this time, Qi Kong was surrounded by fruits, forming a 666 symbol, holding a dagger in his hand, with a devilish look on his face. Nami also looked like a devil. Zongjao next to him was beaten into a panda eye, his glasses were broken, revealing a heart-shaped eye. Zongjao began to explain. Before I became a pirate, I was a wandering dancer. Because I couldn't become famous, I often slept. That day, I slept on the grass for too long, and a striped mold mushroom grew on my chin. I was so hungry that I ate the mold mushroom head, and then my eyes became like this, and I also gained the ability to hypnotize. Qi Kong was speechless. Is this okay? Isn't it the devil fruit that gives people this magical power? Mushrooms are also okay? Qi Kong and Nami's faces were gloomy. The shape of the money in Nami's eyes turned black. Qi Kong, let's kill him. What if he cheats us? Usopp and the three little ones hugged each other and trembled. Killing as soon as he said it, is this a pirate? Zongjao also broke out in a cold sweat. My uncles! Don't kill me! I'm really not a devil fruit user. You can throw me into the sea and I'll swim for you to see. Zongjao racked his brains for his life. Knowing that this group of pirates loves money, he immediately said. My bounty is as high as 9 million Baileys. If I die, the bounty will only be 2.7 million. After all, the Navy wants a public execution. Is 9 million too little? It's not even enough to buy my life. Qi Kong said. Zongjao gritted his teeth. And, I'll give you all the treasures I've obtained over the years. There are more than 10 million Baileys. Before Qi Kong spoke, Nami said. Deal. Let's go. Qi Kong, let's go together, first take the treasure on his ship, and by the way, see if Luffy and the others are done. Nami's desire for money at this time overcame her fear, and she insisted on dragging Qi Kong to the main battlefield. I'll go too. Usopp didn't know where he got the courage from, and when he saw Qi Kong and Nami were about to take action, he also stood up. Kaya, go home first. My friends need me. Kaya nodded, although she was also worried about Usopp, but she didn't stop him. Usopp! Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back and tell pirate stories. Usopp nodded solemnly. Usopp pirates! You escort Kaya home. Can you do it? Yes. Captain. ×3. Qiankong couldn't stand eating dog food anymore, so he went out to clean up the debris on the road first, so as not to scare the children. North Shoreline. The environment here was destroyed and in a mess, and Zoro was sitting there with Luffy on his back, confused. It was neither right to leave nor not to leave, and Zoro was in a dilemma. Not far from him, a large group of people were lying in a mess, among whom was the fat man Buzzy of the Cat Brothers, who was covered with knife wounds. This time, it seemed that he couldn't die anymore. And Kuro was lying on the ground, his lens was shattered, and his whole body was comminuted fractured. Seeing Kikeng coming over, Zoro got up and said, "You came at the right time. I was going to find you." "What happened?" Kikeng asked hurriedly. Zoro pointed to the tied-up Zongjao and said, "There was a little accident. When the hypnotist hypnotized the fat cat, Luffy, the idiot, was also hypnotized. Luffy should be fine, he was just stabbed by Crow a few times, he's still breathing, just drink some wine and he'll be fine." Qiankong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Zoro said it was okay, and it shouldn't be a big problem. Usopp on the side opened his mouth in surprise. "Drinking? Such a serious injury can be recovered by drinking. Is this the powerful warrior on the sea?" Zoro pointed to the pirates who were still breathing on the ground. "Let's not talk about this, how to deal with these guys." And Nami looked at the mess and turned into a money grubber. "Zoro, aren't you very skilled at packing? Hand Luffy to Usopp first, and we'll start working." Zoro said without looking back, "Not interested, I'm tired. I'll pay for the drinks tonight." Nami said. Zoro, who had just taken a few steps, walked backwards. "And you? Kikang? Can we go fishing later? Take Zongjao to get the treasure." Chi Kong was about to say that he would not go if he had no benefits. Nami spoke faster, "Your pocket money will be doubled. The loan interest rate will be lower. Kaya's villa." Zoro was left to watch the boat, and the others returned to the villa in a mighty manner. As soon as they entered the villa, "Usopp." Kaya immediately hugged Usopp. "Woo! Meili is injured. I have already bandaged her urgently. I don't know if Meili can hold on. If Meili is gone, I don't know how to live." Usopp racked his brains when he saw this. "Kaya. Actually, Meili is an Aries star spirit, he will definitely be fine." Usopp, who usually lies, is not good at comforting people. He can only hug Kaya tightly and brag. Meat. At this time, Luffy's mumbling in a coma broke the dog food link, and also made Chi Kong and Nami breathe a sigh of relief. After a feast, Chi Kong looked at Luffy who was full in a sleepwalking state and fell into a long silence. How did he do this? Mr. Luffy's physique is really special. Ha ha. Kaya smiled strangely. Nami put down the tableware, looked at Chi Kong who was thinking, and asked. "How do I collect Kuro's bounty? Do I have to go to the black-hearted 153rd branch?" Chi Kong came back to his senses. "I have only cooperated with that brown bear lieutenant colonel. I don't know about other naval branches. I went there to sell it to help Kobe, who is a friend of Luffy and me. He is a navy." Chi Kong paused, thought of something, looked at Kaya and said. "After Kuro is sold, how are you going to deal with the matter of Butler Crabadle? As far as I know, he has a good relationship with the village." Kaya was a little depressed. "Do you want to hand Crabadle over to the navy? This may be a good choice." She looked at Usopp again. "Usopp, do you think I should tell them the truth?" Usopp was silent for a while before he spoke. "The pirates are coming is just my wishful thinking. Crabadle just resigned and went back to the countryside." Kaya looked at Usopp and smiled. "Maybe, this is a good lie. You are really kind, Usopp." She remembered the story that Meili told her, which was about Usopp's childhood. When Usopp was very young, his father, a pirate, went to sea and did not come back until his mother died. When his mother was dying, he lied to her that pirates are coming in order to make her hold on. But his mother eventually died, and from then on, Usopp's "pirates are coming" could be heard every day in the village. This has become a daily routine in Ziluabia village. Usopp is actually a very gentle guy. Maybe they won't be used to not hearing Usopp's lies that day? Kaya looked at Usopp and unconsciously showed a silly smile again. Mah. Sorry. I'm full. I'm going fishing. Chi Kong threw down the plate and disappeared in an instant. Chi Kong and Murkrow couldn't eat this dog food anymore. Hey! Chi Kong! Wait for me. I have something to tell you. Nami saw Chi Kong disappear and rushed out. The atmosphere here is so weird. Chapter 23. The two of them were killed in a car accident. Ziertsi Town, Branch 153. Hello. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Brown Bear. Den Mushi turned into a handsome ninja-like guy. Hello. I'm the bounty hunter, Cool D Chi Kong, and I've captured all the members of the Black Cat Pirates, Baiji Kuro, and hypnotist Zhang Jiao. What? You found Baiji Kuro? The lieutenant colonel seemed unbelievable. Yes. The handover will be in 2 days, and there are still a few heads that should be worth a lot of money. That's it, we've set off, and we're dead. The stunned lieutenant colonel hasn't reacted yet. At this time, the Den Mushi turned into a female with orange hair and sharp teeth. Get the money ready for me. Not a penny less in the bounty. Otherwise, your feng shui fish will be gone. Perhaps influenced by Nami's momentum, the lieutenant colonel instinctively said yes. 2 days later, near the sea of Ziertsi Town. The Black Cat Pirates' vehicle, the Hyakuji Braku. Are we just abandoning Captain Luffy? Chi Kong had a headache. Although the pirate group had not yet been established, he always felt that this was not good. I have already talked to Luffy, don't worry. Besides, Kaya will choose a ship for Luffy. He will definitely be very happy when he wakes up. Nami saw that Luffy was so badly injured, so she gave up Luffy directly. By the way, why do I have to come too? The speaker was Zoro, who was drinking alone, and he was surrounded by a sea of wine. Chien Kong said he might not be able to suppress Kuro, and he still has to rely on you, the future great swordsman. Nami flattered him and then turned into fangs. Besides, the drinks are free, what else do you want? Chien Kong looked at the nearby islands and put away his fishing rod. I'm going to get some psychological counseling to prevent any troublemakers from causing trouble. In the cabin, Kicking turned into Alrita and gave psychological counseling. Devil! You are a devil! I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Please! Captain Kuro's terror is not even a fraction of yours. Sorry. Captain Zhang Jiao. Sorry, Captain Kuro. I'll be a pirate in my next life. The surviving brothers of Black Cat were only hanging on by a thread, and some even died of vomiting blood. Yarbalo flirted with the silent Klo and said softly. Captain Klo, tell me. Who is the most beautiful woman in this sea? Klo lowered his head and ignored her. Seeing that Klo didn't reply, Yarbalo lifted Klo's chin. This girl just likes this kind of handsome and reserved boy, this is so charming. Let's have a pirate couple. Klo's broken lens still reflected the light unscientifically, making it difficult to see his expression. He spoke slowly, as if telling. You broke my peaceful life. The town that made me feel peaceful is gone. When I first came here, I could hear Usopp shouting that pirates were coming every day, and I felt a little stressed every time I heard it. Gradually, I got used to this kind of life. I like this small town and the people there, but as a pirate, I have to hide myself carefully to fit in with them. If I follow my plan, it will be successful soon. Because of you. My plan is ruined. I lost my peaceful life. I wear the title of pirate again. Kuro became more and more excited, and Albaro said. You keep saying that you like the town and the people there, but do you know how many people will die after the Black Cat pirates invade? Kuro laughed instead of being angry. In order to perfectly integrate, sacrifice is inevitable. I will still treat the other survivors well. He looked up at Albero, full of confusion. I can't understand why you are also pirates, and you obviously like money, but you do these meaningless things. It's my shame to lose to you. After saying that, Chloe lowered his head again. Yarbalo twisted his body and kept rubbing Chloe. Although we are pirates, we are different pirates. I am me, a different firework, Ruru. By the way, do you want to press F? Chloe's veins bulged, and he said angrily. You are all a bunch of psychos. Stay away from me. I will wait there, waiting for you to come in and accompany me. After venting his pent-up anger, Chloe closed his eyes and stopped looking at Chi Kong. In order to maintain his character, he kept swallowing something. Chloe is a real man. You can bear this. Chi Kong admired Kuro, opened the cell door and said, Okay. We're here at Shelt's town. Take the initiative. Brothers. Let me go first. The pirate hadn't finished speaking yet. Swoosh. A gust of wind blew, and it was Kuro. He ran to the deck, vomited violently at the sea, and finally shouted to the navy on the shore with saliva. I am Kuro from the Black Cat Pirates. I surrender. Find someone to save me first. After saying that, he fainted. Captain Kuro. What's wrong with you? Devil. This man is a devil. Can't even Captain Kuro resist. Seeing this, Zoro retracted his knife and Nami retracted her stick. Albero also turned back to Chi Kong. Okay. It's a waste of praise. Inside the 153rd branch. Beiji Crow 17 million, Hypnotist Zongjao 7 million. Nami kept checking the bounty. This time, she could get nearly 30 million Baileys. With the donation from Zongjao, she made a lot of money this time. Sure enough, robbing is the most profitable. No wonder Blackbeard likes to do this. There is such a bizarre thing. This Beiji Crow is really a weirdo. The lieutenant colonel was a little fascinated by what he heard. In this era of scarce entertainment, listening to stories can also make people feel unsatisfied. Chi Kong took a sip of tea. This story must be kept secret. I will tell you because I have a good relationship with you. Hey! You have done such a great thing in just a few days. I don't know what will happen after you become pirates. It would be better if you were not pirates. The lieutenant colonel sighed. Chi Kong laughed and said, There's nothing I can do. My captain wants to be the pirate king, and I can only follow him. After hearing this, the lieutenant colonel also laughed and scolded, saying, Don't mention these things in front of the navy, Cool D Chi Kong, it makes it difficult for me to do this. Then he said again, When you carry that flag on your back, it's the time for us to meet in battle, so it's best not to make it difficult for me. Chi Kong smiled in response. By the way, I'm going to the headquarters in a few days, and I'll take Kobe with me. He's a good seedling, and I can't teach him. Brown Bear's military merits are enough. This time, taking Kobe with him is also a favor to the Straw Hat Pirates. Here, I'll also inform the parties involved. Chi Kong, good luck in your career. Lieutenant Colonel, good luck to you. At this time, Nami slapped the table. No. This money is 700 Baileys short. My ability to count money is not wrong. Nami's voice revealed full prestige. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I'll ask someone to supply you right away, please wait a moment. Chapter 24. The 153rd Branch, the Training Ground. At this time, Kobe was practicing the basic combat skills of the Navy. After joining the Navy, Kobe's long-term malnourished body developed rapidly as if he had been injected with hormones. Compared with a few months ago, he has grown a lot taller. Kobe, a friend is here to see you. Ugh! The lieutenant colonel of the 153rd branch called out. 153rd Branch, Ugh. Except Kobe, everyone else is temporarily training around the island. The lieutenant colonel endured the discomfort and dismissed everyone again. At this time, Kobe was very confused. Friend? My friend? Just then, a fat figure approached. Kobe. Tell me. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Hearing this voice, Kobe trembled and turned around. He would never forget this voice. A majestic iron rod appeared in front of Kobe, which made Kobe shiver and instinctively stand at attention and shout. Of course it's the beautiful Alrita. In the 3 years on Alrita's ship, Kobe has developed a conditioned reflex. However, Kobe, who realized his loss of composure, quickly understood the cause and effect. Who else could come into the naval base and become his nightmare except Chi Kong, who regarded himself as a bounty hunter? Not to mention the obvious black crow on Alrita's head. Asshole! Chi Kong! Kobe was very happy and hurried to greet her. As for Alrita's image, he was immune to it. Behind Alrita at this time, there was a reluctant three-sword swordsman and an orange-haired girl carrying a suitcase. Only Luffy was missing. Yay! Yay! Kobe! Long time no see. Zoro casually greeted. Kobe. This is Nami, our navigator. Qiankong introduced Nami and Kobe to each other. After the introduction, Kobe was surprised. Have you found the navigator? That's amazing. After the surprise, he asked his own question, but where's Luffy? Why can't I see him? That guy recently defeated a very powerful pirate and is now recovering from his injuries. Qiankong sighed and replied. We are here to collect the bounty this time. That guy obviously has no ship or flag, but he shouts every day to be the pirate king. I can't make it difficult for you, right? Kobe looked at Kikeng who was thinking about him, and his eyes were red unconsciously. So, you haven't formed a pirate group yet? Qiankong nodded. I came here today to see you. I heard that you are going to join the headquarters. Congratulations! Qiankong patted Kobe with Alrita's big palm and said with a sly smile. Would you like to have dinner with the beautiful Alrita? Of course. I invite you as a bounty hunter. Albaro threw a coquettish look and said shyly. We have to go back tomorrow. After that, our pirate group will be established, and there will be no chance in the future. This image is completely different from the Alrita that Kobe knows. Kobe saw this kind of horror for the first time. Chi Kong, it's okay to eat. Can you change back first? Ugh. Zoro on the side had a gloomy face and had already drawn Wado Ikimonji. You also want to chop him, right? Kobe. Zoro held the knife, and he had the urge to chop Chi Kong to death if he didn't obey. Chi Kong had no choice but to cancel the transformation technique. He also found that he was becoming more and more perverted. Nami was scribbling on the account book. I don't care about the treat, but you have to spend your own money. As she said that, Nami took out a few stacks of money and handed them to Chi Kong and Zoro. This is your dividend, 2 million Baileys each. Okay. I'll give you your pocket money. The rest is public funds and I'll keep it for the time being. This is so much. So generous. Chi Kong and Zoro couldn't believe it. They felt that Nami was particularly pleasing to the eye today. Zoro took the money and smiled crookedly. Today, a fisherman said he would treat us, right? Then you don't have to spend my wine money. Chi Kong didn't care. He stuffed the money into his pocket and left with Kobe. Let's go. The old place. Let's have a good meal and visit Ligia by the way. Ligia and her daughter are in the store. Zoro blushed and chatted with Ligia for a while, and was scolded by Chi Kong. As the good wine and food were served, Luffy, the public enemy, was not there, so everyone had a good meal. Come. Drink. Chi Kong. What did you say about me just now? Brag. This was Zoro's provocation. Voice. Cheers to Kobe first. This is the stubbornness of the fisherman. Qiankong, Zoro, I only drink juice. Kobe said in embarrassment. How can a man not drink? ×2, Zoro and Kikeng said. Don't embarrass Kobe. Bastard. I'll drink with you. This is Nami who is particularly beautiful today. After 3 rounds of drinks, Kikeng and Kobe exchanged their recent travels with each other. As for the chef, you may go to the sea restaurant Barati to find it. I heard that it is a very famous sea restaurant in the East China Sea. Kobe said. Kikeng nodded. Yeah. I think so too. I mentioned it to Luffy, but I was busy looking for a ship recently and didn't go there at the first time. Nami raised her glass and looked at Kikeng sinisterly. Do you think the food I cook is not delicious? This made Zoro and Kikeng sweat instantly. However, the woman's face changed very quickly. Nami suddenly turned back to her normal face and smiled. Chi-Kong. Do you want to bet with me? Let's see who gets drunk first. How about a bet of 1 million Baileys? Chi-Kang's heart tightened, and his slightly drunk brain instinctively told him that Nami wanted to trick him again. He waved his hands frantically, covering his pockets and said. Zoro is obviously better at drinking. Why did you find me? Nami said and put down the wine glass. How long will it take to drink with Zoro? She is not stupid, and she can only make money by picking on the weak. No one accompanied her to drink. Nami seemed to be bored. She suddenly stood up and said. You guys eat first, while it's still early, I'll go buy you some new clothes. Seeing your tattered clothes, it's really worrying. Nami's words did not attract the attention of Zoro and Chi-Kong. At this time, one turned into Alrita and the other turned into Shark Tooth, and the two quarreled and drank at the same time. Only Kobe stood up and said to Nami. Sister Nami is so gentle. I feel relieved to leave these unreliable friends of mine to you. Nami did not answer. After leaving the restaurant with her box, she suddenly became depressed. Rely on me? I'm a little thief. Betrayal is common to me. You may have seen it wrong. Nami tightened the Bailey in her hand. This money is enough. Aaron, this can be settled. Now she has enough money to buy Cocoa Village, and even has extra money to revitalize her hometown. Since it can be solved with money, no one will be hurt. During the days of adventure with the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami not only made money, but also felt extremely relaxed and free, and established a deep bond with this group of unreliable partners. After Nami is ready to end all this, she will rejoin the Straw Hat Pirates. Continue to be a navigator to pay off debts, and by the way, fulfill her dream, drawing sea charts around the world. Without me, they definitely can't even go to the Grand Line, right? What a bunch of fools! Nami felt the breeze, stroked her hair, and murmured. Soon, my friends, I will go back to find you after I buy my hometown. Chapter 25. The next morning, the sun was shining. Chi-Kong was fishing in the backyard, and the dark crows above his head kept dropping bait. However, a piece of news exploded in Chi-Kang's ears like a bolt from the blue. What? Nami left. Chi-Kong was shocked and widened his eyes. Mother Ligia nervously handed over a note and some clothes. Yes, this is what Miss Nami left for you. Chi-Kong was a little confused after reading the note. That idiot actually went back to find Aaron? It shouldn't be at this time. Chi-Kong slapped his thigh. Careless. Butterfly effect. Enough money. I didn't expect that Nami would return to the village early because of my joining. Nami. Why didn't you say it? Luffy will pack you up in a minute. Chi-Kong had a headache. He was very unhappy when he thought that the money he worked hard to earn would be fed to the dog. They even defeated Kuro. Are you afraid of the dragon pirates? Nami. Nami. What are you afraid of? At this time, Zoro and Kobe also came down from upstairs, and Zoro asked with a puzzled look on his face. What happened? Nami went back to Coco West Village. Anyway, you can see for yourself. Coco West Village, why does this name sound so familiar? Kobe murmured. The two looked at the note, which was written by Xiaojuan. I'm going to take care of some private matters. I'll borrow public funds. If everything goes well, let's go on an adventure together. Bye. Little thief cat Nami. Zoro frowned and looked at Qikong. Hey, Qikong, how do you know Nami has returned to her hometown? Qikong was unwilling to elaborate, just shook his head and asked, the key is what should we do now? Zoro snorted coldly and said thiefly. Since she left without saying goodbye and took away our treasures, we can just kill her next time we meet. Fortunately, I have a better impression of her. That's because she gave a generous amount of wine money, right? Qikong complained. At this moment, Kobe suddenly became emotional. Qikong, are you sure Nami's hometown is Coco West Village? Qikong nodded and said. That's right. I want to find Nami back, but I only know the name, not where it is. Qikong looked at Zoro and sighed. Neither of them knows how to sail, and Zoro is still a road idiot. Zoro bared his teeth in dissatisfaction. You bastard fisherman! What do you mean by that expression? Kobe suddenly yelled, stop arguing. Do you know what's over there in Coco West Village? Qiankong glanced aside, of course he knew. Zoro was curious, isn't it Nami's hometown? What's wrong? Kobe explained with a trembling tone. That is one of the places occupied by the leader of the dragon pirates under the command of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei, the Fisherman are long. There is a place where legal looting is allowed, and even the navy is helpless. 7 warlords of the sea. Zoro heard this name for the first time and looked at Qikong. Qikong thought for a while. It's too early to understand now, but in that case, let me tell you. The 7 warlords of the sea are legal pirates recognized by the world government. Most of the 7 warlords of the sea have catastrophic destructive power, even rivaling that of a country. It's no exaggeration to say that one person can defeat a country. Their duty is to fight against ordinary pirates with their own strength, so they are generally called running dogs of the world government by pirates. When becoming 7 warlords of the sea, the original wanted order will be stopped, and the world government will no longer pursue all the crimes committed before. So just take a look at their bounties. Even if the members of the 7 warlords of the sea engage in privateering, they will be tacitly approved by the world government, but they will have to pay tribute if they are discovered. As a subordinate of the self-proclaimed Jinbei, the dragon pirates are like this. In short, this is a group of legal pirates that even the government needs to cooperate with. As Saikong told the story, Zoro was stunned and realized the vastness of this world. Kobe bit his lip, his heart full of anger. Ever since he knew about this thing, he had doubted the justice of the navy. At this time, Qikong looked at Kobe, his eyes lit up. By the way, Kobe, don't you know some knowledge of navigation? Can you take Zoro and me there? I'll bring Nami back secretly. However, Kobe looked embarrassed. I don't know. That place is under the jurisdiction of the 16 branches, and the Navy cannot enforce the law beyond the area, and. Kobe was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. He hated these pirates the most, and was ashamed of the government's establishment of legal pirates. But what can he do? He is just a weak marine. Just when Kobe was in a dilemma, Zoro pointed his knife at Qikong and said thiefly. I don't agree. This should be decided by Luffy. Nami betrayed us, so she is a traitor. Qikong was unhappy. Nami has her own difficulties. And how could Luffy give up Nami as a navigator? Zoro shook his head and insisted. I don't know what happened to Nami, but I know that this kind of thing needs the captain to decide. Even if Luffy is an idiot, he is still our captain. How to deal with this crew member still needs to wait for him to speak. As he said, Zoro took off his hood with a serious expression. Anyway, I won't let you go. Unless you want to do it. Chi Kong was so angry at Zoro that his face turned blue. Finally, he sat down dejectedly and transformed into the appearance of Alrita, saying angrily, "You are a swordsman with a poor sense of direction. You really pissed me off. If you don't have money to drink in the future, don't even think about charging me." Seeing this, Zoro said to Kobe, "Kobe, can you arrange a boat to take Chi Kong and me back to Zilabya village?" This time, Kobe nodded heavily. "I will go to the lieutenant colonel to borrow a warship. With the relationship between Chi Kong and the lieutenant colonel, I think he will help you." After Kobe left, Zoro sat next to Chi Kong with a dark face. "Can you change back? I'm afraid I can't help but chop you." Chi Kong stood up with his fat body and pointed at his big belly. "Chop me! Chop me! Don't be silent here! You have the guts to threaten me! You have the guts to chop me! Dumb, dumb, dumb! Meh 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 meh! Meh 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 meh!" One man and one crow challenged. This eye-catching operation made Zoro close his eyes directly. "Tell me about Nami. You must know something, otherwise you wouldn't be so nervous." Chi Kong hesitated and finally sighed. Finally, in order not to give Nami a bad impression on Zoro, he was ready to confront Zoro. "I did investigate some of Nami's affairs. I wanted Nami to tell it herself, but I didn't expect her to leave." Chi Kong began to narrate. Nami's hometown is Coco West Village. Along, who was eliminated from the Grand Line, led the Fisherman of the Dragon Pirates to occupy there. He believed that Fishermen were a superior race and humans were trash. They used Coco West Village as a base to try to establish their own dragon empire and dominate the East China Sea. They collected money from the villagers to buy their lives, and killed those who couldn't pay. Nami's mother Belmere became the first victim. Arlong was impressed by Nami's ability to draw sea charts, and threatened the lives of the villagers to recruit her as a cotter. He agreed with Nami that as long as she collected 100 million berries, she could buy back the village and her own freedom. Chi Kong paused. In other words, the reason she was greedy for money was to buy the place, and she probably left without saying goodbye this time because she had enough money. After saying that, Chi Kong felt that his mood was a little heavy. As Chi Kong told the story, Zoro fell into deep thought and murmured, "Are you as naive as I was at that time? I actually believed those disgusting scumbags." Chapter 26. 2 days later, Zilabya village. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Brown Bear and Kobe stood at the entrance of the village, waving goodbye to the two. "I can only send you here. Take care. Bounty Hunter, Cool D Chi Kong. I hope to hear your name on the sea." Bang! Chi Kong turned into Alrita, and those who were interested had closed their eyes. Albaro twisted and cast a wink. "Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown Bear, Kobe. And all the Navy, Alrita loves you." Mwah! Ugh! My eyes! Give me water! "Lieutenant Colonel. How do you know such a person?" Ugh! Chien Kong waved his sleeves, leaving no cloud behind. At this time, Zilabya village. With Luffy's physique, he can already jump around, and is playing mischief in the village with his good friend Usopp. Another good news is that housekeeper Mei Li also miraculously survived because of her special race. Chien Kong. "Zoro. Where did you go? You went out to play without me." Luffy's expression was full of disgust, but he was not angry because of the two people's departure, but because they didn't take him. "Hey! Where's Nami?" Luffy looked around, but there was no trace of Nami. Zoro naturally leaned on the sofa and said seriously, "Nami left. You can ask the fisherman for the specific reason." "What?" Luffy opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe it. What's going on? Chi Kong. As Chi Kong told the story, Luffy knew the whole story. Luffy pouted and thought about it. With his IQ, he might not understand it very well, but he immediately grasped the key point. As long as we defeat that guy named Arlong and liberate Coco West Village, Nami will be truly free, right? At that time, she will become the navigator on our ship. That's right. Chi Kong. Chi Kong nodded, that's right. That's probably what it means. Anyway, just defeat Arlong. Okay. If you say that, I'm a little excited. Luffy waved his hand and ordered. Go meet our new partner. Then the target is Coco West Village. The coast. Great. So cool. A caravel with a skeleton structure and triangular sails that all use the stern center steering method is anchored there. The bow is a sheep's head, and the shape is very cute. Ahem. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Mary coughed a few times. She had just recovered from a serious injury and was still a little uncomfortable. This ship is a little old, but it was designed by me personally, so it was named after me, called Golden Mary. Luffy danced happily. Mary. Mary. Our new partner Mary. Golden Mary. Everyone, go up and take a look. Mary made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Luffy stretched out his arms and jumped up. Chi Kong disappeared in place with a flash. He couldn't wait to see Mary. This warm little boat brought him many good memories when he was young. Board the Mary. This is a two-story cabin structure located on the stairs of the deck. The deck house is a small warehouse. It is filled with tools and supplies of all sizes to meet the needs of navigation. Artillery shells and supplies are all here. Passing through the warehouse, the room near the other side of the stern is the bathroom. Although the bathroom is small, it has everything, and it is also thoughtfully hung with anti-peeping film. Chi Kong went down the stairs and entered the bottom warehouse. There are two large rooms here, which are the male and female dormitories. He pushed one at random. These rooms are like dormitories upper and lower bunks, and one room is more than enough for 4 or 5 people to live. It must be very noisy to sleep here. It's also very warm. But there is no privacy. Chi Kong returned to the deck along the stairs and walked towards the second-floor house. There is a small flower bed above this room, where some vegetables and fruits can be planted to supplement vitamins. Chi Kong entered the room and looked at the familiar environment around him. This is usually where Luffy and his friends chat and eat, and the kitchen and boat operating sticks are also in this room. Chi Kong felt satisfied after putting the golden cat scale fish Xiao Wen into the fish tank. He had imagined countless times that he was here, eating and chatting with Luffy and the others. His dream had come true. After appreciating everything on the Mary, he left the room. At this time, Luffy sat on the goat head at the bow of the ship, covering his eyes with the sea breeze. Straw Hat. This is my exclusive seat. The view is really nice. Haha. Butler Mei Li smiled at the few people. I see there is no shipwright on your ship. If you need any modification, you can tell me and I will ask the workers to modify it. After all, the ship you are using for exchange is very large, which is too much for you. Chi Kang's eyes lit up and pointed to the deck on the side of the ship. I need to make a small nest here. It doesn't need to be too big, I can nest in it, it will be more convenient for fishing on rainy days. Melly smiled and said, this is simple and can be done in an hour. Zoro thought for a moment, I want to order a secret compartment for storing wine on the observation deck. Melly smiled awkwardly, this is also no problem. Melly. I want to install a seat on Mei Li's head. Melly was sweating, I refuse. It's impossible. Luffy instantly pulled his hips and turned into a ball of rubber. On the other side of Zilabia village, it was learned that Luffy and others were going to sail. Usopp, carrying a big bag, called the 3 little ones of the Usopp pirates in a hurry. Thank you for not being disgusted with playing with me, the big talker, but the great Captain Usopp is going out to sea. Captain Usopp? You are lying again, right? Captain, don't you love the town very much? Yes. Captain. What will happen to Miss Kaya if you leave? After hearing the words of the three little ones, Usopp was rarely silent. After a moment, his eyes were firm. What is your dream? Run a tavern. Be a carpenter. Be a novelist. The three little ones said their dreams without hesitation, and Usopp raised his head with tears in his eyes. My dream is to become the greatest warrior on the sea. To be a world-famous pirate. Usopp pointed at the three people. So, we all have to fulfill our dreams. Yes. Captain. ×3. Then, Usopp shouted to the sky. Usopp Pirates! Today. Disband. On the coast, on the Golden Mary. Luffy. Hasn't he come yet? Saiken asked. Wait a minute. He will definitely come. Luffy affirmed. Hey! Ouch! A series of panting sounds, accompanied by the sound of bumps and bruises, Usopp appeared on the beach with a big bag on his back. Hey! Luffy! Saiken and Zoro! Are you going out to sea today too? What a coincidence! The great Captain Usopp is also going out to sea today. At this time, a soft voice came. Really? Usopp, are you still going out to sea? Why don't you even dare to say goodbye? Chapter 27. The two of them were so close that they couldn't help but laugh. That voice is, it's Kaya. Dense beads of sweat oozed out of Usopp's forehead. The reason why he didn't tell Kaya was that he was worried that she wouldn't let him go out to sea. Usopp turned around awkwardly, and facing Kaya who was walking slowly, he couldn't help but lower his head. I'm sorry. Kaya, Kaya put her finger on Usopp's mouth and smiled. Instantly full of dog food. No need to apologize, Usopp. In fact, I had a premonition that you would one day gallop across this sea. I just hope you don't forget that there is someone waiting for you in the West Rob village. After hearing this, Usopp was deeply moved and solemnly promised. Then next time I come back, I will tell you a story that is 100 times more exciting than bragging. Kaya's eyes were filled with tears, but she held back her tears and nodded with a smile. I will always be here for you, Usopp. After a passionate embrace, Usopp waved goodbye. Then I'm leaving, Kaya. Then, Usopp loudly announced to the guys on the Mary who were eating dog food. I'm going to sea, Luffy, Chi Kong, Zoro. See you on the sea. Chi Kong couldn't stand it anymore and teased, stop pretending. Come up quickly. I'm full. Right? Usopp. Aren't we partners? Luffy grinned, looking as if it was a matter of course. Usopp was stunned there. After a brief silence, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and asked with a smile and expectation. Am I the captain? No. ×3. As the Mary left. Goodbye. Usopp. The girl on the shore watched the ship go away, stroking her hair with deep reluctance. She said to the housekeeper next to her, Mary, I want to be a doctor. Mary smiled, it's a great dream, miss. Usopp will definitely need it when he comes back. At this time on the Mary. Now that we have the ship, we need a pirate flag, so that our pirate group will be established. Faced with Luffy's proposal, everyone readily agreed. Including Nami who is not there, there are now 5 members. It's time to raise their own flag, the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, a painting genius, drew a pirate flag, but the art was too abstract and was severely rejected by everyone. Just kidding, the pirate flag is synonymous with terror. Carrying Luffy's flag is not humiliating to that person. I guess others have fainted in the toilet after seeing the flag. Well, this power may not be worse than Yarbalo. Is this a child's graffiti? Zoro's mouth twitched violently. He felt that his 2 random strokes were better than Luffy's. Luffy doesn't have artistic cells at first glance. Usopp rarely spoke the truth. I think this is also a kind of art, but we may not appreciate it. Chi Kong also sighed. So, as the only artist in the group now, Usopp took over the brush. The result? It can't be said that the painting is bad. A long-nosed skull, a slingshot, and even added sparks. After reading it, Zoro said with sharp teeth, "It's obviously you. Do you think we are stupid?" Rubber partner fist. Use Murkrow, peck. Back of the blade strike. Dumb. Dumb. Ah. Ah. Stop. Chi Kong. Stop Luffy. Finally, Usopp, with a head full of lumps, drew a straw hat pirate flag. Compared with Luffy's pirate flag, it is simply the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. Even Zoro couldn't help but sigh, it's hard to imagine that this is the same pattern. Then hang it up. Everyone. The Straw Hat Pirates are established. Ha ha ha. Luffy flew up to the mast with a rubber rocket and hung the pirate flag himself. At this moment, the legend began here. The days of sailing are actually very boring. Most of the time, there is an endless sea, no wind and waves, and no ships. The Mary drifted aimlessly on the sea. Captain Luffy ate voraciously, and most of the food allocated to him had disappeared. Fighter swordsman Zoro was on the observation deck, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, and drinking in between. Fighter ninja Chi Kong was in his own nest, turning into a fisherman, not paying attention to what was happening outside. If there was something wrong, the water clone would do it. Next to him were piles of fish bones, water plants and other debris, and he cursed unscientific. Or something like that. Murkrow was calling hoarsely on the side, sometimes flying into the sky to get some flying birds as prey. The ship became a bunch of pitfalls again. The only normal sniper, Usopp, was also broken at this moment. What did you say? None of you know how to sail. Then how did you choose the direction these days? Usopp's face instantly turned horrified. It felt like he was on a pirate ship. It seems to be a pirate. We are going to pick up our navigator now. Luffy said as a matter of course. Then how to go? Who sets the sailing direction? Usopp said angrily. Luffy pouted, didn't I tell you that Nami is the navigator? Of course it's her. Usopp was speechless by Luffy's brain circuit, lying on the ground speechless, echoing on the deck. I shouldn't have boarded the ship. How could I believe you? Another day. So boring. When can we get to Nami's house? This question made everyone fall into silence. Usopp, there is a small reef over there. Let's have a shooting competition. Shooting? Haha. Luffy, you found the right person. My shooting skills are always on target. Usopp put his hands on his hips, with a look of awesomeness. Bang, bang. After 2 deafening cannon sounds, Usopp's extremely accurate cannon fire instantly blew the reef in the distance to pieces. Hit it. Usopp. You are so awesome. Of course. I am a sharpshooter. Damn it. You will scare away my fish like this. Bastards. A certain fisherman roared. In the midst of the noise, the supreme fast rod in Chi Kang's hand suddenly trembled violently. He held the fishing rod tightly, but found that a powerful force came from the bottom of the water. A big guy has taken the bait. Luffy, Usopp, come and help me. Chi Kang immediately became excited. Let Luffy and the others help pull it together. With the combined efforts of the 3, the mysterious existence under the fishing rod gradually surfaced. The first thing that caught the eye was a strange thing that looked like black water plants. Usopp's legs trembled slightly when he saw this scene, and he was terrified. Is it a water ghost? Why does it look so much like hair? Then, a pale human face emerged from the water. Usopp was extremely terrified and screamed, "Ghost! There is a ghost!" And Luffy's eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise, "Is this a mermaid?" Chi Kong sneered, "Idiot Luffy, there are no mermaids in the East China Sea, they are almost fishmen." As the object was pulled out of the water, the appearance of the two humanoid creatures became clearer. Joseph? Johnny? Zoro looked at the two people hugging each other on the fishing rod and called out their names. This was his little fan when he was a bounty hunter, but he got lost later and the few people never saw him again. Luffy was obviously disappointed with the result, and curled his lips and said, "What? It turned out to be a human. How boring." However, at this moment, Chi Kong did not notice what was happening around him, and his attention was completely focused on the changes in his body. In his mind, there was only, WTF? This works? Fishing for people is also possible? It turned out that after Chi Kong caught two people, his physical fitness increased a lot. The amount of growth was several times that of the Golden Koi King. This wave, it is equivalent to a month of hard training. Chapter 28. After a chaotic situation, Luffy was shocked. So, this person was blown up by Usopp. Luffy's face was horrified. Johnny kept shaking his partner. "Cheer up, Joseph. My God, why is your life so miserable?" At this time, Joseph suffered from scurvy due to long-term vitamin deficiency. His hair was dry, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and the wound on his stomach was even bleeding. The whole person was on the verge of death, exhaling more and inhaling less. "I'm sorry." ×2. Usopp and Luffy bowed 90 degrees and apologized sincerely. "Back off." Chi Kong was about to show off. Looking at the symptoms, Joseph obviously has scurvy, that is, vitamin C deficiency. How come you two don't even know this basic common sense? Chi Kong turned and went into the warehouse, and came out with a basket of fruit. Fresh fruits and vegetables are rich in vitamin C, which is the key to treating scurvy. Long-term unbalanced diet will cause this. Chi Kong explained helplessly. "Give him these fruits, and then, let him soak in the sea water for a while, it should be able to get better." Hearing this, Zoro, who knew that his younger brother could be saved, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Usopp was confused by the soaking method proposed by Chi Kong. Soaking in water? What is the principle? Luffy shouted with admiration, "Wow! Chi Kong, do you even understand this?" Chi Kong glanced at Luffy and couldn't help reminding. "People like you who only know how to eat meat, maybe you will be the next one." Luffy took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth when he heard it. "Then I'll eat some fruit." "Idiot! Save Joseph first." ×2. Zoro and Usopp hurriedly grabbed the fruit basket, and stuffed it into Joseph's mouth regardless of his struggle. "Woo! Woo! Beware of fire and theft, and Luffy. Only what is in your mouth is yours." Not long after, Joseph, who had eaten the fruit, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, performing a real version of life return. Chien Kong couldn't help but sigh, worthy of the world of One Piece. Now, seeking the opportunity, Chi Kong performed the instant body technique, came to Joseph's side in an instant, hugged him and jumped into the sea. Now it's time to do the experiment. Water escape water clone technique. Just as Luffy and Usopp were excitedly checking the clone technique, Chi Kong had already jumped back to the deck, pulled the line, and cast the rod, all in one go. "You are Gilyalu. Who are you?" "Gilyalu. Help! Save me, Johnny!" Joseph kept begging for mercy. Under the care of the water clone, he was sent into the water while struggling for help. Johnny encouraged with tears, "Joseph, hold on a little longer, you will recover if you hold on." After a while, I will never forget your life-saving grace." Johnny and Joseph bowed to Chi Kong. Chi Kong was rubbing his chin at this time. It's really not okay to get stuck with a bug. What went wrong? He waved his hand and told the two not to be polite. Luffy admired, Chi Kong is so amazing. Is this the medical skill of a ninja? How can I know how to treat a disease? I've said it's a common nutritional problem. Chi Kong was speechless. He continued, during the voyage, it is the chef's job to ensure that the crew gets enough nutrition. And there will be many problems with people's bodies during the voyage, which requires a professional doctor. Then, let's quickly find a great chef and doctor. Luffy said excitedly, but then he became depressed again. Let's find Nami first. Let's go to Cocoa West Village to defeat Arlong first. When Johnny and Joseph, two bounty hunters, heard this, they were dumbfounded and exclaimed in unison. Is it the Arlong with 20 million Baileys? Johnny commanded, go northeast. Great. Finally, we don't have to wander. After hearing this, Chi Kang's water clone and Usopp adjusted their course and shed tears of grievance. Joseph, the other member of the Sword Saint duo, stood at the bow and looked into the distance with deep eyes. Are you really going to challenge that guy? It is said that besides Creek, they are the most powerful pirates in the East China Sea. However, this guy is not done pretending to be deep. This is my special seat. You bastard! Good dong! The sound of falling into the water came, and Joseph, who had just recovered from a serious illness, drowned again. Water. Chi Kong was fishing while teasing the green algae-headed man on the lookout. Compared to you, a swordsman with a poor sense of direction, your two old colleagues seem much more reliable than you. Dumb. Dumb. Who do you think is the one with a poor sense of direction? Zoro appeared in a rage and then drew his sword. Let's duel. Chi Kong. I've been enduring you for a long time. Bang. Chi Kong turned into Alrita, with an iron rod in his hand. What's wrong with me telling the truth? Who stopped me from saving Nami? If Nami was still here, would we have to wander on the sea? You have the courage to challenge me. Don't you have the courage to attack the Fisherman? Zoro fled under Chi Kang's iron rod attack. He was defeated step by step. Luffy said excitedly, awesome. Chi Kong in the state of a fat ant is also very strong. Is this the transformation ninjutsu? Even Zoro, big brother, is no match for him. ×3. But... ugh. Usopp, Joseph and Johnny were all shown off. Chi Kong smiled charmingly at the three people. When I transform into Albero, please call me the most beautiful woman on the sea, Miss Alrita. Ugh. ×4. Haha. Chi Kong, you are so funny. Luffy laughed wildly while holding his stomach. Stop it for me. Zoro couldn't bear it anymore, and with a blow from the back of the knife, he successfully broke Chi Kang's transformation effect. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Usopp suddenly thought of something and took out a toolkit from his bag. Chien Kong, the ninja tools you asked me to make are ready. Come and try them. This thing seems interesting. Usopp took out two carefully crafted kunao, and Luffy was immediately attracted to it. He grabbed one and shouted excitedly. Awesome! Is this a ninja weapon? Look at my deadly dart! As he said that, Luffy threw the kunao into the sea, causing Kikang to go crazy. Stupid Luffy, this is my weapon, don't waste it. Chien Kong grabbed the kunao, kicked Luffy away, took the kunao in his hand, and examined it. The kunao in his hand is about 10 centimeters long and small in width. There is a sharp tip at one end and a horizontal handle or hole at the other end. This hole is convenient for holding or tying other items. Kunao is one of the most commonly used ninja tools by ninjas. It can not only be used for close combat and throwing attacks, but also has many functional uses. Chi Kong has never had a good combat weapon. Now that Usopp has joined, he has finally made this thing. With the kunao in hand, his combat method can become more bizarre. Usopp's craftsmanship is very good. Chi Kong took the kunao in his hand and showed it off. What about the shuriken? Do you have it? Chi Kong asked. Usopp touched his head and explained. That kind of thing is easy. It's just that I made these weapons by hand. Although the quality you require is not high, the quantity is a bit too much. Chi Kong nodded to show his understanding and praised sincerely, Usopp, you are such a reliable partner, thank you. Usopp smiled like a powerful crass when he heard the compliment. Chi Kong also sealed the kunao into the seal on his right arm, feeling satisfied. Luffy suddenly raised his hands. Haha! For Joseph and Johnny, and the new weapon Chi Kong got. Let's have a party. Chapter 29. The fisherman was so busy that he was caught. Hey! Did Chi Kong catch any fish? Luffy yelled as he quietly reached into Chi Kang's fishing den with his rubber arm. Didn't you see I was still fishing? Because Luffy held banquets every other day, the food was quickly gone. At this time, Luffy was so hungry that he could only reach out his evil claws to Chi Kong. Damn Luffy! That's my food! Don't think I didn't notice it. Chi Kong made a seal with one hand. Water escape water prison technique. Gurgle gurgle. Oh, it's rough, Chi Kong. Luffy struggled in the water prison and was about to roll his eyes and faint. Chi Kong then released the water prison. At this moment, on the deck, Usopp and the Sword Saint duo were lying all over the place. Because they didn't know how terrible Luffy was, they were already dizzy with hunger at this time. Zoro and Chi Kong, who knew the inside story, hid a small bag of food each as a reserve. At this moment, the fishing rod in Chi Kang's hand shook quickly. Dum! 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 The mercrow fell back on Chi Kang's head and made a loud cry. Does this mean that gold will be paid? Chi Kong pulled it and felt that the weight from underwater was unusual. The goods are on. Luffy. The food is coming. The meat is coming. Luffy, Usopp, and the Sword Saint duo moved their ears and instantly turned into hungry ghosts in hell. What? Meat? Meat? Where is it? ×4. The four people looked around. At this time, Usopp found the surging waves and said tremblingly. Chi Kikang, did you catch too many fish? The sea god is angry. Zoro had been holding the rope without knowing when, staring at the sea with a torch-like gaze, and said disdainfully. Idiot! I feel it, the one biting the rod below is a sea beast. When he heard that it was a sea beast, Joseph broke out in a cold sweat, pulled out a machete, and said, Brother Zoro, you are responsible for cutting the meat. I'm responsible for cutting the pieces. Yes. Yes. Brother Zoro. I know a little bit about barbecue, so leave the grilling to me. Johnny began to set up the grill. The whole ship was waiting for Kikang's prey from the deep sea with anticipation. With the sound of Hwa, Hwa, the two water clones turned into water splashes and dissipated due to the exhaustion of chakra. Kikang's veins bulged. Luffy. Keep trying. Usopp, come and help. Do you want to eat meat? Seeing this, except for Zoro who was sharpening his knife, everyone else who was dizzy with hunger came to help. 1, 2, 1, 2. As everyone worked hard, the magic of the Supreme Big Rod was also revealed. As long as the creature was pulled by the fishing rod, it would eventually not escape the fate of being caught. The sea was turbulent. When the accumulated power reached a certain threshold, the creatures on the seabed were pulled out of the water unconsciously. The moment the giant beast was pulled out of the water, Chi Kong trembled all over. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. At this moment, he felt a strong and abnormal quality improvement. Is this the feeling of power? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Chi Kong showed a smile like the four laughing heroes of Uchiha. His middle school appearance made everyone on the boat, including the sea beasts, look at him. This is not Chi Kang's fault. The quality he improved this time was 10 times that of catching Joseph and Johnny. At this moment, his Sharingan has turned into 3 Megatama, and he instantly memorized a lot of awesome ninjutsu and taijutsu. According to Attaka's memory, ordinary jonins can catch them in seconds if they seize the opportunity. The magical items caught with the special bait this time are equivalent to his 1 year of fishing practice. Chi Kong pressed the fishing line retract button, retracted the fishing line, looked at the sea beast, and licked his lips. This is a very large manatee, with a body in the form of a cow. In the world of One Piece, manatees are really cows in the sea. Chi Kong has recognized the origin of this sea beast, a member of the dragon pirates, Manatee Mu, and seeing it means that the Fisherman's territory is not far away. This Mu is a giant manatee from the Grand Line. It has a keen sense of smell, and its scales are like armor. It has the monster-level ability to destroy the entire village. At this time, Mu was looking at everyone on the boat with a ferocious look. It was very unhappy to be caught, but everyone looked like a starving ghost, and it broke out in a cold sweat. Is Mu not scary enough? No. Everyone is starving. Mu roared to scare everyone, but the next second. Meat. 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 Beef and fish. Rubber bazooka. Luffy hit its chin with both palms, and Mu flew directly from the sea to the sky. At this moment, Mu in the air became a pitiful little thing with tears in its eyes, and even the style of painting changed. Do you think you don't have to be eaten if you act cute? Some people will definitely disagree. Fresh beef, just right for drinking. Zoro. Save your life. Chi Kong said quickly. Humph. 3 swords demon slash. Zoro acted quickly and slashed with 3 swords. Mu's blood gushed out, and 3 giant pieces of meat fell neatly on the Mary. A piece of beef, a piece of fish, and a piece of shark fin. Mu rolled painfully in the sea, and the waves rolled, and soon the sea was dyed red. Chi Kong jumped down, stepped on the water surface and approached at high speed. He stretched out the fishing line with his right hand and tied Mu's head directly. His cold voice came. Hey! Mu. Do you want to live? Mu. The manatee nodded frantically. Very good. Does Kokozakin know? Mu nodded frantically. The 3 Megatama in Chi Kang's eyes rotated, releasing the control illusion. Mu instinctively wanted to resist. Resist and die. Mu roared unwillingly, he would rather die without freedom. The coercion was ineffective. Feel the severe pain in his eyes. When the two were deadlocked. Mouth to mouth. I need you to listen to me temporarily and take us to Kokoyasi village, and then I will give you freedom. I swear with these eyes. Mu. As Mu gave up resistance, its eyes reflected Chi Kang's 3 Magatama Sharingan. This guy actually believed it. You are so damn naive that I don't want to lie to you. Chi Kang got some of Mu's blood and added his own blood to perform a summoning ritual, which might be useful in the future. Mu was put on a rope, and this manatee became the driver of the Mary, pulling the Straw Hat Pirates to swim quickly towards Kokoyasi village. Mu probably never dreamed that going out to sea to hunt would not only make him the prey, but also a mount. Go! Mu! Chi Kong patted Mu, and Mu instantly rushed into the sea. Zoro had been observing Seiken, and when he saw Mu's eyes, he felt dizzy. Controlled. Is it the same as when Bellamy Bear? Your eyes are really scary. Luffy's eyes were shining with gold, and he shouted excitedly, do we have pets in the future? Seiken explained, it's just temporary, and we still have to release it. Luffy lost interest when he heard it was temporary. My head is dizzy. I'm so hungry. Is the meal not ready yet? Usopp showed his fangs, don't you see we are busy? He was using a slingshot to evenly feed the meat. Sure kill pepper star. Sure kill salt star. Sure kill sauce star. Johnny was responsible for cutting, and Joseph was responsible for grilling. At first, everyone was a little restrained, but in the end, Luffy made a big fuss. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seiken directly grilled with a big fire, because everyone was almost starving. After eating and drinking, all members were revived with full health. Mah! Mah! Murkrow, who had eaten his fill, laid 3 more poops, which Chi Kong collected solemnly. Hey! Chi Kong! I just wanted to ask you, what's wrong with your hair? Zoro picked up the black hair on the ground and looked at Murkrow curiously. Chapter 30. After a long time, the family went to the park. A long park. After returning for a few days, Nami finally mustered up the courage to push open the door of a long park and walked in. You are still as lax as ever. Although Nami had a smile on her face, her voice was cold and indifferent. Haha. So it's you who are back. Nami, how is it? What did you get this time? Wearing a flowered shirt, shorts, and a fur hat in the middle of summer, this fashion lover with a megalodon nose is the local emperor who rules here, the Fisherman along. We have made a lot of gains. We have hooked another pirate group this time. There are too many fools and we can't steal all of them. Nami was wearing revealing clothes at this time, just to show the tattoo on her arm representing the dragon pirates. It turns out that Nami is one of the cotters of the dragon pirates. Haha. As expected of Nami, betrayal and deception are exactly what you are good at. Along grinned wildly. As soon as Nami came back, it meant that a lot of Baileys were in hand. He raised his glass to the Fisherman and said, to celebrate Nami's return, let's have a party. After a commotion, Nami came to Arlong with a glass of wine and asked, do you still keep your promise? Aaron knew what Nami was talking about and laughed. Of course. You are my subordinate. For you, I will definitely keep my word. 100 million Baileys, Coco Yasi and your freedom will all be returned to you. Nami smiled when she heard this and drank the glass in one gulp. That's good, I hope you keep your promise. Amid the laughter of the fish people, Nami turned and left. She felt sick here. If it wasn't for the village, she wouldn't want to stay any longer. After Nami left, Arlong showed a treacherous smile. Didn't expect it to be so soon? What a great talent! It's a pity that you were born in the wrong body. He waved his hand and took a den mushi. Nami walked slowly on the path back home, and when her eyelids fell, she couldn't help but roll down a few crystal tears. Everything is going to end. She gently wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes, stepped on the familiar land step by step, and her thoughts drifted to the past years. When she was young, in order to get her hometown out of the persecution of Arlong's gang, she chose to join Arlong's gang as a surveyor. At the same time, she had to save 100 million Baileys to redeem the entire village. Even if she was misunderstood by the villagers, she always endured silently without regrets or complaints. It should have been a happy time, but because of her talent for drawing, she was only 7 years old and began to be exploited by Arlong. While other children were still playing, she kept drawing sea charts in Arlong Paradise to make money. If she didn't draw according to the regulations, she would be beaten. But as the only human among the fishmen, who cares if she has injuries or how many tears she shed? With a meager salary, eating slop-like food, relying only on a verbal hope, licking her wounds alone, gritting her teeth and persisting. When she was about 10 years old, she began to travel on the sea with her extraordinary talent for sailing, cheating and deceiving among various terrifying pirates, and experienced countless lies and betrayals. Until she met Luffy and Chi Kong. Although those guys called themselves pirates, she hated it the most. In the end, they had nothing they wanted, and they didn't look like pirates at all. After a series of adventures together, Nami experienced true happiness and freedom for the first time, and the idea of staying in this team emerged in her heart. It's not that she didn't think about using their power to fight against Arlong. But in the end she denied it, because she had enough money. Although Luffy, Zoro, and Saiken are very strong, Arlong is a real monster, and fishmen are not comparable to humans. She doesn't want to see Luffy and the others get hurt, because she really regards these people as partners. Cocoa West Village. Nami ignored the indifference and disgust of the villagers, and smiled as she came to a simple tombstone near the sea of Cocoa West Village, which was the resting place of her adoptive mother Belle-Mère. "I'm here to see you, Belle-Mère." Nami put down a bouquet of flowers and sat down with her legs hugged. "It's not that Nami doesn't want to come, I'm busy making money." "Don't worry, Belle-Mère, I've saved enough money to buy the village, and even got a start-up fund for rebuilding the village through those friends who are always teased by me. However, I'm probably going to go to sea with them. It's said to be working to pay off debts, but it's actually more like pursuing a new life." Nami pretended, laughing easily. "Let me tell you, Belle-Mère, they are really interesting. They don't dislike me at all, and they insist on pulling me to be a navigator. I always cheat all the dividends we share." When it comes to Luffy, Zoro, and Saiken, Nami has endless topics to talk about. Luffy is a big-headed idiot, shouting every day that he wants to be the pirate king, but in the end he has no pirate flag or pirate ship. Zoro is a three-sword swordsman, and the third sword is bitten in his mouth. Isn't it funny? Although he is sometimes serious, he is a road idiot. Ha ha ha. And Chi Kong. This guy is the most annoying. He looks scary at the beginning, and he is still very serious. In the end, I found out that he is a ninja obsessed with fishing. He doesn't care about fishing. He catches fish every day and says he will never catch fish. Later I found out that the bait he used was shit. He is really a big pervert, and what's more perverted is that he likes to turn into an ugly fat woman, shouting something beautiful that resounds through the sky. For some reason, when talking about Chi Kong, Nami has a lot of complaints. Just when Nami was talking about Chi Kong. On the other side, on the Mary. After hearing what Zoro said, Chi Kong looked at the black hair scattered on the ground in astonishment. An unprecedented panic appeared, and he nervously touched his head. When he touched it, the hair that was originally as thick as a forest actually fell down like autumn leaves. Dark Crow. Did you do it? Mute. Mute. Dark Crow called twice with disdain, spread his wings and flew into the air, and the airflow driven by the wings swept away the black hair. Slippery. Bald. Feeling cool. How is it possible? Qian Kong turned into a horrified face. This dramatic scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Luffy tried hard to restrain his laughter, covering his mouth with his hands, fearing that the laughter would burst out along with the chewed food, and his facial muscles twisted because of trying hard to endure. Puff. Kikang. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with you? I'm laughing to death. Finally, Usopp couldn't hold it back, and the beef in his mouth spurted out, followed by his belly laugh. Brother Chi Kong, I'm bald. ×2. Joseph and Johnny shouted at the same time, looking incredulous. Water escape technique, water mirror technique. Chi Kong summoned a water mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, looking incredulous. I'm bald? Why is this happening? Chi Kong thought of a bald-caped man, who was said to be caused by the heaven system. I've become stronger, but also bald. Is the price of becoming stronger hair? He pulled open his crotch and grabbed a handful, and breathed a sigh of relief. The little elephant's hairstyle was still very strong. Chapter 31. The two of them started to make a move. Joseph, what do you think of fishing? Johnny. I think it's more convenient to use a fishing net. Joseph rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If we stop being bounty hunters, we can go fishing as a group. I'll catch fish and you'll weave the net. That seems good. Johnny rubbed his chin as well. The two Sword Kings and Sword Saints started to set flags, which made Chi Kong a little panicked. Isn't it just killing a fish? Is it necessary to do this? Hey! Fisherman never come back empty-handed. Chien Kong lifted the fishing rod, and a pink shark with water droplets was pulled onto the boat. Luffy and Usopp were dancing on the left and right. It's a shark. Usopp. It's actually a shark. Pink shark. It's actually a pink shark. Chi Kong, your luck today is really great. This is the normal way to open Luffy's ship. Chi Kong touched his shiny bald head and said proudly, baldness can increase critical hits. Since he is already bald, Chi Kong has no worries and just fishes like crazy. How bald can you be? Being handsome is only one aspect, and strength is the most important. For example, Big Mom. She doesn't look much better than Alita, but she has countless male favorites. Just as Chi Kong was sighing, Moo Moo made a cow call, and everyone looked forward. An island appeared on the horizon. This should be the Jamaica Islands, and the Coco West village is on this archipelago. As a sea beast, Moo Moo's movement speed exceeds that of most ships. How long has it been? The destination is here. As the distance got closer, Zoro saw the familiar ship first. That's right. That's the Black Cat Pirates escape ship. Chien Kong also saw it. Then this should be the territory of the fishmen, right? Usopp adjusted his goggles and saw several fishmen docked at the dock. Their tall and mighty appearance made his feet tremble constantly. I have a disease that will kill me if I see a fishman. I apply to rest on the boat. Usopp's words were met with contempt from everyone on the boat. Luffy shouted, okay. Guys, let's make a big fuss. Let Nami know we're here. After that, Luffy stretched out his arms, took off with a catapult, and flew directly to the port. Zoro jumped onto Moo Moo's head and looked at Chi Kong. Since the captain has spoken, let's go. Chi Kong. Chien Kong chuckled and began to make hand seals. As the chakra was peeled off, a shadow clone appeared. Murkrow spread his wings and flew over the clone's head. Chi Kong jumped up, riding Moo Moo and Zoro to chase Luffy. Chi Kang's clone said, let's find a hidden place to stop the boat first. My original body will know if there is anything. It's incredible. ×3. A long park. Paisaro. The music just now was really good. Shake it again. A fishman said to a flip fishman holding a music hammer. And this fishman called Paisaro pointed at Luffy in the air and stuttered. Do you see that thing, Kane Sino, do you see it? Something is approaching in the air. Kane Sino followed his gaze and looked at it. Both of them had poor eyesight. But soon, they also saw clearly what it was. Because the face was getting closer and closer, a boy with a sunny smile, covering his straw hat on his head, looked at them with a silly face. It's an invader. Boom! Kane Sino was hit by Luffy and embedded in the ground. His eyes turned white and he fainted. Ah! That was close. Landed safely. Paisaro on the side widened his eyes. He waved the maracas and asked. Who are you? You dare to come to a long park to make trouble? Don't you know that this is the territory of fishmen? Luffy adjusted his hat. He was familiar with this question. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I am here to find my navigator, Nami. Paisaro was stunned. Where did this madman come from? Nami is a member of our Arlong Pirates. How did she become your navigator? Luffy was stunned and pouted his lips and said. I don't care. Chi Kong said that if you are defeated, Nami will be my navigator. It was the first time that Paisaro saw such a shameless human. It wanted to shake the maracas, making a strange and harsh sound. That sound is so bad. Luffy covered his ears and complained. Shut up! I'm the musician of the dragon pirates. You brainless idiot, my companions will be. I will tear you apart. Hey! What's wrong with Pizarro? Everyone is having a party. The banquet director of the salmon fishermen, Shioya, appeared first. He soon saw Luffy and Cane Sino, who fainted beside Luffy. Someone invaded Arlong Park. How dare he? Is this stupid boy the invader? A low-level human. He doesn't look that good. Come for Nami? Nami wouldn't lie to him, right? Ha ha ha. Nami is our ATM, how could we give it to you? Stupid human. As more and more fishmen gathered, the fishmen were numerous and pointed at Luffy. Luffy suddenly raised his hands and shouted. So long-winded. Where is Nami? Where is Arlong? I'm going to beat him up. Luffy's voice resounded through the sky, bursting with strong momentum, making all the fishmen silent, and Pizarro, who was closest, dropped his music hammer in fear. God, lunatic, you are worthy of our boss's attack. Brothers, come on! The fishman named Yan Sha roared and rushed up. Luffy adjusted his hat, his face was terribly gloomy. I'll tear this down. He should appear, right? Rubber whip. Who bullies my navigator? No one is allowed. Port. Octopus Man Xiao Ba and Carp Man Xiao Wu carried the fish bucket and made a slurp slurp sound. Don't get me wrong, they were not kissing, but calling moo. Along took a group of cotters to Kisha town next to Kikoyaxi village, because they were trying to start a rebellion there, and they needed Moo to accompany them to establish their authority. Why do I see someone on Moo's head? Octopus Xiao Ba looked into the distance and was a little confused. Little starling, there are really two humans. Xiao Wu's eyes were very sharp. At the same time, he found something strange. No. Little starling, Moo was actually tied with a bridle. What? Xiao Wu. Come with me to see. Moo Moo and Hachi usually have the best relationship. Now that he is told that Moo Moo has been enslaved by humans, Hachi gets angry instantly. The two jumped into the water and swam towards Moo Moo. On the other side. Hey! Fisherman! We seem to have been discovered. Zoro reminded with 3 swords in hand. Chi Kong heard this and his 3 Magatama Sharingan spun for a while. You don't need to take action. Hold on tight, swordsman with poor sense of direction. This is the sea, the home of fishmen. If Zoro falls into the water, it will be troublesome. He doesn't want to take risks. After hearing this, Zoro retracted his knife. Moo. Moo Moo received the order. Opened his bloody mouth and accelerated suddenly. Human, what did you do to Moo Moo? Hachi's voice came from the front. He found that Moo Moo had entered the attack mode and questioned. Is this the fishman? It looks really disgusting. It smells fishy. Chi Kong complained. At the same time, he also recognized who this octopus was, one of the 3 cotters of the dragon pirates, Octopus Hachi. It's me. Moo. We are Hachi and Xiaohu. Hachi called out, and Xiaohu beside him immediately reminded him. Xiaoba, run. Moo's eyes are wrong. Hachi looked at Moo's eyes, blood-red eyes with 3 Magatama, its eyes can't be like this. These 2 humans did it. Is it the power of the devil fruit? Moo. Moo pushed like a volleyball, and the 2 fish vomited blood and turned into a parabola and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 32. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. Nami returned to the orange orchard in a good mood. As soon as she approached, she found that many Navy officers and villagers who were watching the fun had gathered here. She panicked. She walked forward quickly. What are you Navy officers doing here? At this time, an officer with a pointed face and a monkey face, who looked like a mouse, walked out of the crowd. Squeak! I am the mouse colonel of the 16th branch of the Navy. You are the criminal Nami, right? It is not difficult to see from the tone of the mouse colonel that he seems to know Nami. Criminal. Haha. I'm a cotter of the dragon pirates. If you attack me, Arlong will not let you go. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Colonel Mouse continued to laugh obscenely. It has nothing to do with the dragon pirates. It's a thief. We received a report from an informant that there is a habitual thief here. Of course, Mouse didn't dare to cause trouble for Arlong, so he could only play here. Nami was angry. What did you say? You don't care about pirates. You care about these sneaky behaviors. Nami's scolding, Colonel Mouse was not annoyed. Squeak, squeak. I heard that you stole a lot of treasures from pirates. These are stolen goods and should be kept by the Navy. Nami looked at the crowd around her. Nami's first reaction was that these villagers who were watching the show reported it. They have always hated her. She said unreasonably, "You, fart. I didn't steal." Haha, this is not up to you. Search for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground. With the order of Mouse, the Navy began to pour into the orange orchard. Let's see who dares. At this time, a blue-haired girl, holding a wooden stick, blocked the way in front of the Navy. Don't hinder the Navy from handling the case. 2 sturdy Navy approached from the left and right. How could an ordinary girl stop the Navy? The 2 Navy knocked the girl down directly after a face-to-face encounter. Nakago. Nami helped up her half-sister, her eyes choosing people to bite. You don't care that Along destroyed the town, you don't care that he killed people wantonly. You don't care that everyone on this island became a slave. But you want to make trouble for me, is this what you Navy should do? Nami's voice became louder and louder, and finally hysterical. Squeak. A thief is a thief. Don't think that you can change this fact by saying a few great words. You. Nami was furious. At this time, the crowd parted, and a policeman wearing a windmill stood out from it. This money is what Nami used to buy our village. You can't touch it. This made Nami, who was originally angry, stunned and stared blankly. Mr. Jian. How did you know? The policeman named Jian said in a deep voice, Sorry, Nami. We have always known that you suffered outside, but everyone pretended not to know. We pretended to exclude you just because we didn't want to become a burden to you when you wanted to escape from here one day. The crowd watching the excitement around him all had gloomy faces, holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs in their hands, as if they would take action as long as Jian gave an order. Even if the opponent is the Navy. Nami has paid too much for the village, and now it is their turn to protect Nami. Nami covered her mouth, unable to believe that everyone had been pretending. They all knew. At this time, Jian turned and looked at the sanctimonious Navy Colonel, Mouse. Do you know how much Nami has suffered for this money? Do you think you are qualified to take this money? Navy Lord. Colonel Mouse was unmoved. The guy who could collude with Aaron and cooperate with him was not a good guy. He didn't have those idle baggage at all. Mouse squinted his eyes, stretched his ears and taunted the indignant crowd around him. What do you mean? Squeak. Are you saying that the whole village is actually thieves? Do you want to be shot? Mouse waved his hand, and the accompanying Navy all raised their guns to threaten. At this time, report to Colonel Mouse, the house has been searched. No stolen money was found. Mouse frowned and ordered, if there is no money in the house, then go to the field. 100 million Baileys is such a large amount, and we will always find it. 100 million Baileys? Why 100 million? Nami was stunned. She had more money than that. Why did he say 100 million? Could it be? In an instant, her mind became clear and she understood the cause and effect. Did Aaron ask you to come? Right. Nami asked immediately. A trace of panic flashed in the mouse's eyes, and he said coldly, "I don't understand what you said. I just received a tip from an informant. 100 million Baileys is just my guess." "Asshole! Asshole! You guys are a bunch of assholes." Nami burst into tears, raised her stick and rushed forward, wanting to fight with these disgusting guys. "Nami! No!" Nakago hugged Nami tightly regardless of his injuries. Aegeon turned the windmill above his head and said resolutely, "Call on all villagers to take up arms." The mouse also waved his hand, and the soldiers in the back row all raised their muskets to threaten. "Hey! I advise you to be sensible. All navy officers are ready to shoot." Squeak! Nami's eyes shrank, and seeing the villagers' fearless appearance, she broke free from Nakago's arms and rushed to Aegeon, blocking everyone with her body. "Enough! I'll give you the money." Under the third orange tree in the orange grove. The mouse touched his beard after hearing this, and he waved his hand and walked towards the orange orchard with a group of navy men. A group of villagers holding farm tools were not threatening in his eyes, but became a tool to threaten Nami. "Uncle Jian! Go back! This money has nothing to do with you. It's not used to buy the village." Nami still wanted to cover up. "Nami! Don't you understand? A Long is just using you. How long will you be stupid?" Aegeon touched Nami's head, the girl he watched grow up. "It's time to break up with A Long. You don't have to be so tired, Nami. Live for yourself in the future." Aegeon turned the windmill on his head and said firmly. He picked up his weapon and walked towards A Long paradise surrounded by villagers with their families. "What are you going to do?" Nami bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "They are going to find our Long? Are they all going to die? With these weapons, they can't even beat the navy, how can they beat the terrifying Fisherman? There is a way. I will go find my partners. They can do it. Please. Believe me. Don't do anything stupid." Nami was hysterical. But no villager looked at him straight in the eye, even Nakago picked up a stick and passed by indifferently. With the momentum of seeing death as the way home. Damn it! Damn it! Nami had never hated Arlong so much. She couldn't help but reach out to the tattoo of the dragon pirates on her arm. Just a little bit of blood cut off the mark he hated. "Look! I won't be Arlong's cotter anymore. Look!" Nami smiled and showed her arm. "This time it's real. I really won't compromise." Nami acted like a clown, performing hard but no one paid attention. Finally, she collapsed to the ground helplessly. "Who will stop them? Anyone can? Please. Luffy. Saikin. Zoro." Nami screamed hysterically, and she really regretted it this time. However, her voice was soon responded. "I told you a long time ago. When you left without saying goodbye, Zoro was very angry. It is said that he wanted to chop you." Saikin's voice sounded in Nami's ears. Chapter 33. The sound was not an illusion. Right. Nami slowly moved her eyes to the right, and a handsome, bald man appeared here. Nami was stunned for a moment. Is this true or false? Chi Kong is Chi Kong, and the jacket is also bought by her, but why is he bald? Illusion? At this time, the mouse walked out of the orange grove with a crazy laugh. "It's more than 100 million Baileys. Ha ha ha." Colonel Mouse counted the banknotes, and many of them were covered with dried blood, which seemed to tell how hard they were to come by. Hearing this voice, Chi Kong sneered. "Fortunately, I am smart and know that this situation may happen. It seems that we are here in time." Chi Kong raised his right hand and made a shooting gesture. The navy was still immersed in the joy of discovering Bailey and paid no attention to the surroundings. "Sure, kill Flame Star." Usopp's voice came from a commanding height somewhere. With a roar, a blazing fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor and rushed straight towards Colonel Mouse. Boom! Usopp was worthy of his bullets. The fireball hit Colonel Mouse's head accurately. In an instant, his beard and hair were filled with smoke, but the Bailey in his hand was not hurt at all. Colonel Mouse fell to the ground with his eyes white, and the treasure chest fell unconsciously. Enemy attack! Protect the Colonel! The surrounding navy immediately surrounded Colonel Mouse and looked around vigilantly. Bang! At this moment, the clone Chi Kong turned into Alrita. He swung the stick in his hand. It's time to let you see the horror of the sea. Before Albalo started to show off, Nami beside him came back to her senses. Chi Kong! It's really you! This is not an illusion! Nami shouted, regardless of Alrita's fat body, rushed forward and hugged Chi Kong tightly. This action made Alrita's fat body tremble. Feeling the touch of the entity, Nami knew that everything was real. Help me! Chi Kong! Help me! Stop Nakako and the others! They will die! Nami's incoherent words were anxious, and tears burst out. Chi Kong was a little at a loss, not knowing whether to take advantage of it. Hey! Nami! Don't be anxious! Someone went to deal with the Fisherman Street. Don't hurt my body! Chi Kong touched his bald head awkwardly, and said. When I invited you, didn't I promise to help you solve the problem? You had to run away. It caused me and Zoro to have a quarrel. Accused by Chi Kong, Nami cried like a child, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Woo woo woo. Chi Kong put Murkrow on Nami's head, covering her face. He looked around nervously. I swear to God, I didn't make her cry. He immediately changed his target, pointed his stick at the navy, and shouted, Damn it! You bastards! You actually made Nami cry! Shoot! An officer ordered coldly. Chi Kong made a seal while saying to the back, Joseph, Johnny, take Nami away. Yes. Brother Chi Kong. ×2. The Sword King and Sword Saint appeared from the river in an instant, holding Nami on the left and right and running. Chi Kong, you have to be careful. Nami didn't know that Chi Kong was an emotionless clone, and she was still worried. Water escape water array wall. Chi Kong drew the water flow of the small river next to him and instantly created a water wall to cover the three people's departure. His best ninjutsu is fire escape, but he didn't expect to use water escape every day here. There is nothing he can do because there is too much water here. Puff puff puff. All the bullets were blocked by Chi Kang's water wall. This scene made the navy in a mess. What's going on? How can this fat woman control water? Is he a fishman? Could he be Aaron's subordinate? Chi Kong was no longer surprised by the surprise on the faces of the navy. The officer-like guy hurriedly stabilized the morale. Don't panic. Protect the colonel. There is only one opponent. Chi Kong curled his lips. Join the team? I like it. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and his body moved to the center of the crowd in an instant, launching the ninjutsu he had just learned. Illusion Darkness Walking Technique. This technique is an absolute darkness created by continuous consumption of chakra. Except for teammates, everyone else is blind. It was originally a ninjutsu used by the second generation to restrain the Uchiha clan, and Ataka happened to have studied it. With Chi Kong. With the sky as the center, darkness enveloped everyone. In an instant, all the navy became artificially blind. Chi Kong picked up the treasure chest and threw it directly onto a house. Usopp, you retreat first. Return it to Nami. Make sure to complete the mission. With Usopp's departure, Chi Kong can also let go. What's going on? Why is it dark? Can this fat woman still control the sky? Stupid. It's not dark, it seems that we are blind. Okay. You scared me, it turns out to be blind. Well, I don't have to see that ugly woman. Just as the navy was clamoring, a voice came. Tell me. Who is the most beautiful woman in this sea? The Navy didn't know how terrifying this nightmare-like voice was. The voice is here. Ugly woman, die. A Marine was more intelligent and knew to attack according to the sound. Bang! The brainless Navy fell to the ground and twitched with his head shattered. Chi Kong killed them directly. This group of Navy soldiers were not worthy of the title of soldiers at all. They only made him feel sick. He wiped the warmth off his face and patted a Navy soldier on the head with an iron rod. Tell me. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? The Navy soldier was a little stupid and stammered, I don't know. Wrong answer. Bang! Chi Kong killed the Navy soldier with a stick, and warm blood splashed all over the surrounding Navy soldiers. Chi Kong patted another Marine soldier on the head. You say. The Navy soldier had some brains and immediately said, It's you. Honorable lady. Bang! The head was broken. Chi Kong explained with a ferocious face, I want a name. Not a lady. Doesn't the sea resound with my name, Alrita? Under Chi Kang's torture, the Navy soldier was in great pain. Tell me. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? It's you. Alrita. The Navy soldier was trembling all over and had no courage to resist. Bang! Marines. Say Miss Alrita. Idiot. Say. Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea? It's you. Miss Alrita. Bang! Another Marine. No. You're missing the word beautiful. At this time, a guy with a brain spoke up, and the officer just now shouted with a chill on his back. Don't be stupid. This female pirate doesn't want to let us go at all. Don't believe her. There's still a chance of survival if we fight to the death. Chi Kong laughed, came to him, and patted his head with a big stick. Say. Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea? If you answer wrong, your head will explode. The officer was instantly sweating. Without thinking, he said. Yes. It's you, the beautiful Miss Alrita. He held the weapon and trembled all over. Although he knew that he was being teased, he still chickened out when facing death. Congratulations, you got it right. Bang! You bastard, et. The officer covered his head in surprise and found that he was not dead. At this time, Chi Kang's devilish voice came, You don't have to die, so your colonel died for you. Devil! Devil! The old soldier was splashed with the blood of Colonel Mouse, and his mentality collapsed. He dropped his weapon and ran in one direction without looking back. After he ran away for a long distance, he suddenly saw the light. The sun shone into his eyes, the sky was clear. The light came. For the first time, he felt that the sun was so beautiful. He looked in the direction of the crowded Navy, a group of people were slashing at the air blindly, and many Navy died in their own hands. The deterrent power given by this terrifying woman was too great. Hey! Where's the fat woman? Chapter 34. At this time, Chi Kong was stepping on the stream and began to make seals with his hands. As Chi Kong made seals, the river water began to compress and clump, and the water clumps rotated, forming 3 water tornadoes. Water escape triple water tooth bullet. The water tornadoes rotated at high speed, echoing each other, spun out from bottom to top, and rushed straight to the Navy. As soon as they came into contact with the swirling water tornado, the chaotic Marines twisted as if they had encountered the ruthless cutting of a drill. The water tornado continued to move forward, sweeping many Navy ships to high altitudes, and finally turned into a bloody rain mixed with blood and river water, falling on the ground. This ninjutsu can use the nearby water flow, and consumes very little chakra. If used well, it is very functional. After using the water escape technique to wash the ground, Chi Kong nodded with satisfaction as he watched the blood flow into the rivers and lakes. He didn't want to dirty the streets near Nami's house. Then, Chi Kong pointed at the stunned officer. Have you finished watching? Come over here. After watching the bloody scene, the officer no longer had the courage to resist and flattered. Beautiful Miss Alrita. What do you want? Chi Kong raised his stick and pointed at his camera. Take a picture of me with your camera. Officer. The reason why Chi Kong didn't kill the officer was that he found a camera in this guy's pocket. In order to help Alrita get out of her inferiority complex, he wanted to let this name and her beauty resound throughout the world. So, Chi Kong posed. Remember. I am the most beautiful lady on the sea, Alrita. The officer nodded and held back his nausea. It is my honor to take pictures of Miss Alrita. The officer took a lot of photos, then put down the camera and looked at Chi Kong vigilantly. It is impossible to run away. I can only continue to lick her. Good. Take your companions away. I don't want to see any impurities near this orange orchard. Can you do it? The officer nodded frantically. Go away. Thank you, Miss Alrita. Beautiful. Chi Kong supervised for a while, and the officer commanded several half-dead Marines to work. Not bad. Bang. The shadow clone's chakra was exhausted and it was difficult to maintain, and finally disappeared. On the other side, Chi Kang's body, Zoro has already met with Luffy, and they are on the way to Kisha Town. The entire Arlong Park had been demolished by Luffy, but apart from the fallen Fisherman, Nami and Arlong did not show up at all. When Chi Kong and Zoro arrived, they saw Luffy still destroying it, and they were very upset. Obviously, he was not at home. Based on the information from Arlong's brothers, he knew that Arlong was dealing with the riots in Kisha Town with his cotters. Therefore, the group began to rush to Kisha Town. Damn it! Arlong, where are you? I will beat you up. And, Nami. Where are you? I am Luffy. The countryside remembered Luffy's roar, and the birds in the mountains and forests flew away in fright. The farmers heard Arlong's name and were so scared that they hid in the ground and dared not show their heads, looking at the three people in horror. Chi Kong and Zoro followed Luffy, looking at the happy Luffy with disgust. In their hearts, they cursed at the same time, idiot Luffy. At this time, Chi Kong suddenly stopped because he received information feedback from his clone. After the shadow clone dissipates, the clone's memory and fatigue will be fed back to the main body. The original purpose of inventing this ninjutsu was to explore intelligence. Seeing Chi Kong stop, Zoro turned around and asked. What's wrong? Fisherman. You won't get lost, right? After Zoro's shameless words, Chi Kong slowly spoke. Usopp found Nami, and there was an accident, but I solved it. Nami cried very sadly. After hearing this, Zoro probably guessed some of the endings. He squinted and turned around, his voice cold, just chop those disgusting guys. Luffy jumped up and down when he heard this. You made Nami cry. Damn it. Chi Kong. Haven't we reached Kisha Town yet? Chi Kong didn't expect Kisha Town to be so far away. If he had known, he would have let Moo Moo pull it there. Unfortunately, it had been released by Chi Kong. But it's not a big problem. Now we just need to deal with Arlong and the cotters. As for the Arlong Park where the villagers went, there should be no one alive, right? Luffy and Zoro just defeated them, and after the two left, Chi Kong directly created a water clone to clean up the mess. Forgive them for being superior. He couldn't stand it if Nami was forced to forgive the Emperor. Cut the grass at its roots. No matter who was right or wrong in the relationship between fishmen and humans. If Nami's hometown became like this, Chi Kong would be unhappy if he didn't die. Chi Kong jumped onto the tree in 2 or 3 steps, opened his Sharingan and looked into the distance. Do you see that town in the east? That's Kisha Town. Chi Kong pointed to the smoke on the horizon, where a riot was taking place. If Luffy knew the location, this guy would immediately make trouble, such as At this time, Luffy leaned over with the help of a branch and turned into a rubber slingshot. That direction, right? I can't stand it. I want to beat Arlong away. Asshole. The opponent is not just Arlong. Don't make trouble. Chi Kong said angrily. Unfortunately, with a whoosh, Luffy turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Chi Kong jumped down and was about to ask Zoro to march quickly, but suddenly his head was full of black lines. Hey! Swordsman with poor sense of direction. Why are you walking into the field? Can you go astray on a road? Near a long park? Along. Get out of here. Kokoaxi village, there's a rebellion today. 10 years. We've endured 10 years. How many decades are there in life? No. Everyone. Don't go and die. Nami, holding Murkrow, kept trying to stop the villagers. She promised solemnly. My companions are fighting inside. Please believe me this time. Nami's words were still ignored by everyone. They were all seeking death. Killing one fishman would make up for the loss, killing two would make a lot of money. At this time, two fools appeared on the left and right. I am the Sword Saint Joseph. I am the Sword Emperor Johnny. We can testify. Our big brother is fighting inside. You just need to go back and wait. It's no problem for the Straw Hat Pirates to take care of this. However, the strange and quiet Arlong Park made their conviction basically zero. As the team continued to approach Arlong Park, the Long team finally stopped. The three thought that their persuasion had worked. What the three did not notice was that the villagers at this time were stunned and pointed at the buildings in Arlong Park. At this time, Nakago came out, grabbed Nami, and pointed at the park. Nami! Look here, is this Arlong Park? Boom! At this moment, the gate of Arlong Park fell down. The villagers outside the gate wall were shocked to see the mess in Arlong Park. The collapsed buildings, the broken surface, and the blood-stained battlefield all indicated a shocking battle. At this time, the villagers could not imagine that there were actually humans who could compete with the fishmen. This kind of destructive power was simply not a creature from the same world as them. Mute. Mute. Murkrow seemed to have discovered something and flew high. Nami turned around and covered her mouth in shock like the villagers. She found that the only living thing inside was a bald man. At this time, he whistled and picked up a fainted fishman. Looking left and right, he found that he was still breathing. He raised his knife and cut his neck. This clean and neat look seemed like he had been killing fish in Carrefour for many years. Chi Kong. Is that you? Hearing someone calling him, Chi Kong looked back. Then he looked terrified. How did you get here? Bang! Chi Kong turned into Alrita. He threw away the pirate scimitar in his hand and hurriedly explained. Ah! You recognized the wrong person. I am Albaro. I am a passerby. Being seen by teammates in this bloody scene will affect the relationship between the two sides. Mute. Mute. Murkrow fell on his head without giving him any face. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Ah! It's quite hot today, I melted. Chi Kong suddenly twisted, and because he was too far away from his original body, he turned into a pool of water and disappeared. Chapter 35. The weather is so hot that it can melt people. Do you think you are ice cream? Nami, who was in a low mood just now, suddenly frowned and shouted at the direction where Chi Kong disappeared. Nokikao and Aegean saw this scene and smiled knowingly. Nami's partners are so interesting. They should have a good relationship. The villagers began to discuss, did that man just turn into water? Wasn't he killing the fish man just now? Nami didn't lie to us. Did Nami's partners really do this? The villagers looked at Nami one by one, as if waiting for her explanation. At this time, Nami regained the sunshine. She wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. They are very strong. I didn't expect that they came here to find me. I should have believed them a long time ago. It's not too late now. I want to fight with them. Nami took out a stick and pressed it on a fishman. Kanishino. You are not dead. The fishman named Kanesino was panting. Nami. It's you? It was you who asked people to capture along paradise. Bang. What responded to him was Nami's powerful stick. The companions have come, and Nami is no longer cowardly at this moment. She continued to ask, tell me. Where did Along go? Kanishino seemed to be about to faint. Ah. Along went to Kisha town. We lost so many compatriots. Do you know how Along will treat you when he comes back? So what? I rebelled. Knowing Along's location, Nami knocked down with one stick after another, as if to continue Chi Kang's behavior just now. Bang! Bang! Nami knocked and cried. Asshole! Asshole! You damn fishman! It's because of you that Belmere. Go to hell! Go to hell! At this time, Nakago also rushed up with his mouth bitten. Belmere left us because of you. I hate you! You damn fishman! The two of them knocked with sticks, venting their anger and grievances for 10 years, like Shura. Kill them! Kill all the fishmen! Someone shouted, and the residents of Kokoaxi village attacked the fishmen who didn't know whether they were dead or alive with knives, guns, sticks and clubs. There are countless people here who have lost their relatives, loved ones, and friends to the fishmen. At this moment, they are all attacking like crazy. Joseph and Johnny smoked cigarettes, pretending to be deep, but their hands and feet couldn't help shaking. They had never seen such a scene before. They were frightened by this group of crazy villagers. They wanted to flog the corpses or even cut them into pieces. Joseph, big brother, these people are so scary. Should we run away? Johnny, second brother, don't react at all. Smoke our cigarettes and pretend you didn't see anything. Our mission is to protect the villagers. Nami. Chi Kong asked me to bring money back. At this time, Usopp's voice came. He found this place panting. As soon as he entered the door. At this time, the bloody residents turned around. Usopp will never forget that look until his death. Usopp, equals. Yes. I'm sorry. I went to the wrong set. Kisha Town. At this time, Kisha Town was a sea of fire, and a large number of humans were lying on the ground. Their opponents were only Aaron and 2 fishermen cotters. An old village chief covered in blood, holding a dagger, roared hysterically. Aaron! Your tyranny will eventually be overthrown. The will of freedom has risen in our hearts. Behind him was a group of villagers holding simple weapons but with firm eyes. They had no choice but to use these rubbish weapons. Under Aaron's tyranny, any weapons that might pose a threat were ruthlessly confiscated, and they would be killed to scare the monkeys. But this could not stop their determination to resist. They gathered the strength of the whole town to resist, and there were even a few trembling children in the crowd. At this moment, Aaron's face was covered with haze. He cruelly crushed the head of a villager alive, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. What did I hear? The lower race actually wanted to resist the higher level fishmen? Look at your weak physique, ha ha ha. Aaron's men also laughed wildly one after another. The physique of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. Do you understand? The one who said this was the Kissing Fishman, one of the 3 major cotters of the dragon pirates. His mouth can store a lot of water, and he is best at using water cannons to attack the enemy. All the humans who fell to the ground with wounds pierced by bullets were caused by him. Fishman Karate 1000-watt punch. A fishman wearing a karate uniform, with water splashing on his arms, punched out, and with one blow, the house and the human body were turned into dust. He also showed a contemptuous look and added, 10 times? That's still on land. In the water, our advantage will reach 20 times. What qualifications do you low-level humans have to resist us? This is the cartilaginous Fisherman Krobi, one of the 3 major cotters of the dragon pirates. Faced with such overwhelming power, those human rebels did not retreat. They had firm eyes and vowed to defend their dignity to the death, shouting, "Take up your weapons! No regrets even if you die." Seeing this, Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. Okay. 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 Since you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. This town no longer needs to exist, let it disappear completely. Aaron coldly took a slaughtering stance, and with a flick of his right hand, the villagers fell one after another. The fishermen started a one-sided massacre of humans. At this time, one of the 3 cotters, the octopus Zioba, ran from the seaside panting. "Brother Aaron, something bad has happened." Aaron frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Zioba. Where's Moo? Didn't I ask you to bring Moo over?" Zioba answered tremblingly. Moo was controlled by someone. Xiaowu and I were knocked away by Moo." Aaron was furious. "What? Who is so bold?" Just then, a serious and abrupt voice came. "He just said you are Arlong." "Right. As long as you are defeated. Nami is mine." Those who don't know would think that the village bully is forcibly robbing the woman. It was Luffy who just arrived who said this, with an expression of "I want to fight" on his face. "Nami? Are you the reinforcements Nami invited? It's really interesting that she dared to betray me." Arlong's face was distorted, and his expression was extremely ferocious and tyrannical. "Do you think you can resist me by pulling a few inferior races? Look behind me. This is the end of resisting me." Luffy was unmoved, and suddenly attacked, and a rubber fist knocked Arlong away. The residents of Kisha town were stunned. That guy just now. Did he knock Arlong away? Is he here to help us? The old mayor's eyes lit up, and someone finally stood up. It seems very strong. Everyone! Attack! Bang! Luffy punched the old village chief 7 or 8 meters away, and then glared at everyone. "Get out of my way! Don't get in the way! Arlong is mine!" This scene not only confused the people of Kisha town, but even the fish people. The old mayor spit out blood, looked at Luffy deeply, and issued an order. All villagers go to the top of the mountain to gather. Retreat immediately. Leave the place for the Straw Hat Brother. Chapter 36. After seeing off the townspeople, Luffy pinched his fingers and said, "Aren't the fishmen very strong? I thought they were so powerful." The fishmen who came to their senses looked at Luffy. Krobi murmured, "Is his arm stretched out? Is it an illusion?" Arlong got up from the ruins unscathed, his face so gloomy that ink almost dripped out. He said coldly, "No matter who you are, you're dead, you're wearing a straw hat." As soon as Arlong said this, Luffy instantly became interested, thinking he was asking who he was. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said, "I'm Monkey. You're my uncle. Attack me." Arlong was furious. Chi chi chi. 7 or 8 bubbles shot out of the fishman Kai's mouth and attacked Luffy directly. Luffy was a little annoyed that his opening remarks were interrupted. However, seeing the water bullets coming, he instinctively dodged repeatedly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You are actually a ninja. This is a bit difficult to deal with." After seeing Kai's attack, Luffy instantly thought of Chi Kang's series of ninjutsu. The two people's attack methods seemed to be similar. Chi was confused. "What ninja? I am a fishman. Good opportunity." Just when Luffy was distracted, Krobi suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Fishman Karate 1000 watts straight fist. With Krobi's sharp shout, a powerful straight punch hit Luffy's chest. Luffy's chest was incredibly sunken, and Krobi's eyes almost popped out. Bang! After being hit by this punch, Luffy flew backwards like an arrow from a bow, knocking down several houses along the way. Krobi shook his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What's wrong with this person's body? Is it an illusion? He calmed down and shook off the picture in his mind. He thought that this person had been hit by the 1000-watt punch. He had never seen a human being who could get up again in the East China Sea. So, Krobi cast a cold look at the two people who had just entered the town, and said in a cold tone. Are you two low-level races also in the same group as the Straw Hat Boy just now? He was talking about Chi Kong and Zoro. As soon as the two arrived in the town, they saw Chongwei beating Lai Fu. No, it was Krobi beating Rubber Luffy. Watching Luffy bounce towards the ruins, the two were full of black lines. Octopus Zioba immediately recognized Chi Kong. Brother along. It was these bastards who controlled Mu. And they let Mu hit us. Aaron looked at the two people, and they didn't seem to have anything special. How do you control Mu? Where is it now? The two did not reply and silently entered the battle state. Krobi said angrily, Brother Aaron is asking you. How do you, a group of inferior races, control Mu? Hearing Krobi call them inferior races, the two people's eyes were cold and their faces were terribly black. Just a bunch of stinky fish, chopping them up is just right for drinking. Zoro held 3 knives in his hand and roared like a beast. Hey! Zoro! I have chosen my target. Then I will start eating meat first. Chi Kong said, and began to make seals with his hands. Chirp chirp! The Fishman Jew took advantage of the two people's pretense and launched a wave of probing attacks. All this was played in slow motion under Chi Kang's Sharingan. Wind style, vacuum jade. He spewed out several wind attribute light balls, which shot out like bullets and headed for the water ball. The vacuum jade skill was a copy of Danzo's ninjutsu when attack it was an anbu. It was somewhat similar to Fengxian fire, but faster. As for the power, it was a matter of opinion. The moment the water bullet touched the wind bullet, it was immediately cut into countless water droplets, and the wind bullet continued to attack Ju with the water droplets. It's faster than my water bullet. What kind of attack is this? Swish, swish, swish. The wind bullet came at him, and Ju instinctively curled up to protect his vitals. In an instant, blood splattered all over his body and he was in great pain. It hurts. Bastard! Are you watching the show? Ju roared. Aaron's group would not sit idly by. Xiao Bie had grasped 6 knives without knowing when, and said sternly. Dare to attack our companions, new and old grudges will be settled together. 6 sword-style octopus leg sword. At the same time, Krobi also launched an attack. Where can you run? Bald man with tear trough. Fishman karate wrist knife slash. The two of them attacked Chi Kong from both sides, and Chi Kong jumped back to avoid it in advance, leaving Zoro to cover the rear. Dang! With a sound, Zoro blocked the attacks of the two with 3 sword styles. Zoro's sharp eyes were fixed on Xiao Bie, who was using the 6 sword style. A guy who swings his sword randomly is qualified to be a swordsman. Zoro said in a deep voice. Xiao Bie was taken by this momentum, and his voice trembled. Are you the famous bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro? That's right. The opponent of you two is me. This time, Zoro was not like the one in the original book who was injured by Hawkeye and attacked with injuries. He proposed to fight 1 against 2 at the beginning. Chi Kong didn't care about him. He moved at high speed in an instant and disappeared. When he appeared, he had appeared behind Yu Renchu, stabbing out with a kunao in his hand. It is common sense to cut ADC first in a team fight. Do you think I'm a decoration, kid? A long sinister voice appeared beside him. He could see Chi Kang's movements clearly. What if someone protects the back row in a team fight? Wait a minute. Someone will come to deal with you. Chi Kong was not in a hurry, and the 3 Megatama of the Sharingan rotated. Arlong's waving arms suddenly stopped in the air, as if they were still. At this moment, Arlong was like being in purgatory, his body turned into a piece of paper, and the surroundings turned into a raging fire, as if he would be burned to ashes in the next moment. Arlong was controlled by illusion. Because of Arlong's reminder, Ju also flashed away. Go to hell! Big water spray! Ju used all the water in stock and sprayed a huge water ball. No wonder Luffy thought Ju was a ninja. It must be said that the attack method is really similar. Chi Kong made a seal at high speed and used the most proficient fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape, great fireball technique. The fireball faced the water ball, and high-temperature steam filled the air instantly. It's so hot! So hot! I'm going to become a dried fish. Ju's reaction made Chi Kong instantly capture some information. Fish people like water but are afraid of fire. It seems that fire escape is not useless in this world. Damn, what did you do to me? Just then, Aaron panted and broke free from the illusion, and angrily punched a rogue punch. Chi Kang's eyes shrank. So fast! His Sharingan clearly saw Aaron's fist coming straight at him, but his body had no time to react. Just when the fist was about to hit Chi Kong. Substitution technique. Leaving a broken wooden board in place, Chi Kong instantly exchanged positions with the debris. Boom! Aaron's angry blow was naturally powerful. Dust rose from the ground, and the earth shattered with one blow. It turns out that everything is fake. You can't stay. Aaron's eyes were scarlet, and the feeling of being burned by the flames just now lingered in his heart. He was burned alive for an hour. However, the strong hatred made him rush out of there, and then he realized that everything was fake. Aaron rushed out like a cannonball, and it seemed that he was about to make an Aaron combo. Chien Kong. Zoro looked over there, and couldn't help but worry. Kikeng is not the kind of physique that Luffy can take continuous beatings. If Luffy is wearing heavy armor, Kikeng now is at most wearing leather armor. After Zoro blocked with his sword, he used the force to dodge a few times and tried to intercept Arlong. Dare to be distracted in a 1-on-2 situation. ×2. Fisherman Karate 1000 watts bone crushing. Black painted octopus juice. Zoro gritted his teeth to block the 1000-watt punch, but was splashed with octopus juice and instantly blinded. What are you going to do to my partner? Luffy returned as a king at the critical moment. Rubber, rubber, life ladder. Luffy stretched out 2 rubber arms on the left and right. Swoosh! In an instant, Kikeng and Zoro were pulled to Luffy's side. Chapter 37. The two of them quarreled immediately. You idiot fisherman! If you can't do it, don't show off. Zoro was dressed in black, and he looked like a murderer in the Conan world, and he was still mocking Chi Kong. Some guy was spit on. Chi Kong immediately fought back. Do you want to die, fisherman? Come on! I'll give you 3 knives. The two of them quarreled immediately. Luffy on the side pressed down his straw hat and said to the two of them seriously. Hey! Chi Kong, Zoro! Leave Arlong to me. I'm going to beat him up myself. After that, Luffy began to warm up as if no one was around. The captain's order was given, and the two could only choose their own opponents. Idiot fisherman, that chirping guy is yours. The rest is mine. Why? Then I'm one less? I've beaten the chirping guy half to pieces. I won't take your octopus, I want the karate one. Along and the cotters on the opposite side were so angry. Along's head was full of black lines, and he roared, What do you think of the fishman? Attack! Shark web palm! Chirp chirp! Wa Zhang Chuan! 6 swords flow! Do you think you are the only ones who can use water? Water style water array wall! Chien Kong blocked all the water drop attacks for Luffy. Zoro dodged and blocked all the melee attacks with 3 swords. At this time, Luffy shouted, Okay! Warm-up is over. Go. Guys. Luffy used a rubber rocket to directly knock Arlong away, and the two fought together. Okay. So. You 1v2 first, give me a minute. After Chi Kong finished speaking, he looked at the Fisherman ADC who was immersing himself in the water to absorb water. Ju can do a water Gatling burst in the water. 2 kunao were fired, one on the left and one on the right, straight at Ju. At the same time, Chi Kang's chakra stepped under his feet, and there was a burst of sound, and a flash of body disappeared from his sight. Ju dodged the kunao and found that Chi Kong disappeared. He turned around and faced the back with a big water ball. I have brains, but not much. Little did he know that Chi Kong appeared at his side and swiped the kunao. Ju barely dodged it, and shot a few close-range water guns with his backhand, only hitting an afterimage. Chi Kong suddenly appeared on the side again, and the kunao swiped past again, and Ju pretended to dodge again. Do you think it's repeated again? No. This time Chi Kong turned around and kicked him into the air with one foot. Ju's physical skills are not good, except for spraying water, and his mind is full of muscle memory. Very stupid. Chi Kong looked at Ju in the air with a mocking face. Damn it, die. Red eyes. Ju in the air kept shooting water balls like machine guns from his mouth. Boom boom boom. Chi Kong was sweating all over, and it seemed that he could not escape. His body was shattered by the water balls. Finally, he fell on the water with disbelief on his face. Good. Finally dead. Stupid human, not so good. Ju said proudly. Puff. With a sound, Ju suddenly felt a warmth on his neck. I've said it before, you have brains, but not much. Not everyone can see my eyes. Chi Kang's mocking voice came to Ju's ears. Ju covered his neck in disbelief, his face full of doubts. As if to say, didn't I kill you? He looked in the direction of Chi Kang's body. It didn't matter if he didn't look. When he looked, there was no Chi Kang's body, only the slowly flowing water. Chi Kong pulled out his kunao and poured it into the water with a bang, creating layers of ripples. After dealing with the cotter, Chi Kong looked at Zoro. Rather than looking at Zoro, he was looking at Krobi. His Sharingan focused at high speed, staring at Krobi using the Fisherman karate, and he was very interested in it. This is a bit like water style, great water arm technique, which concentrates the water in the whole body on the wrist to produce a strange force. Chi Kong is unlikely to eat a devil fruit in the future, so this kind of fighting technique that doubles in water is very attractive to him. At this time, Zoro is at ease against Zioba, but there is also a Krobi with a very tricky attack next to him, who has been accelerating in the water through the water flow. Once Zoro and Zioba are in a stalemate and there is a gap, he will sneak attack from the side, giving this big bounty hunter enough face. 2 attacks and 1 defense, Zoro's anger is accumulating rapidly, and it seems that he will be able to use his full strength soon. Ding! 3 swords against 6 swords, Zoro perfectly blocked the 6 swords and stabbed Xiao Bie with 1. Swordsmanship is not about having more swords. Our swords are not heavyweight. Zoro pretended. Stupid swordsman! Are you kidding me? My sword weighs 500 kilograms. Xiao Bie may not be smart, and he completely misunderstood Zoro's meaning. Take my move. Octopus windmill. Xiao Bie began to spin at high speed, driving a high-speed airflow. It attacked Zoro like a tornado. Tornado? Interesting. This blow will send you to the sky. Zoro said coldly. However, at this time, Krobi launched another attack. The water splashed, and Krobi jumped out of the water like a cannonball. At this time, Zoro was ready to take a strong blow and use the new move he just understood to kill Xiao Bie first. Just when Zoro was about to charge and open the big move, Chi Kong took action. As a good brother, it is better to let Zoro suffer less injury. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Chi Kong spewed out 3 flames from his mouth, and the 3 flames attacked Krobi from 3 directions at the same time. If he was hit by 3 flames at the same time, the power would be no less than the single target explosive power of the Hailong fire technique. Chi Kong wanted to block Krobi's movement and create an opportunity for Zoro. According to the information he got, fishmen are very afraid of fire. It depends on whether Krobi has the courage to attack under the flames. Bounty hunter, nothing more than that. 3 kilowatts positive punch. Krobi punched Zoro's kidney and was about to succeed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a high-temperature heat wave sweeping over him, and Krobi panicked instantly. This was the fire that fishmen hated the most. The flames would evaporate the moisture in their bodies, and the fishmen's karate would be directly abolished by half, and in serious cases, they might become dried fish. He always sneak attacked others, but he was sneak attacked by others. He put his hands together, and his wrist knife was faintly shining with water. Fishman karate water flow cross slash. Krobi condensed the water droplets on his body, and a cross slash carrying water flow was struck out, and 2 fire dragons were cut in the middle, making a chi-chi sound. What a pity! Chi Kong has 3 ninjutsu. There is another one. Krobi looked at the fire snake above his head. Boom! The flames swept through Krobi. Without Krobi's interference, Zoro successfully entered the state of reciting poetry. In this state, Zoro's sword is real damage, completely ignoring the defense. Chi Kong seemed to see the following constantly appearing on Zoro. Armor penetration plus 10%, armor penetration plus 10%. As Zoro's momentum increased suddenly, a large amount of airflow suddenly appeared around him. The wind sweeps away the clouds, and the dragon soars. 3 swords flow secret. Tornado. A rotating haze of light passed through the sky, and Zioba's tornado seemed to stop, as the wind speed dropped from level 10 to level 1. Zioba's eyes suddenly turned white, and he flew into the sky in a rotation, and his body was constantly cut by the wind like sword energy. Blood splashed everywhere, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Zoro coolly put away his sword. Zoro is awesome. He can cut people and show off at the same time. Asshole fisherman! Who asked you to help me? I could have killed 2 people. Chi Kong laughed. If you don't help, someone's kidney will be gone. Do you want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of who? You actually defeated Xiao Bie. Krobi, with a charred face, emerged from the water, his face full of disbelief. They are a high-level race, and their quality is 10 times that of ordinary people. Zoro pretended to be cool and said, a guy who can only chop is not a real swordsman. You should be surprised if you lose to him. Zoro made an attacking posture, but Krobi was not panicked at all. He was in the water now, and this was the battlefield of the fishmen. He looked at Chi Kong again. It was you who attacked me just now. Bald man. What did you do to him? Chi Kong smiled grimly and said, you will meet him soon. Wasn't it great to fight 2 against 1 just now? Chapter 38. On the path leading to Kisha town. Hurry up! Hurry up, Usopp! Luffy and the others are fighting. Mute! Mute! Nami shouted anxiously, and the mercrow above her head flapped its wings to point the way. Nami ran a few steps and found that there was no sound behind her, so she looked back. After seeing Usopp dawdling behind her, she was furious. It's not that Usopp didn't want to hurry, but he didn't dare. There was a shaking battle from the direction of Kisha town. Houses kept collapsing, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Usopp swallowed his saliva instinctively. I can't help but think, is this something that people can participate in? Usopp spoke tremblingly. We don't have to go so fast. Luffy and the others will definitely be able to handle it. If it's a battle, why don't you let the Sword Saint and the others come? After Usopp finished speaking, he instinctively boasted. I recently got a disease that makes my legs hurt when I walk. Usopp saw Nami coming over, and his legs shook even more. Don't come over. Nami. There really is such a disease in the world. Bang. Nami gave Usopp a chestnut and said angrily. It hurts, but what does your leg shaking so fast mean? Am I that scary? Usopp nodded instinctively. He still remembered the scene in Arlong Park just now. Idiot Usopp! Are you looking for death? Nami gave another chestnut. Just say it, can you hurry up? Nami's face turned black and she tightened the bloody stick. Usopp rushed out 100 meters in an instant, and Bolt was stunned. Seeing this, Nami hurriedly followed, muttering as she ran, "Don't get into trouble. Everyone! Water Style 5 Eating Shark." Chien Kong pressed his hand in the water and activated a ninjutsu of an old friend, trying to use this ninjutsu to force Krobi to leave the water. However, Krobi used Fisherman karate to easily deal with 5 chakra sharks, and even popped his head out to taunt. 3 Swords Demon Slash. Zoro jumped up and chopped at Krobi, who had his head out of the water. Krobi dived directly into the water, causing Zoro's attack to miss, and then used another rocket head hammer to send Zoro back to land. Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was terribly gloomy. "If you have the courage, come out. Boneless." Chi Kong launched a taunt on the shore. "Come down if you have the guts. Bald man with tear troughs." Krobi challenged back. The two sides were in a stalemate. This is difficult. How to deal with the coward? Chi Kong thought that water battles were not good enough. Although he had copied some of the Fisherman karate, many key parts were not clear, which seemed to be related to racial differences. Now there is only its form. Let the fake fight the real, isn't this nonsense? Just when everyone was deadlocked, Chi Kong thought of something. "Hey! Zoro will give you the head later. You cover me." After saying that, Chi Kong took out the supreme big fast rod with his right hand, took out a special bait from his crotch and hung it on. "You don't want to fish?" Zoro's expression was very rich. Chi Kong said disapprovingly, "Fishmen are also fish. Why not?" Krobi in the water looked at Chi Kang's actions and was a little confused. What is this guy going to do? Chi Kong cast the rod accurately, and his aura was restrained, like an old monk in meditation. "This is fishing. What do you think I am doing? Damn it!" Krobi's veins popped up, and he was furious and angry. "Kill you! Kill you!" Krobi began to swim in the water, accelerating through the water flow. Prepare to burst out the strongest attack, 3000 watts wrist knife slash. Even if he rushed to the land, he had to kill this guy. But Krobi thought well. When a black thing kept swaying around him, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. What is this? It smells good. I really want to take a bite. The special bait produced by Murkrow has a temptation to objects in the water that is no less than heroin. No matter living things or non-living things. Crew cut open a smelly leather shoe that came from nowhere, and then cut open a seaweed that came from nowhere, and fell into deep thought while looking at the bait in front of him. Chi Kong was on the shore, looking at the calm water surface, and the fishing rod had no reaction. Zoro was so tired of holding the knife that he just didn't react at all. He looked at Chi Kong with his eyes rolled up. It went up to the sky. Chi Kong was also anxious. It's been so long. Will it work? Let's react. Air Force is also okay. At this time, Krobi, who was underwater, was also struggling with himself. 2 cartilaginous fishmen appeared in his mind and kept arguing. I'm not a fish. I'm a fishman. This is the bald man's thing. There must be a trick. Take a bite. Just eat a bite. Krobi. In the end, the black-bellied Krobi smashed his upright self with one punch. Eat it. Then hit the bald man. This way no one will know. Krobi no longer hesitated, bit the special bait, and then showed an intoxicated smile. This feeling. Kroby seemed to be on a warm beach, with sunshine, sea breeze, tides, and sea water washing over him. At this time, the fishing rod was shaking on the shore. It's hooked. Chi Kong suddenly lifted the rod, and a Kroby mixed with water droplets sparkled in the sun, with a perverted smile on his face. Chi Kong felt the improvement in his physical fitness. Kroby was about the same as the improvement of two Johnny and Joseph, which is referred to as two Qianjiu. If I had known that I could play like this, I should have come to the fishman's territory with Nami first, so that I could catch more fishmen. Why don't you take off from the spot? Damn swordsman with poor direction, it's all his fault for stopping me. Chi Kong was cursing Zoro in his heart. At this time, Zoro was ready to go, looking at Kroby, grinning. The moment Kroby was fished out of the water, the intoxicated feeling in his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. I was actually caught. Kroby, who reacted, showed an expression of shame and anger, but was responded by Zoro's cold eyes. You can't run away this time, you soft bone. That blow just now was really painful. Zoro leaped up with both swords. 3 swords style tiger hunting. 3 rays of light flashed, and Kroby's eyes turned white and spun in the air. Fire style great dragon fire technique. Chi Kong formed seals with both hands, and the first move was his most lethal fire-type ninjutsu at this stage, trying to kill with one blow. As the flame turned into a dragon head, a red and black dragon head bit towards Kroby. Boom! After the violent explosion, the shriveled Kroby trembled all over, smoke came out of the corners of his mouth, and he rolled his eyes. Rolling eyes will not kill, this is common sense. Chi Kong frowned, and he was hesitating whether to make up the blow. Sure kill fire star. Boom! Another explosion of flames came, and Kroby went from rolling his eyes to closing his eyes. Chi Kong had a smile on his lips. RADC came late and actually got a kill. He was very satisfied with this result. Chapter 39. The battle was over, and the two sides were in chaos. Qiankong, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami, who was wearing a crow on her head, gradually approached the center of Kisha town. Now the final battle was left to Luffy's king versus king. All the fishman cotters were killed, yes, all dead, including Zyoba. Kikeng hesitated when facing the fishman Zyoba. Although the fishman Zyoba was simple-minded and did not intend to do evil, he was still an accomplice of the fishmen who brought shadows to Nami. In the end, Kikeng quietly ended his life with a knife. Since he chose to cut the grass and root it out, now that so many fishmen have been killed, it is not realistic to let Zyoba forget the hatred given his feelings for others. It is better to have less trouble than more, and we will talk about the future later. Thinking of this, Chi Kong suddenly became clear. At this time, Nami grabbed Murkrow and rubbed it against her chest to hide her inner anxiety and expectation. She never thought that this day would come so soon and so suddenly. The rule of the fishman was about to be overthrown, and the initiator was her companions. At this time, a loud shout came from the horizon. I am a shark fishman, a strongman among fishmen. How can a stinky kid like you beat me? Let you experience the suppression of races. After several people approached, they found that the iron teeth in Arlong's mouth emitted a cold light, and opened his bloody mouth to bite Luffy with iron teeth. Luffy dodged all the way. This scene made Nami's eyes full of worry. Hey! Chi Kong, Zoro, and Usopp, are we just watching? As she said, she turned and looked at the 3 people next to her. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but her face turned black when she saw it. Chi Kong had already taken out his fishing rod and started fishing leisurely, pointing at Luffy and Arlong. Zoro took out a broken bottle from somewhere and was pouring wine into his mouth. Only Usopp was relatively normal. Although his legs were shaking constantly, he still held the slingshot and kept aiming at Arlong, but he held back. Nami was full of black lines on her head. It was such a serious occasion. Zoro rarely explained. Don't worry. Believe in Luffy. Unless that guy opens his mouth, he will not let others interfere with his fight. That's right. If we can't beat him, we can just fight together. Chi Kong also added a sentence to reassure Nami. Usopp saluted Nami. Report Nami. Sniper King is ready to support at any time. Don't worry. Nami sighed with her hand on her forehead. Damn. You are really a bunch of hopeless idiots. With her partner like this, she could only continue to pay attention to the battlefield. At this time, Luffy, who was constantly making detours, finally revealed a flaw and was bitten on the arm by Arlong. Luffy was in unbearable pain and his arm was about to be bitten off. Don't panic. Luffy turned his head and grabbed, and an elbow directly broke Arlong's teeth. The two of them kept their distance. Luffy looked very bad, and he was bleeding in many places, but resisting beatings was Luffy's talent. Zoro and Chi Kong, who knew the details, were not panicked. On the other side, Arlong's condition could not be said to be good, and there were many dents on his body, but for the physique of a fishman, it was okay. But Arlong didn't understand why this Straw Hat Kid couldn't be defeated no matter how hard he hit him. At this time, he finally found the people watching the show. Arlong narrowed his eyes and saw a familiar figure among the four people. He was now completely angry. The arrival of this group of people meant that all his cotters were defeated. My cotters were defeated by you, a bunch of inferior races. I am very upset by your betrayal. My little Nami. Nami was still a little timid when facing Arlong, but this time, she stretched out her bloody arm and said firmly. Arlong. What you did makes me sick. What I regret most is that I pretended to be with you, a bunch of hateful pirates. Now I have nothing to do with you at all. Nami pointed at Luffy and continued. Luffy will definitely defeat you. Your rule has been overthrown. Arlong pointed at Luffy and taunted Nami. You keep saying you hate pirates, so what's up with this guy who claims to be the Pirate King? Nami said seriously, they are my partners. They are completely different from you. Arlong laughed arrogantly. Haha. You haven't changed. In the final analysis, you just see that this pirate group is strong. Don't they always trick you to die? After all, betrayal and deception are too common in you. After hearing this, Usopp looked at Arlong and then at Nami. As if to say, can this woman lie? How come I don't know? Nami panicked and tried to explain. No. No. I really like Luffy's getting along with everyone. I really treat them as partners. She did do these things before, finding some stupid pirates or bounty hunters to deliver food, and after being defeated, the treasure was divided 20% and 80% with Arlong. Although she always hoped that those guys could defeat Arlong, the ending was always tragic. But Nami swears, this time is really different. Arlong's provocation did not bring any effect to Chi Kong and others, but successfully angered a certain rubber man, which made him very angry. If he doesn't die, who will die? Nami is my partner, what kind of guy is she? You don't need to care about her. Luffy's rubber head hammer fell from the sky and hit Arlong in a daze. Another sweeping leg rubber whip directly blocked Arlong's movement. Then the Mad Dog Fist rubber machine gun opened fire at full power. Fists came like a storm, each one heavier than the other, and the sky was filled with fist shadows. Before Arlong could figure out what was going on, Luffy finally punched out with great force. By the way, he declared to Arlong that Nami belonged to him, she is my sailor. Arlong was punched into a house by Luffy, and the house collapsed instantly. It hurts just to look at it. Luffy. Nami covered her mouth and was moved, and also felt Luffy's intentions. Chi Kong was studying hard on the side. Luffy's sincere way of picking up girls is really invincible. In fact, Nami doesn't need to explain at all, Chi Kong has already told them the story. However, Nami's mood has been up and down too many times today. I'm afraid she will think too much, so I'd better brush up her favorability, after all, the Minister of Finance. He patted Nami on the shoulder and said, Nami, I know what you've suffered, and I know why you did that. Luffy and I believe in you. That's why we came to you, right? As he said that, Chi Kong made a heart to Nami, with a sincere face. Nami looked at Chi Kong, tears in her eyes, and was moved. Chi Kong. Thank you, thank you. Chi Kong coughed and continued. So, can the interest on my loan be lower? Chi Kang's words made Nami stunned in place. Seeing this, Zoro came over with a red face and thick neck. Nami. Me. Me too. I want to borrow money to buy wine. Nami's face was terribly dark, and she raised her fist. You bastards! Usopp's legs kept shaking. Even Chi Kong and Zoro are not opponents? Nami is so powerful. When Chi Kong and Zoro were beaten, Arlong climbed out of the ruins panting. He didn't understand why the guy who was so weak just now suddenly burst out with a power he didn't understand. He looked at Luffy who was panting and bleeding, and felt the difficulty for the first time. Stupid inferior race, how long can your tattered body last? Are you willing to risk your life for Nami? Chapter 40. The two of them were so busy that they had to work together. Arlong's words stirred up Luffy's emotions. He tightened the straw hat on his head, and then burst into a soul-stirring roar. You don't understand the meaning of partners at all. I don't know ninjutsu. I don't know how to use a knife. I don't even know how to sail. I can't even lie. If no one helps me, I will definitely not survive and can't go out to sea. So, partners, that is an existence that needs to be defended with life. From the moment I knew Nami was crying, I swore to beat you up. Even if it costs my life. Luffy's declaration made the other guys who were slacking off smile unconsciously. Nami's face was full of tears. This is Luffy's personality charm. This is my youth. Chi Kong murmured. He was also very moved. Although there was some influence of the butterfly effect, it was still so touching. Bang! Chi Kong turned into Alrita and used the transformation technique to cover up his embarrassed self. At this time, Arlong's mentality collapsed. He was helpless to fight back by Luffy's sincere words. You waste. What's the point of living? Just die. Shark Tooth Car. Arlong's teeth kept closing, his body rotated at high speed, and he started with a catapult and flew towards Luffy. This attack not only determines the superiority, but also life and death. Luffy didn't care, turned around and shouted at Nami at the top of his lungs, Nami! Be my navigator! Yet! Nami was already crying and was shocked by Luffy's actions. She could only nod her head and hoped that Luffy would fight seriously. Chi Kong slapped his head, it has to be Luffy. Learned it. Learned it. You are looking for death. Arlong approached furiously and stabbed Luffy in the abdomen, blood spurting out. Luffy roared and turned on endless fury. He grabbed Arlong's shoulders firmly with both hands, and as the rubber arm was rotated at high speed, Arlong's speed dropped sharply. At this time, Arlong felt a breath of the king and was sweating coldly. Luffy grinned. Rubber spiral siege cannon. Boom! 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 Under the huge force of the rubber, Arlong flew out at an astonishing speed, leaving only a blurred track in the air. After flying continuously for hundreds of meters, it stirred up dust all over the sky, and the houses in the town collapsed. Luffy's attack was so powerful that it actually reached the level of destroying the town. With Arlong defeated, the dragon pirates, who had ruled here for 8 years, were wiped out. Nami felt the severe pain in her arm, and all this told her that this was not a dream. Tears welled up in her eyes. Since the day Belmare was killed, he had been living in pain and terror. This day has finally arrived. Belmare, Did you see it? Kakosia is freed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nami suddenly laughed out loud, tears rolling down. Thank you, Luffy. And everyone. Nami is willing to go out to sea with you. After Arlong was defeated, Nami personally tied up the unconscious Arlong, and of course she used Chi Kang's fishing line. She wanted to bring the instigator back for trial. Under Nami's begging eyes, Chi Kang finally gritted his teeth and lent the supreme big rod to Nami. Naturally, Chi Kang asked to stay with Arlong. If this thing is lost, he will be finished. At this time, the old mayor of Kisha town came over with a group of villagers. A long lost. Free. We are free. Straw Hat Boy. Hero. When they saw the fisherman who once ruled them, now tied up and half dead, they cheered non-stop. In the original plot, it was Along who destroyed Moo in Kisha town, and only one child survived in the town. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Chi Kang, the current Kisha town, although it was also destroyed, at least there are still many people alive, which can be regarded as a good thing. At this time, another noisy footsteps sounded. Nami. Nakago held a stick and hugged Nami with a worried look. Behind her followed a group of indignant villagers in Kokoyasi village. Because they were worried about Nami, the whole village dealt with the fisherman and came to face along with Nami. If Nami lost, they would fight together. If Nami won, they would welcome the heroes back. The Sword Saint duo was good at talking. It was impossible to stop him, so he could only follow him tremblingly. Nami also hugged Nakako tightly, and the two hugged and cried. Nakako. We won. Arlong lost. Koko West Village was liberated. At this time, Ken and the old mayor of Kisha town stood together and asked a soul-searching question. Straw Hat Boy, heroes. Tell me your name. I will record this moment in the village's annals. Spread your good stories. After hearing this, Luffy spread his arms. Ha ha ha. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to be the Pirate King. How can Usopp be missing when he is showing off? He pointed to his nose. I am the greatest warrior on the sea, Captain Usopp. The man who could hit a whale with a slingshot. Zoro snorted and did not introduce himself. But this is the three-sword-style swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. And his brothers Johnny and Joseph. Chi Kang pointed at the three idiots and helped introduce them. And me. Chi Kang pointed at herself again. At this time, she was still a fat woman. I am the most beautiful woman in this sea, Miss Alrita. Cheer up. Little ones. Chi Kang waved the big stick and said. Ugh. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Alrita. Beautiful Alrita. Ugh. Sorry. Bang. Don't be so disgusting. Chi Kang. Bang. Chi Kang changed back to his original body, touched his bald head, and was shocked. Nami's fist actually broke his transformation technique. It shouldn't be like this if it was just an external force. While Chi Kang was still struggling with what was going on, Luffy roared and attracted everyone's attention. If there are so many people, let's have a party. Chi Kang interrupted at an inopportune time. Where can we get food for you? You've torn down the whole town. Yes. Yes. We'll borrow and buy. Give us an hour, and we promise to arrange a grand party for you. The villagers of Koko West Village and the residents of Kisha town promised one after another. Luffy thought for a moment and laughed. He he he. I've decided. All of Arlong's treasures will be given to you. Nami said treasures are meat. I want to eat a lot of meat. Long live Straw Hat Boy. Long live Pirate King Luffy. Long live the Straw Hat Pirates. As soon as Luffy said this, cheers rose one after another. They felt that even if these people were pirates, they were righteous pirates. Nami felt a little distressed when she saw Luffy's prodigal look. The road ahead was long and arduous. She tightened her treasure chest again, feeling a little reluctant. Finally, she handed it over to Jian, who had always treated her like his own son. Uncle Jian, I'll give you all the inventory from these years. Let's develop our hometown into an orange grove. Haha. Bellmayer will be happy if I do that. After that, Nami pulled Nakako aside, not giving Jian any chance to refuse. Jian looked at the treasure chest in his hand, then looked at Nami who was smiling, and stretched his hand to the windmill above his head. Happy Nami, you probably won't need this forever. This windmill was to make Nami happy when she was a child, and at this moment, Nami smiled from the bottom of her heart. It also completed its mission. Chapter 41. The party was held in the morning, and the party was held in the evening. That night, the whole village of Kokoyasi was filled with laughter, bonfires were lit, and people sang and danced. The villagers of Kisha town and Kokoyasi village worked together to cheer and celebrate for the heroes. The center of the banquet was naturally our protagonist group, the Straw Hat Pirates. The most eye-catching ones were Luffy, Usopp, the funny four-member group of Sword Emperor and Sword Saint, and of course our fat Alrita. The five of them danced with chopsticks in their nostrils to the fullest. Tell me, who is the best in the world? Chi Kong was not done with his coquettish poses. Bang! With a sound, his transformation technique was punished by Nami's iron fist. This caused everyone to burst into laughter, and they also understood the uniqueness of the Straw Hat Pirates. And Nami couldn't help shaking her head when she saw that Saiken, who was serious at the beginning, became as mentally retarded as Luffy, and even more abnormal. How did Saiken become like this? What went wrong? Could it be that Luffy's idiocy is contagious? Nami looked at Zoro who was drinking with the villagers, and didn't find anything wrong with him. She sighed and sat next to Nojiko. Nami, are you leaving? You have such a good relationship. Nami nodded and replied. Nakako, forgive me, I'm going to sea to realize my dream. Although I can't bear to leave Kokoyasi, these idiots can't do without me. Luffy has no concept of money, Kikang only knows how to fish, Zoro only knows how to drink and practice swordsmanship, and I owe them a lot of money. I can only be a navigator to pay off the debt. Nakako looked at Nami's determination and smiled, knowing that Nami finally came out of the quagmire of the past and was willing to live for herself. All this was because of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nakako took a sip of orange juice, looked at Nami's companions, and said, Them? I should be relieved if you are with them, Nami. No one responded to Nakako's words. At this time, Nami had collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. She had never been so relaxed. Nakako gently covered Nami with a blanket and murmured, Really, you've worked hard, Nami. When it was daytime, the lively atmosphere of Kokoyasi came to an abrupt end. Villagers lying on the ground and sleeping soundly could be seen everywhere. At this time, Luffy stuffed meat in his mouth and fell asleep. Zoro and Kikang had been drinking all night and had just fallen asleep. Nakako and Nami, who were leaning on each other, had tears in their eyes but smiled, and I don't know what sweet dreams they were having. Usopp was sleeping among a group of villagers, and he was exhausted from bragging. At this time, Along. Dead. Someone shouted. This sentence woke everyone up. Zoro was the first to open his eyes. Zoro and Kikang had been taking turns to guard Arlong last night. They all chose to turn a blind eye to the angry behavior of the villagers. Nami also had this intention when she tied Arlong here. At this time, the fishing line on Arlong had been retracted, and he was lying on the ground covered in blood, with various injuries on his body. Arlong is really dead. Who did it? Nami asked. Many people punched and kicked Arlong yesterday, and she was one of them. With Arlong's physique, this attack was almost the same as tickling, and he didn't even wake up from his coma. All the villagers lowered their heads, thinking that it was one of their own who was the stressor. Although they felt relieved, they felt guilty. They wanted Arlong to die, but he was the trophy of the Straw Hat Gang. Joseph and Johnny appeared on the left and right. Based on our years of experience as bounty hunters, Arlong's fatal injury should be his neck, and he was killed by a small weapon. The two quickly gave their analysis. Zoro took a sip of wine and said, "Boring. I'll just die. I'll give you an explanation." Qian Kong yelled angrily. "Who is it? Who is it? Arlong's bounty is 30 million. Now it's only worth 9 million. This is all Bailey." Zoro looked at Qi Kong like an idiot and was speechless. Misfortunes never come alone. At this time, a villager came over in a hurry and shouted, "Oh no! Straw Hat Pirates! The Navy is coming!" The sound of Navy instantly made the atmosphere extremely solemn. "Luffy! Usopp! Wake up! The Navy is coming!" Nami had already regarded herself as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and hurriedly fanned Usopp and Luffy awake. Qian Kong raised his hand disdainfully and said, "Isn't it just the Navy? Just knock them away. Let's continue playing music and dancing." With that, Qi Kong turned into Alrita, holding a big stick and walked out. "It's not like he hasn't killed the Navy before. Well, just knock them out this time." Zoro on the side also drew his sword and said, "Leave the swordsman to me." The two pushed the crowd away and looked at the Navy. Qi Kang's big stick almost fell to the ground at this time. Who did he see? In the original work, the smoke fruit ability user who chased Luffy all over the sea, Smoker. Why is this guy here? Isn't he stationed in Rogue Town? Now the Straw Hat can't be domineering, how can he beat him? Smoker has silver hair, wears a hunter's coat, holds 3 cigars in his mouth, and carries a special weapon on his back, 10 hands. This is a weapon specially used to restrain swords, used to block swords, break swords, attack throats. Smoker received a report that someone attacked the Navy captain and killed many Navy officers, so the headquarters sent him to understand the situation. He had heard about the deeds of the dragon pirates before he came. Although he didn't want to come, he finally came to deter Arlong. Some things should not be taken too far. As soon as he landed on the island, he saw the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates and found that he had no impression of it. It was a small pirate group that was unknown. At the same time, he also knew that there was more than one pirate group here. Because Colonel Mouse was responsible for contacting and supervising the dragon pirates, both sides were dogs of the world government. So it was most likely that this group of young people attacked the mouse. Smoker came alone and stared at the fat Albaro. "I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters. Alrita. I will arrest you for killing Colonel Mouse. Don't surrender." He was about to take action. At this time, the cheers of the villagers came first. "What? Colonel Mouse is dead too? Great!" The villagers didn't expect that they would have 2 happy events in one day. If the atmosphere wasn't wrong, they would have pulled their straw hats to cheer and celebrate. "What's wrong? Fisherman? Is he strong?" Zoro noticed Qi Kang's expression, pulled out his headscarf, smiled crookedly, and was ready to move. "Don't be silly, Zoro. There are so many villagers here, how can we fight? Call Luffy to help, retreat." Qi Kong didn't say that he couldn't beat them, for fear that Zoro would not accept it. But, as soon as you mention the devil, Luffy appears. "Who are you? What do you want to do to my partner?" Just then, Luffy appeared with a flash, with meat stuffed in his mouth, looking at the smoker with a puzzled look. "You are the rookie pirates, right? The crime of killing the Navy is not small." "Just right. I will catch your pirates in one fell swoop." Luffy didn't hesitate to hear this, and he used his signature skill when he opened the door. "I don't want to." Rubber machine gun. The rubber fist attacked Smoker, but it went through his body, and Luffy's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He didn't feel the contact of the collision of flesh. Smoker's body turned into smoke and scattered, sweeping towards everyone. Chi Kong was startled and shouted, "Get out of the way! Don't get caught by the smoke!" Chapter 42. The enemy was in a panic. Don't want to be caught. Luffy stopped attacking after hearing this, and dodged by covering his hat. However, the smoke was really strange, and Luffy was trapped by it in the end. What is going on? Luffy kept attacking the smoke that trapped him, and found that there was no way, and his face was extremely anxious. He couldn't catch the smoke, but he could control himself strangely. Three-sword style tiger hunting. Zoro was also a ruthless man who didn't say much, and he directly attacked Smoker's body. What surprised Zoro was that his knife also cut the air. At this time, a cloud of smoke also trapped Zoro. After a while of squirming, the smoke that Smoker turned back into a human form, pretending. It's useless. I am a natural devil fruit, the smoke fruit ability user, this kind of attack has no effect. The so-called natural devil fruit was recognized as the strongest of the three devil fruits in the early stage. The biggest feature of the natural devil fruit is that it can make the body elemental, making physical attacks ineffective. Luffy. Zoro. Nami shouted anxiously. Is it that the Straw Hat Pirates will be wiped out just after joining? At this time. Sure kill, Flame Star. Boom. A ball of fire successfully hit the King Smoker. Usopp's attack at the critical moment successfully helped Luffy and Zoro get rid of the restraints. Well done, Usopp. Chi Kong praised. Smoker extinguished the flame, and the cigar had burned into powder. His face was a little black, really black, because his hair was a little burnt. You pissed me off. Soon, Smoker's lower body turned into swirling smoke, rushing towards everyone like a jet. Chi Kong flashed and instantly appeared on Smoker's path. Marine 6 Styles? Are you really Alrita? When Chi Kong appeared, he was shocked and subconsciously slowed down. At this moment, Chi Kong was maintaining the form of Alrita, and his bloated body trembled slightly, which invisibly brought great pressure to Smoker. Wind-style big breakthrough. A fierce wind pressure swept over, and Smoker's smoke body instantly lost its center of gravity and swayed in the wind. This is a sea-level basic wind-style ninjutsu. Depending on the amount of chakra input, different levels of hurricanes can be generated. The wind pressure is very high, and the focus is on disturbance rather than killing. Smoker's smoke instantly scattered, and was forced to lift the elementalization and land on the ground. He faced the strong wind and stared at Alrita. Is this a wind-attributed devil fruit ability? This is really troublesome. Qiankong has already used all his strength, while continuously injecting chakra, he shouted loudly behind him. Luffy. This guy is not something we can deal with. Once he gets entangled, it will be very troublesome. You retreat first, I'll cover you. Luffy also felt very tricky, and his attack seemed to be ineffective against Smoker, so he asked with concern, Qiankong, are you really okay? Qiankong began to make seals with his hands, and said quickly. With my means, it's easy to get out. I'll catch up soon. Believe me. Okay. Nami, Usopp, Zoro. Get on board. Luffy shouted to everyone. Nami nodded. I didn't expect the parting to be so sudden, but it's better this way, so as not to be sad. She shouted, Nakago. The orange grove is left to you. Goodbye. And fellow villagers. Nami is going to sea. The villagers said goodbye to Nami reluctantly. Let's go. Nami. Take care. Nami. Eat on time. Aegean came late and waved goodbye like an old father. Nami. Everything is ready for you. Have a safe trip. Nami nodded heavily and ran to the beach with a sunny smile. Johnny, Joseph, Coco Village is handed over to you. Zoro said. They are the only innocent identities, and in order to avoid slipping through the net, the two chose to stay in the village. Yes. Big brother. We will help rebuild. The swordsman duo said goodbye in tears. Smoker witnessed all this, his face was livid, veins bulged, and he said angrily. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm kidding? Want to run? It's not that easy. You damn pirates! He locked his sharp eyes on Chi Kong. Although I don't know where you learned the 6 styles of the navy, your tricks have ended here. With a whoosh, Smoker launched the shave, and instantly flashed to Chi Kang's side and launched an attack, White Snake. Chi Kang's Sharingan barely caught, catching the afterimage of Smoker. With a bang, Smoker's attack missed. What? Barrel. Where's the fat woman? At this time, Chi Kang's sarcastic voice came from behind. Smoke, it seems to be afraid of fire. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Chi Kang made a seal and shouted, the huge fireball instantly swallowed Smoker. White Fist. Smoker in the sea of fire swung out a series of smoke fists, like a rubber machine gun, and directly annihilated the big fireball. Chi Kang swallowed his saliva. This is also possible? I have to find a way to escape. This kind of enemy is a bit difficult to deal with. Chi Kang thought, and his Sharingan spun in his eyes. Hey! Smoker! We just liberated this place. I don't want the bounty of A Long and the others. I'll give it all to you. How about giving me a way out? Smoker looked at Chi Kang with a mocking look on his face. Pirates are pirates. Don't cover up your evil just because you did a good thing. You are not after the wealth of the dragon pirates. Just as Smoker was about to take action again, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and the original space became empty and hot, a sea of red. The ground suddenly cracked, and the magma rolled underground. Smoker had no idea that he was under an illusion, and he jumped up alert. What's going on? After a while, Smoker finally broke free from the illusion, his face full of anger, and he cursed. Asshole! Everything is fake. How dare you play tricks on me? Smoker looked up and found that Chi Kang was still there. At this time, Chi Kang had cleverly transformed into a villager and mixed in the crowd. The illusion only controlled Smoker for a moment. Fortunately he chose to avoid the sharp edge temporarily. But looking at Smoker's appearance, the mental damage was not small. Smoker relit a cigar and said coldly. You can't escape. Alrita, and the Straw Hat Pirates. I, Smoker, swear in the name of the White Hunter. As he said, he was about to chase in the direction of Luffy's escape. Just then, a child picked up a stone on the ground, threw it at Smoker, and yelled. You are a bad guy. Alrita is the best woman in this sea. You are not allowed to take her away. The stone he threw passed through Smoker and fell to the ground with a bang. However, a word caused 1,000 waves. Damn Navy! Don't think about stopping Nami from going out to sea. Everyone, come on! Is it the Straw Hat Pirates who are causing trouble, or the stinky Navy? The villagers surrounded Smoker indignantly, just to create an opportunity for Nami and the others to go out to sea. You damn Navy! The rats and Arlong are in cahoots. He deserves to die. What were you Navy doing when Arlong was tyrannical? Get out of Kokoyasi village. Get out of the Jamida Islands. You greedy garbage. The words of the villagers and the greetings of pots and pans made Smoker's face gloomy and terrible. I can't help but think about what the idiots of the 16th branch did here. Smoker is a Navy who firmly believes in justice, which is very similar to Kobe, so he is called the Navy Mad Dog. After listening to the words of the villagers and piecing together the vague information, he also understood what the Straw Hat Pirates did here. Are you really pirates? This group of people did something that even the Navy couldn't do. While Smoker was thinking, a figure of a villager quietly disappeared. Chapter 43. The boat was in a state of panic, but the boat was still in a state of panic. Nami felt the downwind direction, gave instructions, and nervously looked at the coastline, anxiously asking, "Has Chi Kong not come back yet?" Luffy pressed his hat, feeling not very relaxed, but he still said firmly, "Chi Kong will definitely be fine, he is a ninja." Zoro grabbed the rope of the boat, ready to set sail at any time, and looked far away. Pay close attention to the direction where Chi Kong might appear. At this time, a villager appeared in his field of vision, and in a few flashes, he closed the distance. Zoro laughed and said, "I knew that the dead fisherman would not be caught so easily." Chi Kong stepped onto Meili in a few steps and breathed a sigh of relief. Idiot Luffy immediately asked when he saw Saiken, "Hey, uncle! Have you seen Saiken? The ninja on our ship?" This made Saiken sweat profusely. Bang! Nami hit him on the head with an iron fist without hesitation. "Stupid Luffy! Isn't it obvious that it is Saiken?" Saiken lifted his transformation technique and restored his bald image. "Thanks to Nami's folks, I escaped. They are really good." Nami smiled knowingly. "Nakako and the others? They still have a conscience." "Saiken! It's Saiken! I knew you would be fine." Luffy finally reacted and hugged Saiken for a while. Chi Kong rolled his eyes at Luffy. "Okay. Luffy. There is another bad news. When I returned just now, I saw a navy ship heading this way. It is probably Smoker's colleague. We must leave here as soon as possible." Nami next to him smiled confidently and said, "Leave the navigation to me. I guarantee they can't catch up." Usopp pointed at himself, twisted his long nose and said confidently, "Leave the bombardment to Captain Usopp who never misses." Luffy adjusted his hat and shouted, "Then, friends, let's go. The goal is..." Luffy suddenly got stuck and stood there awkwardly. "Barity! Stupid Luffy!" Chi Kong reminded. "That's right. Set sail." "Ha ha ha!" Luffy laughed triumphantly. However, Nami interjected faintly. "After all, it's because my cooking is not delicious." Everyone was frowning. They scattered instantly. On the other side, Smoker landed on the warship panting, a little tired. Just now, Kokozakin and his group had made the navy lose face. He stood at the bow, staring at the Straw Hat pirates who gradually disappeared from his sight, his face extremely gloomy. "Damn it! What's going on? We are a warship. How can we not catch up?" The Smoker shouted to the adjutant. Smoker's adjutant was a girl wearing glasses and a little confused. His name was Tashigi. If Zoro saw it, he would be shocked. At this moment, she nervously reported the situation. "Colonel Smoker, their navigators are very strong in navigation. They can even detect the undercurrents in the water. While we are getting rid of the vortex, they have already pulled away a long distance. And their power is no worse than that of warships. They have a weird way of acceleration and even the ability to change the wind direction." Tashigi pointed to the black spot on the sea. "This is Chi Kong running on the water. His wind style, great breakthrough created enough power for the Mary to deviate from the undercurrent, and instantly pulled a large distance away from the warship. What an interesting group of pirates. They are too powerful. If we don't care about them, they will be a big disaster for the entire ocean." Smoker ordered, "Keep chasing. I will take action myself later." On the Mary. "Pirates, the White Hunter is coming, are you ready to die?" Smoker's deafening roar came from a distance. Standing on the observation deck, Zoro saw a jet approaching at high speed, and hurriedly said to the bottom, "The smoke man is chasing us alone." From the air, Nami was commanding Usopp. Hearing this, he looked panicked. "It's really a haunting navy. Why is the navy so annoying? You liberated my hometown, and you didn't do anything bad. I'm so angry." Qian Kong frowned and jumped onto the stern in a few flashes. Said. If it's on the sea, I should be able to do it. I'll cover you. You guys put down the sails. Great. Qi Kong is really great like this. ×2. Nami and Usopp felt relieved when they saw Qi Kong in a serious state. Qi Kong commanded Mercrow. Mercrow, release the smoke. Fog. With a series of dumb sounds, a dense black smoke instantly completely enveloped the Mary, covering the sky and the sun. Zoro, Luffy. Come here. Qian Kong took out a scroll, jumped into the water, bit his finger, and whispered. Summoning technique. Blood contract summoning, a time-space ninjutsu that masters like to use. After signing a blood contract with a creature, you can summon the creature of your blood contract to fight together. The blood contract summoning beast that Kikeng chose was Mu, which was the second summoning beast besides Mercrow. As the curse spread, a sea beast suddenly appeared near the Mary with a bang. Mu. Mu was also confused. He was fishing just now. How did he appear here? Qian Kong felt that most of his chakra was drained in an instant. He sighed and said to Mu. Good friend, help me. I'll feed you later. Is it okay? Qian Kong pointed to Zoro and Luffy behind him. When Luffy saw Mu, he shouted excitedly, Is our meat here? Mu broke out in a sweat when he heard Luffy's words, and nodded frantically at Kikeng. Very good. The boatman is here. Mu, we are friends from now on, you can't eat me. Luffy. Qian Kong calculated the chakra and began to make seals with both hands. Fire style, ash burning. He spit out a pile of dust from his mouth just above the smoke. The two are very similar, but they are different in nature. These dusts are converted from fire attribute chakra, and will attach to the surface of the enemy's body like a maggot, and a spark can cause severe burns to the enemy. This is a great gift for Smoker. After arranging everything, Kikeng said, the explosion is the signal to retreat. After saying that, he instantly appeared in the sea, with his Sharingan fully opened, and two water clones quietly appeared. At this time, Smoker also arrived. He floated in the air, looking at the black fog below, and shouted. You Straw Hat Gang, you are playing tricks, do you think this trick will work on me? I am the ancestor of playing with smoke. Smoker in the air closed his eyes and felt it. I found you. He jetted and turned and rushed into the fog. After rushing into the black fog, Smoker instantly felt something was wrong. This smell is a bit weird. Sizzle. 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 It's gone. Smoker exclaimed. Boom. The cigar in Smoker's mouth instantly ignited the ash, and a huge explosion occurred in the sky above the Mary. Slip away. Friends. Ha ha ha. Luffy shouted, and the Mary appeared outside the smoke with Mu, and drove quickly into the distance. It's so hot. Damn Straw Hat Pirates. Damn Alrita. Unfortunately, Smoker reacted at the critical moment and immediately rushed into the sky, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. He was about to chase. At this time, a voice that made him despair came, Devil Fruit ability users should be afraid of sea water, right? Water style, Water Fang Bullet. As the smoke dissipated, 9 water tornadoes appeared on the sea in a triangle arrangement. The water tornadoes were large and small, attacking Smoker in the middle from different directions, blocking all retreat routes. You can actually control the sea water. Chapter 44. The water was blown away, and the water was blown away. Smoker looked at the water tornado that went up and down, left and right, and was stunned for a moment. How to dodge it? Shave? No, there is no leverage point. Spray? Too slow. Smoker's brain turned rapidly, looking at the water teeth getting closer and closer. Spin. Yes. Spin. Smoker sprayed a lot of smoke. The smoke quickly gathered around, and with Smoker's control, the white smoke rotated at high speed, and beads of sweat oozed from Smoker's forehead. Is it in time? White rope big tornado. This move made Zoro call him an expert. The high-speed rotating smoke enveloped Smoker, offsetting most of the attacking water bullets. Instantly, the sea water splashed, splashing more or less on Smoker's body. Smoker felt that his body was invaded by something, and knew that he could not fight anymore, so he tore a hole and turned into a jet to escape to the warship. Chi Kong watched Smoker escape like a startled bird, touched his bald head, and breathed a sigh of relief. After a series of battles, his chakra could not hold on. If Smoker still wanted to fight, he could only dive and escape. Smoker was really strong, but fighting him was not without gain. The shave of the Navy 6 styles had been successfully copied by him. Chi Kong found that there seemed to be no gap between the power generation method of shave and instant body technique. As long as he could master it, his explosive movement speed should be able to come and go without a trace. Chi Kong felt relieved when he thought of this. Smoker returned to the warship, panting and still a little scared. "Colonel Smoker. Are you okay?" Smoker gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn Straw Hat pirates, I underestimated you." Smoker made a report to his superiors and gave the Straw Hats a score. At this time, a messenger came over with a den mushi. "Colonel Smoker. The information of the Straw Hat pirates has been reported, and the headquarters said that a bounty will be issued soon." "But don't dither, say it." The Marine immediately replied. "They said that there was a bounty order for Iron Rod Alrita. They think the difference between the two is a bit big, and asked what to do." Smoker frowned. He always felt that Alrita was a bit strange, and when he was fighting just now, he saw that the figure in the fog was obviously skinny. However, thinking of the strange fruit ability of Alrita, he still ordered. "Report truthfully. Update photos and abilities, note that the ability is strange. Special note that the seawater can be controlled." "Yes." He lit another cigar and blew out a smoke ring. "You will definitely go to the Grand Line, right? I'll wait for you in Rogue Town. I will definitely arrest you all next time." With Chi Kang's return, Smoker gave up the pursuit, and everyone on the Mary breathed a sigh of relief. "Great! We escaped successfully. Woohoo!" Usopp and Nami hugged and cried, and the two looked like they were on the wrong ship. "Nami, open a bottle of wine." Zoro waved his hand. Because he left in a hurry, he didn't bring any wine, so he could only pay for some. He kept thinking about Chi Kang's domineering words, and his head hurt. He was upset again, and he met an enemy that he couldn't cut with a knife. After hearing what Zoro said, Nami immediately became a money grubber, 5,000 Baileys. At this time, Usopp didn't understand the routine, and was confused, as if saying, "What does this mean?" Zoro took out 5 Baileys and handed them to Nami, complaining, "Why do I feel that the wine price has become more expensive?" As Nami spoke, she took the key to open the warehouse's canteen. "Where is it expensive? You should think about whether you have worked hard to make money when I was away. This is the specialty orange wine of Cocoa West Village, Belmere's 10-year cellar. I wouldn't sell it if it wasn't for you." After hearing this, Zoro closed his mouth. Nami walked into the canteen and smiled at the full display of supplies. When he asked Uncle Aegean to plant orange trees on Meili, he asked them to help stock the canteen and specially installed a locked refrigerator. She is now penniless and has to start saving money again. Making money from fools is undoubtedly the fastest way. As Nami was taking the wine, an arm stretched out quietly and reached in. Not long after, Usopp watched Nami carry Luffy, who was bruised and swollen, out and swallowed his saliva. It was the first time he saw a pirate who opened a business on a pirate ship. "Aren't we partners? Why? Why charge more?" Nami threw the wine to Zoro and explained coldly. "The things in the canteen are all my personal property. You also have your own pirate dividends and public funds. If you want something, buy it when you land on the island. Nami pointed at Luffy. If you want to get something for nothing like this idiot captain, this is the end. At this time, Chi Kang's shouting resounded through Melee. Yahoo! Fishermen never go home empty-handed. Yay! Yeah! Merc Crow followed with a few calls. A splash of water instantly attracted the attention of Luffy and Usopp. A slimy fish was lifted up, and then a special fragrance spread. What kind of fish is this? So strange. Usopp and Luffy rarely knew each other this time. Chien Kong didn't know him either, but his quality was about 0.3 strong agreement, which means that this fish is something. However, this slimy fish is ugly and not as cute as Xiao Wen. Moo. At this time, Moo Moo suddenly stopped pulling the boat, turned around and looked at Chi Kong in a flattering manner. Chien Kong saw this and almost forgot about the part-time worker Moo Moo. Here you go. After eating, go back by yourself. From now on, you can stay near Coco West Village. I will summon you if I need you. Moo Moo nodded constantly. Big Brother was wiped out, so it didn't matter who he was with. When Chi Kong was about to throw it to Moo Moo, a slender jade hand grabbed Chi Kong. Can you sell this fish to me? I'll take care of your dinner these days. Including the food you promised Moo Moo. It was Nami who held Chi Kong. So generous? It must be a fraud. Chi Kong hadn't said anything yet, and Luffy nodded and said, okay. Then I'll sell it to you. Chi Kang's head was full of black lines. After thinking about it, he decided to treat it as a gift for Nami to board the ship. Moo. Do you remember Nami? Build a good relationship with her, protect Coco Yasi well, this rich woman will definitely benefit from you. After saying that, Chi Kong threw the fish to Nami. Nami took the fish, got a little mucus on it, licked it, and smiled. I know all the valuable things in the East China Sea. This should be the legendary honey fish. It is said that it can produce a special kind of sugar in its body, which is a high-end seasoning product, which is in short supply. As she said that, her eyes turned into money. The purpose of our trip is the restaurant, and we will definitely make a lot of money by selling this thing to them. Usopp and Luffy were instantly interested after hearing this. Usopp. Let's go fishing too. Okay. I tell you, Captain Usopp can catch a big whale with one move. So, there were 3 fishermen on the boat. That day, a strange bird came in the sky, and Mercrow instantly felt threatened. Ga. Dumb. After Mercrow and Newspaper Gull looked at each other, they felt a sense of sympathy. Suddenly, Mercrow attacked with its wings, and Newspaper Gull circled at high speed and used noise attack. Hey! Don't attack the Newspaper Gull! Apologize quickly! Nami's voice came from below, very serious. These seagulls are conscious. If someone does something excessive and hurts a seagull, it is estimated that they will be blacklisted, and no seagull will fly to your vicinity to deliver newspapers in the future. This is one of the few entertainment activities on the sea. The boss of these newspaper delivering gulls is Morgans, who is the boss of the largest news agency in the One Piece world, Seikei, and has the ability to control seagulls. He is a person who strives for truth, so the information is true and reliable. This. Nami bought a newspaper and shouted in a trembling voice, New Pirate Bounty Order of the East China Sea. Come and see it. We are rewarded. At this time, she looked desperate. Why did she also have a bounty? Chapter 45. The old man was in trouble, but the old man was still alive. Kokoyasi Village. At this time, Nakago was repairing the orange orchard. Nakago, it's not good. Aegean was in a rush, holding several bounties in his hand. Nakago put down the tools in his hand and asked hurriedly, What's wrong with Uncle Jian? Is the navy coming again? Aegean shook his head, handed her the bounty, and gasped. Nami's bounty? Why is she also bountied? What did she do? Little thief cat Nami, bounty of 5 million Baileys, proficient in navigation and stealing. Combat power unknown. Ziluabia village. Housekeeper Meili knocked on Kaya's door. Miss. There's news about Usopp. I'm here. Meili. What's the news? Kaya opened the door with a look of joy, not caring to tidy up her clothes. Is the first bounty so high? Usopp is worthy of it. Usopp's boasts have slowly come true. Kaya smiled and said to Meili. Tell the news secretly to Onion Head and others, don't let other villagers know. Sniper Usopp, bounty of 7 million Baileys. Proficient in shooting, once cooperated to kill the Marine Colonel, Rat, and attacked and injured the Marine Headquarters Colonel, Smoker. Shimotsuki village. Kojiro's forehead was sweating, and he kept comforting the villagers who came to ask questions. You can bring your child to learn swordsmanship, but swordsmanship is not something that can be learned overnight, and I don't really support being a pirate. After he sent off a student, Kojiro's glasses reflected white light, and he looked at the bounty order and murmured. It seems that you have chosen your own way to fame. Zoro. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, bounty 20 million Baileys. A three-sword swordsman, a former pirate hunter who joined the Straw Hat Pirates, has terrifying combat power and has never lost a single battle in his career. East China Sea, Windmill Village. A large group of villagers gathered around Masno Bar. Look everyone! Our Luffy is here. This is Luffy's bounty. This number. Are you kidding me? How is it possible? Our village is incredible. Village chief. I've said it before, that bastard will bring trouble to the village sooner or later. But Luffy. He's laughing so happily. The tavern was noisy, and finally everyone raised their glasses at the same time. For Luffy. Cheers. Ha ha ha. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, bounty of 25 million Baileys. He has defeated Alrita, Buggy the Clown, Beiji Kuro, Fishman Arlong and other pirates, and his combat power is at the monster level. A certain unknown island. A long-legged beauty with a smooth and tender body, and he has long black hair flowing. She looked at Luffy's bounty order and made a numbing sound. Straw Hat Pirates. Your death is coming. Let me tell you who is the most beautiful woman in this sea. Suddenly, the big stick in her hand fell to the ground. What is this? What is going on? Suddenly she screamed, her eyes full of disbelief. As the bounty order in her hand turned into flying fragments. It must be that guy who topped the bird. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. Cool D Kikang. Deceiver Alrita, bounty of 24 million Baileys, former captain of the Alrita Pirates, later joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Killed the mouse colonel of the 16th branch and repelled the colonel Smoker of the headquarters. Special notes, perverted by nature, bloodthirsty, extremely strong in combat and with strange abilities, suspected to be a devil fruit ability user, controlling water, fire, wind, and other abilities. Shulza Town. Rippa was taking Kobe to dinner, and next to her was the timid Bellamur. They were going to have their last meal at Rika's place before heading to the Navy headquarters. Kobe. It's a photo of Zoro's brother. But what does the number mean? At such a young age, Rika didn't quite understand the meaning of the bounty order. Kobe anxiously took the newspaper and looked at the familiar faces. They are famous. Lieutenant Colonel. The Straw Hat Pirates have been established. Kobe looked at a group of friends who were fighting for their dreams, tears streaming down his face. However, when he saw Alrita, Kobe was furious. Damn Chi Kong! What are you doing? Rippa leaned over and laughed. Goodbye, we are enemies, Kobe. Do you have the confidence to catch them? This group of vicious pirates. Bai nodded heavily. Yet. At this time, Lugia said, I want to cut Brother Zoro and keep it. This made the lieutenant colonel look very upset. Don't treat pirates as heroes. Lugia. Lugia stuck out her tongue in annoyance and threw a glass of water heavily beside Bellamur. Bellamur bit his lip and was a little embarrassed to face Lugia. Kobe patted Bellamur on the shoulder. The matter of Monka is probably clear. Let's be a righteous navy together in the future. Bellamur. On the Golden Mary. Usopp looked at his bounty, and for a moment he was proud and terrified. Usopp wanted to say, what you said is true, but why do I feel that it is more exaggerated than my bragging? I just touched a trace of blood. Zoro looked at his bounty and smiled crookedly. Notoriety is also fame. I will still let Roronoa Zoro's name resound through the heavens, so that she can hear it. Luffy looked at his bounty and gave the same smile as in the photo. Haha. I finally have my own bounty. Ace, did you see it? Then, everyone looked at Chi Kang's bounty and fell into a long silence. This is a coquettish ugly fat woman, and the photo is the clearest and most enchanting, obviously posed. Chi Kang also smiled at the bounty. Don't be self-deprecating, Alrita. I must make your beauty and name resound through the sky. Zoro, damn it. Suddenly, Nami tore her bounty into pieces in an instant. I want to report. I want to report. Why do I have a bounty too? I'm just a navigator. Nami slumped on the ground, as if her life was dark. They don't have any self-protection ability. What can we do? As she said this, she secretly looked at everyone. Here they come. Nami has more tricks than the sea route of the Grand Line. Everyone looked at the nose with their eyes, and the nose looked at the heart with their nose. The little inventor, Usopp, put his hands on his waist and said proudly. If someone can give me 2 pounds of dried meat, I can invent a weapon for her. Someone spoke up, and the others couldn't sit still. The supplies were all with Nami, and they had to spend money to buy them. Chi Kong put away the fishing rod and took out 2 pieces of talisman paper in the experiment. Nami, do you want a fresh detonating talisman? 100,000 Baileys per piece, friendly price. Zoro and Luffy looked at each other, and they didn't seem to have any special skills. Zoro narrowed his eyes and said, 1 million Baileys, you can cut wherever you point. In addition to Luffy, you can also order me once. In order to drink, Zoro chose to do his old business. Luffy heard, me too. I only want 1,000 pieces of meat. But I can only help you fight. At this time, Nami showed a treacherous and charming villain smile. Got it. Chapter 46. The island is so interesting, there are so many magical animals. Is it Murkrow? Dumb. 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 Chien Kong interacted with Murkrow in a friendly manner. Murkrow made many friends after the experience of the last island full of rare animals. Of course, most of them were defeated by fighting. Murkrow therefore learned a new skill, Night Curse, which is a skill that creates phantoms and oppression in the dark to scare opponents. It is very effective for timid guys, but if you are not timid, it will be useless. Nami sighed, it's a pity that the treasure is fake. Alas! Sure enough, there is no such thing as pirate treasure. In sharp contrast to Nami, Luffy was extremely excited. Ha ha ha! Treasures don't matter. Adventure is the greatest fun. Isn't it, Usopp? Usopp pinched his nose, looking proud. Right. I feel like I'm one step closer to being a pirate. Zoro missed that adventure because he slept, but he didn't care anyway. At this time, he saw a strange ship appearing in front of him and reminded, it seems that we have reached our destination, Luffy. So everyone came to the bow. Wow! So cool! Such a big ship! Is this the sea restaurant? Such a big chopped pepper fish head! Great! This is it! The buyer of the honey fish is here. Everyone stood at the bow, and what came into view was a small island that looked like a huge fish head. In fact, it was a giant ship used as a restaurant, the sea restaurant Barity. There are fish-shaped figureheads at both ends of the ship, and it has two forms. When the fish fin-shaped platform floats up, it can become a combat platform. This is why Barity is also called the combat restaurant. As for why the battle? The sea shows the law of the jungle to the fullest, and the way customers pay is not just Bailey. Just as Chi Kong and others slowly approached, a warship appeared at the berth of Barity. Usopp shouted anxiously, "Hey! Everyone! Navy! There are Navy here! Should we avoid it?" Nami also worried. "But... meet... Chef! Here I come! Rubber bazooka! Oops! It's off! Bang!" With a sound, Luffy smashed into the side of Barity. This time, all the crew members were stunned. "Are you an idiot? ×4. Chi Kong scratched his bald head and asked a rather embarrassing and helpless question, "If he asks us to pay for this, who will help him pay?" So, everyone looked at Nami. Chi Kong and others, each with a bag on their head, saw Chong Wei beating, as soon as they walked into the restaurant. "Oh no! I saw a chef beating a customer. And if you look closely, this customer seems to be a Navy. It seems that the time is just right." Usopp was instantly out of his mind and trembled all over. Hey! Is this really a restaurant? Do you dare to fight the Navy?" Nami walked at the back, holding a fish bucket in her hand, and said firmly. "Don't be afraid, Usopp. We have Chi Kong and Zoro here, let's sell the fish first." This is not mentioning Luffy at all. Chi Kong and Zoro looked at each other, found a seat and sat down. "What good wine is here? Bring a few bottles." "Waiter, take the order." Then, I saw a guy wearing a straw hat and a waiter's apron, picking his nose and holding a menu. Who else could this weird look be but Luffy? "Luffy! Luffy!" Usopp exclaimed, and everyone else widened their eyes. "How did you become a waiter?" ×3, everyone except Chi Kong was dumbfounded. Chi Kong couldn't help but tease, "Wow, from Pirate King to waiter, your role change is quite fast, Luffy." King Luffy sighed. "I accidentally smashed their boat because I had no money, and the chef uncle asked me to work for a year to pay off the debt." After Luffy finished speaking, he focused his eyes on Nami. "No money. We want to order food." Nami picked up the menu and turned a deaf ear, her mind full of how to sell the fish without saving Luffy. Luffy instantly wilted and fell on the table. "How can this be? How can I go to the Grand Line?" Chi Kong couldn't help but complain in his heart. Evidently avoiding the artillery attack, Luffy actually smashed the restaurant with a rocket launcher himself. Is this possible? Is it fate? Chi Kong suddenly fell into deep thought. Did Luffy do it on purpose? Infiltrate the inside like this, collect intelligence, and find a chef who can be a partner? Is Luffy so smart? No. I must be overthinking. Chi Kong shook his head and kept denying. After shaking off his thoughts, Chi Kong glanced at Luffy, who turned into mud, and reminded, "I say, waiter Luffy. Shouldn't you start serving tea and water? Where's the water? I don't want it, why do you eat here, and I have to work?" Luffy sat there righteously. At this time, a lame man with a whip beard appeared. This is the boss of Barity Jeepy, the guy who successfully returned from the Grand Line in the legend. Jeepy kicked Luffy away and roared. "I asked you to be a waiter and pay back the money, what are you doing? Bastard! Why don't you go to work?" Chi Kong and Zoro looked at the guy who attacked Luffy, thought about it, and didn't do it. I still pretended not to know him, since it was impossible to save him anyway. Just like that, Luffy was caught by Zeph in the kitchen and lost his job of ordering food. Instead, the lecherous but chivalrous Sanji came to greet everyone. This was their first contact with Sanji. "Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" "I want wine and meatballs." "This is Zoro. Do you have chopped pepper fish head?" "Add noodles." "This is Chi Kong. I want roast chicken." "This is Usopp." Unfortunately, Sanji never looked at them straight in the eye. Nami sighed. As soon as she saw the price, she knew that these poor guys couldn't afford it. She closed the menu and said, "I don't want any of what they ordered. Give me 4 of the cheapest red wine steak and mushroom soup sets." The 3 drank water to hide their embarrassment. Sanji was also stunned, but he still recorded the order. "Okay." At this time, Nami showed a sad face and looked delicate. "Here they come. Here they come. Here comes the trick." Nami used a tender offensive, looking at Sanji pitifully. "These foods are too expensive, I'm afraid my Bailey is not enough, can you give me a discount? I can't eat enough." Sanji fell into the beauty trap directly, his eyes turned into hearts, his heart was pounding, and at this moment he had no brain at all. "Beautiful lady, I will pay for your table of dishes. Please order whatever you want." As he said, he knelt down and kissed the back of Nami's hand, a standard way to flirt with girls. Trick. This is Nami's trick. There is such a good thing? Free food? The 3 of them watched all this silently, and Chi Kang's eyes rolled around. When everyone was ordering food, a vicious voice came. "Damn it! I want to report to the headquarters, I want to blow this place up. There are chefs beating customers. You don't want to keep running." This is the guy who was beaten just now, and he seems to have just come back to his senses. Because he was dissatisfied with Sanji serving the wrong wine, he threw bugs into the food. When he was discovered, he turned the table in anger and was beaten up. He was the captain of the Navy headquarters, Hobadai. Because he had a brass knuckle on his fist, he was also called Iron Fist Hobadai. This title made Garp cry. Hearing that the old man's hard work was going to be destroyed, Sanji was instantly angry and was ready to slap Hobadai, who was shaking people. Just then, a Navy soldier ran in. "Captain Hobadai! The cotter of the Creek pirates has escaped." This made the pretentious Hobadai panic. "What? That's the right-hand man of the strongest pirate group in the East China Sea. He hasn't eaten for 3 days, do you still have strength?" Zoro sneered at this and just snorted coldly. "That's it." Bang! A flintlock sounded, and the Navy who reported the news rolled his eyes and fell down. As the Navy fell, a haggard and gloomy man appeared behind him. He wore a grey-white coat, a green shirt, and a headscarf. This was the Ghost Agent, who was given multiple identities by the fans and had a bounty of 12 million. Chapter 47. The old man was sitting on the ground, and the old man was sitting on the ground. Ajin walked past Hobadai and walked to the empty seat. "Hey! Is this a restaurant? Anything is fine, bring some food." Faced with this pirate with a face full of "I am a bad guy," the whole audience was silent. But soon, a sturdy chef came over with a charming and disgusting smile on his face. "Dear guest, Patty is serving you. Do you have money?" The chefs of Barity treat customers as gods, provided they have money. Click. Ajin's flintlock rifle was against Patty's head. "Can I pay with bullets?" "Here he comes. Here he comes. The law of the jungle of the sea is here." Sanji looked at Ajin and shook his head, with unknown pity in his eyes. He turned to Nami and said, "I'm sorry, ma'am. There are some small problems. Don't panic. This is very common. I'll go to the kitchen to cook for you first." Nami nodded, "Okay, okay. Thank you." Sanji lit a cigarette and walked calmly to the kitchen. As for pirates, he was used to it. Patty, who was pointed at by a gun, had a terrible black face. "So you have no money? You want to get something for free without money? Bang! A pirate with a bounty of 12 million, the ghost Ajin, was knocked down by a punch, and even the tables and chairs were blown into pieces. This power is so terrifying. Paddy spit out a mouthful of old phlegm and punched and kicked again. No money. There is not even any leftovers. This scene made the people in the restaurant applaud. Many of them came here just to see the classic scene of the chef fighting the pirates. What a bunch of lunatics! They are even more vicious than pirates. I have to run. Hopadai took advantage of everyone's attention and quietly sneaked out, taking the fallen navy with him. After dealing with the pirates, the fat chef Paddy turned around gorgeously and gave everyone a disgusting skirt-lifting ceremony. Okay, everyone, please continue eating. This perverted look made Chi Kang's eyes light up, a fellow traveler. Cough cough. Ajin, who was thrown out of the restaurant rudely, kept coughing. At this time, he felt sad, as if he saw his own end. The most powerful pirate group Cotter in the East China Sea would actually fall to this point. Bang! At this time, a plate of seafood fried rice and a glass of water were placed in front of Ajin, and the person who came was Sanji. Eat it. Thank you. Ajin shed tears of emotion. It's delicious. Seeing this, Sanji smiled. Tears mixed with food went down his stomach. This was indeed a starving man. Sanji leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette and looking at the sky. At this time, Sanji didn't know whether it was right or wrong to help this pirate. However, he knew the taste of hunger best, and cooking for hungry people was one of his life creeds. At this time, above the two of them, Luffy was lying on the window and laughing haha. He found a good chef. Luffy jumped out and shouted, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to be the Pirate King. After introducing himself, Luffy looked at Sanji. Hey! Chef! What's your name? I think you're good. Come and be my partner. Our pirate group lacks a good chef. I'm Sanji, the deputy chef here. Sorry, I won't get on your ship. I have a reason to be here. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and rejected Luffy's invitation without hesitation. Luffy, why? Sanji, why do you care so much? Anyway, I refuse. Luffy, I refuse your refusal. Sanji, don't you understand what people say? Zoro is an expert in this kind of snatching scene. However, although the invitation failed, the three of them soon talked about the sea, dreams, and the Grand Line. The three of them talked freely and quickly became closer. This scene was seen by Zeph on the third floor, and he also saw that Sanji yearned for the sea. Not long after, Ajin left, and before leaving, he warned Luffy not to go to the Grand Line. Anyway, I lose if Luffy listens. Luffy worked in the store for several days, and got to know the chefs very well. Zeph also saw Luffy's character in the process of getting along with them. And Nami also relied on her beauty to cheat Sanji to eat and drink, which made Chi Kong particularly jealous. But Luffy has been working to pay off his debts, and knowing the relationship between the people, Nami's honey fish has not taken action. On this day, a thick fog appeared on the unpredictable sea, and the sea contained Boundless' murderous intention. Chi Kong and others came to Barity to eat again, which is their daily routine. Damn it! You actually ate delicious food behind my back. Luffy was very dissatisfied. He had only eaten half a cent in the kitchen so far. I found a good cook. I must invite him to the ship. It may take a few days. Luffy said to Sanji, pulled a dish and prepared to eat, and shouted while eating. Waiter! Keep serving the meat. However. Oh day! Aren't you a waiter? What are you doing here? I won't be a pirate. The old man can't live without me. Sanji kicked Luffy away with a flying kick, and then changed his face. Beautiful Ms. Nami, is the food delicious? When he saw Chi Kang's appearance, he was stunned. Hey! Who is this special lady? Where is the bald fisherman? Hearing this, Nami fell into silence. She didn't know what Chi Kong was going to do. At this time, Chi Kong used the seduction technique to transform into Alrita, looking like he was enjoying it. The one with the curly eyebrows. If you kick him away, I'll buy you a drink. Zoro said with disgust but helplessness. Sanji looked disgusted, and I paid for all your expenses these days, okay? Chi Kong stood up, smiled and prepared to give Sanji some love. He turned around, hugged Sanji and rubbed him for a while, and a rough and charming voice came out. Woo! Little Sanji! Do you want to come to our ship? Sister can bring you countless happiness. Chi Kong also threw a wink. In this scene, Sanji swallowed directly, and the cigarette in his mouth fell unconsciously, and he was stunned. From his constantly shaking, raised and lowered right foot, it can be seen that he was holding it in pain. Finally, his eyes rolled up, and his mind was blank. This is the night Sanji, the last stubbornness. At the same time, several guests at the next table vomited directly. Ugh! 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 Don't come to this restaurant. My eyes! I'm dying. Water! Water! I'm going to get sty. It's okay to be ugly and fat. Can you not be so eye-catching? After vomiting, some male customers ran out like crazy. Anyone who could still sit here was a ruthless person. Chi Kong cleared the place in an instant. At this time, a bunch of chefs surrounded him with dark faces, holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs in their hands. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp quickly changed tables. One was Luffy and the other was Chi Kong. They couldn't afford to lose this person. Chi Kong pointed at the villain chefs who surrounded him and said dissatisfiedly. What do you mean? You can accept the fat chef's coquettishness, but you can't accept fat customers? You are discriminating. I am God. The coquettish man Patty took out 100,000 Baileys, threw it on the table, raised his eyebrows and said. Big sister. Although I like you very much, their aesthetics are not good. Take this money, go outside and wait. Patty pointed at the other chefs again. Wait for me to communicate with my brothers, and I will pick you up later. Then let's talk in my room. I haven't met such a hot girl for a long time. After that, the chefs were in a mess in an instant. Chi Kong was also stunned. What do you mean? Is this appropriate? Don't think I don't understand. This fucking seems to be out of control. I just want to clear the field and give Sanji some love. Chapter 48. The two of them were so busy that they had to work together. Just as Chi Kong was in a daze, Nami put away Bailey and said. No problem. This is my sister. I agreed on her behalf. I just happened to have a project that I wanted to talk to Sanji about. As she spoke, Nami picked up the bucket and walked towards the kitchen with Sanji, who rolled his eyes, regardless of Chi Kang's reaction. Zoro and Usopp, who were watching the show, almost laughed themselves to death. At this time, Verity's boss Zeph limped over and stopped the nosebleeding pervert Sanji and the devil Nami. Become a pirate. Sanji. Go and see the vastness of the world. You are no longer needed here. Hearing this, Sanji came back to his senses instantly and looked at the old man with confusion and anger. Old man. Why? Zeph said expressionlessly, I don't want to be too relaxed without you, a troublesome kid like you who makes trouble for me every day. Luffy suddenly appeared, patted Sanji on the shoulder and said, Look, your old man has agreed. I'll give you this fish, will you go to sea with me as a pirate? This fish? Nami, who was carrying a bucket, was so angry. Bang! Luffy collapsed to the ground. Nami knew that if she didn't do anything, this guy would really give it away. This was her personal property. Bang! A chef who was thrown out of the window by Patty rushed in, full of panic. "It's bad. The Creek pirates are coming." This howl instantly quieted the chaotic restaurant. Everyone ran out. "Creek is here, so Hawkeye should be here too, right?" Chi Kong quietly released his transformation technique, looked at Zoro, and thought to himself, "Don't die." To be honest, Chi Kong didn't know if Hawkeye would show mercy this time. Many things had changed since he joined. He just hoped that Hawkeye would help the younger generation. Otherwise, Creek's vehicle, the Fearless Saber, was very large, similar to the aircraft carrier in his previous life. The huge 3-deck sailing ship had a Black Panther-shaped bow, and an hourglass was painted on each side of the skull on the flag, representing the captured prey and the deadline for death, and also representing "You will surrender to me sooner or later, it's just a matter of time." Chi Kong had to admit that the black technology in this world was awesome, and this big ship was actually made of wood as the main material. The people who went out were still sighing at the size of the ship, but soon found something wrong. The ship was in tatters, as if it had encountered a shipwreck. The hull was broken and full of cracks, and the pirate flag was also broken. 50 ships entered the Grand Line, and only one came back? Is this the Grand Line? The graveyard of pirates is so terrifying. While everyone was amazed at the horror of the Grand Line, Luffy was more excited about the journey on the Grand Line. Is the Grand Line terrifying? Indeed, but not to this extent. Only Chi Kong knew that it was Creek's bad luck that he encountered a big boss as soon as he left the novice village. Not long after, in the midst of a commotion, Creek came to Barity with the help of Akin. At this time, his state was, he could be shattered into pieces by a touch. And Creek knelt down and begged for some leftovers with tears and snot. Creek is worthy of being a wolf destroyer, flexible, insidious, and unyielding. Although it's annoying. However, this is a real pirate. Creek's begging words were rejected by the chefs, and they even wanted to call the police. Only Sanji quietly lit a cigarette and walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, Sanji still couldn't bear to see others hungry, and silently brought a big bowl of rice. When everyone was accusing, Chi Kong said to the 2 weak chicken partners around him, "Hey! Nami, Usopp! Don't stay too far away from me." He touched his bald head and stuffed the Murkrow on Nami's head again. Chi Kong is really reliable when he is serious. Nami and Usopp hugged and cried, saying in unison, "So everyone should eat and drink. Now just watch the show." Even the food of other guests was taken by Chi Kong. After all, food should not be wasted. As Creek ate and drank enough. "Thank you, brother. I am fully recovered now." Then, boom! Creek punched his savior, Sanji, away. Ajin objected immediately. "Captain! We agreed. You won't attack the restaurant." Crick smiled meanly, broke Ajin's arm, cursed him twice, and then said arrogantly to the chef in the restaurant, "This ship is great. I want it." Patty and other chefs raised their weapons in dissatisfaction and shouted, "Get out of here when you are full. You are not welcome here." Crick didn't care about this group of ants. "You chefs, prepare food for 100 people. I still have a lot of crew members who are not starving to death." "Impossible. We are not Sanji." The chefs responded to Creek with swords. They are combat chefs and instantly entered a combat state. This time, they will not give it anyway. Only Sanji stood up tremblingly and wanted to go to the kitchen again. This Sanji is really mentally ill. Seeing this, Nami and Usopp couldn't help but complain. This seems to be an obsession. I admire this guy a little. Zoro crossed his chest and praised him rarely. Luffy on the side nodded and said hastily, "Yes. I think he is a very good chef. So I want to pull him on board." Patty and other chefs questioned Sanji again and again, but Sanji was unmoved and just explained that he had to cook for them when they were hungry. At this time, Patty made a sneak attack and knocked Sanji down with a punch. He turned around and picked up the bazooka, looked back and took it out, and fired at Creek. After a burst of smoke, Creek walked out unscathed. It turned out that Creek was wearing a gold saint cloth. Creek sneered, took out several machine guns from the saint cloth, and swept across the crowd. Stray bullets flew everywhere. Fortunately, Chi Kong cleared the scene, otherwise a group of innocent people would have been shot. Water escape water array wall. Chi Kong spit out a stream of water, wrapping up a group of companions. Chi Kang's ability is really too safe. Nami drank a sip of black tea comfortably. All her companions were watching the show so relaxedly, and she was much calmer at this time. As the sound of the shooting stopped abruptly, the chef lying on the ground proved with actual experience that Creek, the overlord of the East China Sea, deserved it. Interesting guy. What's your name? Come and be my crew member. Creek invited Chi Kong with interest. Chi Kong said lightly. You are just a loser of the Grand Line, you don't deserve it. My captain is 100 times better than you. Hearing Chi Kang's words, Creek was furious, as if he was poked in the sore spot. You are looking for death. Creek took out the Thanos glove and punched. Seeing that he was about to hit, Chi Kong smiled slightly. Rubber pistol. At this time, an arm suddenly shot out from behind Chi Kong, hitting Creek's unprotected face first. Don't attack my companions again. Creek was blown away by Luffy, and a bunch of tables, chairs, and benches were smashed. Captain! Aiken was stunned. Just now, he was crying because of the guilt for the restaurant, but now he was shocked. Luffy did not stop, and continued to attack angrily, with wood chips flying, and shamelessly shouted. You are not allowed to hit my partner, you are not allowed to destroy this restaurant, I will beat you away. At this time, Zeph came late, and when he saw this scene, the 100 servings of food he was carrying almost fell to the ground. Isn't it my turn to show off? Did I get the wrong script? So, he limped to the demon Aiken, fearing that he would not have the opportunity to appear. He hurriedly threw down the food and said quickly. 100 servings of food, you take the things and get out. Chapter 49. The ghost mannequin reluctantly took back his arm and looked at the guy in front of him. Are you the boss? He was delighted, took out his weapon and knocked down Zeph with a few sticks, and then threatened everyone, stop it. Otherwise I will kill him. Old man! Sanji shouted, veins popping out. The restaurant fell into a strange silence, and Luffy returned to his seat, his forehead was covered with sweat. It's so despicable, threatening an old man. Ajin was unmoved by Luffy's words. He was a pirate, and it was reasonable for him to do so. He said to Creek, who had a gloomy face, Captain. We have the food. Let's go. Baron and the others are still waiting for us. Crick glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates and Barity's chef, with no joy or sadness on his face. I'll come back later. After that, Creek carried the food and left like Santa Claus. Aiken held Zeph hostage and kept retreating. Let him go. Aiken. Sanji lit a cigarette, and his face was extremely gloomy at this time. Aiken held Zeph hostage and kept retreating, but tears were streaming down his face. I'm sorry. Benefactor. This is the only way to save you. You don't understand the captain's terror at all. I will persuade him to give up here. Please. Give me another chance. Facing the contradictory Aiken, Sanji gritted his teeth, and everyone could only follow Aiken and keep moving. At this time, Luffy suddenly thought of something. Sanji. I'll help you get the old man back. Can you be the chef of our pirate group? Zoro tilted his head while drinking. Why does this sound so familiar? How do you save him? Sanji asked. Luffy pointed to the back and said, Jiankong-kin. Sanji looked in the direction he was looking and saw the people still eating desserts, and his mouth twitched. Is it that bald guy? Luffy nodded and explained, he is my partner and a ninja. If he helps, there will be no problem. Okay. Just save the old man. I can consider your proposal. Luffy laughed when he heard it. Great. I have a chef. Nami, who was playing with birds, was stunned when she heard what Sanji said. Consider? Why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this the way he fooled Luffy? Luffy can only be fooled by her. Just as Nami was about to lose her temper, a sturdy arm pressed down on her. This was the shadow clone that had transformed into Alrita again. Chi Kang's real body slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Zoro followed. What do you mean? Luffy, do we need to do anything? Outside Barity. Well done. Akin. Creek's voice of praise came. He returned to Barity and looked at this group of guys who didn't know how to live or die. At this time, swish! A ray of light burst out from the front. The meaningless saber was cut open like tofu, and many crew members who had just recovered swam ashore, feeling palpitations. Creek's eyes widened at this time. What's going on? What happened? Chi Kong was also attracted by the commotion. He looked outside and instantly realized something. That guy is finally here. Zoro's target for going to sea, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. In the middle of the split of the meaningless saber, Hawkeye appeared in front of everyone in a small boat. Black short hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, short beard, black hat with white fluff, burgundy patterned shirt, black windbreaker, white trousers and black boots. A cross hangs on his chest, and the world's strongest black knife, Knight, is carried on his back. When Creek saw this killer, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and his face turned pale. Why are you pestering us? Now you have to go out of the Grand Line to hunt us down. Creek didn't understand how big the hatred was. Hawkeye raised his head slightly, his hat covering his eyes, and said coldly, I'm just a little bored, just killing time. This is the truth behind the destruction of Creek's fleet. Maybe it's a joke. On the sea, the weak are tools for the strong to have fun. However, Chi Kong still maintained the reasonable guess that Creek and his friends were hunted down because they saw Hawkeye shitting. At this time, Zoro was trembling all over, with excitement and nervousness. Seeing this, Chi Kong knew who the battlefield belonged to now. He sighed and said, Swordsman with a poor sense of direction, don't die. Zoro's eyes were firm, and he took one step at a time. Pushing the crowd aside, he walked past everyone and came to Hawkeye. Luffy. Sanji. Let Zoro go first. Nothing is more important than realizing a dream. Saiken said again. Sanji nodded heavily, feeling impressed. Saiken, do you know who this guy is? Why does Zoro challenge him? Usopp asked, who was leaning against the window and looking out. Yarbellow's voice came, Zoro's dream has a lot to do with this person, what do you think? This made Nami's eyes shrink. Isn't Zoro's dream the world's greatest swordsman? Doesn't that mean this is the world's greatest swordsman himself? Usopp's legs kept shaking after hearing this. At this moment, he felt that being a pirate was the wrong career. Is this world so dangerous? It's only been a few days since we went out to sea. The great swordsman has come out. Don't worry. It should be fine. I'll go get the first aid kit. Nami and Usopp instantly turned into terrified faces. You call this okay? ×2. What a sharp sword. Zoro has slowly untied his turban and entered a fighting state. 3 knives. Is it that pirate hunter? Many of the pirates and chefs who were watching recognized Zoro. In the East China Sea, Zoro's reputation is much more awesome than Hawkeye. Zoro pulled out 3 knives and pointed them at Hawkeye. Aren't you bored? Duel with me. Hawkeye looked at Zoro with a sidelong glance, just glancing at him with his peripheral vision, looking indifferent. What is your purpose? Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji, and Hawkeye's peripheral vision put too much pressure on him. He calmed down and showed a smile full of fighting spirit. The strongest. Facing Zoro's challenge, Hawkeye stood up. Pathetic weakling. The gap between you and me is clear at a glance. Is it your ambition or your ignorance that you dare to challenge me? Zoro held two swords in front of him and said firmly. This is my dream and also a promise with a close friend. Hawkeye looked at Zoro, who was full of fighting spirit. Since he had drawn his sword, as a swordsman, he naturally had no reason to refuse. He took out his smallest knife, which was the cross he often carried around his neck and was usually used to cut fruit and meat. Zoro's eyes became gloomy. Hey! What do you mean? Do you look down on me? In response to Zoro's questioning, Hawkeye calmly replied, Sorry, this is the smallest knife I have. Zoro felt more and more insulted. There should be a limit to underestimating people. Don't regret it when you die. As soon as the voice fell, Zoro launched an attack instantly, and the three swords emitted a cold light. Three swords style demon slash. Hawkeye was not panicked at all and took a step forward. Frog in the well. Let him teach you how vast the world is. Chapter 50. The battle between Zoro and Hawkeye was a father beating his son. Hawkeye waved his knife again, and Zoro was knocked back to the ground. This scene shocked the guys watching the show. Luffy was a little anxious at this time. Damn it! Zoro! Come on! He was very hard to bear it, but this was a duel between swordsmen. A battle to bet everything. Luffy wanted to press something to suppress his restlessness. Chi Kong thought it was probably Johnny and Joseph. Fortunately, they were left in Coco West Village by Chi Kong. Otherwise, seeing his elder brother like this, he might really not be able to help but cut Hawkeye. He already had a picture in his eyes. Press. Just hold us down like this. Luffy-kun. Otherwise we won't be able to resist killing Hawkeye. It can't be that far. It can't be that far. Zoro kept denying. Zoro began to recall the good friend who fell to his death. Weakling! What are you carrying? Zoro raised his two swords and wanted to use Tiger Hunt. Hawkeye took a step forward and stabbed Zoro's body in the gap between the moves. At this time, Zoro did not retreat a step, his eyes were full of confusion. Hawkeye asked puzzledly, Why don't you retreat? Do you want to be stabbed in the heart? Zoro's answer was, Who knows? I feel that once I retreat, many things, vows and promises will be destroyed. Hawkeye, isn't that a failure? Zoro smiled and said, So it's better to die. Zoro's determination finally surprised and recognized Hawkeye. A strong person is not only reflected in strength, but also in will. Boy, tell me your name. Zoro posed his ultimate sword move and replied, Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye said seriously, I will remember it. I haven't met a strong person for a long time. He drew out his black knife. I will send you off with the highest etiquette of a swordsman. Zoro, three swords style ultimate, 3000 worlds. Hawkeye, normal attack. Ultimate against Hawkeye's normal attack. In a flash, the two of them exchanged positions, and a wound appeared on Zoro's abdomen, bleeding profusely. Of the three swords, two were broken, and only the Wado Ikimonji, which symbolized his dream, remained. Compared with the big boss Hawkeye, Zoro in the novice village is a bit behind in level. Defeated. Put the Wado Ikimonji of his old friend into the scabbard, turned around and opened his arms to Hawkeye. Hawkeye frowned. What does this mean? Do you want a hug? What? Zoro smiled and replied, The wound on the back is a shame for a swordsman. Hawkeye smiled for the first time since he appeared and praised. Well said. Then, he slashed at Zoro's chest. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The most famous bounty hunter in the East China Sea had no resistance at all. Is this the strength of the Grand Line? It's unreasonable that the people of the East China Sea don't know Hawkeye. This scene was very unreasonable for Sanji. Why? If you can't complete it, then give up your dream. It's very simple. This seemed to be said to Zoro and himself. With severe pain, Zoro let go of Wado Ikimonji and fell backwards, as if his life had disappeared. Zoro! No! Luffy shouted, thinking that Zoro was dead. When Zoro was about to enter the sea water turned into a human figure and caught Zoro steadily. At the same time, Luffy stretched out his arms and pounced on Hawkeye angrily. The swordsman's battle is over. It's his turn. However, Luffy's attack could not touch Hawkeye at all. After being teased, Hawkeye said, "Don't worry. He is still alive." This sentence made Luffy bite his mouth directly. Look at Zoro and Chi Kong, who appeared at some point. Chi Kong nodded at Luffy. No vital injuries. Just skin injuries. You are worthy of being a great swordsman. The knife wound on Zoro's chest looked hideous and terrifying, but it perfectly avoided all vital points. Even if it was taken for identification, it was just a skin injury. It was nothing more than that for a medical student. Hawkeye put away the black knife and said his victory speech. "I'm waiting for you on the throne of the world's strongest. My name is Jorikoil Mihawk. Understand the world. Understand yourself. Become stronger. Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye looked at Luffy again. After a conversation, when he knew that Luffy's dream was to be the Pirate King, Hawkeye looked at the Straw Hat and expressed his recognition and encouragement to Luffy. At this time, Zoro was also filled with tears. He swore to Seiken and Luffy. "Luffy, Seiken. I lost. If I can't even be the world's #1 swordsman, it will be difficult for you, right?" Seiken was speechless and said angrily, "Can you stop moving, you swordsman with a poor sense of direction? The wound is about to split open." However, Zoro ignored Seiken's words and shouted loudly while holding up the Wado Ikimonji. I won't lose again. I won't lose again before I defeat him." Zoro paused. "Do you have any objections?" Luffy grinned, "Hee. I have no objection." Seiken rolled his eyes, "I believe you, but I hope you don't move. Good partner. I look forward to seeing you again." Hawkeye praised and turned away. At this time, the Crazy Creek wanted to stop Hawkeye, but Hawkeye was also happy today. The boss is very busy and has no time to fight monsters. Hawkeye disappeared after waving his knife and splashing a large wave. "Idiot! Can't you see the difference in strength?" The water clone mocked from the side. Creek's face turned black. "He couldn't beat Hawkeye, and he couldn't beat you. I'm the Admiral Creek. Who are you talking to?" Creek was about to step forward and slap the two people. "I said, you are not allowed to attack my companions. You die." Luffy used a rocket hammer to knock Creek away directly. "Old man. I beat Creek, and let Sanji and I go to sea." Luffy shouted at Zeph. Zeph readily agreed, meaning to get out quickly. If he worked for a few more days, Barity would go bankrupt. "Sanji, hey! Don't you consider my feelings? Stop it all! Don't you want his life?" Ajin tightened Zeph's neck and threatened. But no one paid attention to Ajin's words. It's been so long, and he still hasn't taken action. If everyone still can't see it, there must be something wrong. Ajin found that a group of people actually ignored him. This made his face gloomy, but he couldn't do it. At this time, the water clone sensed that the main body had returned. Chi Kong was also a little confused now. He just moved a boat and took a medical kit. "How long has it been? The battle here is over. Even the battle platform has risen?" With a sigh, he took the unconscious Zoro back to Baratini and handed him over to the two weaklings. "Just take care of each other. There are only small fights outside. Just leave it to me. After comforting Zoro, Chi Kong, who turned into Albir, exchanged identities with the clone, raised a big stick, and walked out of Baratini with great power. At this time, the pirates had invaded the door of the restaurant, and the pirates and the cooks were fighting. Tell me, little ones. Who is the most beautiful woman on this sea? This sharp and rough voice attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the tonnage of Alrita, everyone felt deeply pressured. Where did you come from, you stinky woman? Master Baron is here to meet you. The funny turtle-shelled man Baron appeared and began to introduce himself to Yarborough. Ugly woman. I am the invincible Mr. Baron. I am Iron Arm. I have never shed a drop of blood in previous battles. You deserve to die against a handsome man like me. Chapter 51. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Chi Kong smiled and was about to make a move when a man in a black suit flashed in front of him like lightning. Attack a lady! You bastard! Unforgivable! Ouch! Sanji didn't even want Albiro to be hurt. What an upright guy! Sanji kicked, but was blocked by Baron. He was only handsome for 3 seconds. Baron arrogantly mocked, do you still want to be a hero to save the beauty? Stinky chef! Do you know who I am? The undefeated god of war. Before he finished speaking, Albiro had quietly appeared behind him, waving the iron rod in his hand and hitting him on the back of his head without hesitation. The iron rod pressed Baru's neck forward and hit his shield directly, and then he started bleeding from the nose. There was a hint of teasing in Yarborough's voice. Oh, young man, you are quite strong. I saw that the iron bastard Baron was stunned at this moment. Looking at the blood flowing in his hands, his body couldn't help shaking, and he exclaimed. I can actually bleed. No. No. You all have to die. With a dull sound like a metal collision, Baron's whole body suddenly burst into flames. This iron bastard didn't know what was wrong with him. Once he bleeds, his body will catch fire. This physique is still an unsolved mystery in the pirate circle. Chi Kong carried his fat body and jumped out of the flame range in 3 or 2 steps. The minions who followed him were not so lucky and jumped into the water to extinguish the fire. Teammates sacrificed to the sky, and their magic power was boundless. Suddenly, Ajin, who was holding Jeepy hostage, roared in anger, Stop it! Didn't you hear me? Accompanied by the roar, the stick in his hand hit Jeepy twice with a bang bang, causing the old man to fall to the ground. Then, Ajin took out his musket, pointed the black muzzle directly at Jeepy's forehead, and ruthlessly pushed the bullet into the gun chamber. With a click, the atmosphere froze to the extreme. He swept his cold eyes over the crowd and said coldly, All of you leave this ship, otherwise, I will make his head explode. Sanji was shocked when he saw this scene. What is this? Ajin! If you dare, point the gun at me! Sanji shouted angrily, scaring Ajin to shiver. At this time, Chi Kong said. Ouch! No more fighting! No more fighting! What's the fun of fighting and killing? Brother Sanji, do you want me to help you? Hearing this, Sanji shuddered again and didn't dare to look at the direction where the voice came from. Ajin looked at Chi Kong. The pressure brought by a monster of this size was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, his heart tightened. This eye! Chi Kang's Sharingan spun for a while, and he used the Sharingan to launch a basic illusion, magical Naraku viewing technique. Have a good dream. This ninjutsu can let the opponent see what he fears most, a pure mental illusion. He wanted to see how many seconds Ajin could be affected. People in the pirate world seem to have extremely weak wills, but sometimes they burst out with strong mental power. Ordinary illusions seem to be difficult to work on masters. This is commonly known as the gap in strength is too big and can't be controlled. But what if it is moon reading? Ugly woman, go to hell! Turtle Shell seized the opportunity, jumped up and punched Chi Kong. Chi Kang's figure turned into a shadow in an instant, and the next moment he quietly appeared at the door of the restaurant, holding Old Man Jeep firmly in his arms. "Old Man Jeep, don't touch me. I'll be shy." Jeep vomited when he saw the pockmarked Albero. "Ugh! I'm not the type of patty." Sanji was relieved when he saw Jeep being rescued. However, is it really appropriate to treat an old man like this? Iron Turtle Baron looked at all this with his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. "Who are you? Aren't you fat? How can you be so flexible?" Baron felt that Chi Kang's fat should not be lighter than his armor. This shows that the strength of this woman should not be underestimated. So it turned out that she was just teasing us just now? Thinking of this, Baron had the urge to run away. Suddenly his pupil shrank, and he froze in place, his whole body in pain and unable to move. "I am Alrita, the most beautiful woman on the sea. Since you don't know me, then I'll give you a ride." Chi Kong took advantage of the cuckold being controlled, made a spinning swing, and shouted softly. "One stick flow secret. 1,000 worlds." As Chi Kong shouted, his wrist was filled with blue chakra. Rap! Chi Kong, with his fat body, jumped up with an unreasonable rhythm, and kept hitting Baron with the iron rod in his hand. Bang bang bang! I hit! 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 This time, his strength was really huge. Because he attached chakra to his arm, he created a terrifying enough strange force. Recently, he is developing and using Fishman karate, so he has practiced this way of exerting force. He can break rocks with bare hands, just right to bully the soldiers. As Chi Kong hit, Baron's head kept twisting. This is the result of not wearing a helmet, it's a pity for his handsome face. Bang! Baron fell to the ground. A huge cloud of dust was raised. At this time, in Baratine, Zoro sat up in shock from his dying illness. "Don't stop me! I'm going to kill him! Kill him! This is an insult! No! Zoro! The wound will split!" Nami and Usopp tried their best, but they could hardly hold down the injured Zoro. The cuckold was defeated, but the flames were still burning. "Help him to the end! Water style, water waves!" Qian Kong pulled a large amount of seawater to launch the basic water-style ninjutsu. A tide washed over Barati, and the flames were extinguished. After doing everything, Kikeng looked at the pirates with a smirk. "Tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in this sea? You, don't come over." The pirates kept retreating in fear. At this time, Ajin broke free from the illusion and looked at Kikeng with a serious face. He had just experienced a dream. He saw Creek killed everyone, including himself and his companions, and his benefactor, Sanji. This scene was deeply engraved in his mind, and he no longer had the will to fight. "Are you Alrita? Does your ability come from the devil fruit?" Aiken asked doubtfully, recalling a female pirate in the East China Sea, but he had never heard that she had such a strange ability. "Guess. Little brother." Chi Kong was still terrifyingly coquettish. Sanji closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at Chi Kong in front of him, who was both fierce and charming. He lit a cigarette and couldn't help but sigh, "Alrita, such an elegant name, why is the reality like this? Alas, it's really jealous of beauty." Chi Kong heard this and immediately scolded Sanji, "What are you talking about with your eyebrows? If you say this to girls, do you have chivalry?" Sanji was speechless. Afterwards, Chi Kong casually threw a few bounties to Ajin, and warned him bluntly. "Take your stupid captain away if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your gold armor will be stripped off." "I'm not kidding. There's a money grubber on our ship, and wherever he goes, no grass will grow." Ajin held the bounties, and the numbers on them shocked him. 20 million, 24 million, 25 million. These numbers made Ajin dumbfounded. 3 bounties over 20 million. You know, their Captain Creek only has 17 million Baileys. Could it be that the most powerful pirate group in the East China Sea has changed its owner? Chapter 52. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Ajin was shocked by the bounty of Chi Kong and others. At this time, there was a loud bang and Luffy was thrown over by Creek. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Luffy patted the dust off his body, stood up and muttered in dissatisfaction. Really, this guy is full of technology and ruthlessness, it's so troublesome to fight him. Chien Kong looked at Ajin and pointed his finger, whispering, in fact, bounty sometimes does not necessarily represent the strength of combat power. At this time, Creek's anxious and impatient voice came. What are you dawdling about? A bunch of trash. Can't you even deal with these brats? Creek was very angry. Luffy, the indestructible cockroach, was already very annoying, and Ajin seemed to be playing house. Forget it. A bunch of trash. I'll get rid of you together. A small hole suddenly appeared on Creek's shield, and a burst of purple poisonous mist sprayed out from it. It's the MH5 poison gas that kills on contact. Boss, we're still here. Hurry up and give me a gas mask. The minions kept shouting, but Creek didn't care. What is this guy doing? That's a companion. Luffy, who saw this scene, was furious. He turned to Chi Kong and said seriously, Hey! Chi Kong! Can you solve this smoke? I want to blow him away. Luffy pointed at Creek with a firm look. Sanji on the side was confused. Isn't this fat woman called Alrita? Why is she calling him Chi Kong again? Chi Kong nodded and made a seal with his hands at high speed. Hold on, Luffy. Wind style, great breakthrough. Swoosh! Whoosh! A violent airflow swept, and a gust of wind met the purple poisonous gas. This is the ability to create wind. It's incredible. Is this the sea? Sanji bit the cigarette, with a shocked expression. Chi Kong cleared the field with a great breakthrough, but Ajin was close and heard Chi Kang's warning, so he was not blown away. Okay. Sanji. I'm a little hungry. Let's prepare the food. Luffy's game will soon be over. After Arlong, a guy like Creek who relies purely on tools is just a toy in Luffy's eyes. Sanji and Ajin are still a little confused. It's over? At this time, a roar came from the air. What do you think of your partner? With a bang, Creek rolled his eyes and flew over, landing with a bang. Chi Kong spread his hands and said, Sorry, miscalculated, it's over. The game is over. Chi Kong turned and walked towards Barity. Ajin was trembling all over. He always thought Creek was the most powerful man in the East China Sea. When he saw the powerful captain being easily defeated by the serious Straw Hat, he realized that Chi Kang's words were not a joke. Creek still had a breath left at this time, and his brain might have a problem. He stood up tremblingly and kept screaming. I am Admiral Creek. How could I lose to you, a little devil? I will kill you. Aiken slowly walked to the unconscious Creek and knocked the captain unconscious with a punch. Captain Creek, we lost, retreat quickly and start over. Aiken carried Creek on his back and turned to Sanji and said. Goodbye Mr. Sanji, I am really sorry for what happened. Goodbye Grand Line. Sanji smiled and gave the procurement ship to Aiken without saying much, even though he had threatened the old man. Aiken left Barity, and the ship was full of unconscious pirates. A big battle, a funny ending. The Straw Hat Boy only needed to make a slight move, and they were defeated so thoroughly. When Sanji was about to enter the house, a bald man appeared from the water carrying Luffy on his back. It turned out that Luffy had fallen into the water. Kikeng was too lazy to move himself, so he summoned a water clone. The water clone greeted Sanji. Hi! Sanji! I'm Cool D Kikeng. Is the food ready? Sanji's face was full of question marks. Who are these people? Who is Kikang? He was completely confused at this time. What shocked Sanji even more was that after the bald man threw Luffy into the house, he turned into a pool of water and disappeared. Oh my god, a water ghost! No! I must be dreaming. Everything today is fake. The clever Sanji suddenly kicked himself and fainted on the ground. The war is over and the banquet begins. Have you seen the beautiful Miss Alrita? At this time, Patty was holding a bouquet of flowers and constantly searching for Chi-Kong. Chi-Kong trembled when he heard this. If some idiot uses the name of my move, I will tell Patty the truth. Seeing Chi-Kong being humiliated, Zoro even drank a few more glasses of wine. Delicious! Delicious! I can eat such delicious food every day in the future, right? Luffy kept stuffing food with a happy face. When Sanji woke up, everyone was already laughing and talking. Nami was shaking hands with Zeph in a friendly manner, discussing the deal of sentencing in modern times. Nami smiled, then it's settled, 3.87 million Baileys plus Sanji, waiving all other fees, and the fish belongs to you. Zeph's old face was full of smiles, and he said. In the end, we still made a profit, 1 Sanji, 1 Luffy. If there are these two cancers, Barity will be yellow in a few days. The two of them praised each other for business, and Sanji was confused when he heard it. What do you mean? Get on the boat? What kind of business are you talking about? Although Sanji knew a few days ago that Zeph was going to throw him out, he didn't want to go out at all. He had no way of repaying the old man's kindness. Sanji lit a cigarette and shook his hair. Hey! Stinky old man! What are you talking about? Zeph didn't shy away and spoke directly. I sold you. Go out to sea with them in the future. You are less valuable than a fish. You are pure waste. Sanji's face was terribly dark, but he still turned his head and said stubbornly, Don't think about it, old man, I won't leave. After that, Sanji walked to the kitchen, leaving a back view. Zeph packed the luggage and threw Luffy. Take these garbage to him, we will fill you with other supplies as compensation for taking him away, and the rest will be handed over to you. GP's words belittled Sanji as worthless, as if sending him away would be a profit. Luffy grinned, Don't worry. Even if we knock him out, we will take him away. Luffy, the human trafficker, is so terrifying. Usopp couldn't help but complain, why is this guy so stubborn? I see he is eager to go to sea. At this time, Patty, holding flowers, shed tears and began to tell the past of Sanji and GP. After a lot of trouble, Chi-Kong finally knew the information he had known for a long time. GP was also a pirate, and Sanji was an apprentice chef on a merchant ship. The two had no intersection at first, the only thing in common was that they had the same dream All Blue. All Blue is a mysterious sea with all the marine ingredients in the 4 seas, and it is the dream place of all sea chefs. Zeph saw his younger self in Sanji. After Sanji fell into the sea, Zeph risked his life to save him, and finally gave food to Sanji. Zeph was so hungry that he gnawed one of his legs. Zeph's pirate nickname is Red-Footed Zeph, and you can imagine what a leg means to him. It is precisely because of this that Sanji chose to stay with Zeph. Even if there was a chance to touch his dream, he had to give it up. Chapter 53. On the deck of the Barity. Sanji was smoking a cigarette and staring at the sea in a daze. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Sanji raised his head and his eyes became sour. Ms. Nami, this V-neck swimsuit is so beautiful. Nami looked shy and accidentally revealed a touch of her breasts. Brother Sanji, are you really not considering going to the sea with us? Go. 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 Wherever Miss Nami is, I'll be there. Sanji turned into a pig brother and spoke without thinking. Suddenly, Sanji's mind came back to him instantly. He took a puff of cigarette and said seriously. You should have heard about me. I will accompany the old man for the rest of his life. This disabled old man can't even beat a weak chicken now, he can't lose me. The speed at which Sanji changed his face really shocked someone for a whole year. Nami chuckled and said softly, "Brother Sanji, in this case, don't you want to heal old man Zeph's leg?" Hearing this, Sanji was stunned and kept shaking Nami's shoulders. "What did you say? Miss Nami? Heal the old man's leg?" Nami didn't care about Sanji's rough movements and nodded heavily. "As far as I know, there are all kinds of secret treasures on the Grand Line. It seems very simple to let the old man have a leg again." Sanji instinctively didn't believe this kind of fantasy. "As far as I know, a pirate group with a white bear has this ability. If you don't believe me, I can swear." As she spoke, Nami patted her chest, and a wave of waves surged. As for why it surged, it was because someone specially turned it up. Sanji looked straight ahead, his mind was blank. Nami crossed her arms and continued to talk about the secrets of the sea she knew, ready to add fuel to the fire. She began to talk about various delicacies, such as offensive cuisine, volcano barbecue, etc. There are also various beauties, such as the exotic Alabasta beauties, the mermaids of Fisherman Island, the 9-snake island full of women, the orc cat-eared girls, etc. Listening to Nami, Sanji lit a cigarette, suppressed his restless heart, and said deeply, "For old man Zeph's legs, and various food challenges, I think it's time to go to sea." Nami hugged Sanji's head instantly and said excitedly, "This is great Sanji, with you, we will definitely be very happy." Puff. Sanji, who is a pervert and a part-time chef, kept bleeding and fainted on the ground with happiness. Baratine. Chi Kong suddenly came in from outside the door, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one and lit it lightly. He said lightly, "I only need to make a slight move, and it is already the limit of this level." Then, he made a done gesture to everyone. Everyone cheered instantly, and even Zoro showed a crooked smile. But Nami stretched out her hand at an inappropriate time. Chi Kong understood. He took out his pocket and took out 100,000 Baileys with a heartache. "No, we have to measure the figure of a beautiful woman. It costs money to use Nami's body. If you think so, Alrita is better. When we part." "Old man." Sanji. Sanji and Zeph looked at each other. Suddenly Zeph moved. "I'll beat you. Get out of here." Sanji was kicked away. Zeph crossed his arms and said coldly, "Remember, I'm the head chef of this restaurant." Sanji stood up and said, "Zeph, you will regret it." After that, the two passed by sideways. After sailing, Chi Kong called everyone to a meeting. "To celebrate Sanji's boarding, I will teach you a great skill today." Sanji pointed at himself, a little flattered. Others looked curious and wanted to see what it was. "Look. This is the Navy 6 styles, shaving." Chien Kong disappeared from the deck in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the orange grove. The principle is to step on the ground at high speed dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed and achieve the effect of the instant body technique. This is Chi Kang's physical technique that copied Smoker through the Sharingan. So cool! Ninja skills! Luffy was excited. How can this be done? ×2, Nami and Usopp covered their faces. Does it require enough leg skills? It's difficult. It's really suitable for perverts. Zoro tried it and found that his leg muscles and coordination could not do it for the time being. 2. Sanji also looked down at his feet, with a thoughtful look on his face. Among them, he was the only one who had the chance to learn quickly, but he still needed to practice for a month or so. Anyway, thank you, bald guy. After sailing for a few more days. Sanji. Is my meat not ready yet? Luffy held down his straw hat and sat in the special seat, shouting to the second floor. It's almost time. It's not time to eat yet. How much do you eat a day? In the early days of boarding the ship, Sanji felt a little sorry for Luffy's hunger, and he cooked diligently every time, not knowing that Luffy's body was special. Many times he was just greedy. Sanji? Is my afternoon tea ready? Nami's voice came slowly. At this time, Nami was nestled next to her own store, basking in the sun leisurely. She named her store, Kokoyasi's Oranges. The counter behind her was full of drinks, and on the freezer were written ice cream 1000 Baileys, orange 600 Baileys, special promotion patterns. In addition, knife oil, detonating talismans, kunao, and shuriken were clearly marked with prices. Don't ask where these things came from, they are all the tears of friends. Since Nami's store opened, everyone knows the importance of Bailey. However, after Sanji came, except for the good sales of drinks and some snacks, she has lost a lot of income and is happy to be idle. Recently, Nami is studying to let Sanji work for her, and after thinking about it, she is ready to start with afternoon tea. Sanji heard the call of the beauty, a 360 degrees Thomas turn, twisting his body to Nami's side. Here I am, Miss Nami. Sanji put the carefully prepared desserts and juice next to Nami, and his eyes turned into a heart shape. Ms. Nami, when will you let me apply sunscreen to you? I'm a great hand at it. Nami's face darkened, and she looked at the fisherman who was nestling in the fishing hut with a bad look. What did this guy do that day? Chi Kong seemed to feel something and trembled. Nami said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Sanji, I still need a sashimi sushi." "Please, hee." "Okay. Miss Nami, just leave it to me. I just saw a fish that is very suitable for filleting." Sanji left after a small whirlwind, and when he passed by Luffy, he turned into fangs. "Luffy, take your meat. Get out. I'm busy." "Thank you, Sanji. It's great to have a chef." Luffy swallowed the meat in one bite. At this time, a flying kick came. "Enjoy the food. Bastard." Sanji cursed and went back to the kitchen. Fisherman never come back empty-handed. Dumb. Dumb. The Mercrow actually called. This instantly attracted the attention of Nami, Luffy, and Usopp. They all put down their work and came over. This is a glowing fish, which is obviously a deep-sea fish, and the sapphire-like halo all over the body, which is not simple at first glance. However, Nami lost interest in an instant after just one look. She didn't recognize it, which means it is not valuable. This is a fish I have never seen before. Usopp and Luffy, two funny guys, didn't recognize it either. Chi Kong breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Nami leave. This time, 0.8 strong contract was added, which is not simple at first glance, and he has to raise it because it is so beautiful. You will be called Sapphire in the future. With the small pattern, there will be 2 collections. At this time, Sanji came over with a plate of sashimi in his hand. Chi Kong found Chef Sanji with a fish bucket and showed his trophy. "You're just in time, Sanji. Apart from this fish, see if you can eat the others. If not, throw them away. I'm going to keep this blue fish." Sanji was shocked when he saw the sapphire-like fish. He almost dropped the large plate of sashimi sushi. Is this a sapphire tetra? How is it possible? Chapter 54. The two of them were so surprised that they were so happy. Qian Kong saw the surprised expression on Sanji's face and looked puzzled. "Sanji, you are exaggerating, right? Do you know it?" Sanji gently placed the sushi in front of Nami, lit a cigarette, and began his recollection. "I saw this kind of fish in the fish tank in that place when I was a child. It is said that it is a rare deep-sea fish species that can only be found in the North Sea. It is loved by the nobles for its gorgeous appearance like sapphire. But we are in the East China Sea now, which is really puzzling." Luffy, East China Sea. Usopp, fish from the North Sea. Nami, loved by the nobles. Qian Kong, deep-sea fish. Zoro, should I say something? Everyone has his own questions with their own focus. Chi Kang's question was why he could catch deep-sea fish. Is his fishing rod so awesome? Luffy had no idea that the Grand Line and the Red Earth continent divided the world into 4 oceans. So everyone began to express their opinions on this fish and cram in world geography. The topic naturally turned to Usopp's question of why fish from the North Sea can be caught in the East China Sea. Finally, Chi Kong proposed the most likely answer: they were close to the Grand Line, so species from other seas might appear. Maybe the legendary All Blue really exists, Sanji. Chi Kong said. Sanji took a deep puff of smoke. He didn't expect that he would become more determined to dream as soon as he embarked on the journey. While chewing sushi, Luffy said innocently, "Dreams must exist." Sanji kicked and cursed. Stupid Luffy. This is a loving sushi made specifically for Miss Nami. While Luffy was attracting firepower, Chi Kong and Usopp seized the opportunity and quickly took away a few pieces of sushi under Nami's contemptuous gaze, with a sly smile on their faces. However, when the sushi was in hand, Chi Kong noticed something was wrong. How come the cut pattern of this fish slice looks so much like the golden pattern on the small tattoo? Could it be Xiao Wen? Xiao Wen? This is impossible. Chi Kong suddenly realized that he had overlooked something and hurriedly asked Sanji. Sanji, what fish is this sushi made of? Sanji, holding a cigarette in his mouth, replied in confusion. It's the golden catscale fish in the kitchen fish tank. This kind of high-end ingredient is very suitable for making raw fish sushi. Upon hearing this, Chi Kong collapsed to the ground in despair. Xiao Wen! Xiao Wen! You died so miserably. Sanji looked at Chi Kang's appearance and was stunned for a moment. He stopped beating Luffy and was embarrassed and sweating. At this time, Zoro jumped down and picked up the sushi. What an idiotic fisherman! I've wanted to try that fish for a long time. Just in time. Zoro took a bite of sushi and a sip of wine, and moaned with enjoyment. Well done, pervert, fillet this sapphire fish too. No. Nami and Chi Kong said in unison. Chi Kong looked at Nami. Nami explained, Ahem. I'm just protecting your trophy. So, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Chi Kong held back his tears and swallowed the sushi that carried sadness and memories, because I can't let these dogs eat it alone. This taste. Rogue Town. Is this Rogue Town? Luffy on the Mary shouted excitedly in the special seat. The famous trading town in the East China Sea seemed bustling and vibrant under the sunshine. It's really lively. It deserves to be the first hub of the East China Sea. Wow! What kind of fruit is on this ship? It looks delicious. Look at that person's strange clothes. You can tell he's not from the East China Sea. The idiots on the ship exclaimed again and again, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They were curious about this prosperous town full of legends. At this time, a fierce man shouted at the people on Melee. Hey! Pirates! Stop the ship at the back! Aren't you afraid of death so openly? The navy will come soon, and there will be no business. When Nami heard this, she almost forgot that she was a pirate and couldn't go to the port openly. As the Minister of Finance, she immediately gathered everyone and began to assign tasks. This is public funds, 600,000 Baileys per person, including 100,000 pocket money. Everyone took the money and looked happy. Today, Nami was particularly beautiful. Nami clapped her hands and said, After replenishing here, we should enter the Grand Line, so this time is the last entertainment for everyone, so everyone purchases the supplies they need. I'm going to buy the daily necessities necessary for the voyage, and by the way, buy a record pointer that Chi Kong mentioned. Usopp, don't forget to buy some tools and materials to repair the Mary. This trip should be quite difficult. Look at the things in Sanji's kitchen yourself, because I don't know how long I will stay at sea. The more ingredients and seasonings, the better. Tell me if you don't have enough money. Just don't get lost, Zoro. Chi Kong has the heaviest task, responsible for finding a place to stop the ship and protecting the Mary. Luffy, that idiot, will never lower the pirate flag. Luffy is talking about you. Nami hasn't finished yet. Rubber rocket. Haha. Here I come to Rogue Town. Nami's face darkened instantly, and she tightened her new weapon, the weather stick. She couldn't help her Kirin arm. Because there are navy garrisons here, everyone should return to the ship as soon as possible after shopping. Do you understand? Nami's voice came out coldly. Everyone nodded, even the aloof Zoro nodded seriously. Now Nami is just short of awakening the Conqueror's haki. When the Straw Hat Pirates and others got off the ship one after another, they didn't know how terrible they were with their current popularity in the East China Sea. In just a short time, the news that the new East China Sea overlord Straw Hat Pirates landed on the island spread throughout the town. Bado family. A subordinate hurriedly ran to report, "Boss, the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived in Rogue Town." Bartolomeo heard this, his eyes flashed with excitement. Let's go and see for ourselves what the strongest pirate group in the East China Sea is capable of. Naval Base. Tashigi rushed into Colonel Smoker's office and reported, "Colonel Smoker, the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived in Rogue Town." Smoker was stunned at first, then said calmly, "The Straw Hat Pirates, as expected, your goal is the Grand Line." After a cold snort, Smoker issued an order to Tashigi, "Inform all the navy at the base to quickly lock the location of the Straw Hat Pirates and arrest them." One Piece Tavern. "Captain Buggy, the Straw Hat Pirates are here." A pirate rushed into the One Piece Tavern with a nervous look. Captain Buggy heard the flame of revenge in his eyes. "Straw Hat Pirates, the moment of revenge I have been waiting for has finally arrived. I want to see if you are the Pirate King." Ha ha ha. After Buggy smiled meaningfully, he ordered, "Little ones, search for the Straw Hat Pirates." After that, Buggy turned his eyes to the beauty drinking next to him. "Let's go. Our cooperation has begun. The Straw Hat Boy is mine, and the crow is yours." The woman held an iron rod, with a cruel smile on her lips. "Cool D Chi Kong, let's wait and see. I must settle this account with you." Chapter 55. The old man was very happy. Located in a corner of the island belonging to Rogue Town, it is hidden in a wild harbor between palm trees and coconut trees. There are many miscellaneous ships parked here, some of which even fly pirate flags. As the saying goes, where there is light, there is darkness, and the same is true for Rogue Town. This is the conventional dark port, where serious people don't come. Before Navy Mad Dog Smoker came, the Navy generally turned a blind eye to pirates. Here, darkness and light coexist peacefully, and the merchants do business with pirates, navy, and civilians. After this guy came, he caused dissatisfaction among many people, and the merchants complained that their business was much worse. Now illegal ships can only stop in this dark little port. This place should be hidden enough, right? So boring. Should I go for a walk? After stopping the boat, Chi Kong, who was used to the hustle and bustle, was a little confused by the sudden silence. Mute. Mute. At this time, Mercrow called twice, as if to say that it was still there. Chi Kang's eyes lit up. "You said you came to see the boat, right? You are so nice." Mercrow. "Don't worry, I will send a shadow clone to help you. Bring you delicious food when I come back." Mute. Just like that, Chi Kong and Mercrow, a shadow clone who invested a lot of chakra, became the ones to watch the boat. Shadow clone, damn it! Boom! The sky was overcast and it seemed to be raining. At this time, the shadow clone saw a bald water clone coming and instantly turned into water, leaving a car of supplies behind. The real body really doesn't treat the clone as a human being. After Chi Kong, the shadow clone, carried the clothes, furniture, and other supplies brought back by the water clone onto the ship, he looked at the direction of Rogue Town boredly. The sky was thundering and lightning. Why am I here to watch the ship? Why haven't you come back yet? Is there any change? The real body should be fine. Dumb. Dumb. Soon after, Chi Kong, the shadow clone, saw a familiar figure again, Machi, the trainer of the buggy pirates. He was riding the lion Leaky and galloping towards Melee, with the monocular telescope in his hand. It's really the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate ship. Watch me burn it, so Captain Buggy will definitely be happy, right? Just when Machi was very happy, a familiar voice came, "What do you want to burn?" Machi and Leaky suddenly froze, and in the non-static picture, they didn't move at all. Chi Kong jumped down and told Machi and Leaky that all this was not an illusion. Oh my god! Cool D Kikang! Didn't you go to Rogue Town? How come you are here? Kikang touched his bald head and smiled slightly. So, do you want to have a Pokemon battle? Or let me beat you up before the battle? You choose. Are you ready? Cool D Kikang, Leaky, and I haven't wasted time during this period. Machi said disdainfully. Kikang responded without showing any weakness. Let's see who's the winner. I will definitely beat you this time. It's decided to be you, Murkrow. Dumb. Dumb. Murkrow responded by spreading its wings and staring at the big lion Leaky. Machi decisively ordered, Leaky, use shock stare. Leaky's eyes turned scarlet, and he emitted a breathtaking pressure that directly pressed Murkrow. Murkrow, release the smoke, and then launch the strange light. Kikang commanded calmly, ready to repeat the old trick. Upon receiving the order, Murkrow immediately spewed out thick black mist. Machi sneered, do you think I will fall for the same trick? Leaky and I are trying to crack your skills every day. He pointed his finger. Leaky uses high-speed running. Create wind pressure to disperse the smoke, remember not to be hit by the light ball. Roar. With a low roar, Leaky rushed like an arrow from a bow, carrying wind and electricity, not only cleverly avoiding the attack of light, but also sweeping away the diffuse black mist. This time it was completely effortless. Chi Kong praised, not bad. Machi. There is progress. But Murkrow and I have also grown. After saying that, he raised a cunning corner of his mouth. Murkrow uses sneak attack. I saw that Murkrow rushed out from the shadow behind Leaky like a ghost, and a wing attack with evil attributes successfully hit the lion. Roar. Leaky howled in pain. Its owner, Makai, jumped up and down, damn it. You actually hid in the shadows while Li Ji was avoiding the light. You are so despicable. Chi Kong laughed. Said, this is called war is not without deception. Machi gritted his teeth and commanded the lion, Li Ji, take advantage of this moment, use the tearing claw to deal with it. This kind of fragile skin can't be stopped by your claws. However, Chi Kong reacted quickly and hurriedly commanded Murkrow to use a new skill. Murkrow dodges after circling at high speed, and then use the storm. Li Ji pounced swiftly, but Murkrow took the opportunity to roll in the air, dodging the attack while spraying a strong storm from his mouth and rushing straight to Li Ji. Li Ji quickly dodged the thick storm. At this time, Machi discovered something. He. Murkrow should not be able to move when using the storm. He suddenly laughed and commanded, Li Ji move at high speed, use the beast out of the cage. Li Ji moved flexibly, came to the vicinity of Murkrow in a few jumps, and pounced with a bounce. Dark Crow. Be careful. Spray him. Quick. Dark Crow tried his best to adjust the trajectory of the spray, and the storm instantly suppressed Leaky who tried to attack to the ground. Damn. Just a little bit. Machi said regretfully. At this time, Dark Crow was panting, and the change of tactics just now consumed a lot of physical strength. On the other hand, the lion Leaky, with thick skin and flesh, climbed up again, only scratched a little skin. It is worthy of being a beast that can easily destroy the iron cage. The physical fitness is too strong. Machi taunted, your Dark Crow seems to be no good, Chi-Kong. Admit defeat. Chi-Kong tried to ask, can Dark Crow still fight? Dumb. Dumb. Dark Crow responded with a loud and determined cry. Very good. Use black fog to cover the field of vision, and then use Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball? Dark Crow was stunned, and the dog owner started to give blind orders again. Crow spit out smoke again, but it can't use the next skill, but it doesn't prevent it from attacking. I told you this move is useless. Leaky. They seem to be attacking. Remember that move? One strike decides the outcome. This is a skill prepared for you. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. Leaky uses the sonic roar with all his strength. Roar. A powerful sonic wave pierced through the black fog, sweeping up Crow along with the black fog, and Crow was finally thrown into the woods by the impact. Damn it! I lost again. Machi, you are worthy of being my lifelong enemy. What a terrible opponent! Seeing this, Machi explained proudly with his hands on his waist, Leaky and I will not lose. This is an advanced skill of roar, specially reserved for you. Haha! You are so weak. You have to practice for 100 years if you want to challenge me. Machi taunted. After hearing this, Chi-Kong punched out. An experienced baby still wants to show off, really give you face? After being beaten, Machi instantly became obedient, while Li Ji on the side looked flattering. Machi covered his face with a bruised face and looked at Chi-Kong aggrievedly. If you can't beat him, just fight him in real life, you can't afford to lose. Chi-Kong hugged Crow to comfort him, then looked at Machi and said, tell me, what's going on in Rogue Town? I'm bored alone too. Chapter 56. The time goes back to when Chi-Kong left Melee. After Chi-Kong entered the prosperous town of Rogue, he was dazzled by the flowers and saw a dazzling prosperity. He walked freely on the street, stopping and walking along the way, eating and playing. Just as he was reluctant to leave, he met Nami at the door of a clothing store. Nami's face was radiant at this moment, and the shopkeeper behind her looked like he wanted to kill someone. The reason was simple, but Nami tried on a bunch of gorgeous clothes, but didn't take any away. Chi-Kong, shouldn't you be looking at the boat? Nami glanced at Chi-Kong and said in a bad tone. Chi-Kong almost choked on the fried meatball in his hand after seeing Nami. He coughed a few times and explained. My shadow clone and Crow are on the ship. I will know the problem first. Nami thought for a moment and felt that this was not a bad idea. She smiled and said. Then accompany me shopping. There are a lot of things, and it costs money to hire someone to carry them. As she said that, Nami snatched the fried meatball from Chi-Kang's hand, pulled Chi-Kang's arm and walked towards another clothing store. Chi-Kong didn't want to accompany a woman shopping, it was simply a torture. I have other things to deal with. Luffy always causes a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Nami turned around and smiled, and said. Are you Luffy's nanny? I'll give you an extra loan of 500,000 as compensation. Is that okay? Don't think about slipping away. Now you just help me carry things honestly. I have a lot of things to buy. Nami looked down on him. Freedom is precious. Is he that kind of person? So, Chi-Kong accompanied Nami into a clothing store. I have to say that Nami is really good at judging people. As Nami entered the store, she first glanced at the price of the clothes, and finally showed a satisfied smile. She bought a lot of daily clothes, in addition to her own and other crew members' clothes. In Nami's words, if I don't prepare, you can wear that set of clothes for a lifetime. Of course, these clothes will still be sold in the canteen. After all, it is too difficult to deduct money from Nami. With a human-shaped shopping cart, Nami began to accept everything that came, spending money like water, and bought a lot of things that her partners might need, preparing to expand the store's inventory. Nami and Chi Kong pulled the cart and prepared to go back first. At this time, 3 bounty hunters appeared and blocked their way. The 3 waved their scimitars in a triangle, constantly approaching Nami, but completely ignoring Chi Kong. They thought Chi Kong was a hired boatman. One person took the bounty order and compared it carefully. Navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty of 5 million, right? Little thief Nami. Nami's face turned black. She didn't expect that there were other people besides the Navy who were eyeing them. Chi Kong, you watch the goods. I'll deal with these people. She held the Tianho stick in her hand and prepared to try the new weapon made by Usopp. After a wave of skills, Nami found that they were all entertainment effects. Walking the bird, scattering flowers, which made the bounty hunter laugh. I'll make you laugh enough. Nami was so ashamed and angry that she took out a detonating tag and wanted to blow up these bastards. Just as she started, 3 shurikens accurately hit the 3 soy sauces and directly blew their heads. Haha! Nami, are you here to make me laugh? I'm almost laughing to tears. Nami said in a bad tone, Kikang. You still have the nerve to laugh. Don't you know what this situation means now? We are in danger. After Kikang recovered the shuriken, he blinked innocently and said, they don't know me at all. Nami was so angry that her teeth were itching. The bounty order for this guy was not for him at all. Now is not the time to talk about this. You can see that many people want our heads. Luffy and others are probably in danger now. We have to find them back quickly. While speaking, Nami was sensitive to the changes in the sky. The air pressure is changing, the storm is coming, act quickly. Kikang looked up at the gradually gloomy sky. Is it really such a coincidence? Are you here? Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. On the eve of the storm, it was Rogue Town again. Kikang had to suspect that this was a classic plot. If it was really because Luffy's father came to send his son to sea, then Saiken was not panicked at all. Although this guy has never revealed his strength, he can become the leader of the revolutionaries, and judging from the leopard, he must be a ruthless person. If he were here, Luffy would be able to escape danger no matter what, right? Chi Kong snapped his fingers, and a splash of water condensed into a human form, turning into a bald man. Let's go. Nami, in that case, let's go find everyone. Leave the goods to the clone. Said, Chi Kong pulled Nami and turned into a gust of wind, and Nami swayed like a kite behind him. Hey! Put me down. I'm going to vomit. Speaking of vomiting, Chi Kong immediately thought of something and braked suddenly. When he appeared, the scene turned into Albaro holding Nami and running towards the square like a bandit. Nami trembled for a while and read the instructions for the weather stick. Central Square. It seemed that there was a force that brought everyone together here. Usopp was carrying a lot of bags, and he and Sanji were carrying a huge elephant tuna. Sanji, is this the prize for the chef competition? That's great. If Saiken and Luffy saw it, they would be so surprised. Usopp seemed to see the sparkling eyes of the two. Sanji, holding a cigarette, was quite proud. This trip to the sea was really his wisest decision. He saw many scenes he had never seen before, especially the beautiful and powerful flamingo female chef he met in the competition, which left a deep impression on him. When the two walked to the intersection, a green algae head ran towards them. It was Zoro who got rid of the navy by the crowd. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two. Luckily I met you here. I don't know where to find you. At the same time, Albaro and Nami, who rushed out from the corner of the street, also found the three of them. Saiken was surprised, Hey! You are here! Is it such a coincidence? There is only one possibility for such a coincidence. Will Luffy, that idiot, be caught by Buggy? At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Some people fled in all directions, some stopped to watch, and some shouted for help and reported the news. Everyone was talking about it. Look! Roger is going to execute someone again on the execution platform. Sure enough. This scene is beyond description. Luffy is really a troublesome guy. Chi Kong said half jokingly and half seriously, I bet that the guy being executed is Luffy. 100,000 Baileys, anyone? Zoro sneered, idiot fisherman, Luffy hasn't become the Pirate King yet, but he's on the Pirate King's execution platform. This is not appropriate. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and echoed, don't say it, the Pirate King's execution platform and Luffy, whose dream is to become the Pirate King, are quite suitable. Suddenly a loud shout resounded throughout the square, and the voice was very familiar. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. When everyone heard this, they knew which idiot said it without thinking, and hurriedly went against the flow of people and finally saw the scene of the execution platform. Nanny! Bacona! Fried bean sack! It's really Luffy! Everyone saw Luffy locked on the execution platform and broke out in a cold sweat. Several people rushed to the execution platform in an instant. Kabeji smiled slightly when he saw the familiar face, and waved his scimitar while riding a unicycle. The deputy captain orders you to stop them. No one can stop Captain Buggy. Damn it! You actually want to order me? Machi, who failed in the power struggle, looked unwilling. Suddenly, Machi's eyes rolled. Chapter 57. The sky is already raining, and the fool Luffy is about to be executed. However, the rescue of his companions has also begun. The first person to appear is Chi Kong, who has transformed into Albirio. Little ones! Tell me who is the most beautiful woman in this sea. Chi Kong shouted a slogan, weighed his fat body, and began to make seals with both hands quickly, which put enough pressure on everyone. His task is to use ninjutsu to clear a road and create opportunities for Sanji and Zoro. Wind escape big breakthrough. The storm swept, and a vacuum area was blown out in an instant. The pirates in front and the guys watching the excitement were blown away one after another. Many people watched this scene with great excitement, but only one person was very angry. At this time, under the execution platform, a graceful lady saw Chi Kong, and her veins bulged. She raised her big stick and said angrily, "Ah! You bastard! I finally found you! Chi Kong!" This was Alrita, who had a successful plastic surgery. At this time, she was disgusted with Albaro and jumped up and slid towards Chi Kong. After Chi Kong opened the way, Zoro and Sanji rushed to the left and right, defeating the pirates who blocked them one by one. All desperately. Damn, we are about to enter the Grand Line, the captain is going to die. Who wouldn't be panicked? Sure kill, Flame Star. At this time, Usopp was trembling and hiding behind the fountain to cover others. He was also sweating profusely at this moment. Every time he shot out his sniper ability, a pirate would fall to the ground. Nami was also hiding behind the fountain, also sweating profusely, checking the manual. She had not yet learned the basics of the weather stick. At this time, Nami suddenly beat Usopp up. Because when she saw the end of the manual, it was written that the previous functions were all banquet entertainment functions. Nami exploded instantly. A notebook, 2/3 of which was for banquet performances. Are you kidding me? And Chi Kong? He actually participated in the development of the weather stick. He kept mocking her but didn't tell her the truth, which made Nami so angry. Nami gritted her teeth and looked at Chi Kong, and then she saw a woman stopping Chi Kong. Who is this woman? At this time, Alrita glided gracefully with her shoes in her hands, like a skier with superb skills, and stopped perfectly in front of Chi Kong after a light rotation. Alrita pointed at Chi Kong and asked, "You? What did you do with my body?" Chi Kong looked at the beautiful Miss Alrita and knew that the fake had met the real. He compared the difference between the two. Alrita not only became thinner, but also got taller. This fruit is simply a cosmetic surgery artifact. Chi Kong was going to paddle anyway, because he had already seen a man on a roof with his Sharingan displaced here and there. Needless to say, he had already guessed who it was. This man seemed to be observing all of Luffy's companions. When he found that Chi Kong was looking at him, the man was a little surprised. Even the displacement posture was much more coquettish. Since Alrita stopped him, Chi Kong was also happy to be idle, and asked knowingly, "Who are you?" Alrita held the iron rod, and the numb and seductive royal sister voice sounded, "I am Iron Rod Alrita. It's understandable that you can't recognize me, after all, I am too beautiful now." As she said, Alrita gently played with her hair. The main point was a temptation. Chi Kong pretended to be shocked and retorted, "Nonsense! Impossible! How could Alrita be? Oh no! I am Alrita. My fat body and this iron rod are the best evidence." Alrita narrowed her eyes, slid on the ground towards Chi Kong, and smashed the rod at Chi Kang's head, angrily saying, "You are a piece of shit, Alrita." Alrita has become very charming, but she is still a hot-tempered person. Chi Kang's wrist glowed with a blue light, and he also raised the big stick to fight. The battle between the real and fake Alrita is about to start. "You are too slow, beauty." Chi Kong jumped to the air behind Alrita in an instant, and swung the stick to hit. However, a strange scene appeared. The big stick slipped away when it touched Alrita's body. The passive of the slippery fruit. Chi Kong was hit by inertia and fell flat on his face. Bang! The transformation was forced to cancel, and he turned into a bald man. Alrita taunted, "Your attack is ineffective against me, idiot. I am a slippery person who ate the slippery fruit." Chi Kong frowned and wanted to get up, but found that the ground was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no friction at all. This fruit can be developed without development. Did it affect the object? Interesting. Forgot to say. Be careful of slipping. This Alrita is really bad. Why didn't you remind me earlier? At this time, Luffy's cheerful voice came, as if saying goodbye to everyone. "Sorry, friends. I'm going to die." Chi Kong twisted the muscles on his neck with difficulty and looked up in the direction of Luffy. This calm momentum. "Luffy. You are worthy of being my captain." At this time, Alrita slid leisurely. She knocked on the big stick and smiled charmingly, "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" "Cool D Chi Kong. You can't escape from my palm now." As she was talking, a thunder suddenly fell from the sky, and the lightning reflected on her face, making the beautiful Alrita even more hideous. After a loud bang, the square was strangely quiet for a moment. Chi Kong simply lay on the ground and did not move, pretending to be deep, and asked, "Are you really Alrita?" Alrita looked annoyed and lifted Chi Kong up. "Tell me, why do you use my body?" "Answer well, I will give you a quick answer." Chi Kong slowly said, "Since it is really you, I have nothing to hide." "Get out of the way," Chi Kong is going to start pretending. "When I first met you, you always asked others who was the most beautiful woman in the world. You were obviously ugly, but you kept seeking affirmation from others. At that time, I just felt sorry for you." "Shut up." Alrita seemed to be touched by the pain point, and raised the big stick to smash it down. When the big stick was only 1 centimeter away from Chi Kang's head. "Actually, I just want to help you." Hearing this, Alrita's big stick stopped in the air, as if she wanted to hear what Chi Kong had to say. Seeing this, Chi Kong continued, "I have been reflecting since then, because my instinctive reaction may have hurt your self-esteem, so I want to apologize to you." My behavior at that time was indeed inappropriate. Later, I thought, since this is the case, why not let your name resound throughout the sea, so that you will no longer feel inferior because of your appearance. I want to tell you with my actions that it doesn't matter if you are not beautiful. As long as you have confidence and unique charm, every woman can become the queen of the world. Chi Kong continued calmly, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. I want you to know that beauty is not limited to appearance, it is also the inner tenacity, wisdom, and courage. Your strength, your determination, and your passion for pursuing your dreams have long surpassed the superficial understanding of beauty in the world. Alida's hands trembled slightly when she heard these words. She looked down at Chi Kong. Although her appearance has changed drastically, Chi Kang's words shone into her heart like a ray of light. Her eyes gradually changed from anger to doubt, and then to deep thought, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. Would anyone really do this for that ugly and fat self? Alrita always felt that something was wrong, and opened her red lips slightly. Is what you said true? Chi Kong answered sincerely, absolutely true. Chapter 58. The time goes back to when everyone met. Beiki raised his knife and introduced himself to the crowd in the square. Hello everyone. I am Buggy the Clown from the Buggy Pirates. There was a commotion when the crowd heard the name. It's him. Let's run. That vicious and cunning pirate, Buggy the Clown. After hearing that it was Buggy, many guys who wanted to continue watching the show unconsciously quickened their pace to leave. Ha ha ha, the execution is about to begin. Luffy said excitedly, this is my first time watching an execution. Beiki said with sharp teeth, idiot. You are the one who will be executed. Luffy was instantly horrified, what? It's me. Beiki the Clown shouted, you are too slow. Beiki was speechless, looking at Straw Hat Luffy like a fool. If I can be the Pirate King, then it's not too much for me to be a emperor, right? At this time, the square was crowded with people, not much different from when the Pirate King was executed. Buggy raised his knife and said to Luffy, you stole all my treasures. So I'll take your life. Any last words? Straw Hat Boy, ha ha ha. Luffy was familiar with this sentence, and it instantly activated the muscle memory of his brain. He gathered his strength and shouted, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. The voice spread randomly, and everyone under the execution platform was stunned. What? Pirate? Pirate King? Are you crazy? In this town, on the execution platform. You said such big words, aren't you afraid of death? Suddenly a strong wind swept, sand and rocks flew, and the crowd was torn apart by the strong wind, breaking a road. Luffy! Damn it! Spare our lives! Times 2. 3 sword style tornado. Minced meat shoot. Seeing the two Straw Hats fighting power, Buggy laughed wildly, I want to see if you are the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. As Buggy's sword slowly fell, Luffy looked at his fighting companions. Sorry, companions. I'm going to die. All the Straw Hats looked at Luffy at the same time. Their expressions were dull and their thoughts were different. Facing death with a smile, such a state of mind. Bartolomeo in the crowd was full of admiration. For the first time, he was completely attracted by the momentum of a person and murmured. Is this the worst pirate group in the East China Sea? Is this the momentum of pirates? It's completely different from the level of the underworld boss. At the same time, Smoker, who came with a group of Navy, was shocked to see this scene and dropped his cigar. This reminded him of the time when he saw the execution of the Pirate King Gold Roger when he was a child. The same place, the same smile. Is this Straw Hat Kid serious? Bakey's knife fell quickly, and as his knife chopped down, the blue lightning that fell was even faster. The lightning was like a dragon entering the sea, and the dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the town of Rogue covered by dark clouds. Crack! Boom! The lightning instantly enveloped Luffy and Buggy, and then the execution platform collapsed. As the lightning fell, it began to rain heavily. Everyone looked like they were looking at a god, and their mouths opened wide. How? How is it possible? Lightning! Such a coincidence! All forces showed incredible expressions. As we all know, rubber is immune to lightning, so only Buggy the Great is lying. Luffy calmly bent down to pick up his hat, put it back on his head, stood on the collapsed execution platform, and said to everyone with a smile. Ah ha 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 ha, it seems that I survived, what a lucky guy. Sanji trembled and lit another cigarette, and asked Zoro next to him, do you believe that there is a god in this world? You are crazy, stop talking nonsense, and leave this town quickly. The commander here is a difficult guy. As soon as Zoro finished speaking, the navy surrounded the rogue town square. Straw Hat Boy, I want to see where you can run this time. Smoker ordered, all navy. Arrest all the pirates here, don't leave any alive. It's that Smoke Man. Luffy ran away, shouting as he ran, run. Friends. Sanji turned around and kicked away all the pirate minions, and turned into a licking dog and pounced on Nami. Ms. Nami. Your guardian knight is here to pick you up. Zoro quickly reminded Sanji, don't be silly. Curl your eyebrows, be careful of that Smoke Man, don't get entangled. And what about that bastard Chi Kong? At this time, Chi Kong was still talking about love. As the chakra wrapped around his limbs, he suddenly stood up. The smoothness created by the slippery fruit was as easy as walking on flat ground for him. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Alrita. Good-looking skins are all the same, but interesting souls are one in a million. Goodbye. Chi Kong appeared in the center of the square in an instant. Alrita saw Chi Kong suddenly disappear, and her stick creaked, and she said angrily. You are immune to my slippery fruit. Have you been teasing me? Cool D Chi Kong. When Chi Kong appeared, he had already changed into Albaro. As soon as he arrived, he saw a green-haired man who was not Zoro, looking excited, and he was taking his little brother to put sacks on the navy. He looked at Luffy and the others with a squinting look, but he didn't dare to step forward to say hello. Chi Kong, you came at the right time. Hurry up! Zoro shouted on the side. Chi Kong nodded, I'll deal with the miscellaneous soldiers first. Nami, let the rain in the square be heavier. Nami smiled confidently when she heard this. I'll tell you about the weather stick when I get back. As he spoke, the weather stick in his hand kept spinning, quickly creating cold and warm bubbles. As the bubbles floated into the air, the rain began to fall sharply. At this time, Chi Kong quickly formed seals with both hands. This is a relatively complicated water escape ninjutsu. This water escape was developed by Chi Kong himself. Back then, Itaka had felt that person's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique and the secret technique Thousand Killings Water Flying of the Hidden Mist Village in Akatsuki. The ninjutsu he developed was to inject chakra into rainwater to turn it into water needles. And Itaka was not very proficient in water escape, unlike fire escape, which could be done by clapping his hands, so Chi Kong spent some time this time. This ninjutsu directly utilized the strong precipitation brought by the storm, and only needed to raise chakra to change the shape of the rain. It's simple to say it's simple, and it's difficult to say it's difficult. At this time, Alrita chased after him with a big stick and asked. Cool D Kikang. What are you going to do? Did you lie to me just now? Kikang didn't have time to pay attention to her, and finally used Luffy's sincere ultimate move and smiled. I said. I will make your beauty resound throughout the sea. That's all. Kikang said, no longer paying attention, and continued to make seals with his hands. Now is not the time to talk about love. Alrita was controlled by Kikang's mouth for a few seconds. Damn, there is such a beautiful lady looking for you, why? Sanji envied and hated. But what made Sanji collapse even more was, "Roronoa Zoro, you lied to me. I want to arrest you." A navy girl with a sword stopped everyone. "You go first, I'll deal with that woman." Zoro drew out a knife with an annoyed expression on his face. "Green algae head, fisherman. You guys." Qiankong ignored the collapsed Sanji and shouted to everyone, "Get out of here quickly, I'm going to use my ultimate. Remember to protect Nami and Usopp." Sanji bit his tie and said unwillingly, "Ah. If you dare to bully lady, I will kick you to death." Nami couldn't stand it, and said angrily after a chestnut, "Stop it. Sanji. Go." Luffy wrapped his companion with a rubber wrap and ran away. "Let's go, friends. The rest is up to Kikeng and Zoro." After everyone left, Kikeng clapped his hands. Water escape true heaven's crying technique. The ninjutsu that had been brewing for half a day seemed to have nothing happened. Suddenly, the rain over the square stopped abruptly, and thunder came from the sky, and the feeling of depression continued to spread. Then, hwalala! Needle-like rain fell at high speed. "Ah! It hurts. This is not ordinary rain. This is needles." There were constant screams coming from the square, and the pirates and the navy were in chaos, and they all began to avoid the raindrops that were falling like needles. This time, Chi Kong developed a large-scale ninjutsu by himself, and the effect was very good, but it consumed too much chakra. If he was Kisame, he would definitely not even breathe. Run! Alrita, see you on the sea. Chapter 59. The old man was so angry that he almost ignited the air. Alita saw that the scumbag wanted to escape, so she chased him with her shoes in her hand. "You chase me and I run, we can't escape even if we have wings. You can't run away. Chi Kong. Explain yourself to me." At this time, an even more angry voice came, "What have you done, deceiver Alita?" The person who came was Smoker, who chased him alone, and his anger almost ignited the air. Although the water needles made by Chi Kong did not cause much damage, the number was really large. For his weak chicken subordinates, it was simply a disaster. This time, he will have a headache for a long time for the medical expenses and clothing expenses. It is not known whether his subordinates will get the disease of being afraid of rain later. His body turned into smoke and rushed towards Chi Kong. The real Alrita hit the smoke that Smoker turned into with a stick and roared, "Open your dog eyes, I am the real Alrita. You stupid navy." Smoker didn't even look at this beauty, and a smoke-tied Alrita. When passing by, he left a look, "Do you think I am stupid?" Alrita found that the slippery fruit couldn't bounce off the smoke, and saw the way Smoker looked at the fool, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. Chi Kong, who had just run a few steps, turned back helplessly and said to Alrita, "Hey! Are you a fool? This is a natural fruit. Can't you hear me when I tell you to go?" He estimated the chakra and clapped his hands. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Instantly, several tiny but hot fireballs burst out, and Smoker dodged them flexibly, but the target of the fire was not him in the first place, and the fireball melted the smoke shackles that bound Alrita. "Ah! Asshole Chi Kong! You wait!" Alrita screamed in pain, and her hatred for Chi Kong burned like this raging fire. It took some time for Chi Kong to stop saving people, which also allowed Smoker to approach quickly. As the distance between the two of them closed, Smoker took a deep breath of smoke and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, "Deceiver Alrita, you can't control the sea water on land, right? White snake. Instant body technique. Shave end smoke lock. Substitute technique. White fist. Water array wall." After the two of them made a dazzling operation, Chi Kong couldn't stand it anymore, and asked breathlessly, "Are you a dog? Smoker? Why are you always staring at me?" Smoker's face was gloomy, and he responded coldly, Don't you like to be the last one? Catch you. They will definitely come back to save you. I will end your evil pirate group here. Chi Kong pointed at Tashiji, who was pinned against the eaves by Zoro. It's not just me. Your little brother and Zoro are in love over there. Don't you care? Zoro. Tashiji. Smoker. At this time, Smoker looked at Tashiji, then at Zoro, with a gossipy look on his face. Three Swords style tornado. After Zoro's attack, the scene changed to Chi Kong and Zoro running side by side. Zoro, you idiot fisherman. Why did you drag me along? Chien Kong, I've run out of mana, so you have to take it. Stop talking nonsense. Run. You lost swordsman, without me to lead the way. You might have run to the naval base. Smoker turned into a jet, with 10 weapons in one hand and an iron fist in the other. His arms turned into smoke, and he attacked the two people from the left and right. Do you think you can escape? He roared. At this time, the voice of the real Alrita cut through the battlefield. Damn Navy, stop it. Otherwise I will kill this guy. She held Tashiji's neck, with the big stick in her hand hanging, and the threat was obvious. Smoker turned around after hearing the voice, and turned into white smoke and rushed towards Alrita. Stop it! What do you want to do to my deputy? At this time, Smoker was furious. Kikeng and Zoro also frowned. Alrita's behavior was obviously forcing hatred. His fruit power can't escape Smoker at all. Seeing this scene, Chi Kong stopped again and gritted his teeth. Alrita, you are poisonous. You are ruining my brother's relationship. You are making me feel guilty for the rest of my life. What a vicious heart! What a vicious woman! Chi Kong turned around and asked. Hey! You woman, I told you I won't do anything. What do you mean? Let go of that female navy. Alrita said lightly. I don't want to owe you a favor. Otherwise, I won't be able to crush you to death next time. Cool D Chi Kong. Alrita hasn't finished pretending yet. A white smoke trapped him tightly, and the stick fell to the ground. It seemed that Smoker was going to strangle Alrita to death. Hey! Fisherman! Do you want to turn back? Zoro said lightly. Chi Kong did not answer, but pointed in a direction. Zoro, have you seen the location of the Mary? Zoro looked in the direction of his finger, but did not see Mary, but saw a bald man approaching quickly, which was Chi Kang's shadow clone. As the clone turned into smoke, Chi Kong instantly replenished his blue, turned around and rushed towards Smoker. Seeing this, Zoro also turned around and drew his knife. Humph! I just want to try it, can I hit the smoke man now? At this time on the Mary, Usopp anxiously reported the chaotic situation. Damn, why did Zoro and Chi Kong turn back again? What's going on? What the hell are these two doing? Everyone was also anxious and puzzled. If they waited any longer, the Navy would surround this place. Luffy might have realized something. He suddenly raised his hands and shouted willfully. Boys! Go pick up Kikeng and Zoro. Without them, I don't want to go out to sea. The idiot captain gave the order. Sanji lit a cigarette silently. Although Nami was afraid, she still picked up the weather stick with a firm face, and Usopp trembled to set up the cannon. When everyone was about to attack, a hurricane hit. The strong wind blew Smoker away gently, and blew Kikeng, Zoro, and the companions who came to rescue people back steadily, and destroyed all the cannons at the coast. Everything seemed to be fate, everything was God's will. Smoker looked at the sky with a confused face. A voice sounded beside his ear, what reason is there to stop a man from going to sea? Smoker. Smoker did not dare to act rashly, and said lightly, the government has always wanted your head. The voice, the world is waiting for our answer. The straw hat escaped successfully. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said with an unhappy face, you two bastards, what happened to the two ladies? What did you do to them? Nami pushed away Sanji, who had become unrecognizable because of jealousy, and cursed, "Hey! Zoro and Chi Kong, are you stupid? What happened in the end?" Usopp weakly interrupted, "No one wants to express an opinion on Raiden and Feng." Zoro did not speak, and drank the wine calmly. This wine was sent by Dashiki. Chi Kong was nestled in his little nest, thinking about Luffy's father's wind, how much chakra he had to invest. What a terrible man! Kikeng felt that if Luffy hadn't gone to save him, Luffy's father wouldn't necessarily care, and of course it was not ruled out that it was some kind of test for the two of them. "Thanks. Luffy, I'm glad you're here." Luffy didn't understand, and thought Kikeng was thanking him for rescuing them, so he said happily, "Me? You're welcome, because we are partners. You will save me too, right? Since we have successfully escaped, let's have a party. Haha." At this time, Nami raised her fist, as if on the verge of exploding. Bang! Times 4. Idiot Luffy, as well as Zoro and Kikeng who ignored her, including the unrecognizable Sanji, each of the four people was hit by Nami's iconic tyrant attack. Usopp, the only one who escaped this disaster, is now trembling in the corner. Dumb! Dumb! Ah! Ah! Let's have a party! Sanji. Chapter 60. The boat was in a mess, but the boat was still in a mess. When Smoker and the Navy arrived at the port, they could only see a small black dot that gradually disappeared, which was the back of Meili's ship. "Sorry, Colonel Smoker." Dashiki walked forward wearing a raincoat and bowed to Smoker, the air beside him. "A group of injured Navy soldiers. Are the glasses broken again?" Smoker covered his face, as if he was too embarrassed to look at this subordinate. After a moment, he comforted her, "Don't blame you, Tashigi, it was that guy who did it." Smoker took a puff of cigarette. "Prepare the warships. We are going to the Grand Line too. I swear by the name of White Hunter Smoker. We must arrest the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates don't know that a loving and hating navy is hunting them all over the world." After leaving Rogue Town, everyone headed in the direction of Inverted Mountain. That day, Nami gathered everyone and slapped the map on the table. If the map is real, then the entrance to the Grand Line is this mountain. Mountain? Are we going to climb the mountain? What about Mary? Everyone looked puzzled. Chi Kong on the side stroked his bald head and began to recall. Nami continued to explain, "Yes, it should be the canal between the tops of the mountains. How to reach the top of the mountain is indeed a tricky problem." At this moment, Chi Kong, who had sorted out his thoughts, stood up and said confidently, "I know this, let me explain to you about Upside Down Mountain. The Upside Down Mountain in the One Piece world is the first intersection of the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line, and it is also the entrance to the Grand Line. There are 5 waterways on Upside Down Mountain. These 4 waterways connect to the 4 different seas of the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea, and the North China Sea, forming an X shape as a whole. The water flows in and out of 4 waterways, and the water flows to the top of the mountain, and the last waterway flows into the Grand Line." As Chi Kong described, everyone's faces showed surprise and curiosity. When asked why Chi Kong, who knew nothing about sea charts, knew so much about it, he smiled mysteriously, "I am a ninja, and collecting intelligence is part of my strength. Look everyone! There is really an upward current." Usopp, with his keen observation, found an upward flowing canal in the center of the towering Red Earth continent. There is actually a river for climbing mountains, and the fisherman didn't lie. Zoro was holding the rope, and he had learned something new. Everyone was excited. "Grand Line, we are coming." Although the heavy rain was pouring down, Luffy's enthusiasm could not be stopped. He raised his hands high and shouted excitedly on the bow of the goat boat. At this time, Sanji found a wooden barrel and proposed a special launching ceremony as a commemoration of entering the Grand Line. Chi Kong smiled softly with his hands covering his mouth. The so-called ceremony is what Haimai jokingly calls foot meeting. This group of guys chasing their dreams swore at this moment. Sanji was the first to put his left foot on the barrel, holding a cigarette that had been wet by the rain, and announced, "I am here to find all blue. The place where food from all over the world is gathered." Luffy couldn't wait to become the second person, and shouted, "I want to become the Pirate King." Zoro smiled crookedly and put his foot on it, "I want to fulfill my childhood promise and become the world's #1 swordsman. Let the name of Roronoa Zoro resound through the heavens." Nami looked at everyone and smiled knowingly, "I want to draw the best world map. And earn a lot of Bailey." Usopp joined in timidly, I want to be a brave sea warrior. Return home with honor. One more person is missing." Everyone looked at Chi Kong, who was grinning, "It's your turn." Finally, Chi Kong stepped forward, put his feet side by side with his companions, and declared loudly, "I will leave my fishing figure in every place, accompany everyone to realize all their dreams, and fulfill the promise with Alrita, let her beauty resound through the sea. The dream oath is over." Everyone looked at Chi Kong with disgust. "I remember your dream is not to catch rare fish all over the world." Usopp looked puzzled. Suddenly he came to Chi Kang's fish bucket and looked at it, and said sarcastically, "Oh. So you are destined to be an Air Force today." Chi Kang's face turned black when he heard Usopp's words. Nami on the side also teased, "Does your dream have? Is it your dream to help everyone realize their dreams?" Kikeng nodded heavily. Zoro on the side looked unhappy, "Why do I feel that you plagiarized my lines?" Usopp teased, "I think you and Kikeng are a good match, Zoro. Kikeng fishes and Sanji cooks. I think Kikeng and Sanji are a better match." Haha. Luffy laughed. At this time, Sanji bit his napkin, twisted with jealousy. "Is Alrita the beautiful lady?" "Why? You and the green algae head." Kikeng turned into Albaro with a bang and said, "This is Alrita." Sanji's face darkened, and he lifted and put his feet down again, looking very uncomfortable. A moment later, the Mary arrived at the entrance of the rising current. Amidst a burst of laughter, everyone was getting closer and closer to the upside-down mountain with their dreams. Looking at the upstream current, Luffy grinned with excitement and laughed, "This is so interesting, ha ha ha." Then he jumped onto his exclusive throne, held down his straw hat with one hand, raised his hands high and waved forward, "Go! Mary!" Bang! The next second, Luffy was kicked off the special seat by the furious Nami. "You don't need to say such things, hurry up and help, can't you see that everyone is busy now? Even if you are the captain, you should play a role for me, bastard." "Nami, this is unfair, why doesn't Chi Kong have to work?" Luffy was not convinced and pointed at Chi Kong, who was standing on the side of the ship. At this time, Chi Kong was opening his arms to embrace the sea breeze and water mist, his face was intoxicated. Nami raised her fist, "He is a ninja, can you also use the clone technique?" Chi Kong had created a shadow clone to help Usopp and Sanji, who were controlling the rudder, and there were 2 water clones around Melee to warn and remind. What's wrong with his original body paddling? At this time, the voice of one of Chi Kang's water clones came from the ocean current below Melee. "Hey! Nami! Melee seems to be hitting the wall." Because of the turbulent ocean current, coupled with the abnormal phenomena such as airflow and wind pressure, everyone was a little flustered. Rubber balloon. Luffy used a rubber balloon in time to bounce the Melee back on track to avoid hitting the wall of the upside-down mountain. This made everyone feel relieved, and then everyone saw a strange scene. "Start climbing the mountain. So amazing. This scenery is so beautiful." Mary began to climb up along the current, like a roller coaster. The sea water and mist splashed along the way fell on the face, cool and very comfortable. Chapter 61. As the ship reached the top of the mountain, the waters of the other three oceans also converged here, pushing the Golden Mary down. Nami stared at the beam of light coming from afar and asked, "Do you see that light?" Chi Kong corrected in time, "That's the lighthouse of the Twin Capes." Nami waved her hand, "No matter what the name is, the Grand Line is in front of the tower. If you rush out of this waterway, the Grand Line is below." Did you hear any sound? Zoro suddenly heard a strange sound similar to that of an animal. It should be the special wind sound caused by the terrain. Nami answered indifferently. "Is there a mountain wall ahead? We're about to hit it. Oh my! It's this guy. Come out. Supreme Speed Rod." Suddenly, one of the giant creatures in front opened its eyes. "This is a whale." "Ah! What? How? What should we do?" Usopp's legs trembled with fear. Nami was about to collapse, and trembled. "Are you idiots? If we hit it, the ship will sink." Luffy knew the seriousness of the matter when he heard it, and it was too late to turn into a rubber balloon. "Then I'll hit it." Chi Kong had already jumped off the boat with his water clone. He didn't dare to gamble. If the car was destroyed and everyone died, it would be over. They quickly formed seals with their hands, and three voices shouted at the same time. "Water-style water array wall." The sea water was pulled to form a water wall. When the bow of Mary's ship was about to hit the whale, the car was braked in time, allowing Mary to save her head. Luffy punched the whale's eyes with a silly look on his face. "Don't block the way, big fish." After a punch, the whale didn't move at all. "It seems that I can't hit it," Luffy said stupidly. "Are you an idiot? ×5. Roar." The whale seemed angry. Chi Kang's two water clones were directly destroyed by the sound waves, and the whale's cry almost penetrated the eardrum. Moreover, the water flow rushed into the whale's open mouth. At this time, because the suction force was too strong and the current was turbulent, the Mary had already rotated and fell into the whale's belly. "Oh no! Wait for me!" Chi Kong shouted against the wind. However, it was too late to say anything at this time. Chi Kong stepped on the land in the wind, looking at the lighthouse next to him with a blank face. His real body didn't go in. "For a moment, I didn't know where to go. Hey! Since we are here, let's make the best of it. I hope the shadow clone can be kept." After the whale Labua drank enough, it began to hit the Red Earth continent, and the place where Chi Kong was located shook 3 times. If this guy can communicate with spirits, he will be a powerful existence in the New World, right? However, according to the memory in his mind, he calculated that if he wanted to summon Labua across space, the chakra required for such a large body would be terrifying, unless he had the Samsara Eye. Chi Kong shook his head and eliminated this unrealistic idea. After all, Labua can only fight in water. He prefers amphibians like Moo Moo, and Labua also has a dream bond with the Straw Hat Pirates. He narrowed his eyes, took out the supreme big fast rod, and took out the treasured special bait from his pocket. "Finally, I can fish with peace of mind. Fishing King. I will be it. If I can." Ha ha ha. Chi Kong seemed to have thought of something and laughed like the 4 heroes of Uchiha. He bit his finger. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. As the summoning technique appeared on the scroll, a puff of smoke passed. Moo. The manatee Moo Moo appeared in the sea, looking around in confusion. Mah. Mah. The dark crow greeted Moo Moo. Moo. Moo Moo looked at Chi Kong, who was fishing, with questions, as if asking why I was called here. "Nothing, I'm bringing you on a trip. Are you familiar with the Grand Line?" Moo. Moo Moo looked at the huge whale, which was more than 10 times larger than himself, with contempt and vigilance. "Be cute and attract the attention of Lab. Soothe its restless heart." Moo Moo's face was full of question marks. "It's not a little cow. Wait. The species is also different. Moo. Moo pointed at himself, as if saying something to Chi Kong, but Chi Kong couldn't understand. Finally, Moo sighed, wandered around Chi Kong, and played with the little mercrow in the water. As for Lab, it seemed that he had no interest in Moo at all. Chi Kong chose a good place and threw a big fish with a special bait. A rod. Come here. Lab. Take the bait, okay. Moo. Suddenly Moo swam over. I didn't call you. Idiot Moo. The fishing rod shook suddenly. It's hooked. Could it be Moo? If this guy is caught, there will be no fish bonus. Feeling the weight below. Damn it. I don't want you. Get out of here. I'm a man who wants to catch whales. Chi Kong picked up an oil painting brush. Then, iron sheet. Skull. Chi Kong looked at the skull and touched his bald head. Isn't it taboo? Is there such a thing in fishing? It's okay if there is no whale, but why is there not even a fish? The special bait is gone soon. Where is the golden legend? I've called for help, can you give me a chance? Usopp must have cursed me for being airless today. Predicting the future, so terrifying. Chi Kong threw the hook at Lab again, and the big whale was still hitting the red earth continent like crazy. Inside the whale's stomach at this time. Under a false blue sky and white clouds. Zoro was the first to wake up. What do you think? Facing Zoro's question, Sanji looked around and lit a cigarette. We seem to have been swallowed by the whale. Luffy laughed and said, ha ha ha, aren't we alive and well? This is the ever-optimistic trio. As for the others, Usopp, who fainted, looked peaceful. I want to go home, I shouldn't have come out with you. If I don't go out to sea, I won't. After the giant whale swallowed the people and the boat in one gulp, Nami kept mumbling, and it seemed that she had gone crazy. Fortunately, the shadow clone is not broken. Although some chakra was wasted. Chi Kong felt the body made of chakra with a grateful face, and there was still 1/4 of the chakra of the original body. Nami looked at the clone Chi Kong and wanted to cry, that is to say, only Chi Kong escaped, and our fate is to become shit, right? At this time, Luffy shouted, look, there is a small island over there. Everyone looked at the peaceful island style around them with incredible faces. Is this not an illusion? Is it really the belly of a whale? It doesn't look like it anyway, right? Zoro pointed to an old man fishing for squid on the island and said, why don't you ask? This is a sturdy old man, wearing a beach shirt, beach pants, and slippers. At this time, he was sitting calmly under the coconut tree on the island and reading a newspaper. Too leisurely. Seeing someone mention him, the old man raised his head and glanced slightly, and the eyes behind the lens were very sharp. Usopp was suppressed by this momentum and threatened tremblingly, hey! What are you looking at? If you want to fight, we have cannons. The old man just spit out one sentence coldly, I advise you not to. The old man's eyes were biting at people, and he said coldly, that will kill people. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, oh, who do you think will die? Facing the gangster like Sanji, the old man just spit out one word calmly. I. Everyone? So you are talking about yourself. Chapter 62. The old man said the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone. Shocked the Straw Hat Pirates for 100 years. Zoro stopped Sanji and said, you are too irritable, let me do it. Uncle, can you tell us who you are and where this is? Facing the kind Zoro, the old man reading the newspaper snorted, before asking others, it's polite to at least introduce yourself, right? Zoro's mouth twitched. Well, you're right. My name is Luo. Before Zoro could finish his words, the old man said slowly without even raising his head. My name is Crocus, I'm the lighthouse keeper of Twin Gorges, I'm 71 years old, Gemini, a blood type. You've said everything. Zoro, who was fooled, immediately burst into murderous aura. Can I kill him? Crocus looks very ordinary, but Chi Kong knows that this old man has another identity, the ship doctor of Pirate King Gold Roger. This is also the reason why Chi Kong wants to keep the shadow clone. Really? If you look closely, the blue sky, white clouds, and seagulls above are all painted. There is a painting in the belly of the whale. Usopp feels that this old man named Crocus is as good at art as himself. This is just a little entertainment for me as a doctor. If you want to get out, the exit is there. Crocus pointed out the exit to them, the exit in the whale's stomach. Nami and Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. There was actually an exit. Suddenly, the two said in unison, "This doesn't make sense. Why there is an exit in the whale's stomach?" For the time being, they were about to leave. The sea surface suddenly began to shake and the gastric juice was about to roll. After Crocus's explanation, they found out that it was the whale lab that they met that hit the Red Earth continent. No wonder there were so many scars on the whale's forehead. Crocus climbed up the railing and was about to give Lab a sedative. Just then, two strangers flew out and fell into the gastric juice. It's Lady's voice. Your guardian knight is here. Is it finally my turn? Let's make a promise. Lady. Of course, these words came from Sanji, who looked like a fangirl. After Sanji fished the two out, the whale label had calmed down. The two called themselves Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday. After being rescued, they fired cannons inside the whale. And Crocus actually used his body to block the cannonball. He landed with a charred face. Caught a cannonball on his face. Nothing happened, he is definitely a strong man. Is he protecting this whale? Why? Usopp was puzzled. Luffy was unhappy and pressed the foreheads of the two strange arrogant people, colliding them hard and fainting on the deck. The poor-spirited girl Princess Vivi was suppressed by Luffy for the first time. Luffy and his friends went to Crocus's island and listened to him telling the story of Leibo. Leibo is a social creature in the South China Sea, an island whale. When he was a child, he became a family with a pirate group and regarded them as partners. The pirate group was called the Rumba Pirates. When they decided to enter the Grand Line for adventure, the Grand Line was too dangerous, so the Rumba Pirates could only leave Leibo in front of the upside-down mountain. When we go around the world and come back, we can meet, probably in 2 or 3 years. So little Leibo stayed with tears in his eyes, waiting for the return of the Rumba Pirates on this side of the Red Earth continent. And then waited for 50 years. Because he wanted to see his partners, Leibo kept hitting his head against the winding red snake of the Red Earth continent that could never be broken, leaving himself scarred. After each collision, it made a sad hiss, and this whale, as big as an island, lived a sad waiting life every day. After hearing this story, everyone fell silent, and no one spoke. How many 50 years can a person have? The group of pirates that Leibo was waiting for was probably wiped out long ago. Of course, it is also possible that they forgot the agreement with Leibo and fled the Grand Line. After sending the Straw Hat Pirates away, Crocus murmured to Mary as she was leaving, "Is this the person we are waiting for? What a heroic boy! What do you think, Roger?" After saying that, he turned around and looked behind him. "Then why did you stay? A ninja from Wano country." Chien Kong walked out of the ceiling in the shadows and faced the old man named Crocus sharply. S eyes, Chi Kong had an expression of right. "I can't hide it from you, senior." "That's right. I'm from Wano country, Konoha village." Crocus smiled crookedly, as if to say that I have traveled more sea routes than Nami. "Is this a clone created by some ability? I saw that your original body seemed to be doing something strange." The shadow clone looked confused, but still flattered. It was seen through at a glance. It turns out that the old ginger is still spicy. It's worthy of being the ship doctor of the Pirate King Gold Roger. Gold Roger. Kurokas looked at the shadow clone, and his eyes gradually narrowed. You know a lot, young man. It is very intriguing that the Pirate King mentioned by Chi Kong is Gold Roger instead of Gold Roger. Senior, my captain is the successor of the Will of One Piece, and I also know your identity. I know you don't want to be disturbed, so you waited until the others left before coming out. However, Crocus slowly approached, and Chi Kong instinctively retreated. What does this mean? I've already given up. At this time, Crocus spoke. How do you know Gold Roger? People in the world only say Gold Roger or One Piece. Chi Kang's face was full of question marks. What does it mean? It turns out that Chi Kong didn't know that the D of One Piece was hidden by the world government. This is the consequence of not watching anime seriously. Senior Crocus, I left this clone not to be your enemy, nor to threaten you. Chi Kong spoke quickly, fearing that he would be crushed by this guy. As Kurokas stopped, the shadow clone breathed a sigh of relief and stated his intention, I just want to make a deal with the senior. Kurokas's old man seemed to have become the ordinary old man who read the newspaper and basked in the sun again, wondering, what deal? Chi Kong nodded. I want. Trading requires chips, what do you have to trade? Kurokas said to himself. Not allowed to finish the words? Chi Kong could imagine how Zoro felt at that time. He blurted out, the whereabouts of the only crew member left after the Rumber Pirates were wiped out. Although he had been mentally prepared for the end of his old friend's annihilation, Kurokas couldn't help but feel suffocated when he learned that his friend was still alive. Continue. Kurokas put down the newspaper and looked at Chi Kong with interest. Chi Kong began to tell the story. The Rumber Pirates are a pirate group led by Captain Ban Biao Yankee Yuki. The pirate flag is a skull with horns. The members are good at playing musical instruments. They were annihilated by other pirate groups in the Devil's Triangle 50 years ago. As Chi Kong slowly spoke, Crocus could not help but clench his hands behind his back subconsciously. These can all be found. Tell me who the living people are and where they are. Chapter 63. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. Kurokas actually asked who was alive. Chi Kong was very familiar with this. One of them is a guy named Brook who likes to play the violin. Before that, he ate a devil fruit called the yellow spring fruit. This fruit has no effect in life. It just makes people become landlubbers who can't go to the sea. But when people die, the power of this fruit will be activated and people will be resurrected. Kurokas threw away the newspaper and looked at Chi Kong with sharp eyes. The Brook he knew was indeed like this. It's impossible for someone to make it up so realistically. He asked, where is Brook now? Chi Kong looked at Kurokas and knew that the old man had believed it. Brook's soul got lost in the Devil's Triangle. When he found his body, only a skeleton was left. In other words, he was resurrected in the form of a skeleton. After saying that, Chi Kong stopped and waited for the old man opposite to digest the information in his words. This is a very exciting story. After a while, Kurokas looked like you don't want to lie to me. Kurokas, resurrection in the form of a skeleton, is this scientific? Chi Kong, Pirate King, are you talking to me about science? Old Senior, I know that people in Roger's pirate group don't like devil fruits and think that they are evil ways. However, you can't deny the magic of devil fruits. Kurokas sat down again and returned to a leisurely state. Okay, what do you want from me? Faced with the old man's question, Chi Kong said what he had long coveted. Domineering way of cultivation. Chi Kong did this after careful consideration. Even if this old man doesn't know how to cultivate, he must know how to cultivate. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen pigs run, right? Luffy's next enemy is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who is the user of the sand fruit. The first master on the Grand Line who is as tall as a 4-story building. Although Luffy defeated Crocodile in the original work because of the protagonist's halo, it seems inconsistent no matter how you look at it. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, they can't even beat Smoke Man, so they will be killed instantly when they meet Crocodile. So he wants to learn how to practice haki. Zoro is troubled every day because he can't cut Smoke and Buggy, and he is trying to find haki every day. He always says that Chi Kong is just as boastful as Usopp, but there is no such thing as haki. Chi Kong said that he was not bragging, so Zoro asked him how to practice haki again. He knows nothing. He can only fool around. I can teach you how to practice haki, but it depends on you whether you can learn it or not. Crocodile said. It's done. After Mary came out of the belly of the whale Lebo, everyone was still discussing about the pirates who abandoned Lebo. As a result, everyone found that Lebo was not in the right state when they came out. In addition to the effect of the sedative, Lebo was also in a strange state. Is Moo Moo here too? What are you doing, Chi Kong? Luffy looked curious. At this time, the fishing rod in Chi Kang's hand on the shore exuded golden mist, but his face looked constipated. The most bizarre thing is that Moo Moo and Murkrow are also helping to pull the fishing rod in their own way. Chi Kong is fishing for whales, island whale Lebo. Just now Lebo suddenly stopped hitting the red soil continent and was sluggish, and then Chi Kong miraculously felt the wrestling invitation. This is the supreme fast rod that caught Lebo. The physique of 5 strong appointments was given directly after biting the hook, and Chi Kong didn't want to give up this big fish. But the bad news is that it's almost too late now. Lab is about to wake up, and his power accumulation speed is not enough. The good news is that the partners are back now. Friends! Come on, help! I need your power. I can catch a whale soon. What? Catch a whale? ×5. Usopp jumped out and pointed at Chi Kong, sweating profusely and said, Chi Kong, you are bragging, right? How is this possible? Chi Kong saw that his partners were in a daze, and after a puff of smoke, he turned into a bikini Nami, exuding charm. 100 pieces of meat. 10 bottles of rum. Since it's Miss Nami's request, I'll be the first. This is Sanji. You said meat. This is Luffy. Wine. This is Zoro. Swoosh. The 3 Straw Hat fighters jumped up, and joined the wrestling army. One person grabbed a fishing rod. Use your own habitual way to exert force. Nami covered her face, how could she not know how much money Chi Kong had? 1, 2. Use force. I've been very strong, Miss Nami. Sanji stood in front of Chi Kong, leaning his shoulder against the fishing rod, looking at a certain part with love. It's so fun to fish together, ha ha ha. Luffy wrapped his feet around a stone, his hands around the fishing rod, and used the characteristics of rubber to exert force. How much force is needed to pull it up? Zoro looked the most normal, but he used all his strength, but the fishing rod didn't move at all. Power accumulation, 63%, 65%, 87%. To fish for big guys, the supreme big rod needs to be constantly charged, which can be understood as charging and wrestling, similar to the great movement of the universe. With the 3 superpowered people, the power value accumulates at a high speed. Chi Kong looked at Nami and the surprised Usopp, who looked at him like an idiot. Nami. I'll give you the sapphire tetra and the pink shark. And the 300,000 berries I've hidden. Usopp, don't you want to join in the whale fishing and brag to Kaya when you go back? Swoosh. Under Chi Kang's endless call, Nami and Usopp, who looked unconvinced, finally joined the wrestling. Even a small mosquito is meat. At least with Nami's joining, Sanji is much more powerful. The power accumulation has slowly reached 97%, but the numbers behind it jump very slowly. Chi Kong watched the balance of power constantly tilt towards him, but it was always a little short. What to do? Is it going to fail? He looked at the surprised blue-haired girl who was still on the boat. Vivian from Alabasta, Ms. Wednesday, I want you and your partner to come and help me. Vivian pointed her finger and asked, Who are you? Do you know me? Qian Kong made a boast that broke her defense, I am Nefertari. Help me quickly. Vivian's pupils suddenly contracted, and she pursed her lips. In the confusion of the crown man, she said, Mr. Nine, please help me. Mr. Nine looked at Vivi's determined eyes, and although he was confused and puzzled, he still chose to support her. Okay, since Vivi said so. They came over, stood on Qi Kang's side, and joined this strange wrestling. With the joining of the two, power accumulation, 99%, 100%, 99%, 96%, 99%. The value is changing, which means that lab is awake. Resisting. With everyone's combined efforts, the island whale Leibu seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and its huge body was actually rising slowly. Great! We are almost there. This is a whale! Luffy shouted excitedly, his rubber arm turned red due to the force, and it seemed that he was about to unlock the second gear. Just when the power was about to reach the critical point, suddenly, Leibu's body shook violently like a mountain, as if to get rid of this power. Leibu woke up. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. Get up! Qi Kong infused all his chakra, and his wrist was shining blue. Because he was too strong, Qi Kang's transformation technique was suddenly lifted, and Sanji's hard eyes turned black instantly. How disgusting! Get out of here! It was Sanji's explosive kick that happened to kick the fishing rod. Power accumulation, 102%. With the blessing of this power, the accumulation value exploded instantly. The fishing rod flashed with golden light, and the fishing line was retracted. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the island whale lab was caught from the sea by Qi Kang's supreme fishing rod with a confused look on his face. Chapter 64. The fish was caught, but the fish was caught. One hook opened the gate to heaven. As lab was caught, a shadow enveloped everyone. This scene made everyone present stunned, and their eyes were about to pop out. They actually used Jian Kunda Nang Yu, with their mortal bodies to catch an island whale. I'm not bragging. I caught a whale. It's an island whale. Usopp vividly interpreted with an exaggerated expression what I've boasted, and now it's come true means. At this time, Nami suddenly thought of something and said anxiously. No. Qi Kong. Put it back into the sea. Leibu will run aground. Qi Kong knew, of course, he didn't have such a big landing net. Suddenly Qi Kong felt a huge force coming from the fishing rod, so he decisively pressed the fishing line retraction button. As the fishing line contracted, Leibu fell back into the sea. After fishing Leibu, Qi Kong received about 15 strong physical fitness. Adding the previous physical fitness feedback of nearly 20 strong, the physical fitness soared, and the chakra volume more than doubled. His Sharingan's pupil power has been greatly improved, but he still needs a lot to evolve into a Mangeki. According to his memory, he needs 30-40 strong qualities to break through the Sharingan to the Mangeki. Now his strength of 3 Megatama is only about 30% of attack is complete form. It takes so much quality from 3 Megatama to the initial opening of the Mangeki, which shows how hard attack if fought against the second pillar. Ha ha ha! Who else? Qi Kong laughed wildly and shouted like a king. He felt the changes in his physique, and his Sharingan appeared automatically, with scarlet blood pupils looking at everyone. I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is garbage. Everyone's face turned black. Moo head hammer. 3 sword style knife back tiger hunt. Rubber partner fist random beat. Dominate iron fist. Fried meatball kick. Dumb. Betrayal peck. I hit. After a round of punches and kicks, Qi Kong was engulfed by smoke. At this time, Usopp took out a slingshot. Sure, kill rotten egg star. Puff. Ugh. What is this? Everyone suddenly stopped their actions, revealing a bald guy with a bruised nose and face, looking at Usopp stickily. Usopp, what are you doing? ×5. Finally, Usopp and Seiken both collapsed to the ground. Nami began to count Seiken's belongings. According to Seiken's conditions, all his personal assets will be confiscated. I will distribute them later. Is that okay? Everyone nodded continuously, confidently. Nami took Seiken's hand and began to press the handprint. Amid the laughter and joy of the crowd, Leibo woke up and started to bump into the mountain again. At this time, Luffy looked at Leibo with a firm look in his eyes. Let's duel. Leibo. Leibo's tearful eyes seemed to say, you just fished someone out, and now you are going to duel again, are you human? Mr. Nine on the side whispered to Ms. Wednesday, Ms. Wednesday, what are you doing? Should we run away? The fighting power of these people is a bit abnormal. Wai wiped her fist with blood on her nose. For some reason, she couldn't help but beat up Seiken. Seeing that no one pursued the matter, she was relieved. Why did she feel confused as soon as she got on the boat? She bit her lip and looked at the unconscious Chi-Kong. Although she had many things to ask this guy, Mr. Nine was still around, and it seemed that the timing was not right. Forget it. Let's run away first. Vivi touched her body and found that an important thing was missing. Hey! Where is my permanent pointer? As a result, Vivi saw Nami holding a pointer in her hand. Please, take us with you. For the friendship of our fishing together. Seeing Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday kneel down, Usopp jumped out to refuse. You wish, you wanted to kill Lab before. Usopp was very resistant to the inexplicable people getting on the boat, of course, mainly because he was timid. By the way, who are you? Faced with Usopp's question, the man wearing a crooked crown answered seriously, actually, I'm a prince. You're lying. Usopp pointed at himself, holding a fake pipe, and said in a deep voice. I'm the famous detective Usopp. I've been through more than 800 cases, big and small, and I'm still alive. You said you weren't lying, I can tell at a glance. Come. Mr. Nine didn't expect his lie to be exposed in an instant. Shock was written all over his face. Vivi, who was standing by, covered her face in embarrassment. Her teammates were helpless. She didn't even dare to say that she was a princess. It has to be said that Mr. Nine's bragging level is comparable to Usopp's. Even Usopp didn't believe that there was such a lame prince, let alone others. The two continued to prostrate themselves, crying with tears streaming down their faces. In short, we can't tell our identities, or we will die if we tell them. We don't want to do such sneaky things, but the company has regulations and we must perform our mission. Vivi was in pain. She knew that the pointer in Nami's hand was her own. However, it was the pointer of Whiskey Peak. They still have a chance to retaliate. They just need to pretend to be nice. For the sake of her country, it's not impossible to kill the guy who knew her secret. Zoro began to draw his sword and threatened, if you don't say anything, how about cutting it? I always feel that their code names are familiar and they are bad things. Wai and the other person immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What green algae head did you say? How could you attack lady? At this time, Sanji appeared with a tray and kicked Zoro's knife. The two fought fiercely, and Zoro was defeated. Sanji turned around and came to the two of them, handing a glass of ice blue juice to Wai. Beautiful lady, your beauty is as fascinating as the sea. This is the sea blue love I specially prepared for you. Let's make an appointment to watch the moon at midnight together. Wai took the juice with a confused look on her face. Thank you, gentleman brother. At this time, Mr. Nine pointed at himself and then at the orange juice on the tray. He was also thirsty. Sanji's face changed instantly, and he raised his foot and made a big fang, which turned into a sharp tooth. Go to hell! Stinky frog! You are a prisoner now. Then, Sanji circled and came to Nami. This is for my dear Miss Nami, orange summer, passionate as fire. This drink is as passionate as my heart. Vivi was stunned by the speed of Sanji's expression change. A weirdo of whale fishing. The captain is still challenging the island whale. A bastard thief, a braggart, a murderer, and finally a perverted waiter who changes his face very quickly. What kind of people are these? Nami took a sip of juice, pointed at the pig head, and asked, "Do you recognize this bald guy?" The two shook their heads vigorously. What did he mean just now? Why did you agree to help him when he said Neef or something? We were clearly enemies just now. After Nami finished speaking, she looked at Vivi. It's Nefertari. Oops. Vivi said unconsciously. Why does it feel like my IQ has dropped after coming here? Others also looked at the blue-haired girl with interest, while Vivi looked at Mr. Nine nervously. What's wrong with this name? Mr. Nine asked, why are you looking at me? Vivi found that this guy seemed to know nothing, but she kept silent. At this time, Luffy's voice came. Cease fire, we are tied. Luffy stood up in a mess and said to Lab with a smile. I am very strong, wait until we go around the Grand Line for a week and come back to see you. Then we will fight again. Then, he also used a brush to draw a straw hat pirate flag on Lab's scarred forehead, the same style of abstract art. After Luffy came back, Zoro pointed at the two and asked, what do you mean? Did these people throw it away? Hearing that they were going to be driven away, the two of them kept kowtowing like crazy. Please. We can't go back without the pointer. Just treat us as. Vivi hadn't finished speaking yet. Get on board. Luffy immediately decided to keep the two of them. Zoro took 2 steps and then stepped back, as if it wasn't him who wanted to abandon them just now. Since the captain had spoken, of course no one would object, and soon the group said goodbye to the whale lab. Chapter 65. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light on the quiet night. At this time, a cute crow flew over the Whiskey Mountain. Mute. Mute. Inside the town, the lights were bright and there was laughter. Add more rice. Wow, the captain here has eaten enough food for 20 people, and the chef can't take it anymore. It's almost time to get back to the old days. I shouted, don't attack my companions. I shot a slingshot and killed the snake-headed Sea King in 1 second. Then the Sea King dropped a box of gold. Oh, this swordsman has drunk 10 people. Oh. The lady here has won 12 games, she is simply the god of wine. Amid the noise, Chi Kong stretched and stood up, feeling that there were many more memories in his mind, about domineering. He began to recall and read these memories carefully. It seems that the deal of the shadow clone was successful. While Chi Kong was still digesting the memory of the shadow clone, Luffy patted him on the shoulder and said, Chi Kong, you finally woke up. Nami couldn't wake you up no matter how hard she hit you, come to the party. Sanji on the side was surrounded by a group of charming beauties, with a pig-like face. After he saw Chi Kong wake up. Degree. You bastard fisherman, snow and thunder can't wake you up. How on earth can you sleep? Pigs can't sleep as soundly as you. After saying that, Sanji turned his head to the beauty and turned into a pig again. Chi Kong was full of black lines, and he sighed that he was not as good as Sanji's speed of changing faces, which was comparable to Sichuan opera. Chi Kong actually missed the good place of East Thunder Zhen Xia Yuxia to swear. Chi Kong sighed secretly. There was nothing he could do if he slept too deeply. After catching Leibo, his chakra was exhausted. In addition, the gap between physical fitness improvement and the improvement of the Sharingan pupil power was too large, so his body needed to adapt and recover. Deep sleep is the best way to recover, so he slept for so long at once. Chi Kong looked at the others. Usopp was bragging about something, and there was flattery all around. There were already a lot of people lying around Nami and Zoro. Chi Kong already knew what the plot was now. Free food and free sex. Chi Kong started eating without saying a word. After eating and drinking, he felt the abundant chakra, threw Murkrow to Nami, and left a clone and disappeared on the spot. At this time, Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday were reporting to the organization. They belonged to an organization called Baroque Studio, which was full of bounty hunters. Ms. Wednesday, write the report. Do you want me to help you write it? But don't say the wrong thing. Otherwise, you will die if the mission fails. Don't worry, Mr. 9. Although our mission failed, at least we tricked these people to Whiskey Mountain. The merits and demerits offset each other. It should be fine. At this time, a meaningful voice sounded, "Oh? What are you going to do by tricking them here?" "Of course, we robbed the treasure and sold the bounty." Wei replied without thinking. "Hey? Who are you talking to?" "Ms. Wednesday." The two raised their heads and saw the figure in the shadows clearly with the help of the light. "It's the whale fisherman. How is it possible? Aren't you still in the banquet hall?" Mr. 9 looked at Chi Kong in surprise. Chi Kong walked out of the shadows step by step and came to the table. The three megatama in his eyes spun for a while, and Mr. 9 was stunned. "What did you do to Mr. 9? Wei took out her weapon, the peacock chain, and spun it around, attacking Chi Kong. "Hey, where do you get the courage from?" Before Wei could get close to Chi Kong, a tree suddenly grew out from under her feet, trapping her tightly. At this moment, Wei found herself in a lush environment. "What's going on? I can't move. Where's my weapon? Why is it gone?" Chi Kong slowly approached, looking at Wei with a smirk on his face. He looked at her carefully, and at the same time, he measured Wei's whole body. "What are you going to do? You're a pervert. What are you going to do? You're a pervert. Why are you imitating me? Why are you imitating me?" Bang! Chi Kong turned into Wei's appearance, and observed himself in Wei's unbelievable pupils. "How is it? Do you look like me?" Chi Kong smiled and began to introduce himself. "I am Nefertari Wei. The Princess of Alabasta joined the Baroque Studio undercover to investigate the mastermind behind the civil unrest in the country, codename, Ms. Wednesday." Hearing Chi Kong talking about his own affairs in her own voice, Vivi's body trembled constantly, with an incredible look on her face. "How did you? You?" Vivi wanted to ask her doubts, but her body was tightened by the trees and she became a little stutterer, and she was shocked and incoherent. Chi Kong looked at Vivi with a smirk and threatened. "I turned into you. Kill you. Replace you, and then kill your relatives. Empty your country. What do you think will happen?" Hearing Chi Kang's words, Vivi was scared. This man is a devil. She opened her mouth to say something, but the branches had already wrapped around her neck. She stared at Chi Kong, her eyes choosing people to bite. "Good eyes. How can we treat my partner like this? If we don't retaliate, how can we be pirates in the future?" Feeling the passing of life, Wei looked unwilling. Thinking that everything she had done would eventually turn into nothing. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying. She kept shouting in her heart, "Run! Akalum!" Seeing Wei's aggrieved look, Chi Kong was a little scared. Was he too much? Hey! Don't cry! After all, you are just a girl. I thought you were so strong." Chi Kong snapped his fingers, and the scene around Wei disappeared. Wei panted and returned to the familiar room. She also realized that she was just hypnotized. That spinning blood pupil can hypnotize her. It is completely different from her dancing. "What the hell are you going to do to my devastated country? What? Wei grabbed Kikang by the collar and asked sternly. And Kikang's answer was, "Guess." This is really infuriating. Kikang stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself again, Cool D Kikang, a fisherman who likes to reason. Of course, if reason doesn't make sense, I also know a little bit of ninjutsu. It's finally over." As Luffy and his friends ate and drank their fill and fell asleep, the mayor of this town gently closed the door. "This is a middle-aged uncle with golden wavy hair," he said coldly. "Have a good dream, adventurers." The moonlight shone behind the town, and on the hillside that undulated like a cactus, there were tombstones, some of which belonged to pirates and some to travelers. Luffy never dreamed that the guy who invited him to dinner opened the Dragon Gate Inn. "Well done, Mr. 8. It was Ms. Wednesday Vivi who jumped down from the roof easily, but Mr. 9 beside her was not around. "Where are those pirates?" Faced with Vivi's question, Mr. 8 replied calmly, "They fell asleep, and then slept in hell." "Hey, that little girl's alcohol tolerance is too exaggerated, right?" At this time, a nun took off her disguise, revealing an exaggerated muscle. He said puzzledly, "Mr. 8, they are just a few little ghosts, why not kill them directly at the dock? Why waste so much food and water?" Ignoring the words of the muscular woman, Mr. 8 took out a few wanted posters. "Don't judge a person's strength by appearance, Ms. Monday, take a look at this first." Chapter 66. The more you go, the more you will lose. After reading the bounty order, the muscular woman named Ms. Monday took a breath and exclaimed, 25 million, 24 million, 20 million. This group of people is definitely a big fish at the entrance of this great route. Mr. 8 said lightly. "Get it? It's better to be safe than sorry. If we force it, we don't know how many casualties we will suffer. And now, just by paying some wine and food, we can easily get a ship and a lot of bounty." Ms. Monday suddenly frowned and said in confusion, "This deceiver, we don't seem to have seen this person." For this question, Mr. 8 pointed to Wei. "The people were tricked here by Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. We have investigated clearly. There are only so many people on this ship. 2 are not rewarded, and 1 has not been found. In short, all the people are here." At this time, a joking voice interrupted the conversation of the 4 people, "So that's it, I remember. I was wondering why your code name is so familiar, you are Baroque Studio." On the roof behind them, Zoro pulled out the newly bought knife, and the cold moonlight shone on the cold blade. "What? Aren't you drunk? How do you know our organization?" Mr. 8 waved quietly, and the small fry walked out of the surrounding buildings one by one, but unlike the hospitable appearance of laughter and joy before, they are now murderous. Facing the astonished people below, Zoro sneered, "As a swordsman, how could he be controlled by alcohol?" Zoro stood up, drank the bottle in his hand, and then said, "I used to do the same job as you. Your Baroque studio wanted to recruit me, but of course I refused. The people here are all bounty hunters, right? Those idiots who just stepped into this place with pride will be robbed." Before Zoro finished speaking, Mr. 8's face sank. "There is no way. Since you know these secrets, you can only die. It seems that there will be another tombstone here. Kill him." With Mr. 8's order, the people below did not hold back, and the rain of bullets flew towards Zoro. At this moment, Wei approached Mr. 8 calmly and whispered a few words in his ear. The mayor with golden curly hair was sweating profusely, and immediately lost his usual composure, following Wei's steps and quickly evacuating the scene. As for the remaining bounty hunters, they were only defeated by Zoro when they met him, and that was when Zoro was testing his newly acquired 3 generations of Kaititsu and Snow Walker. Not far from Whiskey Mountain, 2 men and women were quietly approaching the town. The man was wearing a brown trench coat, and his sunglasses covered half of his face, showing mystery and coldness. The woman was dressed fashionably, wearing a unique hat and holding an umbrella, young and beautiful, and her every move revealed elegance and arrogance. These two people were the senior agents of Baroque Works, who had the ability of the explosion fruit, Mr. 5, and the ability of the light and heavy fruit, Ms. Valentine. They were ordered by the organization to assassinate Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 8 because they learned that someone was openly investigating the boss behind the organization. They took out 2 photos and had already investigated the identities of the 2 targets. You don't know until you check. Once you check, you'll be shocked. Their targets are Princess Vivi of Alastan and Akalem, the part-time housekeeper of the King's Guard. The 2 walked through the road full of bounty hunters lying dead and walked straight towards Zorro. Mr. 5 looked at the muscular woman Ms. Monday with a look of "I'm the boss" and said calmly, "Where are Mr. 8 and Ms. Wednesday?" Ms. Monday was furious at this time. "I was sold. I'm still counting money. I don't know. They were there just now." Suddenly they disappeared. Mr. 5 frowned and said calmly, "Waste." As he said that, he shot a booger at the fallen Ms. Monday to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Boom! With a sound, the muscular woman was charred all over, rolled her eyes and fainted. Zorro was sweating on his forehead and was stunned. How did he design such a disgusting fruit ability? At this time, Wei appeared in front of Zorro with a horrified face. "Who are you? If you have any problems, come to me. Don't let innocent people get hurt." Zorro on the side was confused. "Damn, I've been slashing for a long time, why did you just show up? What do you mean by blocking me?" Ms. Valentine smiled meaningfully and said fiercely, "Ha ha ha. Of course I'm going to take your lives, Princess of Alabasta, Her Highness Vivi." Vivi's body kept shaking. "Please, don't. Help." The 2 looked at Vivi with a playful look on their faces, and this reaction made them very satisfied. "Cut. Stop. Your expression is not lively at all." A female voice came, and a short-haired orange girl with a crow on her head appeared in the shadows. Then, another spirited girl with blue hair, Ms. Wednesday, appeared, and next to her was the mayor with golden curly hair, Mr. 8, who was actually also the Kingdom Guard of Alabasta, Akalem. Nami sat on the wooden box as if no one was around, pointed at the new agent, and said with a devilish look on her face, "You have seen that your organization has discovered your identity. It seems that your situation is not optimistic." Mr. 8 begged Nami, "If you want money, there is some." "Yes. Please, please take Vivi to Alabasta. When you meet our king, there will be a lot of rewards for you." Akalem has already believed that his and Princess Vivi's identities have been exposed. Now he doesn't care whether they are enemies or not. It is wisest to spend money to buy his life. Even if they escape from Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, there are endless pursuers behind them. Mr. 4. Mr. 3, these top killers, are not something they can deal with. Nami smiled evilly and snapped her fingers. "It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, I just want to make friends with you. Then 1 billion Baileys, my friends will send you back to Alabasta." Vivi screamed in fear, "Impossible. You know the situation in Alabasta. How can we have so much money?" Nami narrowed her eyes, "Are you saying that your life is not worth this money? If we don't help, you will definitely die, Vivi." The 2 were communicating as if no one was around. Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine on the side finally figured out the cause and effect. "Although I don't know why there are 2 Ms. Wednesdays, just kill them all. Ms. Valentine, let's take 1 each." After saying this, the King of Force put his hand into his nostrils. "Then leave this Vivi to me." "Hee hee." Ms. Valentine sneered and jumped up. Wei beside Zorro pointed at the umbrella girl and said coquettishly, "Brother Zorro. I want this girl to be my opponent." "Okay." After hearing this, Zorro's face turned red and his neck became thick. This time it was not Albero, but it made Zorro more shy. "Be normal, bastard." Zoro made a friendship blade back strike and knocked Chi Kong down. The moment Zoro landed, he cut a piece of booger with a backhand knife and shouted shamelessly, "Disgusting! Disgusting! There are no normal people here." The road idiot actually thought he was a normal person. Chi Kong was forced to cancel the transformation and stared at the girl in the sky, because this scene probably made Sanji ecstatic. Ms. Valentine was shocked that this bald man actually had the ability similar to Mr. Tu. But it didn't matter, because she knew Chi Kong was going to die. 10,000 tons. Don't you wear leggings? Chi Kong asked with a loving face. Ms. Valentine in the air was instantly ashamed and angry. She covered her skirt with shame, wondering if the attack method of the fruit was developed incorrectly. Go to hell! Pervert! 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 How do you know my name? Chi Kong looked puzzled. Valentine suddenly gained weight and landed at high speed, with a huge pit appearing. Chapter 67. The pit was deep, but the ground was still open. Ms. Valentine looked at the deep pit and the bald head that was crushed into a meat paste, and was speechless. So weak? Still want to take the hired job? Where do you get the courage? As she said, she looked towards Nami with cold eyes, but she saw nothing. What's going on? Where are the people? Ms. Valentine jumped up and wanted to check the situation from a high altitude, but fell to the ground with a plop. What's going on? Why is my fruit ability useless? Ms. Valentine was full of confusion and began to wander around. Damn it! Why can't I leave here? She was finally scared and found that no matter how she ran, she couldn't escape this terrifying and gloomy Whiskey Mountain town. The mountain was full of graves, without a single living thing. This lonely and gloomy environment was too destructive for a girl. It started to drizzle, and she returned to the pit with an umbrella, shouting helplessly. Mr. 5. Mr. 8, Ms. Wednesday, the money grubber girl, the swordsman. Anyone can come out. However, only the echoes echoed in the valley, and there was also, in the pit. Hey! Where's that bald guy? Ms. Valentine looked at the pit and found that Chi Kong was gone. Fuck, you finally remembered me. I feel so unfulfilled when you do this. Bastard! Chi Kang's voice came from the side, and he wanted to see when this idiot would find out. It was you who did it. Bald guy! Where did you take them? Until now, Ms. Valentine has not realized that she has been caught in the maze illusion, that is, the ghost wall. However, due to the improvement of pupil power, this illusion is extremely real. Chi Kong looked at Ms. Valentine with a strange smile on his face, and decided to give her a surprise. Chi Kong suddenly appeared in front of Ms. Valentine and looked at her affectionately. Illusion Sharingan. In the picture of Valentine, the bald man suddenly appeared in front of her and jumped up. Try this. 50,000 kilograms. Bald head impact. After saying that, Chi Kong ran into Ms. Valentine. Ms. Valentine's pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this the ability of her light and heavy fruit? Could it be that this bald man has taken away my fruit ability? She gritted her teeth and raised the umbrella, and the tip of the umbrella turned into a sharp knife and stabbed Chi Kong, who was running. I will never let you go even if I die. Ms. Valentine wanted to fight to the death, but Chi Kong tilted his body to avoid the sharp knife. With a bang, Chi Kong fell beside the girl. After the explosion, Ms. Valentine found that she was actually unharmed. She looked in the direction where Chi Kong landed. At this time, a shock wave rippled along the point where Chi Kong landed, the clouds collapsed, the entire Whiskey Mountain began to collapse, the earth broke into pieces, and as the magma gushed out, it became a sea of fire. And the only safe place was less than 1 meter away from where Ms. Valentine stood. Ms. Valentine's eyes popped out. Her mouth opened wide, and she completely lost her ladle-like image. Is this the power that a human can have? Destroying an island with one blow. What kind of opponent am I fighting against? Ms. Valentine collapsed to the ground, and one of her straps fell off. She laughed at life and death, and felt that she had gone crazy. Chi Kong looked at Ms. Valentine, who had no desire to live, and wondered if he had played too much. Raise your head. Look straight at me. I still like the unruly you. Ms. Valentine looked at the bald head with a ball of light with lifeless eyes. Kill me. Chi Kong jumped down and sat next to Ms. Valentine. That's it. I just made a little move. Let's chat. Answer me a few questions, maybe I can give you a quick death. Name: Makita. Age: 23. Chi Kong took notes carefully, and all he needed to do was to confirm the information by removing her underwear. Ms. Valentine's Day was originally named Makita, born in the West Sea, with a birthday on February 14, an age of 23, XF blood type, height of 177 cm, Aquarius, and a bounty of 7.5 million berries. A big shot in a fashion magazine, she dreams of opening a chocolate shop, but being a model makes money too slowly, so she joins Baroque Works to save money. She likes to wear white lace underwear, and her measurements. Why are you asking so much? Are you kidding me? Forget it, you are the winner anyway. Makita sat directly on Chi Kong, looking like she was ready to be picked. She couldn't bear to see such a guy. Arouse the heart of rebellion. Ahem. This is a serious world, you will be banned if you do these things. Banned? Masida didn't understand yet. At this moment, the world suddenly shattered like glass. When Masida came back to her senses, she found herself sitting on Chi Kong. What's going on? Masida was shocked. It was that scary bald man. She looked around. Wasn't Whiskey Mountain destroyed? Was the movie-level special effects just now fake? Why are the eyes of the people around so ambiguous? Masida was so ashamed that she quickly ran to the corner to cover up her embarrassment and asked Chi Kong what happened with her eyes. Ms. Valentine, what do you mean by this? Do you want to betray the organization? You obviously have a chance, why don't you kill this guy? Mr. Five said dissatisfiedly. Facing the questioning of his partner, Machida rolled his eyes cunningly and said, Mr. Five, change your opponent. I am no match for the bald man. Mr. Five's face turned black. Valentine looked like he was full of energy from the beginning. He ran around and shouted. Then he looked at each other affectionately and froze in place. Are you kidding me? Deal with the others first. If you don't solve them, I will report it to my superiors truthfully. Mr. Five warned. Chi Kong waved his hand indifferently. Zoro, change your opponent. Leave this guy to me. I have a use for him. I will give you something good as compensation later. Chi Kong wanted to experiment with the body parts of the explosive brother to see if he could make the raw materials for the detonating talisman. After all, it takes too much time to extract and make it using chakra. Zoro snorted coldly, put away his knife and sat down directly, intimidating Ms. Valentine, who had no intention of fighting and was thinking about life. Mr. Five stretched out his clothes slowly. I am an explosive man who ate the explosion fruit. My whole body can explode. I can finish you with one blow. After saying that, Mr. Five showed his arm and punched Chi Kong. However, even dogs would shake their heads at his speed. Chi Kong shook his head. These two people simply rely on their abilities to bully weaklings. Their combat power is not even as good as a little girl who draws without fruit abilities. Don't talk about domineering, physical skills, or anything like that. These two guys don't even have basic observation skills. Except for the booger bomb, which is still fresh in people's memory. Chi Kong moved instantly, pulled Mr. Five's head, and faced the Sharingan. The Sharingan turned. Illusion tree application technique. The tree quickly entangled Mr. Five. Ms. Valentine fiddled with an umbrella in her hand, and quietly observed Chi Kong. This time, she finally discovered Chi Kang's weirdness. His eyes can hypnotize. Is this hypnosis? It's a bit like Ms. Goldenweek's psychological suggestion. Damn. No wonder his eyes make me dizzy. At this time, Mr. 5, who was under the illusion, was completely unaware and said with a disdainful smile, "Can this kind of thing trap me?" Explode. Boom. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Mr. 5 found that the tree still bound him. In the eyes of everyone, Mr. 5 stayed in place shouting, "Hug, hug, hug. Boring, too boring. These two people are too weak," which makes him feel that it is all due to the strength of the heroes, without any operation. Chi Kong appeared from the tree, gave him a hug, and knocked Mr. 5 unconscious with a hand knife, and then the kunao in his hand passed, and Mr. 5's explosive hairstyle was directly cut off. Ms. Valentine covered her mouth and dared not make a sound. She touched her remaining hair and breathed a sigh of relief. Chi Kong, this pervert, actually shaved all the hair on Mr. 5's body. Is this some kind of perverted hobby? It's fine if you have a bald head yourself, but you also want others to have bald heads. So scary. Chapter 68. The two of them were very close. You used psychological suggestion, right? Bald guy. Makita, also known as Ms. Valentine, jumped out with a look of "I see through your ability" and began to stir again. Zoro looked at her with disdain and put his hand on the Wado Ikemonji. Although he didn't want to cut the woman, he didn't mind intimidating her if she didn't know what was good for her. Chi Kong took the hair on Mr. 5's body in his hand and observed it carefully, and replied without raising his head. "So what? Do you still want to do it? It seems that you are the only one." After that, Chi Kong started to bleed Mr. 5 with another knife, and took out bottles and jars to collect blood. Mishita swallowed her saliva when she saw this scene, and felt that Chi Kong was a devil. She gritted her teeth and didn't know whether to take action or not. If they failed to complete the task, they would be hunted down by higher-level coders sent by the organization. The unlucky duo wandering in the sky should record the intelligence now. The guys Mishita was talking about were two animals, vultures and sea otters. They were hovering over the town to watch the battle. They were a special punishment team for recording. The vulture wearing a spotted hat and sunglasses, codenamed Ms. Friday. The sea otter wearing spotted clothes and sunglasses, codenamed Mr. 13. Compared with other codders who were half funny and half combative, these two animals were the most reliable guys. We must find a way to take Mr. 5 away. Mishita thought to herself. Their target was Wei, and it had nothing to do with these two crazy people. As long as they completed the task of eliminating the target, they still had a chance. But what should they do to prevent Mr. 5 from being killed by the bald man? Zoro. Long. Just as Mishita was thinking, Luffy ran out with a fierce look on his face. He just came out to pee and found an infuriating scene. "Oh, Luffy, are you here to help?" "No need at all, Chi Kong and I are enough." Zoro waved at him, looking okay. "I will never forgive you. Let's fight it out." Zoro. "Hey!" Zoro thought he had heard it wrong. And Luffy's arm suddenly stretched out, and the sound of breaking through the air came, and the rubber fist slammed over. There was no mercy at all. Swoosh, Zoro narrowly avoided it, and the wall behind him shattered. Zoro turned into fangs. "Do you want to kill me? Idiot! Nonsense! You actually chopped all the townspeople who invited us to dinner so enthusiastically without leaving a single one." Luffy was furious at this time. Zoro knew what was going on, and hurriedly explained, "It's true that I chopped it, but..." Boom! Luffy punched again. "Damn it!" Zoro kicked Luffy, whose belly was bulging from eating, away. "Stop it, idiot Luffy!" Zoro put on a headscarf and prepared to attack seriously. Standing up from the ruins, Luffy passively triggered the return of life, his big belly disappeared, and his face was full of anger. Chi Kong moved in an instant and quickly came to Nami to seek shelter. Nami's face was terribly black at this time. Hard. Her fist hardened again. Bang! Bang! After 2 sounds, Luffy finally understood people who are not given food are good people. At this time, Akalam's expression froze, and after looking around, he exclaimed, Ms. Valentine and Mr. Five are gone. Who is that? Luffy was full of question marks, and he had no impression at all. Let him run away, and if he appears again, just chop him directly. Zoro said coolly. Akarium angrily asked Seiken and Zoro, they won't let Princess Vivi go. Why don't you keep her? Zoro and Seiken's faces turned black, and they were about to teach Akarium a lesson. Be quiet. It's so noisy. Nami's fist hardened, and hardened again. She threatened, can't you see I'm talking about compensation? Sorry. ×3. The 3 of them immediately reduced their presence and left the stage to the 2 women. Vivi said seriously, our country is experiencing riots, and we really don't have any extra money. After you send me to Alabasta, I will ask my father to give you the compensation we can afford. What do you think? No less than 10 million Baileys. Please. Please send me back to Alabasta. Vivi begged. Luffy held Vivi and shouted, it's decided. Depart for Alabasta. Send Vivi home. The captain spoke, and Nami stretched out her hand and shook Vivi's. Then let's make a deal. It just so happened that the route they chose passed through Alabasta, and it felt like picking up money for free. Vivi and Akalam were stunned. It's decided? Don't you want to find out more? For example, who is the enemy, what is Baroque works, etc.? At this time, Chi Kong came out from the shadows and turned into Albaro. He said calmly. Did you forget to say that Baroque's boss is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the user of the sand fruit, Crocodile? Vivi instantly turned into a horrified face. You are Chi Kong? How do you know? Chi Kong smiled, collecting intelligence is the basic skill of ninjas. Zoro said with interest, 7 warlords of the sea? They are the same opponents as Hawkeye. Interesting. Luffy exclaimed, oh. I know them, I heard about them from Chi Kong. Nami looked desperate, I don't want the reward, Vivi. Goodbye, no. Don't say goodbye. We still have our own adventures. Hawkeye chopped Zoro like a game, and now he told her that their opponent is that kind of person? This is not a joke. Luffy said dissatisfiedly, I am the captain. I have made up my mind. Nami stretched out her fist, but she didn't swing it in the end. Wei pointed at the unlucky duo and Chi Kong who was posing coquettishly, and said weakly. Nami, it's too late for you to regret now, because you have been drawn by them. You will be hunted endlessly like me. Nami saw the 2 guys, threw the Murkrow above her head, and exclaimed, Murkrow. Use storm. Murkrow flapped its wings, hesitated for a moment, and sprayed out a fierce whirlwind. Unfortunately, the unlucky duo was very fast, and they dodged it nimbly and ran away. Nami collapsed to the ground, her life was bleak, she said helplessly, I don't want it, why? Why are we being hunted down by the 7 warlords as soon as we arrive at the Grand Line? Nami punched and kicked Chi Kong, shouting. It's all your fault. Chi Kong. What big deal? This is clearly a beheading deal. You know it, why did you say it out loud? You're so great about transformation, right? You push me into the fire pit every day. Chi Kong was beaten to a bald head with a swollen nose and face. He argued, Sand Crocodile doesn't necessarily chase us personally, we just send people back. Nami let go of Chi Kong, feeling that everyone except Usopp was a battle maniac, she collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over, I shouldn't have boarded your pirate ship, if... Nami began to mutter. Of course, even if she was afraid, she would follow her companions without hesitation in the end. It's all my fault. If you don't mind, I still have 500,000 Baileys. Wei kept bowing to Nami to apologize, and took out all her savings. Chi Kang's mouth twitched, feeling a little sorry for Nami. Ahem. Nami. I'll try to make you some detonating talismans these days. With the weather stick, you should be able to protect yourself. Nami pouted and stretched out her finger to gesture, I want 20. Chi Kong put away Mr. Five's organization and nodded fiercely. Yes, yes, yes. I have to make it for you even if I don't fish. Okay. Detonating talismans are very energy consuming. They need to convert chakra attributes and use spells to carefully seal fire attribute chakra. However, Chi Kong just got some things that may replace fire attribute chakra, so it's a good time to experiment and develop them. After hearing Chi Kang's promise, Nami shamelessly accepted 500,000 Baileys from Vivi, and seemed to regain her vitality. She began to ask Vivi whether Crocodile was rich. Nami's idea was simple. Since she couldn't resist, she could only enjoy it. Chapter 69. The weather was fine, but the weather was fine. 1 year later, in the 15th year of Konoha, the weather was sunny and windless. The playground was crowded with people, and shouts and cheers were endless. Hokunoka Ed stood on the roof of the school building, looking down at them, and said, well, I underestimated the influence a bit, there are too many people. With a swish, Tobirama came to his side in an instant, and heard his words, and couldn't help but say, if it weren't for the Anbu maintaining law and order, there would probably be more than this. You did this, and now you're disgusted. Hoshinoka Ed coughed lightly and didn't respond. A wave of excitement broke out in the crowd. Seeing this, he laughed and said, let's not talk about this. Let's look at the competition. Zixiao has changed a lot. His ninjutsu has become more proficient. Yet is not bad either. His swordsmanship has not been practiced in vain. He has already reached the level of a chunin. It seems that he has put in a lot of effort. Mitawashi Zixiao and Yue Guangye went straight and solved the battle directly and quickly. The two trained day and night for a year. With the casual advice of Hoshinoka Ed, their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even against seniors, they easily won. Tobirama snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. Instead, he focused on the two and commented with narrowed eyes. Mitashi Shisho, all attribute chakra, like monkey, first in the same grade, a good seedling. Moonlight Knight, a member of the Moonlight clan, learned Konoha-style swordsmanship, and possessed the Kekkei Genkai of Tokujutsu. At present, the probability of these two people winning is quite high. Hearing Tobirama's evaluation, Hoshinoka Ed couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After all, this was the person he was optimistic about. Tobirama glanced at him and saw his smug look, snorted coldly and poured a basin of cold water on him. Humph, don't be too proud, there are not only good seedlings in the ninja school. Those from big families are not inferior to them at all, and even better. Hoshinoka Ed shrugged, unable to refute this. His eyes suddenly paused, looking at the battle going on somewhere on the playground, and said, who is that child? He uses illusions well, and his chakra control is also very smooth. Tobirama followed his gaze and looked, after a moment of silence, searched for his information from his mind. Yui Shinku, 6th grade, according to his teacher, his illusion is no less than some jonin. He has great potential and a promising future. Hearing this, Hoshinoka Ed's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems that he is also a strong competitor for the top 3. Tobirama nodded expressionlessly. It was true for now, but it was not the end yet, and everything was still unknown. On the playground, Utarashi Shisho had just defeated an opponent and was now conserving his energy and replenishing his physical strength. Yu Guanjai squinted his eyes, restrained his breathing, and then used the Konoha-style swordsmanship, combined with the clone, to cut a gorgeous blow. After defeating his opponent, he saw Shisho and immediately walked over. "Did you see me showing off my skills? That knife was so handsome." Yu Guanjai raised his head proudly, like a victorious rooster. Utarashi Shisho did not answer, but stared at a certain place. Yu Guanjai didn't get a response for a long time, and looked at him in confusion. "That person is very strong," Yuji Zixiao said solemnly. Yu Guanjai followed his gaze and saw the venue where Xiri Zhenhong was. Black hair and black eyes, ordinary appearance, very inconspicuous in the crowd, but his calm temperament made people shine. Just now, he used illusion to control his opponent, quietly and at the lowest cost to win. Yuji Zixiao saw it all. "Illusion? Tisk, trouble." Yu Guanjai touched his chin and said distressedly. At this stage, illusions are very tricky for them. Even if they want to remove illusions, it will take time. This is very disadvantageous in the battle. Just as the two were thinking about countermeasures, a Chunin teacher shouted, "Yuji Zixiao vs Hinata Che." Hearing his name, Yuji Zixiao stood up and walked towards the battle site. "Zixiao, come on!" Moonlight Knight cheered him up. Utarashi Zixiao nodded slightly and walked towards the venue with steady steps. "Are you Utarashi Zixiao? I heard that you have won all the way, so you are a good opponent. But, that's all." Fifth year Hinata Che said in a deep voice, with a hint of pride in his tone. He thought that he had the advantage of age, plus the foundation of the ninja clan, and winning was easy. Utarashi Zixiao did not respond to him, but looked at the teacher and said, "Can we start?" The teacher was stunned for a moment, then said, "Start." Hinata Che, who was ignored, showed an embarrassed look on his face, and immediately started to attack with a soft fist. Soft fist 32 palms. With a low shout, his steps changed, and countless fist shadows rushed over. If hit, the meridians will be blocked, which is fatal to ninjas. Utarashi Shixiao was fearless and let the fist shadows hit him. Hinata Che looked happy, but then his face changed. With a bang, white smoke filled the air. It was the clone technique. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Hinata Che immediately became alert and wanted to retreat. But the next second, several wind blades broke through the air behind him. Hinata Che dodged left and right, and before he could stand firm, Utarashi Shixiao appeared instantly and focused on his lower body. He didn't give him any time to react at all. This is the difference in combat experience. There is always a difference between theory and practice. In the past year, in addition to teaching ninjutsu, Hoshinoka Ed has paid the most attention to practical experience. With a level like Hyagache, he can only become the prey of Utere Shixiao in the end. Utere Shixiao seized the flaw, swept under his body, and knocked Hyagache to the ground. Just when he wanted to stand up, the cold kunai was already on his neck. There is no doubt that Hyagache was crushed from beginning to end. Everyone watching the game stared with eyes wide open, horrified in their hearts. And the faces of all the Hyaga clan members were extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. This game was completely Utere Shixiao's personal show, and he was led by the nose. The advantage of the soft fist was not played at all, and there was no chance to fight back. Utere Shixiao won. The teacher raised his hand and announced. The next game, Yu Guanjai will face Uchiha Feng. Before Yu Guanjai came forward to congratulate, he heard his name. Uchiha? Why do we have to meet such an opponent? Yu Guanjai complained. Sharingan is a natural enemy to him, and the effect of the transparent release is greatly reduced. Seeing this, Mitarashi Shixiao, who was off the field, comforted him, "Relax, you will meet them eventually, and the transparent release is not useless. Let them see your strength. Yu Guanjai sighed and stepped forward silently. Civilians are civilians, they don't even have the courage to fight. Uchiha Feng said sarcastically. Damn it! Yu Guanjai clenched his fists, and anger rose from his heart. It is said that Uchiha is arrogant, and today I finally saw it. It's more than just arrogance. I think they are a group of people with brain problems. They come up and mock. Do you know how to be polite? Chapter 70. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Wai Wei then asked Nico Robin, what is your purpose? Nico Robin's words were full of elusive charm, and she said lazily, who knows? Robin crossed her legs and her eyes quietly turned to Luffy. Captain, you must be me, Monkey D. Luffy. Robin called out Luffy's name, and used the power of the fruit to take away the hat and put it on his head. Good guy, wearing Luffy's hat makes you one of us. However, Luffy's hat suddenly flew onto the head of the mysterious Ms. Chuan Sunday, which pissed him off. Ah! My hat, give it back to me. Do you want to fight? Zoro and Usopp immediately took attacking postures upon hearing this, and the situation became tense. Don't use such dangerous things against me. Suddenly, arms grew out of everyone's bodies, and Robin easily attacked with the strange fruit ability, knocking down two people and a perverted cook who didn't do anything. She continued to speak. I didn't receive any orders to fight with you. I just came here to remind you that the next island. Before Robin finished speaking, a bald head suddenly appeared in her vision. Nico Robin. Miss Robin. Chien Kong showed the same perverted face as Sanji, and turned to Luffy and said. Luffy. Stop talking nonsense. Tie her up quickly. She's a good partner. This made Robin and others confused. Robin tried to use the fruit ability to deal with Chi Kong, but, with a splash, Chi Kong turned into a pool of water, and it turned out to be a water clone. This change made Robin's heart tighten, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. Faced with the sudden situation, Robin regretted a little, realizing that she had too little information about the bald man. Just when she was about to retreat, the ocean under the Mary suddenly surged. This was the water tooth bullet launched by Chi Kong. Chi Kong rushed towards Mary on the water tooth bullet. Robin evaded the impact of the water flow swiftly, and her skills were very good. However, water-style water flow whip. Chi Kong grabbed the sea water in his hand to form a physical water whip, which directly tied her up tightly. Chi Kong, I'm not bragging. Now facing a capable person on the sea, even if Kizaru comes, he has to take off his suit. Robin was eroded by the sea water and became powerless in an instant, groaning in pain. This painful sound immediately made a guy with curly eyebrows uncomfortable. Asshole! Dead fisherman! What did you do to lady? Sanji was the first to come to his senses and kicked Chi Kong away. You pervert, you're looking for death. You forced me to do this. Chien Kong stood up and turned into Alrita, chasing Sanji relentlessly. The sudden joy caught the others off guard. Zoro retracted his knife, knowing that the crisis was resolved. Usopp raised his hand and asked, "Can someone explain to me what's going on now?" His question was everyone's question. Just tie up the enemy? And want her to be a partner? Isn't this a human trafficker? Wait. Everyone felt that there was nothing wrong. Luffy tilted his head and asked, "Hey! Chi Kong! Why do you want this woman as a partner?" Chi Kong sat on Sanji and explained. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is a survivor of O'Hara who was wanted at the age of 8. She is the only historian who can read ancient texts. After speaking, Chi Kong looked at Robin who was tied up tightly. After hearing this, Nico Robin was full of disbelief and trembling all over, which shows the intensity of her psychological activities at the moment. Who are you? Chien Kong shook his fat body. Since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. I am this sea. Bang! Speak human language. Nami said angrily. Kakang covered his bald head and said seriously, I am Cool D Kakang, a ninja who likes to talk about reason, knows a little about fishing, and knows a little about intelligence gathering. You are also D. Robin seemed unbelievable. As long as you advocate freedom, everyone can be D, come on. Nicole Robin. We are your partners. You have been drifting on the sea for a long time, right? Qian Kong directly issued an invitation. Nicole Robin frowned, thinking that this person knew too much about her. Her hidden murderous intent flashed, but she was at the mercy of others. Before Nicole Robin could speak, Luffy waved his hand and denied it, I don't want it. This guy is Vivi's enemy, I don't want her as a partner. Luffy's firm attitude touched Vivi and stunned Chi Kong for a moment. Is that so? Chi Kong touched his bald head and snapped his fingers casually, and the water whip that bound Robin instantly dissipated. Then I don't want her as a partner, I'm going fishing. You guys continue. Let her go now? Robin looked incredulous. Chi Kong returned to the nest, took out the special bait and started fishing. He had a good target. Big turtle, ho 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 ho. Everyone was full of black lines. Chi Kong was handsome for only 3 seconds. Luffy put on a stern face and said to Nico Robin seriously, give me back my hat. Don't force me to beat you. Are you a child? Faced with the shouting Luffy, the others were all in a daze. In this atmosphere, the original solemn atmosphere disappeared, leaving only silence. Soldier. Nico Robin stood up and flicked lightly, and the straw hat on her head spun and flew back to Luffy's head, bringing a permanent pointer with it. I just wanted to say that the island in front is the small garden. I would like to remind you that it is a small island that you can only go to but not return to. If you use this, you can bypass the small garden and reach Alabasta directly. After Robin finished speaking, Usopp jumped out, don't believe the enemy's words. Luffy. Bang. With a crisp sound, Luffy crushed the permanent pointer. Usopp didn't expect Luffy to be so direct, and Nami instantly exploded and turned into a shark mouth. You are an idiot. You can study it. Why are you doing this? However, Luffy just looked at Robin with an angry face and said, the direction of this ship's progress does not need you to decide. Nami's anger disappeared instantly, and she sighed, well, who made you the captain? Robin stood up and said impatiently, whatever you want. If you are still alive, then we will meet again. As she spoke, Robin stepped on the top of the narrow fence and walked to the side of the boat, just about to jump off. Below, her turtle was caught by Chi Kong. Give Binky back to me. Robin said sternly. Chi Kong was struggling to lift the fishing rod, turned his head and replied, wait a minute. It will be ready soon. Luffy and Usopp watched from the left and right, their eyes shining. What a big turtle! It's a turtle this time. You are awesome. Chi Kong. ×2. Nami slapped her forehead and pulled Vivi to sit in the canteen. She was too tired to complain. She said to Sanji, who was looking around and admiring the beauty, Sanji, I want to drink juice. Sanji looked like a pig and rushed to the kitchen. Zoro jumped down and came to the canteen, taking out 2 large Baileys. Nami. Buy a bottle of wine. Another plate of peanuts. Everyone completely ignored this enemy who couldn't leave. Robin's face was livid at this time. She felt that everyone on the boat was sick. She shouted to Chi Kong again, give Binky back to me. Chi Kong finished fishing, took back the fishing line, and laughed wildly. To the improvement of forced date, the physical fitness is accumulated in this way. At this time, Sanji came over with a crazy face and offered his courtesy to Robin. Beautiful lady, although you are an enemy, drink a glass of fruit wine first. This is my special moonlight cocktail. Robin took the drink naturally, without even a doubt. She jumped down and rode the turtle away in shame. She felt that she had broken her defense today. Are they a bunch of psychopaths? Chi Kong looked at the backs of the turtle and Robin, and he wondered, where did this turtle go? Chapter 71. The two of them were very close. Hey! Chi Kong, are you familiar with that woman just now? Zoro asked with his arms folded. For Chi Kang's behavior of actively pulling people on board, besides Nami, it was this guy named Nico Robin. Zoro knew that this dead fisherman had a lot of principles in doing things, and he must have his reasons for doing so, just like Nami, the navigator. Nico Robin, born in O'Hara, the archaeological island in the West Sea, was offered a bounty of 79 million at the age of 8, and is the only survivor of O'Hara. She is the user of the flower fruit, which can make any part of her body bloom like a flower on any tangible object within sight. After Chi Kong finished speaking, the whole ship fell into a strange silence. 8 years old. 79 million. Usopp's face was horrified. 79 million. 4 Arlongs. How is that possible? Nami was completely numb. Who is Arlong? Is he very strong? Sanji asked in confusion. Because Sanji got on the ship later, he didn't know Arlong's strength. Chi Kong explained, Arlong's bounty is 20 million, and Creek's bounty is only 17 million. What? Nearly 5 Creeks. Sanji was so scared that his cigarette fell to the ground. He was just talking about a ruthless person like Pig Brother. Well, is it very powerful? I think the ability of that fruit is very interesting. Luffy's focus is always. It's better not to mention it. Impossible? Chi Kong, you must be lying. Didn't you easily control that woman? Usopp said Chi Kong was bragging. Chi Kong explained. That kind of bounty is because she is a survivor of O'Hara and a historian who can read the text of history. The world government does not allow her to exist. Chi Kong paused, showing a scary look, and she is better at assassination like me. Think about it, if she wants to kill us, your body will quietly appear her arm, what will happen? That's the case. No. Sanji kept hugging his body with a pig face, which made everyone dumbfounded. However, Nami has passed. At this time, Luffy hammered his hand and said, so that's it, this woman is really a good person. No wonder I feel that she has no murderous intent. No sneak attack means she is a good person. Luffy's brain circuit. This made Nami unhappy, and she helped Vivi to say, how can she not be a good person? She turned Vivi's country into this. Chi Kong did not deny Nami, and continued. Maybe it was not her intention? She may not want to help the evil, so she secretly helped Vivi, hoping that Vivi could stop Crocodile's conspiracy. Is she a good person in this way? Chi Kong asked. Vivi bit her lip, not knowing what to say. This kind of thing is possible, but she can't forgive it. Nami still insisted, that's all speculation. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. You are still too young, Chi Kong. Chi Kong rolled his eyes at Nami and continued. Then change your mind. Now Robin and her boss are already at odds. Because Crocodile's ambition is about to be realized, her value is gone and she may die. She is looking for a way out, so she wants to help Vivi, or there is a slight possibility that the boss will be defeated. Anyway, since she was put on a bounty and exiled at the age of 8, everyone around her has something to do with her. She and the people around her use each other. Betrayal and deception are too common for her. In that case, she is really bad. After saying that, Chi Kong looked at Nami with an expression that said, are you satisfied? But Nami lowered her head after listening. Combining her own experience, she suddenly felt the same for Robin. She used to struggle between good and evil until she met Luffy and the others. She also instantly understood Nico Robin's current plan, to be hypocritical and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. So is she a good person or a bad person? Luffy pouted, looking constipated. Chi Kong explained. Good or evil doesn't matter. In essence, Nico Robin is just a simple archaeologist who wants to discover some hidden history, but the world government doesn't allow it, so her fate is unfortunate. Zoro looked at Nami, then at Chi Kong. Idiot Fisherman doesn't just know poor people, right? Nami has navigation skills. What does Nico Robin, a historian, have to do with the Pirate King? Chi Kong coughed and said seriously, according to the information I have obtained, the historical text is the key to becoming the Pirate King. Key. Nico Robin is one of the people who understand this thing. After saying that, Chi Kong looked at Luffy. What was Luffy's reaction to One Piece? Luffy's face immediately changed when he heard the word One Piece and he hesitated for a moment. Then the plan changes. We go and defeat her and Crocodile, and then tie her up on the boat. Everyone was shocked. They didn't find any problems with this logic. Luffy, the human trafficker, is so terrifying. Vivi opened her mouth wide. She had just heard the secret, and now this group of people wanted to help him defeat Crocodile. How long have they known each other? How can they be so open-hearted? What is she worthy of? She didn't know whether to jump out an object. Didn't we agree to only send Vivi home? Why do we have to do this? Usopp was the first to object. Nami, why don't you say anything? Usopp looked at his best friend. But Nami did not object at the first time, but fell into silence. Seeing that Luffy had made a decision, Chi Kong smiled and said, Crocodile is very strong, and the sand element is basically invincible in the desert. His 80 million bounty was the amount of his bounty a long time ago, and the bounty has not changed since he became a Shishibukai. So are you sure? Luffy. Chi Kong couldn't estimate the strength of this sand crocodile. After all, he was once as strong as Barrett, and later he fought against Whitebeard. Luffy pressed down his straw hat, his expression was serious, and his tone was serious. Nico Robin is Vivi's enemy. I can't invite her to be a partner, but she is the key to my becoming the Pirate King. So we have to defeat her and Crocodile first. We must solve these problems. Hearing a positive answer, Zoro grinned. Sanji took a deep puff of smoke. Since the captain has decided, what does it matter if he is a Shishibukai? In that case, we need to improve everyone's combat power. Crocodile is a natural fruit ability user. You can't hit him without Haki. Zoro, you mean Haki? Do you know it? Sanji looked confused. What is Haki? Luffy, can I hit the smoker now? Chien Kong nodded vigorously. I will teach you Haki tomorrow. Let's make it clear first, the master will lead you to the door, and the practice depends on yourself. Because I don't know it either. I just asked others for help. Zoro smiled crookedly after hearing this, and took a gulp of wine. His recent depression was gone. Chien Kong didn't know the specific strength of Crocodile, but it was right to improve the strength of his teammates. When I watched anime before, I always felt that Crocodile's defeat was inexplicable, which could only be attributed to the fact that he was beaten stupid by Whitebeard, and by the way, his ambition, domineering skills, and combat IQ were all lost. Otherwise, a dry hand, laughter, and laughter were all GG. After everyone dispersed, Kikeng caught Luffy. Luffy. I have something to talk to you about the development of your fruit ability. Luffy stayed with a confused look on his face. Because Robin cannot be released, Crocodile is now under great pressure, and Chi Kong is ready to give Luffy a hint. About Gear 2. When starting, use your hands and feet as pumps to speed up the blood flow and strengthen the body. Luffy in Gear 2 is about the same speed as 6-style shaving. This is a unique move of the Rubber Man. If an ordinary person can use this move, the blood vessels will rupture and die due to the pressure of blood pressure. Its disadvantage is that before the physical condition is insufficient, this is a fighting method that consumes life. Luffy, if you can. I don't want you to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Crocodile's ability is slightly modified. Group Hypnosis, Kaleidoscope. Chapter 72. The first morning after Robin left, everyone came to the restaurant and held a special meeting while enjoying the food. Chi Kong wanted to teach Luffy about the knowledge of the two kinds of haki, armament haki and observation haki. In this vast sea, haki is divided into three categories: armament haki, observation haki, and domineering haki. Chi Kong first outlined the basic concept of haki. Domineering haki, just hearing the name is domineering, this is tailor-made for me. Usopp looked excited. Luffy also raised his fork and said excitedly, I don't care, I want to learn domineering haki. Usopp and Luffy, two lively guys, started to have fun. Chi Kong tapped the blackboard and looked at Nami for help, hoping that she could maintain order. Boom. Boom. I'm sorry. ×2. Luffy and Usopp apologized with big lumps on their heads. Chi Kong continued to explain. Armament haki is crucial to fighting against natural fruit ability users. Otherwise, you can't even touch their bodies. Crocodile and Smoker are both natural devil fruits. You have also felt the disgusting smell of Smoker. Zoro's face was gloomy, and he said anxiously, hurry up and get to the point. I know all this. Chi Kong was interrupted by Zoro again, just when Nami was about to take action. Ms. Nami. Leave this green algae head to me. Sanji took a step ahead of Nami and kicked him out. What are you doing? Perverted Kappa. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time, green algae head. If you dare, turn into a woman too. Boom. Boom. Nami loosened her smoking fist and said angrily, everyone, pay attention to discipline. Who is disturbing Chi Kong? There will be a fee for the small class in the future. This made everyone silent immediately. Wei Wei witnessed Nami's deterrence for the first time, and she was forced to hold back what she was about to say. Is this the conqueror haki that Chi Kong mentioned? Chi Kong gave a thumbs up to the class representative and continued. Armament haki also has different usage techniques, which can be divided into 4 types: hardening, entanglement, external release, and internal destruction. The first is hardening. The hardened body will appear black and can cause damage to natural and special fruit ability users. If you entangle, attach the armament haki to your fist or weapon to attack, which can increase defense and attack power. Everyone's eyes turned to Nami at the same time. This guy must have the potential for armament haki. Luffy clapped his hands, and he understood again, exclaiming, so that's it. No wonder Grandpa and Nami's fists can hurt me. Chien Kong also nodded quietly. His transformation technique was broken by Nami's blow, which was very unscientific. The so-called armed color domineering is a kind of energy born from the combination of belief and physical fitness. The original words of the person who taught me were, with this kind of will, you can exert the fighting power of breaking mountains with fists, slashing the sea with swords, and being stronger than gold and iron. This comes from the most fundamental soul belief and the purest life force. After repeating Kurika's words, Kicking raised his fist, and the energy of blue chakra covered his fist, turning on the giant force mode. Watch carefully. This is the energy in my body. In theory, chakra is also a kind of energy that includes spirit and body. Can you feel anything? Luffy's eyes lit up and he was about to speak. Shut up, Luffy. You can't become a ninja even if you learn domineering. I am unique. Chien Kong knew what Luffy was thinking and interrupted his fantasy directly. I've finished talking about armament haki. I don't understand the details, but I believe you must have some ideas. Tisk. ×4, Luffy and the others looked disgusted. Chi Kong gave them some free time to discuss. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, closed his eyes and felt it, then said, I can't feel any energy at all. Zoro thought for a while and murmured, Physical strength plus one's own will, the combination of the two is haki. It's almost the same as what the fisherman said. Zoro said what he had realized. Luffy ate his food and looked at Zoro in shock. Ah! Zoro, have you learned it? Why don't I understand anything? Zoro raised his hands and explained, it must be that the physical fitness is not up to standard. As long as you exercise and cooperate with the will, you can definitely have haki. Zoro was simple and rough, he picked up the dumbbells next to him and started exercising. Is time really urgent? Zoro suddenly spoke out the thoughts of many people. Vivi sighed and was very depressed. Even Zoro said so. How could she comprehend armament haki in a short time? That is to say, if we can't learn haki, we can't beat Crocodile at all, right? Vivi asked. Chi Kong shook his finger and explained. Don't look like that, Princess Vivi. Even if you don't master haki, it's not impossible to defeat Crocodile. Nami asked a question, didn't you say that without armament haki, you can't hit the body of a natural ability user? If you don't master it, how can you beat Crocodile? Nami meant that Chi Kang's words were contradictory. Chi Kong explained, everything in the world is mutually dependent and mutually exclusive. Sand is afraid of water, smoke is afraid of fire, and so on. If Crocodile is exposed to water, you can hit it. He forgot to mention one thing, the nightmare of all ability users, Sea Stone. Sea Stone can really kill Crocodile, but it is a controlled item. For a ruthless person like Crocodile, how can he get high purity Sea Stone? Moreover, how to process this thing with hardness comparable to diamond? Is it really possible? Wai Wei seemed unconvinced. Chi Kong nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. So even if you can't learn haki, there is still a chance. Nami and Usopp have restored their glory, so Chi Kong must be able to do it if he says so. What Chi Kong didn't say is that the premise is that it was Crocodile under normal circumstances. Oda knows nothing about pirates, and I'm afraid of being tricked by him. Crocodile is nothing. That's right, that's right. It's best not to mess with our Straw Hat Pirates. Nami and Usopp sang the same tune, looking like good girlfriends. Nami, then I'll be a navigator, and I'll leave the battle to you. Usopp, I think snipers don't need this kind of thing either, so I'll develop a sure-kill water polo star. Chi Kong saw that Nami and Usopp were not interested in armament haki, and then he said. We've talked about armament haki, and then there's observation haki, which is amazing. It's a kind of perception ability. It is said that when you practice to the highest level, you can not only sense the breath of attacks and creatures, but you can even see into the inner world of others, and even. Chi Kong suddenly paused and kept it a secret. Even what? This made Nami and Usopp instantly interested, and this was what they needed. You can even foresee the future. Chi Kong revealed this feature, which made everyone present dumbfounded. Foresee the future. Everyone said in unison, with shock written all over their faces, and even Bailey appeared in Nami's eyes. Chi Kong saw everyone looking at him and coughed twice. What do you mean? There is no strict entry threshold for observation haki, and you can train directly. I want to learn. Times 6. GA. GA. Mute. Mute. All the staff were enthusiastic. Chi Kong showed a sly smile, raised his hands, and sneered, Are you sure you want to learn? I have already thought of a training method. Everyone's eyes were bright, looking forward to the next challenge. Chi Kong raised his hands and sneered, How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? Chapter 73. The students were busy, and the students were busy. Everyone came to the deck, and Chi Kang's domineering little class continued. However, everyone had some resistance to Chi Kang's last words. What exactly was he going to do? Because of limited energy, let's divide into groups first. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, you are in one group. Vivi, Nami, Usopp, wait a moment. The three major forces of the Straw Hat Pirates are now on the deck, looking at Chi Kong vigilantly. Chi Kang's Sharingan appeared, the three Megatama rotated quickly, and the Yin attribute chakra was quickly converted. This is a visual illusion, don't resist with your will. Otherwise, you can only cover your eyes. As he put his hands together, he shouted, Magic Darkness Technique. As the illusion was released, absolute darkness instantly enveloped the three people. Luffy, ninjutsu. This is another ninjutsu. So powerful. Saiken is so powerful. Sanji, what's going on? Saiken, what are you doing? Zoro, this feeling. Do you want us to be blind? Usopp, Nami and Vivi looked at each other, why are they fine? Dark walk technique is a high-level range illusion. The larger the range of use, the greater the amount of chakra input. This is an illusion that causes visual hallucinations and takes away all light. I've said it before, the sight of hearing color is simply a kind of perception. So don't use your eyes to see the world. As long as you feel it, you can practice it yourself. After speaking, Saiken waved his right hand and three shurikens appeared. Next, prepare to feel the pain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shuriken shot at the three people. In the field of vision, Luffy and the other two easily avoided the shuriken. Luffy, that was a close call. Saiken, please tell me something. Zoro, this kind of attack can be done with just your ears. Sanji, I'm faster than you, green algae head. Saiken showed a devilish smile. Oh, not bad. But it's not over yet. Saiken waved his hand and threw the shuriken to the three guys watching the show next to him. Come on. Let's play together. There are not many opportunities like this. The three of them took the shuriken, and Vivi was still a little embarrassed, but Nami and Usopp had already shown a sly smile. 10 shuriken per person, they are gone after use. Don't throw them into the sea. I don't have much either. Saiken said distressedly. Nami saw Saiken's stingy look and said disdainfully, look at your stingy look. Come on, Vivi, follow me. After that, she pulled Vivi to the canteen. When the two came out, one of them took a toolbox with shuriken, 2000 Baileys/piece written on it. Chi Kong and Usopp saw this scene and thought of the past, shedding tears of humiliation. Swoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued. 3 true and 1 false, Chi Kang's shuriken was the most powerful, while the others were not accurate and powerful. But they really had a lot of fun. Why are there so many? ×3. Luffy and the other two jumped up and down, and they were sweating unknowingly. Oh! That was close. Oh! Oh! Ah! Luffy was getting more and more tired to dodge, as if the shuriken came from all directions. Do you want to kill people? Slow down! Slow down! Zoro roared as a shark tooth, and tiny scratches began to appear on his face and body. Ms. Nami! This must be Nami's. This blood symbolizes my unswerving love until death. Sanji pulled out the shuriken stuck in his chest, with a crazy look on his face. No. Sorry Sanji, I threw it. Sorry. Vivi hurriedly apologized. It's Miss Wai. It's okay. I think it's okay. Come on. Let's make this love come more fiercely. After several rounds of output. Crazy. Crazy. This dangerous game. Can you find a doctor before playing? Zoro said rationally. Usopp was out of breath, so tired. Why are they so good at hiding? I don't accept it. I'm a sniper. Soon after, all 7 people were lying on the ground exhausted. The combat group had a lot of shurikens stuck in their bodies, and blood was constantly spurting out. The mascot group was tired of playing. In the end, both sides had a lot of fun. One side was competing for the hit rate, and the other side was really for life. There are too few entertainment projects on the sea, and it's a rare opportunity to play wildly. It's tiring to hide, it's tiring to throw, and it's even more tiring for Chi Kong to maintain the illusion. However, training also has an effect. Luffy and others can already distinguish which is Chi Kang's attack and which is the Masket's attack. This feeling. Very strange, as if he knew it. This is an absolute intuition, although it is sometimes effective and sometimes not. As long as you avoid Chi Kang's weird shuriken, the attacks of the other three people will not be a big deal even if they hit you occasionally. This situation is likely to be entry. Wai Wei propped up her body, picked up the medical box, and said with a blushing face, "Let me bandage you." She felt the freedom and happiness she hadn't had for a long time, but she was a little embarrassed. She knew that she was an outsider, but she played so recklessly. Nami panted and said, "Sanji, I'm so thirsty, I want to drink a drink. I'm so hungry." "Sanji," Luffy said weakly. Sanji opened his eyes instantly, and an unscientific carp jump. Shurikens fell to the ground. He lit up a cigarette coolly, and said with blood spurting out, "I'll prepare a glass of specially prepared juice for Miss Nami and Miss Vivi. And prepare lunch by the way." Vivi covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Is Sanji really okay?" Usopp raised his hand and said weakly, "Will we switch roles in the afternoon?" "Almost." "How is it? Isn't my observation haki crash course great?" Chi Kong replied. The three of them turned pale when they heard it. They can throw, but asking them to catch, isn't that courting death? Luffy and Zoro sat up eagerly. Usopp quickly stepped back a few steps and exclaimed, "I have a disease that will kill me if I see a shuriken." Nami didn't know where she got the strength from, and punched Chi Kong and made a bulge. "Don't be ridiculous. Vivi and I can't possibly participate in such a dangerous game." Usopp was stunned. "Why don't you bring me along? So you'll just play me in the afternoon?" "Afternoon? Are you really going to give me this kind of benefit?" Sanji, who was wrapped in bandages, looked excited. At this time, Nami and Vivi put on bikinis and cool gauze clothes on the outside. Opposite them was Sanji, who looked like a pervert. Sanji held water balls in his hands. His task was to throw the water balls at the two women. The water balls would outline the women's graceful figures. Chi Kong rolled his eyes at Sanji and said, "I will cast an illusion in the afternoon. I still have a lot of things to do. I'm afraid you, the old pervert, won't hit too hard." After hearing this, Vivi looked shy. "Sanji. If you hurt me, you're dead, Sanji." Nami also risked her life for the sake of observation. Sanji kept nodding, and promised with hard eyes, "I will be gentle." Suddenly Sanji turned his head, exhaling hot air from his nose, and changed his face again, "No. If you are too slow, they will dodge. You have to be serious, Sanji. This is the training of observation." Sanji's speed of changing his face made Zoro and Luffy laugh. He kept rolling on his stomach. At this time, Usopp asked weakly, "Why are my sparring partners Murkrow and Rune fast? They also use physical attacks." Because if it's Luffy and Zoro, I'm afraid you can't stand it." Chi Kong explained without looking back. Usopp thought Chi Kang's words made sense, but just like that, the training of observation was carried out in laughter. "Ah! Sanji, damn it! Nami! Miss Vivi! So beautiful! Oh!" In sharp contrast to that side was Usopp. Usopp was jumping up and down at this time. "Hey! Hey! It hurts! Has it started? Murkrow, I'm Usopp, your good friend. Ga! Ga! It was me just now. Yay! Yay! I love sneak attacks the most." Chapter 74. The old man was very happy. Why don't you train your observation haki, Kikang? We are the only ones who get hurt. Usopp asked painfully with a head full of lumps. These days have been his nightmare. Forget about the armament haki, Kikang didn't even train his observation haki, which puzzled him. Hearing Usopp's unwilling words, Kikang spread his hands and smiled. The chakra characteristics of ninjas strengthen perception. My system is a little different from yours. You can understand it as, I already know it. It's not that Kikang doesn't want to train. He found that the characteristics of chakra and domineering both require spirit and physique. The two are very similar, and one will lose the other. Chakra is the foundation of his entire system, so he didn't learn it. Of course, whether chakra can achieve the effect of domineering needs to wait until teammates have fully mastered it before conducting comparative experiments. Once you get started with observation haki, you can train yourself in life. Now Nami and Vivi are the only ones who are very slow to master it under the gentle attack of Sanji. At this time, Zoro's words came from the watchtower, we have arrived at the small garden. Do you remember what the woman named Nico Robin said? Nami was very happy to see the pointer pointing steadily to the island. When she heard Zoro's words, she said in despair, the small garden. It is a small island where you can never return. Right. I'm sorry. Everyone. It's all because of me. Vivi looked apologetic when she saw Nami like this. Nami just pretended to be afraid that Vivi would blame herself too much, so she quickly stood up and comforted her. It's okay, Vivi, our observation haki is not practiced in vain. And if there are any difficulties, don't we still have them? After that, Nami pointed to other live treasures, especially Luffy and Chi Kong who looked anxious. The two seemed very excited. Yahoo! Little garden! Little garden! Luffy was always optimistic and had no idea what he was going to face. Chi Kong swung his fishing rod and was packing special bait. He had saved more than 30 baits just for today's enjoyment. The little garden was not worthy of its name. It was not small at all, nor did it look like a garden. The Mary sailed into the waterway in the little garden. The dark and tall forest exuded a gloomy atmosphere. The trees in sight were unusually tall, like the century-old jungle in the tropical forest. There were dense pine forests on both sides, and loud bird calls came from the sky from time to time. What was it just now? A bird? Nami asked in panic. Suddenly, a strange animal with wings and a lizard-like appearance flew over. It's a flying lizard. Sanji answered affirmatively. He didn't know why he felt it. At this time, a huge tiger appeared in the rainforest, which was half the size of Melee. But, he fell down in the next second, with strange and huge teeth marks on his body bleeding. Ah, I have a disease that can't go to the island. Usopp's old illness recurred, his face turned pale, his feet trembled, and he really felt like he was sick. Let's wait for the record pointer to be full on the ship, okay? Nami suggested. But, seeing this scene, Luffy became more interested. Sanji, give me the lunchbox. Luffy shouted to Sanji. He didn't forget to fill his stomach while adventuring, which was very Luffy. I know, wait a minute. Sanji said lightly, turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare. At this time, Wei suddenly said, wait a minute. Can I go with you? She also wanted to relax and experience the feeling of adventure. Hey! Vivi! Are you crazy? It's too dangerous. You are a princess. Nami said worriedly. Faced with Nami's worry, Vivi pointed to the mount next to her and said run fast. It's okay, running fast will protect me. Zoro, who was standing by, looked at the duck, with black lines all over his head. Your duck has been scared so much that it can't make a sound, right? Luffy was of course happy to have someone to adventure with, and he shook his arms happily. Okay. Let's go on an adventure together. Then I'll prepare a love lunch box for Miss Vivi. Sanji looked loving, completely different from Luffy. Well, thank you Sanji-kun. With everyone, Vivi was happy from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for the country, she really hoped it would last forever. Zoro stood up and stretched his neck, thinking of the 2 days of special training, and was ready to try the effect of the observation training. So he said, then I'll go for a walk too, and you guys are responsible for watching the boat. Swordsman with a poor sense of direction, just take a walk. If you get lost, remember to make some noise. Chi Kang's voice came from the top of the watchtower. He was looking for the legendary fishing spot at this time. Hearing Chi Kang's mocking words, Zoro blushed and argued. You are talking nonsense. Idiot fisherman. How could I get lost? I must walk back to show you. And Sanji said to Zoro, who was about to leave, bring back some food by the way. For these fighters, large beasts such as lions and tigers are standard ingredients. Zoro snorted and replied, okay, I will bring back some prey that you can't handle. Faced with Zoro's casual words, Sanji raised his eyebrows and jumped off the Mary. Sanji, you mean you can catch bigger prey than me? Zoro, well, it seems you have some self-awareness. Sanji, what do you mean? You bastard green algae head. Zoro, am I wrong? A curly-browed, lecherous chef with no bounty. Caw. Beautiful legs with long knives. Okay, let's compete. Who's afraid of whom? The two of them went away while cursing. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that almost everyone on the Mary had left. Usopp was speechless and waved his hand, forget it, fortunately there is Chi Kong. So, the two looked at the observation deck. However, Chi Kong jumped down and said, I'm sure of that great fishing spot. No. Chi Kong. We have to watch the boat together. ×2. Usopp and Nami grabbed Chi Kang's legs on the left and right. Chi Kong, who wanted to leave, couldn't be dragged away, and his mouth twitched. I'll just send a clone. Go play. Be good. Bang. A shadow clone appeared. Usopp and Nami still shook their heads, but it was better to have a clone to accompany them, than not to have one. You guys train. How can you grow like this? Chi Kong was so disappointed that he snapped his fingers. Bang, the clone turned into Albaro, and then lay on the ground, falling into a sluggish state. This is the standby mode of the shadow clone, which can stabilize the restless chakra body and make the clone more durable. It's up to you, it's not necessarily safe on the ship. If there is a problem that can't be solved, shout to the clone. Bald Chi Kong is also cool. Remember. You must shout. This is a spell. After that, he ran away with a body flash technique, leaving no chance for the two to stay. A gust of wind blew, and the two kept shaking. Why are they all like this? No one considers us. Nami said sadly. Nami, I understand you. Why do you treat us as perverts? Faced with Usopp's comfort, Nami just moved to the side of Albaro with a look of disgust. Usopp was unhappy and asked, Hey, am I so unreliable? Nami nodded vigorously. The sense of security Usopp gave was not as good as her weather. Except for meat, there was nothing good. Chi Kong ran all the way downstream along the river. The purpose of his trip was to eat island goldfish. Island-eating goldfish is an ancient creature living on the Grand Line, with an extremely strong appetite. It often swims in the sea near the small garden. Its huge size can even feed on islands. Labu was picked up by him because of the sedative. This thing, which is many times larger than Labu, can't even be pulled out. The feces is as huge as the island. Even with two giants, it may not be possible to catch it. So Chi Kong just hopes to get the bait, not expecting to catch it. Let's try our luck. What if we accidentally catch the golden legend, and it accidentally falls asleep? maybe it will open the kaleidoscope directly. In this case. Crocodile, oh no, old sand. Have you ever heard of the eternal flame, Amaterasu? Or, Tsukuyomi, even if you solve it in seconds, I will fuck you for 3 days and 3 nights in 1 second. Chi Kong was in YY, and suddenly a huge monster came into view. Fuck. This is a dinosaur. As a well-educated young man in the 21st century, Chi Kong couldn't help but swear when he saw the dinosaur. The personal experience is completely different from watching blockbusters like Jurassic Park on TV. Chi Kong looked at the Triceratops in front of him and suddenly had an idea. By the way, is it possible to catch a dinosaur in the sea? What is that dragon called? Chapter 75. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was full of stars. Chi Kong rode the dinosaur and rushed to the downstream seashore like a madman. In a corner of the jungle, 2 figures hiding in the dense bushes immediately held their breath and retreated slowly and silently after seeing the 3-magatama pattern of the Triceratops' eyes instantly turned into blood red. Here, a man in a dark brown windbreaker had cold sweat on his forehead. If you look closer, you will find that this man has no hair on his body. The shiny bald head and sunglasses give people a strong sense of oppression. He said cautiously to the lady next to him, "Ms. Valentine, did you see that pair of eyes?" The fashionable woman was also in a mess, and she didn't even care how unsightly she was crawling on the ground. Mr. 5, absolutely right. It's the guy who can hypnotize. He must have hypnotized this dinosaur with his ability. Both of them were very sure that they would not mistake those eyes. The bald man holding the fishing rod was the bald devil they met outside Whiskey Hill a few days ago. What should we do? Should we take revenge? Let's not look into his eyes this time, said Michita. The 5th brother shook his head, I'm not sure I'm immune to his hypnosis. Let's go to Mr. 3 and Ms. Goldenweek for help first. Mr. 5 thought about it, but he couldn't swallow his anger in the end. Revenge is certain, but it requires teammates. Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek are both masters with bounties of more than 30 million. They have even worked together to hunt down a pirate worth 45 million. I believe they will be able to help them get revenge. This time, Brother San asked them to come to the small garden to make amends. The 2 were grateful and felt that Brother San was really kind. Not only did he not chase them, but he also helped them. Weather stick hurricane. Must kill fire star. After Chi Kong left, the 2 best friends faced the flying birds, fish, and insects, and their legs kept shaking. Nami, it's over, I want to go home. Although Usopp was trembling, he did not forget to cheer them up. Hey, 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 how can a seaman be so afraid? We must protect Mary. Nami laughed at them unceremoniously, sorry, I'm not a seaman. Swish. Just as the 2 best friends were complaining to each other, the jungle next to Mary suddenly opened up to the sides, revealing a face with a helmet, a big beard, and a funny face. Of course, this face is bigger than the Mary. This is terrifying. Giant. Giant. I'm going to be eaten. Nami and Usopp, who stayed on the ship, were stunned by the shock. For a moment, they didn't know where to run. Then their eyes rolled back and they fainted next to Diarbiro, started to play dead. Wow, what a long-lost visitor. The giant laughed like thunder, and his towering figure stood up like a skyscraper, and his laughter was deafening. Do you have any wine, kid? If you do, I'll exchange it for meat. The giant suggested, looking at the 3 people on the ship with expectant eyes. After a long time without a response, the giant scratched his head and looked at the 3 people pretending to be dead on the ground in confusion. Usopp, don't make a sound, lie still. Nami couldn't help but complain in a low voice, nonsense, of course I know. Why doesn't this guy leave? Usopp suggested again, Nami, do you want to wake up Chi Kong? Will Meili be destroyed? Nami trembled and retorted, you scream quickly. I dare not. In the end, Usopp and Nami were still gently caught, of course, at Nami's insistence, including the shadow clone lying dead Albaro. Ha 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 ha, my name is Brokey, eat. Little guys, my barbecue is a must. The giant enthusiastically handed the house-sized piece of meat in his hand to Nami and Usopp. He gulped down a glass of wine. Of course, it was just one glass for them, but for Nami, it was Zoro's 200,000 Baileys. However, at this time, Nami didn't dare to take the money at all, and she had no appetite to eat meat. Usopp felt that the giant was very gentle, but the environment made him tremble. He whispered, "Hey, Nami, did you see the human bones next to you?" Nami also responded softly, "Of course I saw it. This giant must want to fatten us up before eating us." Soon after, Nami plucked up the courage to ask, "Mr. Giant, how long will it take for the island to store all the records?" The giant Brokey laughed again and gave a desperate answer, "Only 1 year." Faced with the giant's serious answer, Nami and Usopp burst into tears and felt that their lives were dark. Damn it! What about Vivi's country? She will definitely be heartbroken. It's all Luffy's fault. Just then, the volcano suddenly erupted, and the rolling magma rushed straight to the sky. Brokey smiled slightly, which was a signal to fight with an old friend. "Friends, I'm going to fight and I'll be back soon." As he said, the giant Brokey threw the meat in his hand into the fire and walked away with heavy steps. "Well done, Murkrow. Use storm to end it." Dum. Dum. The Murkrow blew out a whirlwind that blew a python many times bigger than itself to death. Boom. As an active volcano in the center of the island erupted magma, it was like the bell of a duel. Is it about to start? Chi-Kong, who had just been training Murkrow, also noticed the earthquake-like shaking of the island. Chi-Kong knew the plot here, but he couldn't help but be curious. He jumped lightly onto a towering tree and began to look at the Gundam battle. On the small garden, tall giants stood on both sides, holding swords and axes in their hands, and approached each other with steady and powerful steps. Many beasts living on the island, even dinosaurs, fled in all directions. In front of these two giant warriors, the so-called ancient overlords were nothing more than food, and the tall jungles were nothing more than weeds at their feet. The two giants quickly took their positions, and when they looked at each other, there was only a burning desire to fight. Is this a giant? Kai Susanoo should be bigger than them, right? Chi-Kong murmured. Clang! Instantly, the huge sword and axe, carrying the traces of time, collided fiercely, and the thunderous sound of metal clashing was like a sharp sound wave storm sweeping the entire battlefield. Seeing that around the core of the two giants, countless trees and vegetation bowed their heads and bent under the irresistible force, breaking and shattering, and in a blink of an eye turned into flying wood chips flying all over the sky, and this was just the aftermath of their battle. Pwahaha, such a soft sword, are you starting to miss your hometown? The mocking words of the bearded giant echoed in the wind. Faced with the provocation of the bearded giant, the long-bearded giant laughed wildly and replied, "Ha ha ha, so I will defeat you and then return to Elbaf." Boom! 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 It was just a normal attack. Every time the two giants' weapons collided, it was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Chi-Kang's Sharingan shrank. The attacks of these two guys should be accompanied by haki, right?